just because he carelessly complained that the first task was too easy, practically child's play. The young man never imagined that an NPC would assign him an SSS difficulty quest, demanding he complete it within a week. Not long ago, Zhang Han, like other players, was still in the game's introductory section, but unlike them he skipped it entirely. It was only when the system prompted him to create a character that Zhang Han suddenly snapped awake. The young man was too busy trying to look cool and completely forgot about it. Next came the character naming phase, and he immediately chose the name Kindergarten Bully. The system found this name indistinguishable from those chosen by unconventional players, and automatically deleted it as inappropriate. Ultimately, his official nickname became Cold River. Once set up, Zhang Han was thumped into the beginner village, landing in nothing but his underwear, but he quickly remembered to accept a quest first. He approached an NPC, smiling and subtly asking how he could assist the old man. The old man's disdainful attitude only further annoyed Zhang Han, who already had a strong sense of self-esteem. Then the old man gave him a quest, to kill a few slimes at the village entrance. This was a D-rank proof of strength quest. Zhang Han accepted it without hesitation. The reward for this quest was 20 experience points. Having just entered the game with no clothes, Zhang Han had no choice but to use a tree branch as a weapon. He swung directly at the slime in front of him, successfully dealing 5 points of damage. The slime felt insulted and raged with fury. It lunged at Zhang Han, immediately making him lose 50 health points. Its damage was surprisingly 10 times higher. Feeling that things were going south, he decided discretion was the better part of valor. Thinking the game system had malfunctioned, only when he opened his personal information interface did he realize he was still level 1 with detection tech as his only skill. Zhang Han was utterly unwilling to accept this reality. He had to find a way to clear the quest before other players finished the opening cinematic and arrived. Next, a soldier from the beginner village came into Zhang Han's view. He quickly approached for help but was immediately rebuffed with a flat "impossible." Zhang Han felt this guy's temper was just as unfriendly as the village chief's. The soldier still appeared very impatient. He stated that even 10 gold coins wouldn't get him any help. Zhang Han seemed to spot a loophole. He hinted that he was currently the only adventurer and offered 1 gold coin. Zhang Han's words made the soldier ponder. It turned out the village chief had told everyone to seize the opportunity and raise prices once a crowd arrived. But now there was only one person. Even his monthly salary was only half a gold coin. Realizing the potential profit, the soldier quickly pulled him aside. With his goal achieved, Zhang Han beamed with delight. He hoped to receive guidance from this soldier. Upon receiving consent, his body immediately received instruction from Kylo, the beginner village soldier, learning D-rank basic swordsmanship and C-rank basic combo. Information on these 2 skills appeared before Zhang Han in succession. Kylo urgently told him to pay immediately. Judging by his urgency, there was no room for credit. Zhang Han, of course, wanted to put it on tab again. Kylo then realized he was trying to default on payment, but in reality, Zhang Han had just arrived and genuinely had no money. Ultimately, Kylo drew up a 1-week contract. He had to repay the debt, or he would be relentlessly pursued by Kylo forever with no peace. Zhang Han then wanted to owe another gold coin to get Kylo's equipment. He didn't know how long it took, but he eventually acquired all of Kylo's equipment. A brief introduction to the soldier's equipment included a soldier's leather armor with 2 points of defense, and an iron sword with 3 points of attack. Both were of white quality, the lowest of the 8 qualities in the Sky Eternal continent. But now his stats had increased considerably, giving him the ability to defeat slimes. Just as he was about to settle accounts with the slimes, other players had finished the opening cinematic and were starting to arrive. Seeing this, Zhang Han knew he couldn't delay any longer. He had to quickly seize the opportunity and confront those slimes again. Zhang Han used basic combo, attacking with the old short sword, and the damage was much better than with the initial tree branch. After being attacked, the slime quickly grew furious, intending to charge and attack him as it had before. But his defense had also increased. So Zhang Han successfully defeated the slime this time, gaining 10 experience points. The feeling of having equipment and skills was truly exhilarating. This also gave Zhang Han more motivation to kill a few more. After some fighting, he finally successfully leveled up to level 2, gaining 1 point each in defense and attack, and an additional 100 health points. The sun was slowly setting, but Zhang Han still wanted to continue killing slimes. 2 hours later, other players were frustrated because even in groups of 5 or 6, they couldn't defeat the slimes. The village chief watched this scene and simply felt that this batch of adventurers was truly terrible. Zhang Han's appearance at this moment was like that of a deity. He had already leveled up to 3 and completed the proof of strength quest. He dropped a heavy bag filled with slime cores. However, in the village chief's eyes, Zhang Han's intelligence was only barely on par with the natives. To avoid being underestimated by the old man again, Zhang Han directly requested a more difficult quest. The village chief said, "If you wish, this old man shall grant it." The village chief directly issued a quest to slay the great demon god, but still let him choose whether to accept. Hunt the demon god, difficulty SSS rank, rewards, a tier 1 city, countless equipment and gold, and this old man's mysterious treasure. Deadline 1 week. Failure will result in a deduction of 100,000 reputation points with the light faction, a loss of 50 levels, and a penalty fine of 10,000 gold coins to this old man. Zhang Han knew this was a high-risk quest, and the old village chief was playing mind games. For his honor and self-esteem, Zhang Han agreed to accept the quest, determined to give it his all. Zhang Han pondered for a moment, then said to the village chief, "All right, I accept, but the penalty for failing this quest is too severe. You'll have to give me your mysterious treasure first." Hearing Zhang Han's demand, the village chief appeared somewhat surprised. He then burst into laughter and readily handed over his family heirloom. "Good, truly a brave hero of both wisdom and courage. Take it." The village chief put on a show of generous laughter, but in reality he was secretly calculating Zhang Han's foolishness. What's more, a 100,000 reputation point deduction means being hunted by the entire light faction. As for a mere 10,000 gold coins, I've already made a fortune. Zhang Han reached out and took the heirloom scroll from the village chief, and the system immediately chimed, "You have successfully accepted the quest Hunt the Demon God. Deadline 1 week. Please be mindful of the time." The scroll in his hand was Wrath of the Fire God, an S-rank item. Description: unfurling the scroll releases a low-tier fire elemental forbidden spell. Effect: deals 5 million fixed damage to all enemies within a 200-meter radius in front. Uses 1/1. That night in a forest, the moon hung in the sky, casting an eerie and desolate scene. A wolf with blood-red eyes was rapidly approaching, snarling softly as it ran. Grey Wolf, common monster, level 5, HP 1000, attack 15 to 20. Defense 9, skill, bite. Zhang Han quickly drew his sword and continuously slashed at the wolf. Its health bar steadily decreased with each strike. The first slash took off 103 HP. The wolf was thrown high into the air, then a decisive slash struck, causing it to lose another 110 health points. Zhang Han quickly delivered a final blow, finishing off the wolf. It let out a pained howl and instantly perished. A system notification popped up. "Congratulations, you have defeated a Grey Wolf, gaining 80 experience points. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 4, gaining 1 point in attack and defense and an additional 100 health points." 3 gold coins dropped where the wolf disappeared. Zhang Han looked at them, feeling a bit disappointed. "Only 3 coins, he sighed, muttering to himself, "I can't believe this family heirloom is a one-time use scroll." That old man was so gleeful. "At my current leveling speed, killing the demon god is simply impossible. I should just give up." A red system warning immediately popped up. "Dear player, you have signed a contract for 10,002 gold coins in the game. If you abandon the quest, you must compensate with real-world money. The current market price is 600 RMB per gold coin." Hearing the system's information, Zhang Han's face turned ashen as if struck by lightning, and he cried out in panic, 600 RMB for 1 gold coin, 10,002 gold coins would be over 5.9 million yuan. I've just graduated. Even with the best job, my salary would only be tens of thousands. How long would it take to pay that back? Zhang Han looked at the pack of wolves eyeing him menacingly, countless blood-red eyes fixed on him. Any slight oversight and he would instantly become their meal. Cold sweat streamed down Zhang Han's face. "I've only got about 10,000 yuan saved. This is totally unfeasible." Instinctively, Zhang Han immediately turned and fled for his life, but then he quickly reassured himself, "Don't panic," and hid himself in a thicket. Sure enough, Zhang Han spotted a lone wolf moving by itself. Without much thought, he immediately charged with his sword, delivering a blow from behind. A wolf, unable to defend itself, let out a paid yelp after being wounded and immediately fell dead. Zhang Han laughed heartily as he reached down and grabbed a few gold coins. "Heh, you can scream yourself hoarse. No other wolf is coming to save you." 2 hours later, through guerrilla tactics, defeating them one by one, he finally eliminated the entire pack of wolves. The entire pack of wolves lay dead across the field, all slain. Zhang Han stood panting, catching his breath as he looked at the system notifications. Level 7, new outfit. B rank. Zhang Han HP increased to 700, attack 32 to 34, defense 13 to 15, reputation and luck both 0. Additionally, he acquired a wolfskin glove, which increased defense by 2 points. Having dealt with the lesser wolves, Zhang Han hid behind a bush, cautiously observing the largest wolf in the pack. From afar it appeared enormous with bulging muscles and was growling softly. It was the demonic Wolf King, a bronze-tier boss, level 12, HP 25,000, attack 35 to 40, defense 25, skills. Lifesteal: Wolf King's intimidation, rending claws. Description: it was originally a common grey wolf, but unfortunately it encountered a necromancer not long ago and fled here after being wounded. It was then transformed by the necromancer's forbidden spell into a powerful and ferocious demonic Wolf King, ultimately becoming the necromancer's guard dog, deterring outsiders. Zhang Han stood to the side, longsword in hand, observing the Wolf King. 25,000 HP. My attack power can just barely penetrate its defense. Perhaps the safest way is to wait until I'm a higher level before fighting. Zhang Han pursed his lips in thought. No, I have to defeat it now. I must find another way, while there are no other players here yet. Fortune favors the bold, so he decisively charged forward with his sword. This Wolf King was clearly not on the same level as the common grey wolves. It immediately sensed Zhang Han's presence, turned around furiously, opened its massive maw, bearing sharp teeth, and lunged. Zhang Han fortunately dodged the first pounce. But because of its incredible speed, he was still slammed hard in the chest, immediately losing 219 health points. Zhang Han also managed to wound it in time, but the damage was negligible. System notification: you dealt 9 points of damage to the demonic Wolf King. The power gap was evident. The damage Zhang Han dealt to the wolf was utterly insignificant. He thought in a daze, 9 points of damage, this damage difference. Before he could finish his thought, the Wolf King charged again. He felt this battle would be tough, so he turned to flee. Unexpectedly, he ran into the gleaming eyes of another common gray wolf. Before he could attack, it pounced and bit his arm, causing him to lose another 78 health points. Attacked from front and back, simultaneously surrounded, Zhang Han gritted his teeth, his face grim, then grabbed the common gray wolf by the neck with his hand and lifted it up. It let out a terrified whimper. With this action, the system immediately bestowed upon him the title Cold River, Wolf Catcher Warrior. With a pale face, he resolutely brought the gray wolf before the Wolf King, threatening it. Seeing its subordinate in danger, the Wolf King immediately halted all movements, standing frozen in fear, not daring to advance. Zhang Han smiled. I gambled right this time. Sure enough, they're reluctant to harm their comrades. I've found an opening. He immediately gripped the common gray wolf's neck tightly with one hand, while continuously slashing at the Wolf King with his other hand, using basic combo attacks. Although each attack only chipped away a small amount of HP, 7 and 8 points respectively, the Wolf King seemed not to retaliate, even struggling to block his sword. After enduring Zhang Han's tickle-like slashes for a while, the Wolf King finally became enraged. It gritted its teeth and seized Zhang Han's swinging sword, its eyes seemingly wanting to devour him alive, gathering all its strength to deliver a devastating blow to Zhang Han. However, before its claws could reach him, Zhang Han shook the wolf in his hand, threatening, "Come any closer." Indeed, the Wolf King immediately retracted its claws, enduring his negligible attack damage. Zhang Han continued to hack away with all his might. 2 hours later, the Wolf King was gnashing its teeth, burning with fury. A red system warning immediately popped up. Demonic Wolf King, current HP 12,510, 25,000. This means less than half has been depleted. Red smoke billowed around it, rising like pillars of fire, scaring Zhang Han back a few steps. Fear gripped him, and he thought to himself, it's not leveling up, is it? A red danger warning immediately popped up. Leveling up is an uncertain factor in the game, as officially mentioned in Eternal. Even common monsters in the game can potentially level up and can even level up 3 times to become stronger. The chances of a Lord monster leveling up are higher than those of common monsters. As if to confirm the system's words, the Wolf King let out a roar and red flames blazed fiercely. Simultaneously, a system prompt appeared. Demonic Wolf King has used the skill Lifesteal. Attack increased by 15, speed increased by 20, consumes 0.2 HP per minute. Zhang Han muttered to himself, consumes 0.2 HP per minute, is that even a buff? Are you kidding me? It seems attacking this boss won't be as smooth as I imagined. A red warning appeared again. Demonic Wolf King has used the skill Wolf King's Intimidation. Your attack speed is reduced by 10 and your movement speed is also slowed by 10. Duration 30 seconds. While Zhang Han was still bewildered, the Wolf King had already charged. It used its claws to furiously grab the gray wolf in Zhang Han's hand and tore it to shreds, leaving no trace. Zhang Han's HP was reduced by 1487 points, scaring him stiff on the spot. Zhang Han's face was pale, cold sweat streaming down. System notification. Demonic Wolf King used the skill Rending Claws, dealing 250 damage to the gray wolf, but due to its excessive grief it is unable to move for 5 seconds. Zhang Han was stunned, never expecting such a setting. At this moment the Wolf King stood motionless before Zhang Han due to overwhelming grief. He seized the opportunity and with the countdown 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, he unleashed several slashes on the Wolf King. But as soon as the 5-second limit passed, the Wolf King lunged to attack. Zhang Han had no time to dodge and was hit by a sweep, losing 310 health points. Zhang Han was greatly shocked. Is it that strong? One move almost depleted my health. The system panel currently displayed. Cold River, HP 91,700. Zhang Han hastily turned around, thinking retreat was the best strategy. If I can't beat you, can I at least outrun you? Seeing Zhang Han turn to flee, the Wolf King quickly gave chase. It leaped high, aiming to pounce on Zhang Han, but fortunately Zhang Han dodged at the last possible second. Zhang Han turned to face the Wolf King and saw it was still using the Demonic Wolf King Lifesteal skill. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my god, good thing I'm fast, can I really wear it down?" He thought while dodging attacks, but he had to be careful with his positioning. With my current HP, one hit means instant death. Zhang Han continued to shout basic swordsmanship, attacking while keeping his distance from the Wolf King. 5 hours later, the Wolf King's HP was almost depleted from countless slashes. Zhang Han seized the opportunity and slashed the Wolf King in the abdomen, killing it and sending it to the ground. System notification. You have defeated the Bronze Tier boss Demonic Wolf King. Reward 2,000 experience points, 500 reputation points. Zhang Han sat down, panting. Finally killed it. Due to defeating the Demonic Wolf King, the system leveled up continuously. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 8. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 9. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 10. You are the first player in the game to defeat a Bronze Tier boss. You gain an additional 10 free attribute points and 1,000 reputation points. Rare item, God's Blessing Orb. Would you like to announce your achievement to all adventurers in the Sky Eternal continent? Note, after announcing to the entire server, you will gain 10,000 reputation points. Seeing such generous rewards, Zhang Han agreed without hesitation. Good, immediately. A bulletin board appeared in the hazy sky. Congratulations to East District player Cold River for being the first player to defeat a Bronze Tier boss. This is hereby announced. Other players immediately started discussing after seeing the bulletin board. The first player to kill a boss that fast? We haven't even left the beginner village yet. At this time, some players were still struggling with slimes while Zhang Han was already capable of killing a boss. After the announcement, Zhang Han received a ton of friend requests. Player Moonrabbit's sister sent you a friend request. Do you accept? Player My husband's not home sent you a friend request. Do you accept? Player My husband's not home sent you a friend request. Do you accept? Player Veta 50 inches sent you a friend request. Do you accept? With too many friend requests, Zhang Han felt overwhelmed. He decisively declined all requests and forbade anyone from adding him as a friend. After dealing with these, he breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Han excitedly walked to the Wolf King's corpse, wanting to see what items would drop from defeating the first boss. Before he could even look, a voice came from behind him. Who killed my carefully arranged puppet? Zhang Han was startled and looked back. Standing before him was a tall man in full armor, holding a dragon bone skull with a green gem in his mouth, exuding an indescribably eerie and sinister aura. He walked up to Zhang Han, his eyes glinting with danger. Just an insignificant adventurer. Die kid. Dark blue flames burned around the mage. He had a stitched scar on his forehead, his eyes were white, and he looked as sinister as if he had just emerged from hell. Zhang Han scrutinized the mage, thinking, is this the necromancer mentioned in the Wolf King's description? Looks like I've encountered a very strong boss, but I still have a trump card. Just then, the necromancer spoke. I am a gold tier powerhouse of the Sky Eternal Continent, only one step away from spirit tier. Since you killed my puppet, leave your last words and face death. Zhang Han seemed fearless. He scoffed. A mere beginner village having a gold tier powerhouse, how terrifying. The mage frowned. HMPH, do you think with the blessing of the goddess of life you can infinitely revive and be immortal? Foolish adventurer. He thought arrogantly. Although I am severely wounded and not in good condition, killing an adventurer should be more than enough. Zhang Han sighed upon hearing this. Indeed, a gold tier powerhouse. He even knows about this. Before I die, I have one last request which I hope you, a gold tier powerhouse, will grant me. The necromancer saw Zhang Han's subservient, fear-filled expression and smiled smugly. What request? Tell me. Zhang Han seized the opportunity and earnestly said, Can I see your information panel? It's my last request before I die. On the surface he acted sincere, but inwardly he had already calculated. If your HP is below 5 million, the mage's brows furrowed when he heard Zhang Han's request, and he retorted. See my information panel? He thought, I'm in bad shape now. I absolutely cannot let him see my information panel. The necromancer immediately raised his staff and instantly several green lights surrounded him. The mage roared furiously, HMPH, little adventurer, you talk too much, die. Seeing his furious look, Zhang Han forced a faint smile. Hey, that reason's a bit far-fetched, isn't it? Zhang Han immediately pulled out the scroll and shouted, It's not too late to stop now. How could the mage not recognize the scroll? He broke out in a cold sweat. A forbidden spell scroll, he thought in panic. A beginner adventurer actually has an item of this level. Zhang Han immediately changed his attitude, smiling calculatingly. If you don't want to die, show me your information panel and hand over all your treasures. The mage panicked. See my information panel? Don't think I don't know what you're trying to do. You're afraid my HP exceeds the forbidden spell's damage range, aren't you? He smiled, his tone firm. Guess how much HP I have left. Come on, tear it. It's just a one-time forbidden spell scroll. Do you really think I'm afraid of Daniel? Zhang Han sneered and unfurled the forbidden spell scroll. Oh, then I'm really tearing it. Anyway, I'm an adventurer. I can revive. Seeing the forbidden spell scroll start to tear from the top, the mage broke out in a cold sweat, his face grim, thinking if I were in my prime I wouldn't be afraid of such a small forbidden spell, but I really can't hold on now. His composure was gone, his face grew even darker. After weighing the pros and cons, he shouted, Wait, what exactly do you want? Zhang Han's first demand was exorbitant. Hand over all your items and equipment and I'll leave, he spoke boldly. But inwardly he was sweating with worry. Phew, this NPC's intelligence is too high. After a moment of silence, the mage finally compromised, a displeased expression on his face. I cannot provide equipment and items to adventurers for free. Zhang Han asked, Why? The mage explained. Because this is the rule of this world. He clearly didn't believe it and asked again. Then tell me what should be done, he thought again. The rules coming out of an NPC's mouth are too strange. The mage decided to back down further. How about this? I'll make an exception and take you as my apprentice, teaching you the swordsmanship of the Dark Faction. What do you think? Immediately, a notification panel popped up. Necromancer Daniel invites you to join the Dark Faction. Do you accept? Note, if you agree, 100,000 reputation points with the Light Faction will be deducted and the Dark Faction reputation system will be activated. Necromancer Daniel wishes to take you as his apprentice. Do you accept? Note, if you agree, it means you have completely betrayed the Light Faction. After reading the notification panel, Zhang Han was too surprised to speak. How join the Dark Faction? Zhang Han sneered. Haha, you are truly cunning. Once I choose the Dark Faction, there's no turning back. I'll be bound to you. Besides, warrior is a balanced 3-star profession, comprehensive once it grows. Do you think I'd care about your meager dark swordsmanship? Seeing his disbelief, the mage raised 3 fingers and swore, Don't worry. I swear by the god of oaths, if you become my apprentice, I will spare no effort to train you and help you change profession to the unique hidden profession, Dark Swordsman. As soon as he finished speaking, a system notification appeared. Necromancer Daniel has sworn an oath to spare no effort in training you to become an excellent disciple. If he violates the oath, he will be obliterated by the god of oaths. An introduction panel appeared before Zhang Han, profession Dark Swordsman. HP 5 stars, Attack 6 stars, Defense and Speed 5 stars. Description: the most powerful mysterious creature in the undead realm. Historically, there are countless records of Dark Swordsmen wreaking havoc upon the world. Legends say they embody the most evil power, cold, cruel, tyrannical, bloodthirsty, and possess unparalleled strength. Looking at the two vastly different panels for the warrior and Dark Swordsman professions, he secretly sighed. The hidden profession's growth values are all 5 stars, and even attack is 6 stars. Star ratings represent the corresponding attribute increase per level. Each point of attack deals 10 damage. Zhang Han closed his eyes and imagined cold, cruel, tyrannical, bloodthirsty, handsome. Isn't that me? After some deliberation, Zhang Han eagerly stepped forward, grasped the mage's hand and changed his tune. Mentor, I agree. Perhaps not expecting him to agree so quickly, the mage was startled and replied, Oh good, system prompt. You have successfully joined the Dark Faction. Dark Faction reputation system activated. Light Faction reputation permanently reduced by 100,000. Congratulations, you have successfully changed profession to the unique hidden profession, Dark Swordsman. Your base growth and appearance have also changed. Countless purple lights enveloped him, surging along his muscles and blood vessels. Zhang Han's entire body felt as if it were wrapped in a powerful energy. Congratulations on changing profession to Dark Swordsman, activating your inner potential. Basic Swordsmanship upgraded to Dark Swordsmanship. Basic Combo upgraded to Frenzied Slaying. Congratulations on completing your profession change. As the first player to complete a profession change, you receive an additional 10 free attribute points, 1,000 reputation points, and the rare equipment, Ring of the Undead. After successfully changing profession, his appearance also changed. His nails grew long and sharp. His face was covered in cracks and his eyes were pitch black. He felt this look was too ugly and asked the mage, Mentor, can I change back? The necromancer's lips curled into a smile. Don't worry, this is caused by the leakage of evil aura within you. Once you become strong enough to control the evil aura, you will return to your original state. With that, he raised his staff. Now I bestow upon you the power to conceal your true form. Immediately, a green light flew towards Zhang Han, and he also received a notification. You have acquired Necromancer Daniel's disguise art, restoring human form. Duration 3 days. After returning to his original state, he simply remained silent. The mage asked, What's wrong? He began to complain. I've changed profession to a hidden one, but my mentor is only a gold-tier necromancer. My future is truly bleak. Hearing Zhang Han's shameless words, the mage's face twisted in anger as he explained, You boy have big ambitions. Don't worry, the Dark Faction values strength. If one day you become stronger than me, you will have the chance to become a disciple of the 10 great demon gods. Zhang Han shouted ecstatically. So that's how it is. The mage cleared his throat, feigning composure, and said, All right, Zhang Han, that name is a bit strange. As your mentor, I need you to undergo a profession change test. Go prove your loyalty to the Dark Faction. Immediately, a quest panel appeared before him. You have been forced to accept the quest Heart Towards Darkness. Difficulty A. As a traitor to the Light Faction, the Dark Faction requires you to prove your loyalty. Quest requirements: kill 100 adventurers or natives of the Light Faction. Quest reward: recognition from the Dark Faction. Zhang Han read it and panicked. Attack 100 adventurers. Isn't that difficulty too high? The mage stood nearby, reprimanding with dissatisfaction. You are the only one among the necromancer's disciples to change profession to a Dark Swordsman. Don't underestimate your talent. With that, the mage also turned and left. All right, Zhang Han, go prove your heart towards darkness. I am severely wounded and need 3 days to recover. I hope you will have completed the quest by then, so I can more easily take you out of this beginner village. Watching the necromancer leave, Zhang Han couldn't help but ask worriedly, Mentor, what if I die? He also wondered if he could still revive like in the beginner village now that he had joined the Dark Faction. The necromancer turned back, smiled sinisterly, and gave him an answer. You've joined the Dark Faction. How can you still expect the blessing of the Goddess of Life? Zhang Han received the answer he least wanted. He stood there dumbfounded like an idiot, repeating the answer in disbelief. He cannot revive, the mage replied. Of course, but having lost the Goddess of Life's blessing, you will gain the protection of an ancient demon god. Zhang Han didn't give up. He pressed on. What is that? But the mage had no intention of explaining at that moment. He walked away saying, You'll know once you complete your profession change quest. Go, my disciple, as a Dark Swordsman, you will surely be stronger than me in the future. Watching the mage depart, Zhang Han waved goodbye. Mentor, be careful on your way. Now alone, he couldn't help but mutter to himself. I actually managed to change to the only hidden profession and even got equipment and skill upgrades. Who would have thought? Skill: Dark Swordsmanship, passive B rank. Description: exclusive skill of the Dark Swordsman. Effect: attack power increased by 50 points. Additional effect: attack speed increased by 20. Restriction: 100 effect when equipped with sword-type weapons, only 50 effect with other weapons. Ring of the Undead, silver tier. Attack power increased by 15 points. Attack effect increased by 5. Level restriction 10. Description: a ring carefully crafted by a necromancer. Zhang Han looked at a few wolves prowling for food. He drew his sword and smiled. I still need a few pieces of equipment. It's the perfect chance to try out my new skills on you all. With that, he unhesitatingly swung his sword at the wolves. Each strike carried immense power, instantly sweeping them all away. Sure enough, in just an instant he obtained a wolfskin helmet. He smiled, saying, "Good, equipment drops are increasing too. I'll sell them when I return to the village." Just as he was calculating, he was suddenly shoved aside by a stranger who roughly yelled, "Get lost!" Zhang Han fell to the ground, still unclear about the situation, and asked suspiciously. He saw a group of people surrounding a wolf. A player named Luan Shi Tian Sha was tall, with a fierce expression. He walked up to Zhang Han, arrogantly threatening, "Hey buddy, our hero alliance has claimed this spot. If you want to level up, go somewhere else. Don't bother us." Sitting on the ground, Zhang Han retorted, refusing to back down. "Why, I was here first. You're openly stealing our spot. What are independent players like us supposed to do?" Another player walked over, pointing a sword at his face. "No matter what you do, this place has been taken by our hero alliance." "Are you deaf?" Zhang Han slowly stood up. "We independent players can't just stand by and let you do as you please. If no one's willing to stand up, then I'll be the first." Zhang Han showed a cold smile, his face grim. "Brothers, if you think I'm right, remember to like, follow, and comment for support." He then immediately activated the recording function. Recording function enabled. Two players from Hero Alliance seemed to notice this and quickly drew their swords and charged. "Damn it. He's recording. Kill him. Kill your head." Both simultaneously struck at Zhang Han's neck, but it was like hitting iron, even sparking from the friction. Each only dealt 1 point of damage to Zhang Han. By this time, Zhang Han had fully stood up. With a dark expression, he coldly told them, "As the saying goes, if I don't go to hell, who will?" Zhang Han elegantly swept his sword, knocking the two Hero Alliance players far away. The system issued continuous notifications, deducting 1369 and 1487 health points respectively. Both players immediately went offline. Zhang Han also received notifications. "You have slain adventurer Luan Shi Tian Sha, gaining 35 experience points. You have slain adventurer Long Qishi Yin Jiping, gaining 35 experience points." This notification surprised Zhang Han, his pupils constricting. He mused. After changing to a hidden profession, his stats were no longer what they used to be. Ordinary players could be instantly killed by him. His information panel had also changed. Zhang Han level 10, HP 5250, attack 163 to 165, defense 69 to 70 do. Dark faction reputation 1000, luck none. Zhang Han smiled happily, seeing his overwhelming power. Moreover, after joining the dark faction, he hadn't expected to gain experience points from killing players. At this point, the remaining players finally realized he had killed two of their teammates. They then charged forward with their swords raised, shouting as they ran, "Luan Shizhe is dead, brothers, charge, kill him." Zhang Han smirked, a glint in his eye. "Come on now, you're just experience points in my eyes." Saying this, he mercilessly swung his sword with immense power, forcing 4 or 5 charging players to retreat. He slashed at anyone who came close. Zhang Han leaped high, splitting straight down with his sword towards a Hero Alliance player's head. He was too fast. The player was instantly killed before they could even understand what had happened. Zhang Han was in a killing frenzy, growing more exhilarated with each kill. With one swing of his sword, another fell, blood splattering. After a bloody storm, all members of Hero Alliance were wiped out. The ground was covered in blood. Zhang Han pointed his sword at the last player. That person watched as their entire team perished, realizing Zhang Han's impossibly great strength, and could only stammer. Why you?" Zhang Han retorted. "What about me?" Then he struck him down with one sword, sending him offline with his teammates. The notification panel displayed the result. Quest: slay 100 light faction adventurers, completed 17-1. He muttered to himself, "Isn't this even cooler? Members of Hero Alliance, don't blame me, you attacked first." The system also prompted, "Recording saved." That evening, Zhang Han finally returned to the beginner village. Looking at groups of players gathered together, he thought, it's time to sell the equipment he'd acquired. Zhang Han shouted loudly, "Selling equipment. Anyone need Grey Wolf equipment? Cash only." New players saw him hawking Grey Wolf equipment and immediately began discussing, "Isn't that Cold River, the first player to get a first kill? Holy crap, I can't even beat slimes, and this guy's already selling equipment." Although it was low-level equipment, the game had just launched, so even low-level gear was extremely rare. Everyone eagerly bid. "I'll offer 500 each, 1,000 each." Zhang Han shook his finger. "Highest bidder wins." Finally, one person offered the highest price. 10,000 each. "I'll take all you have. Little brother, we're the Dragon Clan Guild. Interested in joining us?" A dialogue box appeared before him. "Player Long Teng Wanli requests to add you as a friend. Do you accept?" Zhang Han smiled and refused. "Sorry for now, I just want to be an independent player." At the same time, he thought to himself, "I'm a dark faction player. Wouldn't joining a light faction guild be asking for death?" Long Teng Wanli didn't press the issue, accepting with a smile. "Alright, let's just add each other as friends then. If you get any good equipment, you can prioritize selling it to our Dragon Clan. The price will definitely satisfy you." He saw the nameplate in front of him and exclaimed, "So you're Zhang Han?" Zhang Han smiled and said, "I'll contact you for any good equipment in the future, so don't ignore me then." The notification panel displayed, "Friend added. You have added Long Teng Wanli as a friend." The transaction completed. Long Teng Wanli laughed heartily. "Haha, no, I wouldn't. Send me your bank account number." Exiting the game and returning to the real world, Zhang Han took off his VR headset and breathed a sigh of relief. Checked his phone. The money from selling equipment had already been transferred to his account. It was 40,000 yuan. Zhang Han looked at his computer screen, smiling. Next, he should upload that recording of the Hero Alliance. The title would be Ridiculous Hero Alliance TPR, hahaha. After the video was uploaded, it already had over 485,000 views, over 40,000 likes, and thousands of shares. The video went viral. The comments section was filled with many agreeing remarks. Holy crap, isn't Zhang Han the expert who got the first kill on a bronze tier boss? Hero Alliance really brought this upon themselves this time. Big Boss is so cool. Knew all along Hero Alliance wasn't all that. The Big Boss is truly mighty and amusing. First time seeing someone dare to provoke our Hero Alliance like this. Zhang Han right, just you wait. 4th floor, don't talk nonsense. 5th floor is right. 6th floor is right. In an office, someone reported, Guild leader, what do we do? That Zhang Han is still provoking our Hero Alliance in the comments section. The assistant stammered while reporting, what else did he say? What? The guild leader angrily shouted, what else did he say? Under questioning, the assistant finally blurted out, he also said we shouldn't let him off. The assistant recalled Zhang Han's post, waiting for you all on the southeast slope of the beginner village. Don't let me off. The guild leader gritted his teeth in anger, hissing each word. Fine. What can an independent player like him do against our Hero Alliance? So what if he's an expert? He's just one person. Gather all Hero Alliance players in the beginner village and at the same time invite other players to join our guild. Issue a bounty. 50,000 bounty for each kill of Zhang Han. No limit on times. The assistant stood by, cold sweat streaming down, thinking his guild leader had gone mad, and advised, 50,000 with no limit on times. Guild leader, aren't we overreacting? The guild leader snorted, you don't understand. The business opportunities in this game Eternal are huge. Don't be afraid to spend money. The bigger the commotion, the better. As long as we make a name for ourselves, we won't lose money. The assistant then asked, how many people should we gather? 20. The guild leader frowned. Not enough, at least 100 people. Zhang Han is merely a stumbling block for our Hero Alliance's reputation. Early morning, southeast slope of the beginner village. Zhang Han was already waiting on the mountaintop. Everyone rushed towards Zhang Han to kill him. When they saw his figure, the players in the game raised their swords and shouted, found him. Zhang Han is here. He stood alone on the mountaintop, secretly laughing. So many people. Oh no, it's a lot of experience points. Zhang Han drew the sword from his waist, looking at the crowd before him. Are you all here to cause trouble for me? No one answered Zhang Han. A leader shouted, kill, charge, brothers, a 50,000 bounty awaits us. Seeing a group of overconfident people charging at him, Zhang Han no longer held back, laughing heartily. Come on, Grandpa's about to go on a killing spree. Upon receiving the order, everyone charged forward with one heart, vowing to take Zhang Han's life. A group of players armed with clubs, swords, and blades shouted, kill, in unison. Zhang Han disdainfully looked at this group of overconfident people. He elegantly swung his sword, instantly slaying 2 people. Their bodies were split in half and they immediately went offline. The status bar popped up. You have slain Explorer Luyue Luhuo, gaining 11 experience points. You have slain Explorer Yesu Guafuchun, gaining 20 experience points. The remaining few were shocked, speechless, unable to believe Zhang Han's strength was so terrifying. A pale-faced player cried out in horror. Holy crap, that's insane. No wonder Hero Alliance offered such a high bounty. Those nearby echoed, although we can revive, our level will drop. The game just started. I don't want to lose levels. Seeing everyone hesitating, player Luan Shi Tian Sha shouted loudly to boost their morale. Don't worry, brothers who sacrificed themselves today will receive death compensation. Don't be afraid, we have 100 more brothers coming. We have strength in numbers, we'll exhaust him to death. And with his high level and so many kills, his sin value must be very high. If he dies, his equipment will definitely drop all over the place. Hearing him spout nonsense, Zhang Han stood by, smiling arrogantly. Want my equipment? Killing you will only increase my sin value. Sorry, I don't know about sin value, but my experience bar is indeed almost full. Zhang Han struck a provocative pose, challenging the Hero Alliance players. Don't rush everyone, one by one. Watching everyone charge at him in unison, he thought to himself, the game just started. Some people are only level 2 and struggle with slimes, yet they want to besiege me? And they haven't even changed professions. No ranged archers or mages to hinder me. Isn't this just free experience? No sooner had he finished thinking than he cut down the bald man who charged at him, then consecutively slashed down the next 3 people, easily dealing with 4 players. Someone standing outside watched the tragic scene and sighed, this is insane. Suddenly 2 people ambushed him, one stabbing from behind, the other at his chest. His armor was pierced, sparking from the friction. They shouted, kill, dealing 3 points of damage. Seeing that they only dealt minuscule damage like an ant's bite, Zhang Han smiled wickedly. Is that all the damage you can do? He then immediately swept his sword, eliminating these 2 despicable ambushers. 20 minutes later, the health bar above Zhang Han's head gradually turned red, nearly bottoming out. The Hero Alliance player's morale instantly soared. Brothers, look, his health is low, his HP is nearly at rock bottom. No matter how strong he is, he can't escape a siege of hundreds of people. Brothers, charge. Before a few players could even rejoice, a dazzling golden light emanated from around him, and the health bar above his head slowly refilled. Simultaneously, a status bar appeared before everyone. Leveled up to level 11. Seeing this fantastical scene, everyone was stunned. They gaped, uttering a few sharp remarks. What on earth just happened? Can you level up by killing players? Seeing his team members wavering again, the guild leader continued to reassure them. Don't panic, he leveled up. He probably used a system reward for getting the first boss kill. We still have hundreds of people, that's enough to kill him. After being reassured, everyone's resolve firmed, and they loudly continued to shout, "So that's it, right? He must have used a rare item to level up. Everyone, charge! I want to see how he fights us after he uses up his item." Zhang Han looked at the confident crowd before him and scoffed with a sarcastic smile. What else could happen? You guys are really imaginative, aren't you? Well, it saves me some explanation. With that, Zhang Han charged straight at the approaching leader with his sword, deducting 1541 health points, and the person immediately went offline. At this point, a quest notification popped up. The quest to kill 100 Light Faction adventurers was 74,100 complete. 15 minutes later, after seeing off another fool, the notification panel showed 100,100 complete. Congratulations, player, on completing the Heart Towards Darkness quest and gaining the recognition of the Dark Faction. Zhang Han smiled faintly upon hearing the notification. The quest was finally complete. He looked at the crowd still rushing forward like moths to a flame, unafraid of death. Although the quest was complete, how could he miss such a great experience opportunity? The guild leader was still in the back, continuing to boost morale, urging them to their deaths. Brothers, keep going. Victory is in sight. He saw Zhang Han, surrounded by hundreds of people, still smiling and fighting completely unhindered. He thought to himself, our hero alliance has sent out 200 people, and some who died have revived and rejoined. How does this guy still have the energy to run around? Damn it, this guy is harder to deal with than a boss. 5 minutes later, the Hero Alliance members shouted again, "He's almost dead, finally almost dead, we're about to get his equipment." At this moment, the red health bar above Zhang Han's head had also dropped by more than half. Hearing these words, he sneered, "Still want me dead?" Immediately, the familiar golden light enveloped him again, and the health bar above his head returned to full. The system notification rang. Leveled up to level 12, Zhang Han sneered, his face now devoid of any expression, like a killing machine. Brothers, keep fighting. My items are almost used up. The guild leader here was truly scared, thinking, why are these players so incredulous? Seeing Zhang Han just won't die. How did this guy level up again? Why can players level up by killing other players? Zhang Han mocked them. Are you trying to say you want to be cowards, that society will see you lose to me? The guild leader thought in panic. Damn it, are the rewards for killing a bronze-tier boss really that generous? Everyone was in a dilemma. A person holding a long spear turned and asked, Brother Luanshi, what do we do now? The guild leader had no choice but to grit his teeth and retreat. Then they turned and bolted like stray dogs, fearing that another second of delay would cost them their lives. Zhang Han stood there, picked up a spear, waved his hand and pleaded, Don't you want your equipment? Then I'll take it. He never expected things to go so smoothly. This time he gained 2 levels, and killing these low-level players wouldn't give him much more experience. Zhang Han then checked his information panel. His sin value was still 0, so it seemed killing players from other factions didn't increase sin value at all. Suddenly, a red exclamation mark warning appeared next to his name, and he asked in confusion, This is an emergency warning. Your master is in dire straits, his life is in danger, please go support him as soon as possible. If your master dies, you will be penalized with a deduction of 50,000 Dark Faction reputation points. Zhang Han pouted. This old man, he just transferred me to the Dark Faction, and now he's almost dead. Zhang Han ran, shouting, I haven't even left the beginner village yet. If you die, how am I supposed to leave the beginner village? With that, he ran with all his might to the familiar canyon. Sure enough, he saw his mentor entangled in a fight with another man. This man held a sun-shaped scepter and threatened fiercely, Necromancer Daniel, surrender. Zhang Han's master was gradually losing strength at this point, retreating continuously towards the edge of a cliff. It turned out that the man confronting the necromancer was none other than the beginner village chief. He revealed a sinister smile, thinking, the necromancer has a high bounty in the Light faction. If I can kill him, I might have a chance to enter the Temple of Light for deeper research. He pointed his spear at the necromancer. To find your whereabouts I spent months. I finally found you here. The necromancer wiped blood from the corner of his mouth and sneered, You dying old man, it's not yet decided who will win or lose. Don't think I'm afraid of you just because you're 1 tier higher than me. Just as the two sides were in a standoff, Zhang Han rushed over and appeared before them. The village chief immediately recognized Zhang Han and asked in surprise, Is that you? Zhang Han also recognized him. Old man, what are you doing here? Zhang Han checked his information panel but only saw Blaze Mage and 3 question marks. He warned Zhang Han with cold eyes. Get out of here. Otherwise, he secretly thought, what is this old man's identity? Like Daniel, everything is question marks except for the title. Zhang Han no longer hid his presence, directly emitting a thick evil aura with black energy swirling. The old village chief roared in anger, Such a thick evil aura, kid, have you gone astray? Zhang Han pretended to be innocent, unaware of the dense black energy around him, and said with a grin, I'm a law-abiding good young man. The old man secretly calculated, this evil kid. I'll kill this necromancer first and bring this stubborn kid back to the Temple of Light, and I might get a reward from the temple emissary. Zhang Han asked his master if he could win. The necromancer gave a wry smile. If you hadn't come, I might have won. Now that you're here, it's certain defeat. Zhang Han's face darkened at this outcome, not knowing what to say. He was indeed the necromancer's master, still able to calmly consider a countermeasure in this situation. There's only one way now. I can cast a dark teleportation array to get us out. But you need to hold off this old man for at least 20 seconds. Zhang Han sneered, a bit helpless. Master, you're truly despicable, asking your disciple to help you escape. He raised his hand and said coldly. Hand it over, the necromancer asked in confusion. What? Zhang Han explained impatiently. The quest, of course. Without a quest and generous rewards, how can I help you deal with this? This time it was the necromancer's turn to get angry, his veins bulging. You little brat, calling me despicable. The system immediately popped up a quest panel. Necromancer Daniel wishes you to accept the quest. Stop the Blaze Mage. Difficulty A. Stop the Blaze Mage. Daniel needs 20 seconds to prepare a teleportation array. You need to help him stop Blaze Mage Brand. After success, he promises generous rewards. The quest rewards are still 3 question marks. Zhang Han accepted it, walking in front of the necromancer to shield him. Master is unreliable, it's up to me now. The old village chief, seeing Zhang Han willing to protect the necromancer, gritted his teeth in anger. He raised his spear and pointed it directly at Zhang Han. You little brat really don't take me seriously, daring to mess with me right in front of me. Zhang Han raised the forbidden spell scroll in warning. Don't move or I won't be polite. The old village chief raised his spear and a golden light shimmered. Kid, who gave you that thing in your hand? Do you think this forbidden spell scroll can deal with me? He said this, but inwardly he was filled with regret. Damn it, I shouldn't have given this kid the forbidden spell scroll. Zhang Han smiled triumphantly and directly tore the forbidden spell scroll. It was the old grandpa from the beginner village. He had high hopes for me and specifically bestowed it upon me, specifically for hunting demon gods like you. As the forbidden spell scroll was torn, a huge rift appeared in the sky and blazing flames poured out, pushing the old man several meters away. The old village chief resisted with all his might, gritting his teeth and shouting, You stubborn brat, I'll never forgive you. The necromancer had also completed the teleportation array. He shouted, Teleportation array activated. A teleportation gate opened and a green light flashed, enveloping him and Zhang Han. Moments later, both instantly vanished. At the same time, all players also received a notification. Attention, East District adventurer Cold River has betrayed the Light faction and joined the evil Dark faction, incurring the wrath of the Light faction. Killing him will grant rare items and the unique hidden profession. After Zhang Han and the necromancer passed through the teleportation array, they arrived in a vast grassland where blue skies and white clouds made everything peaceful and serene. On the grass, a rabbit leisurely munched on green blades. Suddenly, it noticed a strange green light appearing in the sky. The light grew stronger and stronger, scaring the rabbit into a panic. From the light emerged 2 figures, Zhang Han supporting the heavily wounded necromancer as they fled. Upon reaching their destination, he breathed a weak sigh of relief. We're saved, the system notified him. You have entered the windswept plains map. Zhang Han suddenly noticed a yellow bulletin board. Attention, East District adventurer Cold River has betrayed the Light faction and joined the Dark faction, causing great anger among the Light faction's high command. Killing him will grant rare items and the unique hidden profession. After reading the announcement, he fell silent. Zhang Han thought painfully. Rare items, unique hidden profession. With such generous rewards, it would be strange if players didn't target me. The system continued to pop up notifications. Because you have left the beginner village, you have violated your contract with Kylo and are now being hunted by Kylo and the beginner village residents. Because you helped necromancer Daniel against Blaze Mage Brand, the Hunt the Demon God quest failed, and you have been penalized. Light faction reputation deducted by 100,000 points, level reduced by 50, and 10,000 gold coins deducted from your inventory. Zhang Han screamed in horror. 10,000 gold coins deducted. Zhang Han painfully checked his inventory. All his accumulated gold coins were gone. The current information panel displayed Zhang Han level 1, HP 100, attack 2, defense 1, reputation none, luck none. Skill, true detection, can detect basic information of creatures or items no more than 5 levels higher than self. Zhang Han angrily grabbed the necromancer's collar. Mentor, I suffered heavy losses to save you. What reward should I get now? The necromancer remained calm. Don't worry, since you chose to save me, I naturally won't let you suffer, especially since you are my disciple. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Han felt an extremely powerful energy surge into his body, and notifications rang continuously. Congratulations on completing the quest Stop the Blaze Mage, gaining 100,000 experience points and obtaining the rare S-rank skill Evil Stomp. Congratulations on leveling up to level 5. Congratulations on leveling up to level 10. Congratulations on leveling up to level 14. He clenched his fists, feeling the power flowing through his body. Zhang Han smiled. And an S-rank rare skill Evil Stomp. Description. This method can only be learned by those with evil creatures within them. Once cast, it will inflict a double blow to the enemy's dignity and body. Therefore it is extremely well known on the Sky Eternal Continent. Effect infuses power into the legs. After casting, movement speed increases by 200. Attack speed increases by 100. Jump height significantly increases. Attacks are guaranteed to cause critical damage, creating a suppression effect. However, each attack reduces weapon durability. Cooldown 1 minute. Only for Dark faction warrior type professions. Zhang Han proudly stroked his chin. Although this skill doesn't do high damage, it's extremely insulting. If you've already written on your opponent's face, one word, satisfying, the necromancer slowly said. This skill was originally lost, but I coincidentally obtained it in a powerful individual's tomb. Unfortunately, I am a mage and lack physical strength, so I couldn't learn it and kept it by my side. Now it's perfect for you. I believe with this move you will gain more in the Dark faction. Zhang Han was a little worried, but this skill doesn't include weapon attacks, so the damage isn't high. The mage frowned. I already said Evil Stomp is a lost skill. There are many strong individuals in the Dark faction who might be very eager for you to teach them this skill. Zhang Han smiled ingratiatingly. All right, mentor, are there any other rewards? Seeing Zhang Han's greedy demands, he angrily turned away. What, is it not enough? Don't be too greedy. Do you think exchanging a one-time forbidden spell scroll for a lost S-rank sword skill is a bad deal? Zhang Han continued to chuckle dryly. Not a bad deal, I just hope to level up quickly. The necromancer walked ahead, admonishing as he went to level up. You need diligent practice. Equipment is merely external. Although Windswept Plains doesn't belong to the Light faction, it's also not governed by the Dark faction. I'll take you to the sacred land protected by the 10 great demon gods. The two walked one after another into a canyon. Zhang Han asked as he walked, Mentor, what do you mean by the protection of the 10 great demon gods? The mage walking ahead ordered. First, follow me to a safe place. I am very weak now and cannot grant you the demon gods' protection. An hour later, the two finally arrived at a desolate land. The ground covered in cracked fissures, and animal skeletons scattered along the roadside. The necromancer leaned against the wall, panting wearily. Realizing they had reached a safe place, the mage temporarily hid in a cave. After resting for a while, he took out a bottle of potion. My injuries are almost healed. I need 2 days to recover. Here's this potion for you. The monsters here aren't strong. It's a good opportunity for you to practice. Zhang Han happily reached out and took it. Okay, thank you, mentor. The potion information displayed: healing potion. Description: a rare potion so expensive that ordinary people cannot afford it. Effect: after consumption, restores 500 health points per second for approximately 10 seconds. Cooldown 30 seconds. After receiving the healing potion, the quest panel also appeared. Do you accept the grinding quest, difficulty C? He decisively answered. Accept. The quest information appeared. Grinding quest, difficulty C. Description: only through practice can strength be improved. Quest requirement: kill 500 demonic lizards, then report to Daniel. The quest reward is 3 question marks. After some searching, Zhang Han finally found the demonic lizards. Zhang Han observed from a distance. Demonic lizard, common monster, level 18, HP 20,000, attack 120 to 125, defense 90 to 100, skill, bite. Description: they were originally common lizard groups in the Gobi Desert. After being corrupted by demonic energy, their physique underwent drastic changes, and their temperament became extremely ferocious and dangerous. Looking at its info panel, Zhang Han thought, aside from the slightly lower HP, its attack and defense are 3 times higher than the level 12 demonic Wolf King, making it much stronger. But my strength has also increased significantly. As long as these lizards don't surround me, it won't be a problem. Zhang Han activated the S-rank skill, Evil Stomp. His entire body was enveloped in a ball of purple energy, and flames seemed to burn beneath his feet. He sprinted, his speed astonishing. At this moment, the lizard had not yet detected the danger. Its back was still leisurely resting on the ground. Zhang Han abruptly stomped on the lizard's back, reducing its HP by 1869 points. You have used Evil Stomp to deal 1869 damage to the demonic lizard, causing a suppression effect, putting it in a stiff state for 2 seconds. Zhang Han seized this opportunity to use the skill Frenzied Slaying. He continuously swung his sword at the lizard, causing its HP to drop. After the 2-second stiffness ended, the lizard immediately counterattacked. It furiously opened its sharp-toothed maw and bit down hard on Zhang Han's leg. But Zhang Han just smiled and said, the damage isn't low, but unfortunately, you met me. Zhang Han plunged his sword into its body. A single fatal blow, and the system immediately popped up a congratulatory message. Congratulations, you have slain a demonic lizard, gaining 500 experience points. Zhang Han, level 14, HP 7,350, attack 187 to 190, defense 89 to 92, dark faction reputation 1,000. Luck, none. The other lizards saw their companion killed and immediately swarmed forward surrounding Zhang Han. He fought while creating distance, needing to pull away to avoid being encircled. A few minutes later, when he killed the last lizard, lizard corpses lay scattered all over the ground. Just as he was about to continue searching for lizards, Long Tengwan Li sent a call invitation. Brother, you're quite famous lately. All the major forums are discussing the bounty on your head. Zhang Han bent down to inspect a few lizards, muttering, 1 gold, 2 copper. The gold coin drop rate is too low. Long Tengwan Li then said, Brother, are you selling your head? He froze and asked, selling my head? Zhang Han thought seriously. It roughly meant they would privately agree that if he were killed by the other party would collect the kill reward. But he had already joined the Dark faction, and being killed once meant he couldn't revive. After hesitating for a while, he finally said decisively, No, but Long Tengwan Li on the other end shouted, I can offer 20 million. Zhang Han started to calculate in his mind. 20 million, to be offered 20 million just after starting the game. Even if his account was destroyed, it would be enough to get rich and enter high society. If it weren't for the Dark Swordsman's extremely high star growth, he might have considered selling his head. 20 million was indeed a lot, but he wanted more. He clenched his fists. No, the penalty is very severe. It's not just a simple level drop. Long Tengwan Li replied, All right, mainly because your bounty is very high. If the quest isn't completed, I guess the entire server will want to kill you. Once you die, you'll lose everything. Zhang Han affirmed. Don't worry, a bounty of my value naturally has its reasons. Long Tang Wan Li. Alright then, wish you a happy game, he suddenly shouted. Wait, I have some equipment. Do you need it? I've already sent you a screenshot. Long Tang Wan Li, a total of 30,000 gold coins. Are you buying? Zhang Han replied. Yes, his avatar began to gray out. Long Tang Wan Li, where are you? I'll send someone to pick it up, Zhang Han. Just have someone go to the wasteland. I'll tell you the location, but you have to transfer the money first. Long Tang Wan Li. Alright, then his figure disappeared into the air. Zhang Han continued to draw his sword. Okay, let's continue the task of clearing out the demonic lizards. With that, he stomped on the ground, leapt up and charged forward. He cleanly sliced off the demonic lizard's head with one swing. A system notification popped up. Congratulations, you have reached level 15. Suddenly, his body underwent a strange change and waves of eerie purple energy poured into him. Ah, Zhang Han exclaimed in surprise. What's going on? Did I evolve again? System. You have reached level 15. The power of the Dark Swordsman has been activated. You have learned the skill, Power of Death. Power of Death passive A rank. Description. Dark Knights belong to the undead swordsman. They walk on the edge of life and death yet possess self-awareness and terrifying recovery abilities that even holy light cannot punish. Skill effect. When out of combat, recovers 0.5 HP per second. When in combat, the effect is reduced to 0.1. Zhang Han joyfully exclaimed, cool, another divine skill. Recovering 30 HP per minute means if I can't beat them, I can run. And in less than 4 minutes I'll be back to full health and ready to fight again. At this moment, Long Tang Wan Li contacted him again. 30,000 gold coins have been transferred to you, Zhang Han replied. Okay, I've hidden the equipment there. You can have someone pick it up. System prompt. In Eternal, when players choose to hide equipment, the system will prompt that it needs to be unowned white quality and will refresh after 24 hours. Bronze tier equipment takes 3 days and silver tier equipment takes 1 week. Long Tang Wan Li. Okay, same as before, if you get any equipment, prioritize as Dragon Clan. The price will definitely be fair. Zhang Han readily agreed, and he Kam Kiem Lao Vao Dam then Lan Ma Wa charged into the demonic lizard swarm with his sword. An hour later, the quest progress for defeating 500 demonic lizards was 93,500. A pair of shoes appeared on the ground. Zhang Han exclaimed, finally some equipment. This drop rate is something else. Item info. Bronze tier sand boots, defense 6 to 10, effect movement speed 2. Level requirement 16. Description. Indispensable boots in the desert with extremely strong friction and not easily damaged, highly favored by players on the Sky Eternal continent. Zhang Han happily exclaimed, the equipment stats are great, but I'm still 1 level short. I should level up first. His stomach suddenly growled and Zhang Han disappeared from the instance, complaining, I'm too engrossed in this game, I can't pull myself away. I wasn't this tired even preparing for the college entrance exam. Time to eat. In another place a voice spoke, my strategy was flawed last time. I truly didn't expect Zhang Han's strength to be so great. Even hundreds of people couldn't defeat him. His subordinate hurriedly bowed. Brother Du, it was my command error, Brother Du merely said coldly. It's not your fault, they were just a group of independent players. How could they all follow your command? Just continue doing your work. Go on. Then rest early, Brother Du. Brother Du frowned, lost in thought, then clenched his fist tightly, his face filled with hateful malice. Zhang Han, a rivalry has been forged. As long as you're still playing in Eternal, I will pursue you relentlessly, without end. In the demonic lizard instance. After eating, Zhang Han quickly returned, landing on the ground. He was suddenly attacked by something. Zhang Han hurriedly turned around, struck hard by the tail of a giant demonic lizard. Zhang Han was sent flying. HP -10, his health bar dropped a little. Zhang Han muttered, this little lizard is unreasonable. So this thing is the Demonic Lizard King. Demonic Lizard King, bronze tier boss, level 20, combat power 100,000, attack 180 to 180, defense 120. Skills, bite, tail sweep, deadly poison. Description, a mutated variant of the demonic lizard, possessing immense power, ferociously bloodthirsty, one of the lords of the barren lands, an enemy of adventurers. After reading the information, Zhang Han revealed a sly smile. Another bronze tier boss I can kill. Then he charged forward with his sword to attack the opponent. The demonic lizard king let out a roar. Zhang Han stomped hard on the ground, a force acting on the lizard making a thump sound, and it died. System, you used Evil Stomp to deal 1073 damage to the demonic lizard king, and caused a suppression effect, putting it in an immobile state. Lasting 0.35 seconds, Zhang Han exclaimed, so short? Then under the furious gaze of the demonic lizard king he stomped on its face, but his body continued to lose 50 HP twice. System, you have been corroded by the demonic lizard king's deadly poison, losing 50 HP per second for 10 seconds. Zhang Han immediately took out a potion and drank it. HP 500, 500, he muttered to himself while drinking. Looks like I can't be stingy with the potions Daniel gave me. Then he once again charged towards the demonic lizard king with his sword. He slashed it on the head. HP -575. As he attacked, the demonic lizard king roared in fury. Its eyes suddenly widened, looking to the side, and it swept its massive tail towards Zhang Han. Zhang Han exclaimed, it has this move too. Then he leaned back, dodging the sweeping tail. The next second he sliced off its tail with one swing. He revealed a cunning smile. You have to pay the price for hitting me. Then he leaped onto the lizard, using it as leverage, and a few minutes later, a surge of power emerged. Zhang Han struck a pose to slash the demonic lizard king's head. Its HP had already dropped to rock bottom. System, congratulations, you have successfully slain the bronze tier boss demonic lizard king. Countless glittering gold coins rained down from the sky. Zhang Han exclaimed, so much money dropped at once, what kind of equipment will drop? 2 items appeared before Zhang Han. Bronze tier golden armor, defense 22 to 25, effect defense 8, level requirement 20, description hard armor. Suitable for hiding in the desert and ambushing opponents. And a bronze tier magic staff, attack 25 to 30, effect, attack power 10, magic lifesteal 5 points, level requirement 20, description, a rare staff, a treasure for novice mages just starting out. Zhang Han commented, the armor stats are excellent but it requires level 20 to equip. It's a bit early now. As for the magic staff, its attack power is high and it has lifesteal. Too bad I'm not a mage with equipment, isn't it? Just then, Long Teng Wan Li sent a message. He asked, brother, the level requirement for this equipment is too high. No one in our guild can use it, Zhang Han replied. It'll be useful eventually, and this staff's stats are definitely top tier. Just name your price. You know how insane the drop rate is in this game. Long Teng Wan Li. I can only offer 50,000 gold coins. After all, it's early game equipment. Even if it's top tier, it will soon become outdated and be phased out, Zhang Han. Okay, same as before, transfer the money first and pick it up in the wasteland in just a few days. 100,000 gold coins were already in hand. He believed Eternal's potential was immense and would bring him more income in the future. A very satisfied expression appeared on his face. Now he was just a little short of completing the task his master gave him. He decided to take care of the remaining lizards. With that, Zhang Han once again swung his sword, slicing the demonic lizards into several pieces. These monsters had no chance to resist whatsoever. A moment later, Zhang Han's body shimmered. Congratulations, you have reached level 16, he happily exclaimed. Level 16, I can wear the sand boots now. Hee hee, my equipment set is almost complete. Let's continue. The scene switched to the outside world. Zhang Han took off his helmet, sighing with exhaustion. I'm so hungry, I'll order some takeout. But as soon as he checked his phone, he exclaimed in surprise. Then he revealed a playful smile. Alright, you messed with me again. Fine, same old place. Explain yourself. Wang Kai was my college buddy. We first met playing games and our relationship has been very close since graduation. Outside, the sun was still bright. Zhang Han walked through the crowd in thought, seeing someone wave to him from a distance. As soon as he approached, Wang Kai enthusiastically stood up and put his arm around his shoulder. Han Di, long time no see, how's it going? I was just about to introduce you to a job, Zhang Han asked with a puzzled expression. A job? What kind of job? Wang Kai shouted. Professional gamer. Soon after, the two began to eat. Wang Kai began, with your skills it would be a waste not to be a professional gamer. I'm currently working at a studio, and they're about to make a big splash in Eternal. I can introduce you and we can work together. Zhang Han ate calmly, refusing. I'm not going. Wang Kai asked, are you afraid I'll trick you? I wouldn't trick a brother, I promise. The pay there is very good. 8,000 a month for official employees, plus social insurance and housing. All meals provided. Zhang Han showed a hesitant expression and said, this. Wang Kai continued to persuade. And with your skill level, earning over 10,000 a month later on is normal. Zhang Han then smiled and said, what I mean is I want to go solo this time. Wang Kai exclaimed in surprise. Go solo? The next second he enthusiastically praised. Alright, so you've already started playing. Zhang Han explained. Eternal, this virtual reality game is highly realistic, known as the second world. Its charm is too great, how could I not be tempted, Wang Kai? What's your in-game name? I'll add you as a friend when I get back. Zhang Han gave a dry laugh, refusing. That's a secret for now. Cold sweat streamed down his back from nervousness, thinking the entire server is hunting me down right now. To avoid trouble, it's best not to reveal my identity for a while. Wang Kai frowned upon hearing this, mysteriously saying, you're not that wanted player in the game, are you? Then as if suddenly remembering something, he blurted out. Oh right, let me tell you a secret. I heard that after players in Eternal reach a certain level of strength, they'll enter a secret realm. Zhang Han's eyes widened and he asked in surprise. A secret realm? Wang Kai continued. I'm not sure when the secret realm opens. Maybe when you reach a certain level you'll automatically enter. It seems to be related to adventure or talents. It looks like Eternal's developers don't like simply giving characters talents through lucky draws, but rather through trials to determine the strength of their talents. Zhang Han asked suspiciously, how do you know all this? Wang Kai replied, oh, didn't I tell you? I joined a studio and that studio has a lot of connections. They want to make a big splash in the game. After eating, he stood up and said, alright, don't ask so many questions. Let's wrap up our chat here, I have to go back to work. Zhang Han responded. Okay. The scene switched to a rocky mountain area where Daniel was meditating and cultivating. When Zhang Han walked over, Daniel said in surprise, I didn't expect you to complete the mission so quickly. Zhang Han's mouth twitched, thinking, quick, I've been grinding monsters until I'm almost sick. He then replied, Master, please bestow my reward. Daniel stood up and said, don't worry, I won't shortchange my disciple. Immediately, a system notification popped up. Congratulations on completing the quest, gaining 25,000 experience points and obtaining the rare item, Silver Tier Inscribed Ring. Congratulations on reaching level 17, your body is bursting with power. Zhang Han smiled happily, having obtained another item, and a Silver Tier 1 at that. The Silver Tier Inscribed Ring. Effect. Backpack capacity increased by 20 slots. Description. In the Sky Eternal continent, anyone with a bit of strength wears a storage ring. It's convenient and quick for storing items and equipment. Good stuff, Zhang Han then asked. Master, do you know anything about adventure or talents? Daniel was surprised to hear this and said, "Talents? Come to think of it, you adventurers have only been in the Sky Eternal Continent for a few days and haven't even acquired talents yet. It's normal for you to ask this question." "Zhang Han, can you be more specific?" Daniel explained earnestly. "When your strength reaches a level comparable to the local residents, you will enter a special secret realm. In the secret realm, you will face a special trial. After passing the trial, you will have approximately 60 minutes to choose the talent you desire. Talents are like different light orbs, each with a distinct color. Once you've chosen the talent you're satisfied with, you can choose to leave." Zhang Han was very shocked. "I have 60 minutes to choose?" Daniel laughed. "Don't think that's a lot of time. Actually, most talents are very ordinary. Within 60 minutes you'll most likely encounter D rank or C rank talents. For example, my talent is C rank called Frenzied Alchemy, which gives a chance for double rewards when crafting potions." Then he frowned. "I heard the Sword God of the Light faction. His talent is Sword Heart, which increases final damage by 80 when using sword-type weapons." "Truly enviable," Zhang Han pressed on. "What rank is Sword Heart?" Daniel said seriously. "S rank. No, it's Sulfur Monosulfide rank, the top-tier talent in the entire Sky Eternal Continent." Zhang Han asked, "Is there an SSS rank above Sulfur Monosulfide rank?" Daniel. "No, throughout the Sky Eternal Continent, people with Sulfur Monosulfide rank talents are already extremely rare. That's the best talent, including skill quality from low to high. They are DBASSS in order." He then reassured Zhang Han, "Kid, don't overthink it. Your S-rank Evil Stomp skill is enough to make you a major menace." Zhang Han felt a bit speechless hearing this. Was this a backhanded compliment? He then asked, "Master, what exactly counts as being comparable in strength to local residences?" Daniel replied, "Being comparable in strength to local residents is roughly silver tier, but it also mainly depends on the growth of your strength. Some people can enter the talent secret realm at level 20, while others need to be level 30 or higher. You'll know the rest when your strength reaches that level. Now I shall bestow upon you the Demon God's protection." With that, Daniel began to unleash his power, which greatly surprised Zhang Han. Zhang Han secretly thought, "Great, I finally have the Demon God's protection. Let's see what special effects it has, and if I can get the Adventurer's Revival privilege." After Daniel unleashed his power, he pointed a skull at Zhang Han and chanted, "Great Demon God, please protect my subject." Necromancer Daniel with the highest honor offers Cold River to the Dark faction as a token of loyalty. Just like that, the power enveloped Zhang Han. His body began to mutate, his eyes turned pitch black and his pupils glowed. White cracks appeared on his dark body, emanating waves of dark energy. System notification: "Congratulations, you have received the Demon God's protection and gained the right to acquire a title." After the power dissipated, Zhang Han said in confusion, "Wait," a system prompt says, "Adventurer betrayed the Light faction, gaining the title Fallen One." He read and repeated, "Fallen One?" System prompt: "Fallen One title, final HP increased by 100. Fallen One, Cold River. Bronze tier boss, level 17, combat power 17,850, HP 85,529, attack 207 to 209, defense 100A to 114, reputation 1000, luck none." Description: a betrayer of the Light faction, an extremely evil killer. Brave adventurers, kill him and his death will bring you incredible benefits. Zhang Han excitedly grinned, "Too cool, I finally become a boss, and with this title it means my HP will double from now on. I finally understand why bosses have such abundant HP." Explanation: players trade infinite rebirths and level deductions for the right to continue leveling up and growing stronger, while the difficulty of defeating Dark faction bosses will inevitably increase, thus achieving balance. Although for local residents, Dark faction bosses may very likely perish, he is different. He is an adventurer who has joined the Dark faction, possessing an adventurer's rapid growth ability, but simultaneously having the extremely high kill difficulty of a boss, essentially combining both. Daniel stood opposite, smiling and asking, "Cold River, my dear disciple, what's wrong? Are you stunned by the effects of the Demon God's protection?" Zhang Han was still in his excitement, his mouth still agape. "Indeed, it's a great deal." "Mentor, where should we go next? Can't we go outside?" Daniel said seriously. "Now that my injuries are healed, I naturally have nothing to fear. Just follow me. Actually, my identity as a mentor is not as simple as you imagine." His tone was very confident. Zhang Han's face darkened, and he just silently thinking, isn't he overdoing it with the self-praise? Then the two quickly delved deeper. System notification: you have entered the map Undercity. Undercity, a Tier 1 city. Description: this was originally the territory of the Light faction, known as Skylight City. Under the leadership of the 10 great demon gods, it has been incorporated into the Dark faction's territory. But as a Tier 1 city close to the Light faction's forces, it is constantly embroiled in warfare, and the Light faction's desire to reclaim Skylight City has never changed. Daniel led Zhang Han to a giant city gate, and immediately a loud shout rang out. "The city lord is back, quickly open the city gates to welcome him." The two waited a moment. Then Zhang Han asked in surprise, "Mentor, are you the city lord of Undercity?" Daniel calmly replied, "I've only been in office for less than half a year, so few people know. It's precisely because of this city lord position that my strength improved and I had the chance to break through to spirit tier." Zhang Han was inwardly shocked. Leveling up by relying on a city, he was a gold tier boss at the time. How did he conquer a Tier 1 main city? Regarding city tiers, according to some official information, there should be a total of 5 tiers from smallest to largest. Tier 4 village, Tier 3 town, Tier 2 branch city, Tier 1 main city and the most basic super main city. Among them there is only one global super main city per region followed by Tier 1 main cities. The strength required to conquer a Tier 1 city should be at least Spirit tier or higher. A moment later the bone soldiers came out to welcome Daniel. Lord, you've been away for months, finally you've returned. Just then a powerful aura appeared making Zhang Han turn his head. The Vice City Lord had arrived. This was the undead Knight Conte, a gold tier boss, level unknown, HP unknown, attack unknown, defense unknown, skills unknown. The undead Knight Conte knelt before Daniel respectfully saluting, greetings City Lord. Seeing this scene, Zhang Han was once again surprised, thinking, although he's a gold tier mentor and a gold tier boss, but the light faction is currently gaining the upper hand. With the NPC's strength, the light faction might conquer this place and make it an 11th tier main city. Daniel quickly helped the other up. No need to be so formal. You've worked hard during my absence. Then he happily introduced Zhang Han, who stood behind him. By the way, let me introduce you. This is my new disciple, Cold River. Zhang Han greeted. Hello, Conte said. I can feel an extremely terrifying evil aura within you. Your future potential is limitless. The undead Knight Conte proudly declared. Of course, in the history of the Sky Eternal continent there has never been a weak Dark Swordsman. A moment later the undead Knight Conte led the two to a certain spot. Lord, your subordinate can only escort you this far. Do you have any further instructions? Your subordinate will be at your beck and call, Daniel. Alright, you may go. Zhang Han turned his head and asked in confusion, Mentor, this city is so close to the light faction's forces, aren't you worried? Daniel smiled confidently. No worries, I am a necromancer, death is not frightening to me. To become city lord I have no regrets even in death. Zhang Han thought, speechless. You might not be afraid of death, but I haven't lived enough yet. Daniel saw his expression and spoke again. I know what you're thinking. To be honest, necromancers don't truly belong to the dark faction. So the dark faction's high command also harbors some apprehension towards them. They don't want the terror of an undead plague to repeat itself, Zhang Han silently mused. This sounds like the game's world-building lore. Oh right, I'm a tribal warrior good at defense, Daniel continued. In the Sky Eternal continent, all living creatures fear and intensely detest death, so I will eventually die. But in this city I have already obtained what I desired next as long as I achieve my goal. Death holds no fear for me. Of course, since I am your mentor, I naturally won't drag you into hell, although my identity as City Lord is a terrible thing for you. Before everything happens, I as City Lord can still bring you immense benefits, Zhang Han eagerly blurted out. Like what? Daniel then placed his hand on his shoulder. The two great factions of light and darkness are sharpening their weapons. A grand war is about to erupt, but at this moment they have yet to bare their fangs. The calm before the storm still exists. Before disaster strikes, I, your master, will temper you. And my status as City Lord can acquire a large amount of resources to help you grow. Zhang Han inwardly sighed. I can't believe I found such a good teacher guiding me so sincerely. Is this a real person or an NPC? Daniel continued. While I cannot give you items and equipment unconditionally, I have other ways to help you. Recently, demonic rats corrupted by dark energy have been frequently appearing around Undercity. They constantly attack patrolling bone soldiers, and their numbers are growing. Go help deal with those rats. System notification. Do you accept the quest? Deal with the rats? Difficulty D rank. Zhang Han asked in surprise. Creatures corrupted by demonic energy. Don't they belong to the dark faction? Daniel explained. Most beasts corrupted by demonic energy lose consciousness, except for those with close ties that can coexist peacefully. When they encounter other creatures belonging to no faction, they will attack until death. Some things with your current strength you wouldn't understand. The most important thing is to grow quickly. You must know that Dark Swordsmen are infamous in the light faction. Once you fall into the eyes of a powerful individual, you will lose the chance to grow. The system popped up the quest, exterminate rats. Difficulty B description. Eliminate the rat swarm attacking bone soldier patrols. If the source can be found and completely eradicated, that's best. Quest requirement, kill 500 demonized rats. Zhang Han observed his surroundings while muttering, where do I find the source of these demonized rats? He spoke to a passing bone soldier. Hey buddy, where are the most demonized rats? The bone soldier with a cold face shrilly retorted. She's clearly a girl, why are you calling her buddy? Zhang Han was speechless, thinking, you're all bones, how am I supposed to tell the difference? He then corrected himself. Miss, where are the most demonized rats? The bone soldier girl, addressed so gently, immediately blushed and blurted out everything. South of Undercity, the demonized rats are all concentrated there, and Zhang Han looked puzzled. And what? The bone soldier girl bowed slightly and replied, and they like to burrow into my body. It's really annoying. I always feel guilty towards my boyfriend. This left Zhang Han utterly speechless. A moment later, he walked alone in the direction the bone soldier girl had indicated. Soon he encountered a group of demonized rats. Before him was a massive dense swarm of rats, a sight that made his scalp crawl. They all turned their gaze towards Zhang Han. He exclaimed in surprise, so many? His information panel then appeared. Fallen 1 Cold River Bronze Tier Boss Level 17 Combat Power 17,850 Attack 209 Defense 108 to 114 Reputation 1000. There's no description luckily. The Fallen 1 has betrayed the Light Faction and is an extremely evil killer. Brave adventurers, attack him. His death will bring you astonishing benefits. This is followed by the info for the Demonic Wild Rat. Common Monster Level 22 HP 35,000 Attack 150 to 160 Defense 70 to 10. Skill. "No," Zhang Han exclaimed, "this group of rats has high damage. Once their aggro is pulled, at least 100 demonic wild rats will attack simultaneously." Suddenly the group of demonic wild rats turned and fled, he cried out in surprise. "I haven't even run yet, where are you all going?" the system prompted. The demonic wild rats instinctively detected the evil aura hidden within you. Zhang Han's mouth twitched upon hearing this. It was truly unbelievable that the evil aura title was actually useful. He then chased after them, shouting, "Don't run!" He stomped hard on the ground using evil stomp, then leaped into the rat swarm, scattering them. He laughed excitedly. "Since you chose to run, you pose no threat to me." With frenzied slaying, he swung his sharp sword. An hour later, Zhang Han still wore an expression of mad slaughter, his experience points constantly increasing. 2 hours later, Zhang Han stopped because an item had appeared on the ground. It was a bronze-tier black iron bracelet. Defense 10 to 12 effect. Defense 3 level requirement 20. Description: high-grade equipment found in Tier 3 town blacksmith shops, not affordable for ordinary adventurers. He felt regret again. Good item, but unfortunately, like the yellow rock armor, it requires level 20 to equip. He decided to put it away for now. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. Congratulations to player Meiwei Jinyu of the Divine Region for obtaining a B-rank agility talent, becoming the first adventurer to acquire a talent, receiving an additional talent quality 1 reputation 10,000 points and free attribute points 10. Zhang Han couldn't help but sigh. Someone acquired a talent so quickly as expected. There are many skilled players. System notification: adventurers, please note, you have gone on a killing spree, angering the demonic wild rat king, a silver tier boss. Just then the space began to tremble, and Zhang Han exclaimed, "Demonic wild rat king." The ground's rocks shattered with great force. Demonic wild rat king, silver tier boss, level unknown, HP 150,000, attack 220 to 230, defense 140 to 155, skill description. The wild rat king came into contact with the source of demonic energy, gaining astonishing power. Its strength far surpasses that of regular demonic wild rats, but it usually hides, making it hard to find. A huge demonic wild rat as big as an elephant with blood-red eyes charged forward. Zhang Han's eyes widened as he looked at the creature. Its defense is decent, but its attack is utterly chaotic. I don't see any level or skills, perhaps far beyond my level. However, the silver tier boss first kill reward cannot be snatched by others. He gripped his sword tightly. The demonic wild rat bared its teeth, squeaked furiously, and then lunged at Zhang Han. It charged with its massive maw open, and Zhang Han immediately used evil stomp, inflicting a 0.25 second suppression effect on the demonic wild rat king. The demonic wild rat king looked somewhat confused, but it quickly opened its mouth and bit Zhang Han's thigh. Health points lost, 5,320. He calmly took out a potion and drank it. HP 500. His health quickly recovered. 17850-12530. He laughed. The damage is really high. Fortunately, I have the title bonus, otherwise I wouldn't have made it back. Zhang Han then swung his sword, and with that strike, the demonic wild rat took 1105 damage. An hour later, its health was decreasing very slowly. He finally managed to reduce the demonic wild rat king's HP to half. 1 phone HP. Zhang Han retreated, marveling inwardly. Usually when a boss's HP is halved, it will definitely unleash skills. I must stay alert. The demonic wild rat king roared furiously, squeaking. Zhang Han momentarily looked around in confusion, and from those fissures swarms of rats were now crawling out. They were densely packed, a truly creepy sight. But when they saw Zhang Han, those rats were scared into a cold sweat. They suddenly turned around and fled back into the fissures. Zhang Han and the demonic wild rat king stared with wide eyes at this scene. A second later, it also jumped down with the smaller rats, looking pitiful. System notification: the evil aura and formidable strength emanating from you terrified the demonic wild rat king, causing it to flee. Zhang Han chased after it in a panic, shouting, "Run! How dare you run!" He chased after it and grabbed the demonic wild rat king's tail. "Done playing and now you want to run? Get out here." The rat took 1280 to 1360 damage. Zhang Han still held its tail. "How can I let you escape after killing you?" Just like that, he was dragged into an underground cave. The demonic wild rat king still had nearly 50,000 health points left. Zhang Han followed it to the ground. The rat seemed to gain strength in the cave, its HP continuously rising. HP 2,500, HP 2,500. Zhang Han cried out in surprise. "I can feel immense power here. This might be the source." A massive spirit stone appeared, exuding an incredibly powerful purple aura. This was the violet lightning crystal. Zhang Han was immediately enveloped by that power. System notification: you have been illuminated by the violet lightning crystal. The evil power within you is temporarily activated. All attributes increased by 1,000 for 1 minute. Zhang Han's eyes widened and he cried out in shock. All attributes increased by 1,000. His information quickly updated. Fallen 1. Old River, bronze tier boss, level 17, combat power 178,500, attack 2070 to 2090, defense phone, reputation 1,000. No description, luckily. The Fallen One has betrayed the Light faction and is an extremely evil killer. Brave adventurers, kill him. His death will bring you astonishing benefits. The demonic wild rat king gnashed its teeth and let out a squeal, then it began to exude killing intent, attempting to attack Zhang Han. Zhang Han, however, excitedly charged towards it with his new power, swinging his sword. Die! With one slash, the demonic wild rat's HP continuously dropped. HP minus 16,999, minus 178,881, minus 20,000, minus 23,988. System notification. Congratulations, you have successfully slain the silver tier boss demonic wild rat king, gained 180,000 experience points. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 19. Zhang Han unleashed a power even greater than before. System notification. Congratulations, you have successfully slain the silver tier boss demonic wild rat king, becoming the first player to kill a silver tier boss. You gain an additional 1,000 reputation points, 20 free attribute points, and the rare item Blessing of Power. Zhang Han's eyes widened and he said in surprise, Blessing of Power. A scroll appeared. S-rank Blessing of Power. Effect. Unconditionally upgrades B rank and below skills by 1 level. Description. Blessings of Power are natural phenomena. They contain power that only specific individuals can use. Priceless treasures. Extremely precious. Some lucky ones are favored by fate. Zhang Han shouted excitedly, so cool it can even upgrade a low-level skill. System notification. Do you wish to announce your glorious achievement to all adventurers in the Sky Eternal Continent? Note, after announcing to the entire server, you will gain 10,000 reputation points. He grinned excitedly. With his current fame, he was arguably the hottest player in the game. There was nothing to hide. System notification. Congratulations to East District player Cold River for being the first player to slay a silver tier boss. This is hereby announced. Players in other areas heard this news and immediately cried out in shock. What? Silver tier? Isn't silver tier a level 30 boss? How did he do it? I'm only level 5. What kind of god is this guy? Someone roared in anger. Cold River, it's him again. Meanwhile, Zhang Han eagerly approached the huge rat corpse, wanting to see what equipment the Rat King dropped. System notification. Adventurer Cold River. Your talent trial will begin in 3 minutes. This news startled him, then excited him. Talent trial? Why is it starting suddenly? And I have 3 minutes to prepare. He smiled expectantly. Acquiring a talent requires a lot of luck, but the talent trial is the only way to improve talent quality. As Daniel said, no items or equipment can be used in the trial, but skills can. He grabbed the scroll. To get the best talent opportunity, he decided to use the Blessing of Power first, then tear the scroll. Along with a release of power, they converged and then shot directly into Zhang Han's glabella. System notification. You have used the S-rank item Blessing of Power. Please select the skill to upgrade. Note: limited to B rank or lower skills. Zhang Han blurted out Dark Swordsmanship. System notification. Due to the effect of Blessing of Power, your B rank skill Dark Swordsmanship has been upgraded to A rank. Art of Slaughter. Dark Swordsmanship passive B rank. Description: exclusive skill of the Dark Swordsman with immense growth potential. This is just the beginning. Effect: attack 50, additional effect, attack speed 20, restriction 100, effect when equipped with sword type weapons, only 50, effect with other weapons. Art of Slaughter passive A rank. Description: exclusive skill of the Dark Swordsman, powerful beyond compare. Once unleashed, it caused a bloodbath across the Sky Eternal Continent. It is the strongest skill, only achievable through countless acts of slaughter. Effect: base attack 200, attack 20, additional effect, attack speed 50. He said with great satisfaction, this skill is truly too powerful. Dark Swordsmanship's passive added 50 points. Now its Art of Slaughter. Attack power increased 4-fold with an additional 100 attack bonus, and the movement restrictions on weapon equipment have been removed. The effect is unconditional, and the maximum attack target is only over 200 points, so the passive's benefits have doubled. Suddenly, the violet lightning crystal emitted a brilliant light, then exploded, revealing another core. An Amon is rank Violet Lightning Stone. Description: activates a mysterious stone for a short period, stimulating human potential. If your potential is great enough, your power will naturally increase, but if your potential is insufficient, the increase will be limited. Effect: enhances strength based on potential, duration 1 minute, uses 2-3. Note: potential factor has a significant impact. The system will evaluate based on comprehensive data, star growth, profession, skills, etc. System notification. You have obtained the A-rank item Violet Lightning Stone. Zhang Han stared at the stone in his hand. The uses had changed to 2-3, proving it had been used once. Thinking back, the previous level up also increased the number of uses. If it could increase attributes by 10 times, it would be great to take the Violet Lightning Stone into the talent trial. Zhang Han posed, ready. System notification. You have 10 seconds until you enter the talent trial. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. After the countdown, he vanished from his spot. A moment later, he was transported to another space in a dark forest. System notification. Trial begins. Please kill the enemy within 10 minutes. If successful, the talent acquisition range will be upgraded to C rank. D rank. If failed, it will be D rank. Countdown 9 minutes 59 seconds. Zhang Han hurriedly looked back and saw a small rabbit leisurely chewing grass, looking at him arrogantly. He cried out in disbelief. Enemy, it's still calmly chewing grass. Wild rabbit. Common monster, level 1, HP 100, attack 2-3, defense 1, skill, none. Description: wild rabbits usually appear in talent trials. Let's see what its fate will be. Zhang Han looked at his opponent, thinking these stats are even worse than a slime. What's with the difficulty of this talent trial? Who is it looking down on? Although it's level 1, the free attribute points from system rewards can also be brought in. Unallocated free attribute points, 20. Zhang Han pointed at the rabbit and said, just increase attack power like this and skills are also enhanced. He then kicked the rabbit to pieces. System notification, congratulations, you have met the conditions. The talent acquisition range has been upgraded to C rank, D rank. System notification, please kill the enemy within 10 minutes. If successful, the talent acquisition range will be upgraded to B rank, D rank. If failed, it will be C rank, D rank. A wobbly skeleton appeared, emitting a few creepy cackles. Caw caw. System notification, your level has reached level 10. Zhang Han sighed. Clearly, in the trial, both sides must at least be equally matched. Then both sides entered a standoff. Zhang Han's eyes glinted as he threw a punch and the skeleton immediately shattered into multiple pieces. Zhang Han excitedly cracked his knuckles. I want to see what other bonuses the Dark Swordsman's growth has. Art of Slaughter, what level of talent can I ultimately obtain? Just then, a different aura appeared in the space. This was a demonic gray wolf, a common monster, level 20, combat power 30,000, attack 130 to 140, defense 80, skill, bite. Description, one of the phantoms in the talent trial. Attacking it proves you are a qualified adventurer. The demonic gray wolf let out a roar, then charged at Zhang Han to attack. He took a deep breath, then excitedly swung his fists. This wolf wasn't even a boss, there was nothing to worry about at all. System notification, your trial level has been raised to 20. The demonic gray wolf rushed over, swinging its sharp claws. Zhang Han stepped back, adopting a defensive posture, then punched the opponent in the abdomen. The wolf howled in agony, whimpering a few times. System notification, congratulations, you have met the conditions. Talent range upgraded to AD rank. Zhang Han felt it was simple and commented that it didn't seem difficult at all. A fully armored person now appeared before him, standing with shining eyes. Then both sides charged forward to attack simultaneously. Fists continuously flew and Zhang Han's fist struck the armored person's face. System notification immediately appeared. Congratulations, you have met the conditions. Talent range upgraded to SD rank. Zhang Han asked, is the next stage talent upgrade? System notification, please attack the enemy within 10 minutes. If successfully killed, the talent range will be upgraded to S rank. If failed, it will remain SD rank. Soon a white tiger appeared. Violet Wing Tiger Cub, Dark Gold Tier Boss, Level 1, Combat Power 50,000, Attack 360 to 380, Defense 150 to 150, Skills, Thunder Wings, Majestic Roar of Punishment, Lightning. Description, a powerful tiger on the peak of Thundercloud Mountain. Thunder Wings was born from high altitudes but has not yet displayed its true power, not something adventurers can challenge. The phantom has shaped it, it will be your nightmare. Zhang Han's eyes sparkled. The current challenge was merely to increase the upper limit of talent, while the next challenge was to increase the lower limit of talent. In other words, even if you passed the previous battle, the talent you obtained might only be D rank. Whether it could reach S rank still depended on luck. System notification, please note your level has been temporarily raised to 40. He looked down at his body having risen to level 40, and his attack power reached 576 points. Then he stomped hard, using the force to send a powerful punch directly at the Violet Wing Tiger Cub's head. It roared in pain. It flapped its wings, trying to fly. Zhang Han, sensing its intention, stomped on the Violet Wing Tiger Cub's head, simultaneously shouting, "Get down here." Then he threw countless punches. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck Zhang Han. Zhang Han's body stiffened, HP minus 6,757. System notification, lost 6,757 HP in the Violet Wing Tiger Cub's Thunder Punishment attack. Zhang Han angrily threw a powerful punch at its head. Die. System notification, congratulations, you have met the conditions. Talent range upgraded to SE rank. System notification, congratulations, you have successfully defeated the Violet Wing Tiger Cub, gaining 5 free attribute points. He cheered happily. There was an unexpected bonus. All attribute points were added to attack power, and suddenly a strange power appeared before him. Was an aquatic Qilin Immortal Tier Boss. Zhang Han's eyes widened. Immortal Tier Boss, this trial difficulty is too high. System notification, please note your level has been temporarily raised to 50 and will revert to normal after the talent trial. His information appeared. Fallen 1 Cold River Bronze Tier Boss, level 50, combat power 25,000, attack 600, defense 250, reputation 12,000, luck none. Description, a betrayer of the Light Faction, an extremely evil killer. Brave adventurers, kill him. His death will bring you astonishing benefits. Zhang Han cheered. 600 attack power. My Art of Slaughter is still greatly improving, and Art of Slaughter also has an additional percentage attack bonus. It definitely won't be eliminated. System notification, please attack the enemy within 1 minute. If successfully killed, the talent range will be upgraded to SAW rank. If failed, it will be Sulfur Monoboride rank. Aquatic Qilin Immortal Tier Boss, level 1. Combat power 100,000, attack 680, defense 350, skills, Water Jet, Arctic Surge, Divine Fortune, Ocean Forbidden Zone. Description, it exists in the vast ocean. It is an extremely rare creature. Ordinary people will never see it in their lives. It is an auspicious branch. Born with the ability to perfectly control water elements. Even as a cub, it has reached the Overlord level, achieving a state of mastery, with a chance to step into the divine realm and become a top expert on the Sky Eternal continent. It has become a stage in the talent trial, but it is also actually affected. Zhang Han's face was filled with disbelief. This was much higher than the previous Dark Gold tier. This stage at least spanned the Spirit tier, Earth tier, and Heaven tier. Although his level had been raised to 50 facing an Immortal tier boss, its attributes were still at a disadvantage, not to mention its skills. Completely overwhelmed, and the last skill even had the word forbidden in it. What did that mean? Did the aquatic Qilin learn forbidden spells at level 1? Just then the aquatic Qilin opened its mouth and spat out something. It shot out at an extremely fast speed, quickly hitting Zhang Han's chest. He also had to exert all his strength to dodge that attack, but some ice still got on his body. System notification. Aquatic Qilin used the skill Arctic Surge, reducing enemy speed by 50 and attack speed by 50 within a 30-meter radius lasting 10 seconds. Zhang Han gritted his teeth, worried. 10 seconds the aquatic Qilin continued to move. Water streams began to appear in the air. The aquatic Qilin pounced, pinning Zhang Han to the ground. HP minus 455, he muttered to himself in astonishment. Just a simple normal attack and the damage is so high it opened its mouth again, spitting out a shining pearl. Zhang Han gritted his teeth and endured the pain of this attack. What to do if controlled? Am I going to lose? What should I do? Indeed, I'm doing very well in the talent trial right now. If lucky, the talent selection range reaching Sulfur Monoboride rank could still achieve S rank, but I'm not content to stop here. Suddenly he spat out a large mouthful of saliva, spraying it directly into the aquatic Qilin's mouth. Then he jumped back a distance, creating space. The aquatic Qilin's face showed disgust and it spat out the object. Ha peef, Zhang Han grinned excitedly. Don't think you're the only one who can spit water. We humans can too, born with perfect control over water elements. System notification. Please note the aquatic Qilin's aggro towards you has increased by 1000. The aquatic Qilin then angrily began to use its ultimate move. System notification. Due to your provocation, the aquatic Qilin is about to use the skill Ocean Forbidden Zone. A sheet of water appeared on the ground. Zhang Han's eyes widened, shocked. Such a powerful skill, I'm about to be killed. Suddenly his body underwent a change. System, congratulations, you have reached level 50 and activated the potential of the Dark Swordsman in combat, comprehending the skill Dark Reincarnation, S rank. A powerful force erupted from his body. Zhang Han gritted his teeth, controlling the energy within him. The evil power within him ultimately could not bear it and was about to burst. He had to exert all his strength. Dark Reincarnation, S rank. Description. Dark Swordsmen walk on the edge of life and death, fearless of death yet yearning for victory. They possess a special ability to wring every ounce of power from their body and mind to defeat opponents. Effect. All attributes increased by 50 for 5 minutes. Side effect. Level reduced by 10 after use. Cooldown 7 days. Zhang Han again grinned excitedly. Powerful. Dark Reincarnation can be said to be a skill that deals 1000 damage to the enemy and 800 damage to oneself. The cost is reducing 10 levels in exchange for a 50 increase in all attributes for 5 minutes. They still need to carefully weigh whether it's worth it, but this skill is a divine skill for me. After all, levels can be raised again. As someone from the Dark faction, I only have one life. Dying once is almost equivalent to destroying my account. Fallen 1, Cold River, Bronze tier boss, level 50, HP 25,000, increased by 57,500, attack 600, increased by 900, defense 250, increased by 375, reputation 12,000, luck none. Description. A betrayer of the Light faction, a habitual and extremely evil killer. Brave adventurers, kill him. His death will bring you astonishing benefits. A strange purple aura emanated around Zhang Han. The aquatic Qilin now looked stunned, cold sweat streaming down its face. The evil power is too strong. Who are you? The sound it made also surprised Zhang Han. It could actually speak human language. Then he again grinned excitedly. You surrender, I told you. The aquatic Qilin's face showed defiance, summoning a large amount of water. Dream on, Zhang Han stomped hard on the ground, leaping over. Then there's nothing more to say. System. You used Evil Stomp, inflicting a 0.5 second suppression effect on the aquatic Qilin. He stomped directly on the aquatic Qilin's face. Zhang Han pursed his lips and threw punches. Fists continuously flew and the aquatic Qilin took a lot of damage. HP minus 10,807, minus 4,481, minus 4,975, minus 6,589, minus 55,555. The aquatic Qilin looked at those attacks, shouting in disbelief. Evil Stomp, you actually know the lost Evil Stomp? Zhang Han still swung his fist, triumphantly responding. Not only do I know Evil Stomp, I also know Earth Release. Taste this. The aquatic Qilin furiously charged over, shouting, You deserve to die. A huge vortex swirled over. The aquatic Qilin used the Forbidden Zone skill, Ocean. All enemy units in the area will be attacked by increasingly powerful marine creatures. Duration 3 minutes. Zhang Han was now surrounded by water currents. He couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Marine creatures, he must end the battle quickly. But after he threw a punch, a long snake made of water appeared before him. It opened its mouth and bit him. System. You were attacked by a venomous water snake. Losing 500 HP per second, lasting 10 seconds. Zhang Han rushed over to sever the long snake while calculating in his mind. 10 seconds is 5,000 points. I can still hold on, but the long snake quickly coiled around his leg. HP minus 396. Zhang Han's HP was almost halved. He continued to deal with it, rushing and attacking the aquatic Qilin, shouting, Die, big brother, die. Powerful attacks continuously landed on the aquatic Qilin's head, and it gnashed its teeth in fury. The Qilin's dignity shall not be violated. Zhang Han, however, kept swinging his fists. You're lucky. What can you do with such a strong fighting spirit? The aquatic Qilin roared. Shut up. As an adventurer, why do you use such despicable means? Zhang Han's mouth twitched, thinking, this guy is chatting with the destroyer. It was originally just to distract the aquatic Qilin to prevent it from using other skills. Suddenly a voice sounded in the space. Jier, stay calm. Don't lose your composure when dealing with enemies. Please note, some skills cooldowns have completed. Zhang Han secretly thought, is this a native secretly observing the talent trial? Then he happily said, in broad daylight you're watching me subdue the aquatic Qilin, which can't be a good thing. You must usually like to do sneaky things. Jier, let's not listen to his nonsense. The aquatic Qilin bared its teeth, its eyes shining clearly, very angry. Then it summoned water again. Zhang Han jumped off its back, kicking its cheek on the way. System. You used Evil Stomp, successfully defeating the aquatic Qilin's Arctic Surge, inflicting a 0.5-second suppression effect on the opponent. This attack shattered the aquatic Qilin's water currents. Remaining HP rapidly dropped from 20 to 10. Zhang Han gritted his teeth and swung his fists. At this moment a water shark bared its teeth and rushed into the air. Zhang Han continued to swing his fists, hitting the aquatic Qilin's face. Just like that, both the shark and the aquatic Qilin were shattered. System notification. Congratulations, you have met the conditions. Talent acquisition range upgraded to SAW rank. Zhang Han cheered happily. It's time to choose a talent. It must be S rank. System notification. Congratulations, you attacked the aquatic Qilin, gaining 10 free attribute points. Congratulations, you have entered the talent selection stage. At this moment the strange voice from earlier sounded in the air again. You did well, but unfortunately you chose the wrong faction. Zhang Han grinned and retorted, do you think joining the light faction means your heart is truly for the light? The voice continued, with your strength you will eventually meet Zhang Han again, but I hope not as enemies. System. Congratulations, you have passed all talent trials and entered the talent selection stage. Please carefully choose a talent that suits you. Note, talents cannot grow, cannot be changed, cannot be forgotten. They stay with you for life. Upon hearing this, he gritted his teeth and said discontentedly, is there no sulfur monosulfide rank talent trial? Suddenly, strange auras began to appear around him. Countless bubbles with A written on them appeared. System, please note you have 60 minutes to select a talent. After the time expires, you will be sent back to the Sky Eternal Continent. Zhang Han had just grabbed an orb of light and asked, are these the talents? System, steadfast as stone, passive, A rank, final defense increased by 20. He then pressed, are A rank talents all this strong? The system explained, this isn't merely defense, it's final defense, an independently calculated area within defense. For those who acquire this talent, once their defense points are maximized, it will be absolutely unassailable. Zhang Han thoughtfully looked at the orb of light. However, offense is the best defense. System, as the saying goes, whoever builds the thickest armor will bear the heaviest blows. If your own defensive capability is high enough, you can only protect yourself. You can't stop others from targeting those around you. If your attacking teammates are all dead, or if you're facing a group attack, no matter how tough you are, you'll eventually fall. Zhang Han released the orb of light, and I prefer extreme damage. Besides, Dark Swordsman's attack speed is a whopping 6 stars. If I don't choose a talent that benefits attack, it would be a waste. Although an hour seems long, there are too many energy orbs in this space. Even just a quick glance at each one would be dizzying. He then began to search for every orb of light. The orb's information then appeared. Resilient defense passive, A rank, final HP increased by 30. Impervious to water and fire passive, A rank, resistance to water and fire elements each increased by 50. Rending Claws passive, A rank, deals 20 additional fixed damage per second to each enemy. Last 10 seconds stacks up to 3 times. Zhang Han ran and searched, his heart anxious. A rank, all A rank, is there no S rank? He mumbled as he grabbed an orb of light. 10 minutes later he had only found A rank orbs of light. 20 minutes later he still only found A rank orbs of light. Suddenly a more uniquely colored orb of light appeared. He quickly grabbed it. It's glowing golden, and it shows S rank. The information immediately appeared. Unyielding passive. S rank, recovers 0.3 HP per second in combat. After exiting combat, recovers 2 HP per second. Zhang Han was dumbfounded in surprise. This truly was an excellent talent. If combined with Unyielding and the power of death, his recovery ability would become incredibly abnormal. Even in combat it could recover 0.4 HP per second. If not in combat, he could recover full HP in less than a minute. Suddenly a hint of disappointment entered his eyes. This still wasn't an attack-type talent, but he then consoled himself, I'll keep it for now. If time runs out and I still can't find a suitable talent, choosing this one wouldn't be bad. Following that, time flew by rapidly. 40 minutes, 50 minutes. Just then he found another S-rank orb of light. Got it? He reached out to grab it. Zhang Han quickly shouted, you're the one? The information immediately appeared. Berserk passive, S-rank, defense reduced by 20, final attack increased by 40. This time Zhang Han was extremely satisfied, grinning with excitement. Although it had a negative effect, making his body more fragile, the boost to his attack power was unparalleled. When subsequent attacks occur, the power of Berserk will greatly increase. System, do you wish to select Berserk as your talent? Please note, once selected, talents cannot grow, cannot be changed, and will remain with you for life. He quickly replied, yes. System prompt. Congratulations, you have acquired the exclusive talent Berserk. In an instant, a surge of dark power emanated from the orb of light. Zhang Han sighed inwardly. It's over. My only regret is not encountering a stronger sulfur monosulfide rank talent. System prompt again. Congratulations, you have successfully become the second player on the entire server to acquire a talent. You gain talent quality 1, 1000 reputation points, and 5 free attribute points. He suddenly fell silent. The system continued to prompt, your S-rank talent Berserk has been upgraded to sulfur monosulfide rank Overlord. System prompt. Congratulations, you have acquired an sulfur monosulfide rank talent skill luck 1. Zhang Han was ecstatic once again. He hadn't expected the game to be so generous to the second player to acquire a talent. System. You have completed the talent trial and will be sent back to your initial location. He then vanished from the talent trial space. Zhang Han was summoned back to the original space, the demonic rat cave. As soon as they saw him, they scattered in fright. Squeak! Zhang Han quickly operated on the screen to check what level his talent had been upgraded to. The notification immediately appeared. Overlord passive SS rank, final attack increased by 50. Zhang Han smiled contentedly. The effect of Overlord was incredibly simple and brutal. Compared to S-rank Berserk, it had absolutely no defense reduction and an additional 10 increase in final attack power, which was in no way inferior to the Sword Heart talent of the native known as Sword God in the Light faction. He couldn't help but grin with an excited smile. Compared to Sword Heart, Overlord was still stronger. He excitedly shouted, System, I love you. Only then did he remember that the Rat King had just been killed. Zhang Han turned his head, saw the dropped items, and couldn't help but exclaim, looks like quite a few good things dropped. On the ground were a pair of boots and a helmet that looked very reliable. A man appeared on the screen, scantily clad and posing to show off his muscles. He confidently spoke, Brothers, I accidentally entered the talent trial and easily acquired a talent. Brothers, how's my talent? System. God's Forbidden Zone. Assassin profession. Level 19, the first player on the entire server to acquire a talent. Talent. Agility passive, A rank, final movement speed 30. The man then gave a greasy wink and continued. Handsome guys want me to help you level up, PM me. The comment section immediately exploded. This is too strong. Are the experts in the American server all this fierce? Damn, this guy is so lucky. He directly got an A- rank talent. The top player in our region only got a B rank talent. How can he be an assassin with that physique? System, please give me an A- rank talent. You tricked us, kid. Assassin Torrent, take a breath. Has everyone started the talent trial? I just reached level 10. Zhang Han sat in front of his phone screen reading these comments, his mouth twitching. If I gave you an A- rank talent, you'd be over the moon. However, he continued eating his noodles, commenting, but he's a rogue profession. Agility, of course, gives him a significant advantage. Unfortunately, before absolute power, all skills are futile. Bright, full and refreshed. Time to get online after eating. He quickly logged into the game. Zhang Han operated on the system's screen. This extermination quest for the demonic rats yielded quite a bit. The boss dropped 3 silver tier pieces of equipment and 50 gold coins. The battle helmet then appeared. Golden Star Helmet, silver tier, defense 18 to 22, HP 800, effect, HP 8, level requirement 22. Rat King Sword, silver tier, attack 60 to 80, effect, attack power 10, additional effect, attack speed 10, level requirement 25. Golden Star Boots, silver tier, defense 20 to 25, combat power 1000, effect, defense 8, level requirement 30. After reading, Zhang Han sighed with a touch of regret. Too bad the Rat King's sword requires level 25 to equip, and the boots need level 30. I'm still 27 experience short of level 20. Coincidentally, he could try out his newly acquired god-tier talent, Overlord. While pondering, he charged towards the demonic rat swarm with his sword, cutting down a group of rats in an instant with a single slash. HP minus 11,787. He then stood firm. Zhang Han looked at the blade with satisfaction. An attack power of nearly 750 was truly extraordinary. System prompt. Do you wish to announce your glorious achievement to all adventurers in the Sky Eternal Continent? Note. After announcing to the entire server, you will gain 5,000 reputation points. Zhang Han quickly replied, Yes, system prompt. Congratulations to East District player Cold River for acquiring the S-rank talent Berserk, becoming the second adventurer to acquire a talent. He will gain talent quality 1, 1,000 reputation points, and 5 free attribute points. Players in other areas immediately became boisterous upon receiving the notification. Damn, Cold River, he actually got an sulfur monosulfide rank talent. Is he the system's favorite son, even stronger than the first person to get a talent? It's him again? SS rank talent. Is sulfur monosulfide rank talent that easy? Wasn't that only achievable with the highest S rank talent? The forums all said the talent trial difficulty was very high. Meanwhile, Zhang Han noticed the system screen again, and the name Long Teng Wan Li appeared, along with a congratulatory message. Zhang Han thanked him. Long Teng Wan Li then said, If I hadn't met you before, I would have suspected you were an insider placed by the game developers. Zhang Han chuckled dryly in defense. Just good luck, he then encouraged. Don't be so modest. If there's any special method in the talent trial to acquire high-grade talents, be sure to tell me. The price will be reasonable, Zhang Han thought. There's no harm in telling him. Then he spoke. There's no special method. The only way is to rely on skill and profession growth star ratings. But even with the rules understood, acquiring in sulfur monosulfide rank talent is almost impossible. First, you need to acquire sufficiently powerful skills and increase your chances by upgrading talent levels through passive attribute rewards, which is very difficult for beginners. Second, you need the growth star ratings of a hidden profession, and hidden professions are very difficult to acquire: HP, attack, defense. Third, even if there are wealthy players who can achieve both of these, then collecting them still requires a lot of time, and the money spent is unimaginable. The top quality 1-foot reward has already been taken by someone else, and the system's top-ranked talent was S-rank. Long Teng Wanli has transferred 100,000 to your bank account. Zhang Han secretly broke into a cold sweat. Damn, he's rich, Long Teng Wanli spoke again. Thanks, I already knew about boosting overall strength through passive skills, but I hadn't noticed growth star ratings. It seems your growth star rating must be very high. Zhang Han thought, my 5-star, not to mention 6-star attack power. Saying it out loud might feel a bit awkward, he then replied. Not high, all just 4 stars. System announcement. To all players of Eternal, are there any friends willing to sell quests for unique hidden profession changes? Starting price 7 figures. Unique hidden professions starting price 8 figures. Price negotiable. Poster Long Teng Wanli. Zhang Han looked at it, his mouth twitching. This system prompt. Players can indeed use such nationwide announcements, but each time costs 100 gold coins. The top-up system isn't open yet, and 1 gold coin has already been hyped up to a sky-high price of several thousand yuan. The one Long Teng Wanli just posted is already worth hundreds of thousands. I just said all just 4 stars, didn't I? Meanwhile, on Long Teng Wanli's side, he was deep in thought, arms crossed. It seemed the growth star rating of a unique hidden profession was indeed extremely exaggerated. He pursed his lips tightly, thinking painfully, all just 4 stars? This guy really cares about face. Long Zheng Hudo, standing nearby, spoke. Big brother, do you know the growth star rating of a unique hidden profession? Long Teng Wanli replied seriously. Cold River said, all just 4 stars? Long Zheng Hudo blurted out in astonishment. All 4 stars, Long Teng Wanli continued. Growth star ratings are extremely important. Later, when we reach 2nd and 3rd class advancements, the gap between star ratings will widen significantly, step by step. During this time, I won't level up. First, I need to acquire a hidden profession, preferably a unique hidden profession. Long Zheng Hudo. All right, I'll also have the brothers in the guild help you gather information. He replied. An hour later, a ding notification sounded. System prompt, your Exterminate Rats quest is complete. Please go to your master to claim your reward. Zhang Han, now fully armored, confidently said. The quest is complete and I've reached level 20. I can finally equip the Lizard King's gear. Time to go back to master for my reward. The scene switched to Daniel's city. Seeing Zhang Han appear, Daniel immediately gasped. Oh, upon closer inspection, an astonished expression appeared on his face. Your attack power. Zhang Han's information panel then appeared. Fallen 1, Cold River, Bronze Tier Boss, level 20. Combat power 25,000, attack 750, defense 155 to 160, reputation 1000, luck 1. Description: a betrayer of the Light faction, a habitual and extremely evil killer. Brave adventurers, kill him. His death will bring you astonishing benefits. Zhang Han chuckled dryly. Just a coincidence, he mused inwardly. It's better to keep quiet. If my master knew I acquired in sulfur monosulfide rank talent, I wonder what he'd think. I wonder what he'd think, Daniel lightly responded. He then sighed inwardly. When he left, his attack power was only over 200. Now, after only a few levels, his attack power has reached 750. This is beyond my comprehension. Daniel's face lit up with joy and he said, it seems you've acquired a good talent. Since you won't say, I won't ask. Tell me, what equipment do you want? Zhang Han asked himself in his mind. What do I want? Then he blurted out in surprise. I can choose myself. Daniel smiled happily and confirmed, of course I will. Didn't I say I'd use Undercity's resources to train you? How could I possibly lie? Zhang Han cheered. Thank you, Master. Then he raised his sword and seriously said, Master, I actually have a pretty good weapon, but its level requirement is quite high. Is there any way to lower the equipment's level requirement? Daniel took the sword, examined it, and commented, this equipment is indeed very good for you right now. The system prompted, congratulations on completing the deal with the Rats quest. You gained 150,000 experience points and obtained the C-rank item, God's Blessing Orb. Congratulations on leveling up to level 21. A powerful energy burst around Zhang Han. The C-rank God's Blessing Orb's description read, this is not a gift from the gods but the crystallization of a blacksmith's painstaking efforts. Effect: lowers the level requirement of silver tier and below equipment by 10 levels. He cheered excitedly. Thank you, Master. Daniel suggested he try it out. Zhang Han pursed his lips, feeling a little nervous about the God's Blessing Orb. The system prompted, please select the equipment you wish to lower the level requirement for. He quickly replied, Rat King's Sword. The information then appeared. Rat King's Sword, silver tier, attack 60 to 80. Effect: attack power 10, additional effect. Attack speed 10, level requirement 15. Zhang Han exclaimed in surprise, so that's how it works. Then he took out a stone and asked, Master, I've decided to use the Heavenly Blessing Orb to improve the quality of the Rat King's Sword. Do you think that's appropriate? Daniel's dark eyes widened and he asked in disbelief, where did you get that Heavenly Blessing Orb? That item is much more valuable than the God's Blessing Orb. Zhang Han simply replied dismissively, just good luck. Daniel commented, I think it's an excellent idea. Heavenly Blessing Orbs also come in different grades, and the one you have is of relatively poor quality. Using it to improve the Rat King's sword's quality would definitely not be a waste. Zhang Han then tightly gripped the Heavenly Blessing Orb in his hand. Alright, I'll use it then, the system prompted. Please select the equipment you wish to improve the quality of. Note, limited to silver tier and below equipment, he declared firmly. Rat King's Sword, Cold Cloud Sword, Gold tier, attack 150 to 180. Effect, attack power 15, attack speed 20. Additional effect, attack lifesteal 10, level requirement 20. Description, the Rat King's Sword with the aid of the Heavenly Blessing Orb has improved in quality, becoming a weapon for elite personal guards. Zhang Han was very satisfied with his newly upgraded sword. Gold tier was indeed a cut above silver tier. He swung the sword in the air a few times before sheathing it. The weapon's attack power was its base attack power, plus a percentage attack power bonus and the Overlord Talents bonus, making it far more than 180 points. The system prompted, your strength has entered a new realm reaching silver tier boss level, and your title has changed, Zhang Han exclaimed again. Silver tier boss level, the system prompted. Your Fallen One title has been upgraded to Shadow Dominator, and your attributes have changed. His information then appeared. Shadow Dominator, Cold River, Silver tier boss, level 21, HP 26,250, attack phone defense 164 to 174, reputation 18,000, luck 1. Description. Cold River, a betrayer of the Light faction, has gradually grown with the help of his master Daniel, revealing his bloodthirsty and evil nature. Brave adventurers, kill him, and his death will bring you astonishing benefits. Zhang Han grinned excitedly again. With this attack power, I suspect I can instantly kill a Shadow Dominator. Final HP increased by 150. I'm very satisfied with that, indeed. Demon God's protection is comparable to infinite revival. That makes sense. Previously, the Demon God's protection had not yet fully manifested its power, but it will become powerful once its extended value reaches a certain level. Daniel also praised, Kid, it seems the talent you've acquired is quite extraordinary. Zhang Han politely replied, it's all thanks to you, master. And Daniel accepted the compliment with equanimity, making Zhang Han speechless. Well, I suppose so. Then Daniel suddenly reminded him sternly, your attack power is now extremely strong, but your defensive attributes are too weak. You also don't have enough defensive items. You need to do something for Undercity, Zhang Han eagerly asked. What should I do next? Hoping for another quest, Daniel said, recently mysterious adventurers have frequently appeared near Undercity. I don't know their purpose, but they belong to the Light faction and cannot be allowed to return alive. Go kill them and earn merit for Undercity. The system prompted, do you accept the quest? Deal with adventurers? Difficulty B. Zhang Han quickly agreed. Yes, then he looked at his fists, contemplating, expecting his master to send him after beasts, but instead it was players. Killing players would make his experience grow even faster. The system prompted, deal with adventurers quest, difficulty B. Description. Since you have joined the Dark faction, adventurers from your world are your enemies. Killing them demonstrates loyalty to the Dark faction and also yields generous rewards. Quest requirements, kill 500 adventurers. Quest rewards unknown, Zhang Han asked master. Can you give me some potions? Daniel shook his head. Before they were quest rewards, so I gave them to you for free. Now if you want potions you'll have to trade, but as your master I can give you a 30 discount. He cheered happily. Thank you, master. Healing potion. Description. A rare and precious potion, its value is so high that ordinary people cannot afford it. Effect, after consumption restores 500 HP per second for 10 seconds, cooldown 30 seconds, price 35 silver coins, life potion. Description. It might be the boundary between life and death, helping you survive. Effect, after consumption restores 1000 HP per second for 10 seconds, cooldown 30 seconds, price 70 silver coins. After reading, Zhang Han couldn't help but wipe cold sweat from his brow, thinking, so expensive, a life potion even with a 30 discount still costs 70 silver coins. Its original price is a full gold coin. He currently only had 5 gold coins, 70 silver coins and 10 copper coins in his pocket. Zhang Han sighed inwardly. What kind of potions are these? They're clearly robbing me. He couldn't help but exclaim tearfully. 5 life potions. 4 healing potions. A while later, he stood alone in a space outside the city. Suddenly something appeared in the sky, casting a shadow over him. In the sunlight a creature was soaring with spread wings. It was a flying fire dragon. On its head stood a person looking majestic and confidently snorting as if disdainful of all beings. He looked down with wide eyes and the fire dragon asked, My lord, what's wrong? The person closed his eyes and replied calmly, Nothing, I just sensed an evil aura rapidly disappear, but how could the demon god's power appear here? Perhaps it was an illusion, the fire dragon asked again. Do you need to go back and check? He said urgently. The mission is urgent. If it really is a demon god, it would be difficult to stop even if defeated. No need to waste time. Below. Zhang Han watched the fire dragon fly by and couldn't help but sigh. If only I could ride that dragon, but only late game players have the chance to ride flying dragons. Suddenly, he noticed someone hiding in a corner. It was an apprentice thief. He nervously hid. Oh no, too close, I've been spotted. My goodness, Cold River. His companion on the other side asked in confusion. What's wrong with him? The apprentice thief blurted out in astonishment. He actually became a silver tier boss. Zhang Han stroked his chin, finding it amusing. Haha, this kid doesn't know how to deal with my boss status. How will he choose to respond? Then he tried speaking. Foolish adventurers, what is your purpose in following me? The apprentice thief, hiding behind, thought to himself. Foolish adventurers, we're all players. Why is he distinguishing between us? Could it be that Cold River is actually an NPC, not a player, and his name just sounds like a player's? No, that can't be right. If he were an NPC, there's no reason for him to get rewards for killing a boss. And he's already killed hundreds of players in the beginner village, which has spread on the official website. How could he be an NPC? After a moment of analysis, he jumped out and pointed at Zhang Han, scolding loudly. Cold River, what are you pretending for? Killing players to get rewards might make other players jealous. Haven't you noticed everyone in the game discussing you and Zhang Hu's chivalry? Zhang Han swung his sword. Since you've come, if I take one step from here, I'm your father. The apprentice thief's HP dropped by 12,000 and he was simultaneously kicked out of the space. The system prompted, you suffered a normal attack from Silver Tier boss Shadow Dominator Cold River, losing 12,000 HP. The apprentice thief was kicked out of the space. The game just started and someone can already deal over 10,000 damage. He stared blankly at the system screen. A normal attack? Was that just a normal attack? At this moment his companion spoke. Send the coordinates over there. The apprentice thief quickly complied. Okay, I'm about to be killed by him. Everyone be careful. Cold River's attack might reach several thousands. His companions found this absurd. Several thousands? How is that possible? Even our guild's highest attack is only 176 points. Even if Cold River held a divine artifact at his current level, he couldn't deal thousands of damage. This information has been leaked and many guilds are organizing manpower, especially now that he has become a Silver Tier boss. Even Gold Tier bosses can be killed, however. Zhang Han had also moved to another space by this time. He ran thinking, run fast, don't let anyone catch me. After all, my head is worth a lot of money and there are inevitably some hidden expert players. While not all natives are as foolish as Brand, who would give away forbidden spell scrolls to adventurers, it's better to be safe than sorry. He should be afraid of what might happen. If forbidden spells or something similar appeared, he would surely die if he chose to fight head-on. 10 minutes later, Zhang Han had already run into a tall forest. He hid behind a thicket, observing a group of weapon-wielding, very arrogant people in front of him. Indeed, many people had come. Zhang Han looked sharply at the group, a confident smile playing on his lips. But as long as I'm strong enough, maybe it'll be fine. A group of adventurers who hadn't even passed the talent trial still wanted to kill me. That's harder than ascending to heaven. The group stood there for a long time. Swordstorm glanced at his side and asked, where is he? The apprentice thief anxiously explained, he probably ran off. He killed me here 15 minutes ago. Swordstorm then loudly commanded, split up and search. The star growth of the only hidden profession in Eternal is unimaginable. We must catch Cold River this time, no matter what. The group quickly obeyed and dispersed to search. All right. They searched the surrounding forest. At this moment someone reported, I and a few brothers were killed by him here. Coordinate 7847548. Swordstorm gripped his sword, snarling and charging out. Brothers, charge, follow me. But by the time he arrived, his companion was already injured, lying there, about to be kicked out. He demanded, where is he? His companion replied, he's here with me. Coordinates are, his attack is too strong. Each strike can deal over 10,000 damage. Swordstorm gnashed his teeth in fury. Damn it, are you messing with me? He hadn't expected the map design of Eternal to be so vast. Just the area near Undercity alone could accommodate tens of thousands of players. But even though the game had been open for 4 or 5 days, most players were still in the beginner village. Organizing 10,000 people to besiege a single player was indeed unrealistic. Then messages from his companions kept ringing. Brothers, he's moved again. Coordinates are, damn it. How can a player deal tens of thousands of damage in the early game? Even monsters only have tens of thousands of HP. How does he have this ability? Report, this guy is definitely hacking. Everyone fell silent after hearing this, looking at each other. He gnashed his teeth bitterly. It's dangerous enough, brothers. Let's disband. We're done for this time. He was unwilling to accept it. To deal with Cold River, he had spent a lot of money buying special items that could trap opponents for up to 10 minutes and significantly weaken their attributes. But this guy's movements were erratic, specifically targeting lone individuals. Before he could even use the item on him, the guild brothers had already suffered heavy losses. The cost was too high, and it might be impossible to defeat Cold River. Meanwhile, Zhang Han was systematically killing them off, kicking them out of the game. The system prompted, congratulations, you have leveled up to level 22, Zhang Han said with a hint of madness on his face. Killing players is still faster for leveling up. The system quickly popped up a notification. System notification, deal with adventurer's quest, difficulty B, killing 500 adventurers has been completed. Zhang Han quickly operated on the screen. Quest completed, you can claim your reward. At this moment, a huge system screen appeared in the sky. The system prompted, please note hundreds of adventurers have died near Undercity. This has caught the attention of the Light Faction's High Command, which has decided to launch the plan to reclaim Skylight City 1 week early. Everyone looked up at the sky. System notification, please note hundreds of adventurers have died near Undercity. This has caught the attention of the Light Faction's High Command, which has decided to launch the plan to reclaim Skylight City 1 week early. System notification, please note hundreds of adventurers have died near Undercity. This has caught the attention of the Light Faction's High Command, which has decided to launch the plan to reclaim Skylight City 1 week early. System notification. Please note hundreds of adventurers have died near Undercity. This has caught the attention of the Light Faction's High Command, which has decided to launch the plan to reclaim Skylight City 1 week early. Important things said 3 times, Zhang Han nervously exclaimed. Is this a siege war? The scene switched to the siege war, which was undoubtedly the first major event in the game. It was time to test the cohesion and execution of the Guild Alliance. At the same time, gathering a large number of players for a long siege war was by no means easy. System notification. Please note you will serve as a third-wave defender protecting a boss in front of the Light Faction's besieging forces. If you are absent, your level will be reduced by 10 and all attributes will be permanently reduced by 1,000 points. After reading, Zhang Han's face darkened and he thought speechlessly, a siege war is one thing, but I actually have to participate in it and become one of the defending bosses. His face was filled with anxiety. This time, things were really serious. Under normal circumstances, such a large-scale event should end in victory for the Light Faction, and even if he wanted to turn the tide, he didn't have enough power. Moreover, Undercity was a Tier 1 main city, and the Light Faction would likely send out extremely powerful NPCs. The scene switched to another place, where Zhang Han went to see his master. After listening, Daniel said, I roughly understand the situation. I didn't expect the Order of the Sky Eternal Continent to include you. His face was also equally solemn. Seeing this, Zhang Han's face grew even paler. Including you, is this something a game NPC should say? This was clearly an open discussion of game rules. Daniel approached again, placing a hand on his shoulder to comfort him. Disciple, don't worry, your master won't let anything happen to you. At the critical moment, your master will come to your rescue. Once you are free from the shackles of the rules, I will immediately use a teleportation array to take you away. Zhang Han asked suspiciously, what about you then? He calmly replied, I am a necromancer. I don't die that easily. Moreover, my mission is complete, so death would be a relief. Zhang Han cried out in shock. Mission? Daniel looked into the distance and said with certainty, your future will surely be bright. You need not worry about my life or death. Zhang Han's eyes widened, looking at his master with worry. Daniel sighed again. Well, in a week then, we'll talk in a week. It seems you've completed the task I gave you. What reward do you want? Zhang Han immediately replied, I want a pair of shoes that fit. Just then, the system notified, congratulations on completing the deal with Adventurer's Quest, receiving 200,000 experience points and Silver Tier Boots of Speed. Silver Tier Boots of Speed, Defense 15 to 18, HP 800, Effect, Movement Speed 8, Level Requirement 22. Description. The shoes are engraved with speed magic, warm in winter and cool in summer. Once worn, you can walk as if flying. He secretly rejoiced, gaining another piece of Silver Tier equipment. His level was just right, so he could now equip the gear dropped by the Rat King. Zhang Han's information panel then appeared. Shadow Dominator Cold River, Silver Tier Boss, Level 22, Combat Power 36720, Attack Phone, Defense 232 to 252, Reputation 18,000, Luck 1. Description. A betrayer of the Light Faction, the favored disciple of Necromancer Daniel. He possesses strength far exceeding ordinary adventurers and is one of Undercity's defending bosses. What fate awaits him? After reading his information, Zhang Han thought again. Although it couldn't compare to his attack power, the equipment he was wearing, that black iron armor, was bronze tier and most of it was silver tier with a defense rating of 5 stars. It was definitely top tier equipment. Ordinary players couldn't even break his defense. Then he said to Daniel, Master, do you need anything else from me now? He stroked his chin and thought, you are a remarkably talented Dark Swordsman. Perhaps when your strength is great enough you will automatically comprehend some powerful skills. But as the saying goes, it's not about how many skills you have but how proficient you are. Basic skills still need to be learned. I'll give you a letter of recommendation. Go to the Ghost Swamp and find a Necro Swordsman. I believe he will teach you some rather powerful techniques. Zhang Han happily took the scroll. Thank you, Master. System notification. You have received the quest Necro Swordsman. Necro Swordsman, difficulty D. Description. In the Ghost Swamp there is a mysterious Necro Swordsman. He is Daniel's masterpiece, but the power of life allowed him to develop self-awareness and become the Lord of the Swamp. Quest requirement. Go to the Ghost Swamp and deliver Daniel's letter to him. Zhang Han then asked in confusion, Master, where is the Ghost Swamp? System notification. As map information is not mentioned in the game, players need to explore all content themselves. The process is the same even after joining the Dark Faction. Daniel pointed in a direction, instructing, keep heading north and you will reach the Ghost Swamp. Zhang Han, okay, thank you, Master. At this time, the city was still pitch black. Zhang Han patrolled the forest alone and suddenly he saw something in surprise. System notification. You have entered the Ghost Swamp map. Sparkles of light like fireflies appeared in the space. Zhang Han stood at the edge of the swamp observing the drifting figures. They were rotten skeletons, common monsters, level unknown. Combat power 80000, attack 250 to 260. Defense unknown, skill. Frenzied bite. Description. The withered bones of those who died in the Ghost Swamp under the influence of powerful resentment have become walking corpses. They hate the living and harbor immense malice towards all life. Zhang Han cried out in his heart, unable to detect their level or defense. This meant it was at least a level 28 monster. However, most of its other attributes were still visible. Perhaps because the difference in power wasn't too great, the rotten skeleton seemed to sense something at this moment, immediately turning around and snarling HMPH HMPH HMPH. As soon as they saw him standing by the shore, they rushed forward trying to attack. Zhang Han also held his longsword, leaping into the air over the swamp water. His first move was to stomp directly on the face of a rotten skeleton. Then sharp sword light flashed. The rotten skeleton's health continuously dropped. HP minus 17,586, minus 8,175, minus 8,866, minus 11,233. Suddenly he was bitten on the wrist by a rotten skeleton. He immediately lost 214 health points. He quickly turned back. Now that his maximum defense reached 252, the rotten skeletons posed no significant threat. System notification. Congratulations on successfully defeating a rotten skeleton, gaining 65,563 experience points. He looked at the monsters and commented, "Although the power isn't high, the experience points are decent. The experience needed to level up now was 280,000. This meant he only needed to kill fewer than 300 more rotten skeletons to level up." He then continued to charge at the rotten skeletons, calculating as he went. "Let's use these experience points to level up." Half an hour later, after some monster slashing, the system also prompted, "Congratulations on reaching level 23. He started searching again. Where exactly was that Necro Swordsman? In the ghost swamp, more and more sparkling lights appeared. Although he left markers along the way, the map was too large, and finding the Necro Swordsman was still very difficult. Suddenly, his eyes widened. "Wait, I made a mistake. The quest reminded me that the Necro Swordsman was an individual with self-awareness." He quickly operated on the system screen. Necro Swordsman, difficulty D description. In the Ghost Swamp there is a mysterious Necro Swordsman. He is Daniel's masterpiece, but the power of life allowed him to develop self-awareness and become the Lord of the Swamp. Quest requirement: go to the Ghost Swamp and deliver Daniel's letter to him. Since that was the case, Zhang Han let out a long sigh of relief, then cupped his hands around his mouth like a megaphone and shouted, "Necro Swordsman, I am sent by Daniel to find you." Immediately a response came, surprising him. "Find me?" Zhang Han looked around, searching for the source of the voice. On a stone, a man with long purple hair was casually sitting looking at his sword. His gaze flickered towards Zhang Han and he asked coldly, "Daniel, why did he send you to find me?" Zhang Han cried out in his heart. There was clearly no one there just now. "When did he get there? This guy's strength is unfathomable. I need to be careful." Thinking this, he raised the scroll and handed it to the man, saying, "The reason for finding you is written in the letter." The Necro Swordsman stood up and walked forward, quickly closing the distance between them. The Necro Swordsman opened the scroll, looked at Zhang Han thoughtfully and muttered, "So fast." After reading, the Necro Swordsman exclaimed, "So that's it. No wonder you possess such an evil and peculiar aura. Hey, Dark Swordsman. It seems a chaotic world has descended. Besides the many heroes born in the Light faction, many world-threatening creatures have also reappeared." Zhang Han's face darkened at this, utterly speechless. The Necro Swordsman continued, "Daniel wants me to teach you some Necro Swordsman techniques. Yes, but the rules of this world restrict me. If you want to learn, you must first complete the task I give you." He stared at the other party blankly. The rules of this world restricted him, the system explained. "It seems these natives have a very thorough understanding of what's called a program. This can't help but make NPCs feel incredible. Is the official Eternal afraid that NPCs might do unpredictable things leading to the collapse of the entire game, or do they know the rules and some special settings?" After thinking, Zhang Han asked, "How do you view the laws of heaven and earth?" He explained, "Rules are rules, and since they exist they must be obeyed after all. Even the 10 great demon gods cannot break them, let alone me." He hastily pressed, "So you would break the rules?" The Necro Swordsman shook his head, denying, "I'm afraid the rules would kill me before I could break them." "All right, some things are too early for you. When you grow into a true Dark Swordsman and truly shake the entire world, then go find the answer. Now go kill some rotten skeletons to prove yourself worthy, and I can teach you the way of slaughter." System notification: do you accept the qualification certification quest? He immediately accepted. Qualification certification system difficulty. Description: in the demonic cave swamp, a mysterious and powerful Necro Swordsman Selen requires you to prove yourself strong enough before he will teach you the skill of slaughter. Quest requirement: kill 1,000 rotten skeletons. This number made him exclaim, 1,000? The Necro Swordsman analyzed. "Your attack power is decent, but your overall strength is still very weak and needs to be honed, otherwise you wouldn't even be qualified for me, Zhang Han, to accept." "All right," he continued. "After you complete the quest, come back to me." Then he vanished before Zhang Han. Looking at the gradually dissipating smoke, he couldn't help but lament, was this person always so unpredictable? It was already 11 p.m., but to prepare for the upcoming siege war, he had to increase his strength as quickly as possible. He worked all night to complete the task, saying this as he continued to walk through the swamp. After a while, a group of rotten skeletons appeared, snarling, "HMPH, HMPH, HMPH." Zhang Han drew his bow and charged. System notification: attack 1,000 rotten skeletons 1,000, attack 1,000 rotten skeletons 1,000, attack 1,000 rotten skeletons 1,000. Zhang Han swiftly rushed forward, efficiently eliminating one after another. The system continuously updated the progress. Killed 1,000 rotten skeletons 486 1,000. At this number, Zhang Han paused to lament. A level 30 bronze tier staff actually dropped. The drop rate is truly amazing. It should fetch a good price soon. 5 hours later, the system notified, "Congratulations on completing the quest. qualification certification quest. You can go to Necro Swordsman Selen to claim your reward. Zhang Han cheered happily. It was finally completed, and his level was only 5 away from increasing. System notification. Daniel's disguise spell has worn off, and Zhang Han's body immediately underwent an eerie transformation, turning pitch black again. A voice came from behind. Is this the original appearance of a Dark Swordsman? It was Necro Swordsman Selen. Zhang Han happily shouted, Lord Selen, I have completed the quest. He calmly operated the screen. Very good, I have been observing in secret, and I can only say your attack power surpasses many strong individuals of the same level. No matter how many rotten skeletons there are, they cannot defeat you. System notification. Congratulations on completing the qualification certification quest, gaining 200,000 experience points, and obtaining the qualification to learn skills from Selen. Level upgraded to 26, a powerful energy burst forth. Selen reminded, You don't need to call me Lord, it sounds a bit awkward. Since Daniel asked me to teach you some techniques, I suppose I am your master too. Zhang Han quickly obeyed, immediately changing his address. Master, Selen, HM Med contentedly. Then he reached out, releasing power. Don't expect too much, because your current strength is insufficient. The techniques you can master will also be fewer. Zhang Han grinned excitedly. It was time to choose skills. All sorts of images appeared before him for selection. Zhang Han searched, feeling a bit lost. So many skills, and all of them advanced skills unique to Necro Swordsman Selen. System, Evil Execution, S rank. Description, a skill Necro Swordsman Selen learned under the Light Faction's encirclement and suppression with miraculous effects on cannon fodder. Effect, instantly slays targets 10 levels lower than oneself. Cooldown 1 minute. Level requirement 55. Price 9,999 gold coins. Zhang Han couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Truly powerful, these skills not only have high level requirements but also cost gold coins to purchase. System, Dark Curtain, S rank. Effect, releases an evil aura to envelop an area, greatly reducing enemy attributes within the area. Level requirement 50. Price 600 gold coins. Zhang Han only had 6 gold coins now. Were there really any skills he could learn? He looked at another panel. Descent, SS rank. Effect, can teleport to any territory controlled by the Dark Faction. Level requirement 99. Price 9,999 gold coins. Zhang Han stopped before a panel. I finally found a skill I can learn. The panel's information displayed. Soul Control, A rank. Description, Necro Swordsman Selen, based on his skills during his lifetime, summarized control method suitable for Necro Swordsman. Effect, mobilizes internal energy to bind enemies within a 10-meter radius in an immobile state lasting a maximum of 3 seconds. Cooldown 1 minute. Level requirement 25. Price 2 gold coins. Undead / B rank. Description, an attack method Necro Swordsmen have mastered since birth. Effect, deals 250 of one's own attack damage and reduces enemy movement speed by 10 for 2 seconds. Cooldown 15 seconds. Level requirement 25. Price 1 gold coin. Zhang Han immediately clicked the screen. Although not as powerful as other skills, these two were still top tier in the early game. System notification. You have successfully mastered the skill Soul Control. System notification. You have successfully mastered the skill Undead / After he finished selecting, Selen spoke. Alright, you've learned. Come back for new moves when your strength is sufficient. Zhang Han couldn't help but wonder, Master, when will my strength be considered sufficient? He coldly explained, when the power of the Dark Swordsman within you becomes uncontrollable, you will be able to master new methods. After hearing this, Zhang Han analyzed inwardly. If he remembered correctly, the Dark Reincarnation skill he was currently comprehending was level 50. Did that mean he would see him again at level 50? Thinking this, he cupped his hands and bowed. Then I shall not disturb you. Farewell. Selen replied. Both then vanished from the swamp space and the scene switched to the outside world. Zhang Han took off his gaming helmet and let out a long sigh of relief. It was already past 3 a.m. Seriously, I need to get some sleep. The next day, sunlight shone upon the earth, its rays piercing through the window into Zhang Han's bedroom. He was still asleep at this moment. Suddenly his phone rang. He groggily answered the phone. Hello? Wang Kai on the other end laughed and asked, Hey buddy, still sleeping at noon? What were you up to last night? Zhang Han replied, The system had a big event last night, did you know? He scratched his head and let out a big yawn. Siege War, I know. Wang Kai, are you planning to participate? The rewards for this Siege War are very generous. Top-ranked players can even get gold-tier equipment and even rare items. He asked, Where can I see the event rewards? Wang Kai on the other end said. System hasn't announced them. You can only see them on a special channel. Zhang Han asked again. Is it really okay for you to tell me? He said casually. I signed a non-disclosure agreement so I can tell whoever I want, Zhang Han replied. Alright then, Wang Kai continued. Anyway, go check it out yourself. Actually, just farming small monsters for points is pretty good too. Zhang Han closed his eyes again as if about to fall back asleep. Suddenly he seemed to remember something. Wait, event rewards. Zhang Han fully awoke, jolting upright. I have a plan. Wang Kai on the other end was confused. A plan? What plan? He said happily. After it's done, I'll treat you to a meal. Wang Kai still didn't understand the situation and asked, Tell me, what is it about? So Zhang Han pursed his lips and made a kissing sound, making him break out in goosebumps. Whoa, Wang Kai's end went silent for a long time as if countless crows flew by. Wang Kai reminded him with a look of disgust. Bro, I'm a guy. Meanwhile, Zhang Han quickly logged back into the game. Time was of the essence. He had to find his master quickly to discuss strategy. The night was dark at this moment. Zhang Han had found Daniel. Master, I have a plan that might allow us to control the Light faction and protect our main city. Daniel was mixing potions at the moment. Hearing this, he glanced behind him and said, HMPH, tell me. Zhang Han said, but as you know, we adventurers are actually uncontrollable. Although we came to Sky Eternal Continent to fight on behalf of the Light faction, for many like me, the so-called representation of light or darkness doesn't restrict our adventurous behavior, Daniel said in surprise. You mean? He continued excitedly. With generous rewards, there will surely be brave individuals. The Light faction has historically paid little attention to adventurers, even harboring hostility and disgust towards them. So we'll do the opposite, recruit adventurers to fight for the Dark faction. What do you think? From the beginner village, one can already feel the natives' poor attitude towards adventurers. Many players are unhappy because of this, and I estimate many want to rebel against the main storyline. Daniel merely shook his head, denying. You're thinking too simply. The Dark faction isn't something they can just join whenever they want. Zhang Han offered his opinion. It doesn't matter if they don't come in, we'll offer some generous rewards. Daniel was somewhat confused. Will that work? He immediately affirmed, yes, and 100 yes. After speaking, he excitedly held up a finger. And Zhang Han, the reward should be extremely generous. Daniel, for example, he replied with a smile, only the first place winner can join the Dark faction, but he also said very seriously, I've already said joining the Dark faction isn't as simple as you imagine. I was forced to invite you for self-preservation back then. Don't think my strength is limited to Dark Gold tier. Zhang Han's eyes widened as he asked in confusion, have you reached Spirit tier? After being asked, Daniel awkwardly coughed a few times. Cough, cough almost. Don't change the subject. My point is my previous strength was far beyond Dark Gold tier. Don't ask for details. In short, adventurers cannot join the Dark faction. If blessed by the goddess of life, they must fight for the Light faction. This is a contract that cannot be broken, Zhang Han said with a smile. Alright, but that doesn't mean the first place reward can't include joining the Dark faction. Daniel looked at his expression somewhat puzzled. Then an excited look appeared on his face. Excellent, as long as you take first place, the so-called reward of joining the Dark faction will be a mere formality. Zhang Han was equally excited. Exactly, Master, well said, you little rascal, to come up with such a devious trick, truly worthy of being my disciple, cunning enough. This, however, left Zhang Han speechless. He thought to himself, I'm clearly the brilliant one. Daniel then put his hand on his disciple's shoulder and encouraged, Alright, do as you wish. Although the circumstances of our meeting weren't pleasant, I still took you as my apprentice. System notification. Undercity, feeling the pressure from the Light faction, has decided to recruit adventurers who renounce the Light faction and defect to the Dark faction. Those who agree can register with NPC Undead Knight Conte outside Undercity. Coordinates phone. System notification. The Siege War scoreboard and Defense War scoreboard are now open. Rewards can be viewed. Zhang Han operated the screen thinking, Defense War scoreboard, excellent, this has potential. System. First place winner can join the Dark faction and obtain the unique hidden profession Necro Swordsman. Second place winner receives 1 random Dark Gold tier equipment and 1 S-rank rare item. Third place winner receives 2 random Gold tier equipment and 1 A-rank rare item. He cheered happily. Excellent, I'll post something and see how these people react. 1 minute later, the system screen displayed, Cold River. Impossible, impossible. No one would actually want to join the Dark faction, right? It immediately garnered 53,000 likes, 1,100 comments and 15,000 shares. The comment section exploded, playing blind, anyone who doesn't want to get their head kicked in. Mercenaries are paying top dollar for gold coins. If you join the Dark faction, your head will eventually be sold off worth hundreds of millions. Although there's definitely a price to pay, it doesn't matter. How easy is it to make money in games? Cheating expert Cold River. What are you playing at? I'll kill you sooner or later, Eastern Governor, just you wait. These rewards are much better than what the Light faction offers. Not enough money to eat. I'm switching from light to darkness. Zhang Han turned around and asked, Master, can you cast the disguise art on me again? Daniel extended his hand and released his power. Even if you didn't ask, I would cast it on you. With your current strength, if you fall into the eyes of some powerful individuals, you will surely die. System notification. You have acquired the disguise art cast by Necromancer Daniel, allowing you to restore human form lasting 1 month. Zhang Han returned to his normal form and said in surprise, 1 month, the duration is longer, Daniel explained. My power has increased and my injuries have healed, so the effect of the disguise art naturally lasts longer. After speaking, he asked again, Have you met Selen? Zhang Han replied, I learned 2 skills. He said he'll teach me more once I'm strong enough. Daniel, that's excellent. It seems he's indeed not ready to return to the Light faction yet. That works out perfectly for me. Zhang Han seized on the key point and said in surprise, Return? He speculated inwardly. Could Selen have come from the Light faction previously, or was he from the Light faction in his former life? Daniel said, He is a strong individual. I mentioned in the letter that if I die one day he will become your next mentor. Don't be surprised, just follow me. You can't go far and death is not the end for me. Remember, don't grieve when I die because as long as you live long enough we will meet again in the future. Zhang Han was shocked again. It seems Master's identity will be surprising and he can even revive from death. Daniel extended 2 fingers. A necromancer, how can things be done so easily? You're still too weak, you need to become stronger. I hope that when the points are tallied you will genuinely rank first. Hearing this, Zhang Han pursed his lips, genuinely rank first. These words were a test of his strength in the Siege War. System notification. You have received the quest Stirring Up Trouble, difficulty S description. Since this was your suggestion, you must fund it yourself. Requirement: achieve first place on the defense score rankings. Quest penalty: deprivation of the demon god's protection. Zhang Han guessed that this seemed to be a system-forced quest rather than one actively issued by his mentor. Clearly the system wouldn't stand by and let him disrupt the main storyline without penalty. He then decisively answered, yes, system. Eliminate enemy camp, difficulty B, description. Southeast of Undercity, there is a light faction camp. Reports indicate they are part of the forces attacking Undercity. Eliminating them can alleviate the pressure on the city's defense. Quest requirement: clear out human soldiers and eliminate the faction boss. He thought to himself, this is Daniel's quest. Daniel instructed his disciple, after coming to Undercity you have already received a certain degree of tempering. Now you must increase the difficulty and create some pressure. I hope you do not disappoint me. And even more, do not tarnish the name of the Dark Swordsman. He immediately nodded. Yes. After a while, Zhang Han left alone, arriving in another space in the sky. The sun was radiating dazzling light. Zhang Han walked alone in a forest. System notification: you have entered the light forest map. Zhang Han saw several soldiers guarding a camp. Star Moon Soldier, common monster, level unknown, HP 100,000, attack unknown, defense 250 to 280, skills, chain critical, nebula formation. Description: elite soldiers dispatched by Star Moon Town are stationed in Light Forest. They are well trained and powerful, part of the forces attacking Undercity. Zhang Han hid behind a tree, observing the situation, thinking to himself, without a more advanced detection method, this will be really troublesome. The detection skills beginners possess can only detect attributes of creatures no more than 5 levels higher than themselves. As players gradually move past the beginner stage, some feel powerless. Let's start with the stragglers. After speaking, he jumped out from behind the tree and stood behind a Star Moon Soldier. The person quickly noticed someone behind them and was about to turn around. Zhang Han reached out and rushed forward. I use Undead Grasp. System notification: you have used Undead Grasp, binding the Star Moon Soldier in an immobilized state for 1 second. HP minus 24,765. System notification: you use the skill Undead Slash to deal 23,765 damage to the Star Moon Soldier and reduce their movement speed by 10. The attacked Star Moon Soldier immediately shouted, enemy attack, charge. Zhang Han rushed forward, unleashing 2 sword auras. He then felt very satisfied. Undead Slash combined with frenzied slaying and control from Undead Grasp was truly excellent. At this moment, a group of soldiers ran over and surrounded Zhang Han. The enemy is here. Zhang Han turned and ran. Quick, get away, there might be a big boss inside. The Star Moon Soldiers chased after him, shouting, where's the general? Call him quickly. The general and his concubine are out having fun. Damn it, Zhang Han glanced back, then stopped. He faced them, a delighted smile on his face. HMPH, a bunch of weaklings. The Star Moon Soldiers charged forward, shouting, kill. System notification: Star Moon Soldier used the skill Nebula Formation. Attack power increased by 15. Zhang Han leapt into the air. What if your attack power increases? You're just a bunch of weaklings. The system continuously notified. Slain a Star Moon Soldier, gained 11,236 experience points. Slain a Star Moon Soldier, gained 11,236 experience points. Soon, 10 minutes later, the ground was littered with the corpses of Star Moon Soldiers. Zhang Han picked up an item and frowned, saying, I thought there would be hundreds of soldiers, but there were only 2. Suddenly, a panicked voice rang out, attracting his attention. What? Who did this? What met his eyes was a muscular man carrying a large axe, snarling and furious. Zhang Han looked at the man, thinking to himself, the boss is back. This was Star Moon General Quentin, a silver tier boss, level unknown, HP 250,000, attack unknown, defense unknown, skills unknown. Description: the most excellent warrior of Nebula Town. Unfortunately, after gaining power, he indulged in wine and women, and his body deteriorated, his strength gradually declining. It is said that he has a special fetish, enjoying doing things in the wild that make others happy, he thought in surprise. I can only see the opponent's HP and description. True detection is becoming less effective. Quentin now pointed his axe forward and said, Zhang Han, I know you. It seems my soldiers were killed by you. This surprised Zhang Han. We know each other? Quentin, with a face full of scars, bared his teeth, his eyes flashing fiercely. You're on the Light Faction's wanted list, you're named. Just bring your head there and you can obtain a combat profession unlike any other. Your strength has already skyrocketed several times. Your future is full of hope. Who in the Light Faction wouldn't want your head? If I kill you, I will have endless glory and wealth in the future, and I can kiss any type of beauty. Zhang Han provocatively extended his pinky finger. You can kiss any beauty, I'm afraid you can't even last a minute. Upon hearing this, Quentin roared in anger. You're asking for death. Then the sharp axe blade swung down. Zhang Han hurriedly leaped away, dodging the 2 fatal axe strikes. Then he took the opportunity to kick the opponent's face. HP minus 11,571. System notification: you used the skill Evil Stomp to deal 11,571 damage to the enemy. Due to the significant level difference, no suppression effect was formed. This made Zhang Han pause, his expression tense. Quentin forcefully threw Zhang Han aside. Zhang Han's HP was rapidly deducted minus 3,580, minus 5,214. His health bar had already dropped significantly. Zhang Han gritted his teeth, worried. No, although my attack power is high, my defense and HP are inferior to his. I can't deal with him. Suddenly, Quentin charged over again. Zhang Han quickly counterattacked. Quentin snarled through gritted teeth, "Good moves, come on, victory in the first battle." Just like that, the two engaged in a fierce battle and the opponent's attacks were all nullified. At this moment, a woman in a red dress hidden behind a tree observed the battle worriedly, saying, "Lord Zhang Han's health bar has dropped to only 1/3, it's time." He immediately took out a healing potion. HP rapidly increased by 1000. System notification. You have used Undead Grasp, binding Star Moon General Quentin into an immobilized state for 0.8 seconds. Zhang Han rushed forward again, then stomped heavily on Quentin's face. System notification. You have used the skill Evil Stomp, dealing 11,560 damage to the enemy. Quentin angrily swung his axe and roared, "Your control does no damage to me, you're only humiliating yourself." Zhang Han turned and ran again. System notification. You have used the skill Evil Stomp, movement speed increased by 200. He also exclaimed in surprise, "So fast." At this moment the concubine walked out and asked worriedly, "Lord, are you all right?" Quentin replied, "I'm fine, too bad he got away." But just then Zhang Han suddenly appeared behind him. He returned with full HP, hands on his hips, and said proudly, "I'm not running. If you want to fight, I'll fight." He calculated in his mind drinking potions would increase the power of death 0.5 per second recovery effect during combat. His recovery ability was no joke. Seeing this, Quentin swung his axe and charged over again, roaring, "You dare to come back?" 2 minutes later, Zhang Han's health bar had dropped significantly again, while Quentin's body was enveloped in a layer of purple energy, and then Zhang Han's foot stomped on his face again. Then, at a speed immeasurable by the naked eye, he retreated back behind the trees, replenishing his health bar along the way. Quentin gritted his teeth and looked around. His treacherous brat was unappreciative. The concubine urged again, "Lord, let's go." He also felt uneasy and said, "Yes, we can't stay here anymore." But Zhang Han suddenly appeared, swinging his sword. Leaving, he put on a twisted, sinister expression. "Running away when you can't win, how despicable," Quentin roared in anger. You, how can you say such things?" Zhang Han retorted calmly. "Why can't I say them?" Quentin's face showed disdain. "Isn't it because you're always running away?" Zhang Han's eyes glinted as he rushed forward to attack. "Then that means you're complimenting my good physique, right? I can't help but show you my strength. Today I'll fight you to the death, it's either you or me." Quentin also charged forward, swinging his axe and roared, "Die!" A vortex of power from Quentin swirled towards Zhang Han. HP minus 4,781, minus 4,877, minus 4,984. Zhang Han retreated, becoming wary. A boss of this level was indeed not simple. Then he drank another potion, HP 1000. He would kill him once he finished using his skills. The vortex had also retreated. He was pale and panting. "Madam," at this moment, Zhang Han swung his sword and charged again with one slash. Quentin's HP was immediately deducted by 11,350. His health bar was left with only a sliver. He grabbed Zhang Han's arm and asked in pain, "How is it that your strength doesn't deplete?" Zhang Han calmly retorted, "My strength also has this." Then he swung a few more slashes at Quentin. System notification. Congratulations, you have slain Light Faction level 35 Silver Tier Boss Star Moon General Quentin, gaining 600,000 experience points, reputation 1500. Then his body quickly erupted with a surge of power. System, your level has been upgraded to 28. System notification. Congratulations on completing the quest Eliminate Enemy Camp. You can go to Necromancer Daniel to claim your quest reward, Zhang Han thought with great anticipation. Let's see what equipment dropped. Oh ho, not only equipment but also 2 gold coins. Stone Wall Armor, Silver Tier, Defense 60 to 80, HP 2000, Effect, Defense 15, Level Requirement 35. Description: Quentin's favorite armor, thick and sturdy, possessing excellent defensive capabilities. He wears it on every expedition. Axe of Aggression, Silver Tier, Attack 100 to 120. Effect, Attack 10, Attack Speed minus 10, Level Requirement 35. Description: an axe that fought alongside Quentin, stained with the blood of countless people. However, due to its heavy weight, it is extremely difficult to wield. Zhang Han was very excited. The armor attributes were good. As for the weapon, it required a high level to use, but its attack bonus was not as good as the gold tier Cold Cloud sword in his hand. Sell it for money. Equipment dropped. Just then Long Tengwan Li appeared. Level 35 weapon. The highest level player I know is only level 23. He calmly replied, "As long as it's suitable." Then he thought to himself, since he had already joined the Dark Faction, there was no warehouse function, so the equipment had to be sold for cash immediately. Otherwise, if he made a mistake and was killed, both his equipment and character would disappear. Long Tengwan Li offered 150,000. Zhang Han raised it to 200,000. He thought for a moment and agreed. "All right, I'll send you the location. You can send someone to pick it up." System notification. Long Tengwan Li has transferred 200,000 to your account. Zhang Han smiled and exclaimed, "As expected, it's great." The money was in his account even before he checked the equipment. Suddenly he noticed Quentin's concubine standing nearby, looking bewildered. Her face was pale and she didn't even dare to run. Zhang Han put on a sinister expression. "I used to be curious. I heard the NPCs in Eternal are very realistic. How about—" Zhang Han approached the other party with an evil, lewd expression. She screamed in terror, "Don't come closer, what do you want to do?" Suddenly, a system notification appeared. Your actions will be judged as bestial by the Sky Eternal Continent. If you insist on acting, the system will record and call all factions to hunt you down. Zhang Han immediately stopped his lewd behavior, thinking with frustration, As expected, the higher-ups won't allow players to do such unnatural things in the game. This was within my expectations. He returned to normal and asked, "All right, miss, you've seen what happened today. Go deliver a message to the Light faction and tell them Zhang Han is waiting for them in Undercity. Whoever doesn't come is a coward." It was time to go back and report the quest to his mentor. The concubine hurriedly ran in one direction. The scene switched to Daniel's residence. He saw Zhang Han coming and asked, "Speak, what do you want this time?" Zhang Han replied, "Master, please give me another gift orb." Daniel happily agreed. "Good." System notification. Congratulations on completing the quest. Eliminate enemy camp, gaining 200,000 experience points and a C rank item. Gift orb. Zhang Han clenched his fist, glowing brightly, and used the gift orb on the stone wall armor. Excellent. He put on the stone wall armor. He already had quite a few high-quality pieces of equipment. His information panel was displayed. Shadow Dominator, Cold River, Silver Tier Boss, level 28. Combat Power 50000, Attack Phone, Defense 331 to 374, Reputation 19,500, Luck 1. Description: a betrayer of the Light faction, Cold River, has gradually grown with the help of his master Daniel, revealing his bloodthirsty and evil nature. He is ambitious, attempting to control brave adventurers. Kill him. He will bring you astonishing benefits. System notification: congratulations, your strength has met the requirements. The Dark faction power rankings have been activated. Upon hearing this, Zhang Han's expression was confused. Faction rankings: the system displayed the Dark faction's power rankings. 1. Time Space Demon Beast Bot. 2. Explorer Eric. 3. Ocean Devourer Baloo. 4. Fallen Angel Sarah. 5. Fire Lotus Nicole. 6. Warbeast Harry. 7. Wind of Destruction Shao. 8. Soul Controller Jier. 9. Sinful Dragon Atticus. 10. Venomous Curse Lori. Zhang Han operated the screen and said, "Check Zhang Han's ranking." The displayed number made his face show disdain. "Very good, it means there are no more than 100 million people in the Dark faction who can defeat me." Upon hearing this, Daniel continued, "It seems you already know the demon god's might. Although the 10 great demon lords are indeed very strong and have few opponents in the Sky Eternal continent, you shouldn't underestimate yourself. You will truly be able to enter the top 10 in the future." He asked in surprise. "Oh, because I'm a Dark Swordsman?" he replied with certainty. "Exactly, the Dark Swordsman was once one of the 10 great demon gods renowned." Zhang Han continued to press. "Then why did he die?" He hesitated. "Don't worry about this for now, you'll know later. By the way, your plan actually worked. Now over 200,000 adventurers have registered with Conte and are preparing to help us when the siege war begins," Zhang Han said happily. Of course, he thought to himself, players always go their own way. There's no such thing as a sense of justice. Because the Light faction represents justice, they would never help the Dark faction, nor could other moral principles restrain them. Daniel: "In that case, perhaps as long as they don't appear, Undercity can truly be protected," Zhang Han thought in surprise. "They?" Then he asked in confusion. "Who are they referring to?" Daniel showed an all-knowing expression. "You already understand, why pretend to be naive?" This made Zhang Han stop. It seemed the hardest part was the conspiracy to kill. Daniel turned around again and waved his hand. "All right, don't overthink it. You're not strong enough yet. Getting stronger is the only way. The main force guarding Undercity is still the Bone Soldiers. Your current strength far surpasses theirs. You can teach them some skills to fight enemies." The system displayed Train Bone Soldiers, difficulty C. Description: Bone Soldiers possess some strength, but they are still unable to contend with the Light faction's elites. Train them to make them stronger. Quest requirement: teach Bone Soldiers new skills. Number of quests unlimited but not exceeding 5,000. Zhang Han immediately replied, "Yes." The scene switched to the outside. Zhang Han mumbled while scrolling on his phone, "Takeout, I'll order takeout." Then the voice on the other end of the phone asked, "Brother Ramen?" Zhang Han leaned back in his chair and agreed, "Let's go, I'll treat you to a drink." Same old place. A moment later, the two went to their usual small restaurant to eat. Wang Kai curiously asked, "What happened this morning?" Zhang Han replied, "Mainly, I encountered a problem in the game and a solution suddenly came to me while I was talking to you." Wang Kai: "What's the problem? Tell me about it. My game is developing well now, maybe I can help you." He immediately reassured, "Don't worry, it's already solved." He then continued, "Great, what level are you now?" Zhang Han replied vaguely, "Level 20-something." This surprised Wang Kai. "Really? What's your rank on the leaderboard?" Zhang Han retorted. "What level are you?" He replied, 19. Wang Kai was ranked 39th on the leaderboard. "That's me." "Can you tell me your ID now?" Zhang Han cautioned somewhat worriedly. "I'll tell you this, but don't tell anyone else, okay?" Wang Kai was displeased by his friend's caution. "My lips aren't loose." Hearing this, Zhang Han said seriously, "Actually, I am Cold River." Wang Kai wasn't ready yet, still slurping his noodles. "Oh, so it's Cold River." But after realizing the name, he immediately spat out his noodles and exclaimed in surprise, "Holy cow." He stared at the other person, thinking in disbelief, "Cold River. Zhang Han, I actually didn't connect the two names." Then he asked in a panic, "Are you really Cold River? You're not lying, are you?" Zhang Han nodded, affirming. Wang Kai scratched his face and gave an embarrassed laugh. "If you're him, then you really shouldn't tell anyone your game ID to avoid unnecessary trouble." "Brother, don't worry, I won't say anything," Zhang Han said trustingly. "I believe you." The scene switched to the game world. As soon as Zhang Han logged into the game, he received a system notification. System alert, please note. The adventurer's active assistance to Undercity has led to dissatisfaction among the Light faction leadership, who have decided to launch an attack 4 days early to achieve a quick victory. This made Zhang Han's face stiffen. 4 days early, wasn't that tomorrow? The game event had already set a time and it could still be advanced? Was it really, as the official launch email said, that all NPCs had their own stories and killing plots so they could actively change predetermined storylines? Or was it that Laming was overthinking things? It was precisely because the developers didn't want players to help the Dark faction. That's why they deliberately started the battle early. At this moment he glanced to the side and saw a group of bone soldiers training with long spears. Ha! They then walked up to Zhang Han and shouted, "My lord?" Zhang Han immediately said loudly, "The city lord sent me here to train you, hoping you can learn new skills from me. Gather all the nearby bone soldiers." Everyone replied in unison, "Yes." Subsequently, the bone soldiers began to assemble. Looking at the neatly arranged bone soldiers, Zhang Han thought, how should I teach them? System alert, you can actively cast skills. For the bone soldiers to observe and learn new skills. Note, bone soldiers have low potential and cannot perfectly replicate, so the number of teaching sessions per week is unlimited. Fortunately, the system only gave helpful hints. Zhang Han pondered, stroking his chin after observing. A flash of light suddenly appeared in his eyes. "I got it." Then he coughed loudly a few times. "Ahem, watch carefully. Today I'll teach you a very powerful move." With that, he leapt up. In the air, his attack simultaneously struck multiple targets. After completing a round, he landed on the ground and said, "Did you see clearly? The essence of this move is stomping on the enemy, especially light faction adventurers. Make sure to stomp hard on their faces until they surrender." Zhang Han secretly chuckled. For some reason, the thought of tomorrow's battle with a group of bone soldiers using evil stomp against adventurers made him happy. At this moment, a bone soldier asked, "My lord, could you demonstrate it one more time? I didn't see clearly just now." Zhang Han replied, "Yes." Then he performed the same action again. System alert. Through your teaching, 13 bone soldiers have comprehended the D-rank stomp skill. System alert. Through your teaching, 3 bone soldiers have comprehended the C-rank stomp skill. Zhang Han thought these bone soldiers have varying levels of comprehension. Although the skill levels obtained are different, the skill effect is indeed the same as evil stomp, just with greatly reduced power. Then he loudly declared, "You must remember. Use this move as a trump card, only when your health is low. Use it again after the skill cooldown ends. Don't waste it." System alert. Through your teaching, 22 bone soldiers have decided to choose the stomp skill as their main skill against enemies, and its usage rate has significantly increased. Zhang Han guided everyone's posture. "Yes, that's it. You must perform well in tomorrow's battle. Let those fools in the light faction know our strength." Yes. System alert. Through your teaching, 45 bone soldiers have comprehended the D-rank stomp skill. System alert. Congratulations on completing the bone soldier training quest. You may now go to your master to claim your quest reward. As soon as the task was done, Zhang Han quickly jogged away. The quest was complete. Time was tight. He needed to see if his master had made any preparations. Upon arriving, he said, "Master, I've completed the quest." Daniel was sitting looking at the sky and calmly replied, Since the light faction decided to attack tomorrow, I was thinking you'd probably complete the quest today." System alert. Congratulations on completing the bone soldier training quest. You have received the unknown item Moon Shard. Zhang Han pursed his lips, thinking Moon Shard. The system displayed the item information Moon Shard, quality unknown. Description: fragment unknown but contains terrifying power. Effect: user unconditionally immune to 1 fatal damage. Cooldown 1 month. Zhang Han held the item and said in shock, "Unconditionally immune to 1 fatal damage? Is this just a normal reward for a C-rank quest?" Daniel remained seated, slowly saying, "It's precisely because its quality is unknown that it can be given to you through a simple quest." Zhang Han nodded. "Thank you, master." Daniel fell silent again, an inexplicable connection. "I once used the effect of the Moon Shard to escape the pursuit of a powerful individual. The cooldown wasn't over yet when I met you, and you helped me survive, also allowing me to unintentionally take on a disciple." Zhang Han asked in surprise, "Why did you give it to me?" He placed his hand on his disciple's shoulder and explained, "Because I have already completed my mission. If it were taken by those old fellows from the light faction, my death wouldn't matter. It's better to actively choose to give it to you. No need to be moved. Don't forget what I said before. As long as you live long enough, we will meet again in the future." Zhang Han asked again, "Master, who exactly are you?" Daniel stood up, turned around and waved his hand. "This question, when your strength is great enough, everything will become clear." He turned his head and reminded, "Remember, tomorrow's most important task is to protect yourself." Zhang Han was somewhat surprised by this. "It's getting late for the siege war at 10 a.m. tomorrow. I should also get some rest early." With that, Daniel also vanished from the game space. The scene switched to the next day, 9:30 a.m. Zhang Han took off his gaming helmet, then put it back on, his face filled with excitement. Eternal activated. Zhang Han quickly logged into the game. Standing on a busy street with people coming and going, Zhang Han looked around and sighed. So many people. Suddenly, countless system notifications popped up. System alert. Your Undercity Defense main quest will begin at 10 a.m. Please be prepared. System alert. Your intervention quest has been activated. If you fail to achieve first place on the defense score rankings, you will be deprived of the demon god's protection. System alert. Please note, you will serve as a third wave defending boss against the light faction. If you do not participate, your level will be reduced by 10 and all attributes will be permanently reduced by 1,000 points. Zhang Han said in shock, "Is it because I suggested recruiting players to use force? The penalty is so severe." Suddenly he was noticed. "Cold River is online. Holy cow, I finally see the true face of the big shot, so handsome. Tisk tisk tisk. Now all players on the server want to kill him. I wonder if he's scared, big brother, and autograph, big shot. What level are you now? I'm level 18, but I can't see your character interface. Zhang Han rushed through the crowd, diligently clearing a path. Out of the way, he thought to himself. I'm the third wave defending boss. I should go to the city wall and observe the situation first. Running to Daniel, he called out, Master Hum. System alert. Official event officially begins. System alert, please note, as a silver tier boss in the third wave you cannot appear prematurely. At this moment the crowded space became chaotic. Ha 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 ha. System level 20 bronze tier boss, Fighter Tazo leads the first wave of light faction players to begin the siege. At this moment a group of people wearing armor and wielding giant hammers rushed over, shouting, Damn Undercity, we should reclaim our Skylight City. Brothers, charge, kill all the fools of the light faction and those damn bone soldiers. Why are you running? Fighter Tazo, bronze tier boss, level 20, combat power 80000, attack 200 to 350, defense 120 to 150, skill, frenzied bash. Daniel stood there waving his hand loudly, ready to face the battle. The scene switched to another place. The space had become chaotic. Kill, tisk 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 tisk. Countless bone soldiers jumped down to attack. The system displayed, Bone Soldier uses Stomp skill, Bone Soldier uses Stomp face skill. All players stared in a panic at the jumping bone soldiers. Holy cow, what kind of skill is this? Ah, they're being stomped on the face and falling to the ground. A few people outside exclaimed in shock. Damn, you don't hit a person's face. These bone soldiers have no morals. These bone soldiers are so brutal. Luckily I'm on the defending side. This is classic, I have to record it. I'll watch it repeatedly. Daniel then turned to Zhang Han, smiling contentedly. This kid is indeed my favorite disciple to come up with such a move, truly evil enough. Zhang Han chuckled mischievously, his expression abnormally perverted and sinister. At this moment those attacked by the bone soldiers turned and fled. Damn it, these bone soldiers, my friends and I used to sweep them, they weren't this strong. Damn bone soldiers, their attack methods are truly despicable. Brothers, quickly rush into the siege to farm points. Zhang Han calmly operated the system screen again, the siege scoreboard. First place, Unconscious Sleep, 23 points. Second place, Genetics Lover, 20 points. Third place, Flower of Love, 19 points. Fourth place, Intimate One, 5 points. Zhang Han thought to himself, the battle has just begun. The Breeze Legion's health is not low, they can't be cleared out so quickly. Clearly, attacking adventurers who kill defending adventurers can also get points, so to be safe he had to do something. Then he turned to the person next to him, extended his hand and asked, Brother, do you have any weapons or equipment? The brother replied, I have one, but you're a warrior class. Holding a bow won't increase your attributes. He immediately replied, It's fine, just give me any old bow and a few arrows. I'll give you 10 silver coins. The brother then held up a bow. Okay. Item information was also displayed. Silver tier wooden bow, attack 6 to 8, level requirement 5. Description: a bow made of wood, it's good enough if it works. Since you have set the wooden bow as your main weapon, your attack power has dropped to 842. Zhang Han happily drew the bow, knocking an arrow. His information was displayed. Shadow Dominator, Cold River, Silver Tier Boss, level 28, HP 50,200, Attack 842, reduced, Defense 331 to 374, Reputation 19,500, Luck 1. Description: a betrayer of the Light faction, Cold River has gradually grown with the help of his master Daniel, revealing his bloodthirsty and evil nature. It is said he is ambitious, attempting to control brave adventurers. Kill him, he will bring you astonishing benefits. Zhang Han's finger released the arrow. Just like that, a person was pierced through the chest by an arrow, HP minus 7,768. System alert: congratulations on attacking a Light faction besieging adventurer. Gaining 1 point, the others broke out in a cold sweat, their faces pale. Holy cow, our vice guild leader was killed. He's a level 20 high defense warrior. The brother who lent Zhang Han the bow now exclaimed in shock. This is just an ordinary silver tier bow and he's not even an archer class. An archer class like me can't even deal that much damage. Zhang Han exclaimed, it works so well. Then he continued to draw his bow, knocking arrows that whistled through the air. HP minus 9,968. System message: congratulations on attacking a Light faction besieging adventurer. You have gained 1 point. That brother yelled in astonishment at this result. A level 21 defense warrior was killed. Is joining the Dark faction so strong? And he's got perfect aim every time. Zhang Han however grinned, very satisfied. Perfect aim every time. It seems my sword talent is not only extremely high, but I'm also excellent with a bow. Zhang Han confidently drew his bow, shooting 3 arrows at once. Can I, Zhang Han, not be called the Flying General Reborn? System message: please note you have attacked a defending bone soldier, deducting 1 point. System message: please note you have attacked a defending player, deducting 1 point. System message: please note you have attacked a defending bone soldier, deducting 1 point. Daniel couldn't help but feel speechless, thinking this guy even killed his own people. Suddenly Zhang Han exclaimed, damn it, Daniel reminded him. Flying General, if you keep shooting like that, my army will be wiped out by you. Zhang Han continued to draw his bow, thinking he should still focus fire on areas with many enemies. 20 minutes later, shouts erupted, we must take it back. Fighter Tazo's HP was only 180,000. System message: congratulations to player Unconscious Sleep for successfully killing Fighter Tazo, gaining an additional 25 points. Siege scoreboard: 1. Unconscious Sleep, 129 points. 2. Flower of Love, 68 points. 3. Dragon War in the Wild 57 points, 4. Cold River 51 points, 5. Death God 35 points, 6. VA 20 points, 7. G-Spirit 17 points, 8. Upgrade Professional Training 15 points, 9. Upgrade Technical Training 10 points, 10. Preacher's Song 5 points. Zhang Han frowned and commented only 51 points. The competition is fierce, especially for first place, which seems to be double the second place. System message. Please note the Thunder Legion led by level 25 bronze tier boss Thunder Eagle Angus will begin the 21st wave of siege in 5 minutes. Large armies surged forward like a tide. At this moment a person wielding a giant axe rushed over, shouting with his axe, "Brothers, Thunder Legion, kill!" This was Thunder Eagle Angus, a level 25 bronze tier boss, HP 160,000, attack 300 to 450, defense 220 to 250, skill, dual blade charge. Angus rushed over shouting, "Follow me back to Skylight City." The defending army was also ready. Defending brothers, charge. Archers fired countless arrows raining down like torrents. Suddenly a powerful force erupted. Daniel's eyes gleamed as he shouted, "Charge out and meet them." System notification. Defending Bone Soldier Captain leads the second wave of Bone Soldiers and Adventurers to attack. Bone Soldier Captain, level 25, bronze tier boss, HP 250,000, attack 400 to 490, defense 120 to 150, skills, heavy strike, deadly slash. The Bone Soldiers charged out, cackling "Gaw gaw gaw. Gaw gaw gaw." The space became chaotic. "Damn it, here they come again." Angus swung his axe, shouting furiously, "Damn Bone Soldiers, their attack methods are so despicable." Suddenly his expression froze. A round head swinging a massive sword cut Angus's body in half. System message. Since Thunder Eagle Angus has been killed, his points have disappeared. Without their leader, the enemy soldiers began to panic. "Lord, it's over. The Lord has been killed again." The Bone Soldiers charged towards the enemy soldiers, muttering, "Their general has been killed. Let's rush forward and take their heads." System message. Please note the recruit army led by level 35 silver tier boss Raging Soldier Cairo will begin the third wave of siege in 2 minutes. All players were extremely dissatisfied after reading this. Damn it, it jumped directly to a level 35 boss. It should have been a level 30 boss. It seems the difficulty of the third wave has increased. This is the defending guardian. Zhang Han observed the situation, thinking, is Raging Soldier Cairo the same name or the same person? Here a powerful vortex appeared in the space, causing the defending guardians to cry out in panic, "Ah, Cold River, get out here!" This was Raging Soldier Cairo, level 35 bronze tier boss, HP unknown, attack 800 to 850, defense 420 to 450, skills, combo swordsmanship, advanced Silverlight Blade Fury. Description: he was a mediocre guard soldier in the beginner village, but fortunately he received help from the village chief and became a very powerful figure in the town. Zhang Han's eyes widened, and he inwardly exclaimed, "It's really him. Is he here to collect a debt? I still owe him 2 gold coins." At this moment both sides began to clash. HMPH, on one side were ordinary people, on the other were bone soldiers. Rapid figures leapt about. System message. Since the Bone Soldier Captain has been killed by Raging Soldier Cairo, his points have disappeared. A defending guardian rushed over with a sword, shouting, "Charge!" Zhang Han also stood at the front, holding his sword in a ready stance. A level 35 fighting a level 25 is nothing to be nervous about. I'll go myself. At this moment Daniel placed a hand on his shoulder, reminding him, "Disciple, remember, your goal is to protect yourself and not get caught up in the killing." He replied earnestly, "Yes." Daniel's face showed a look of trust. "Then go." Zhang Han began to move mysteriously. System message. Adventurers, please note level 28 silver tier boss Shadow Dominator. Cold River will be fighting as a defender in the third wave of the siege. Shadow Dominator, Cold River, level 28 silver tier boss, HP 50,220, attack phone, defense 311 to 374, reputation 19,500, luck 1. Description: a traitor to the Light faction, Cold River has gradually grown with the help of his master Bane. He is said to be ambitious, attempting to control brave adventurers. Kill him, and he will bring you astonishing benefits. The players on the opposite side began to grit their teeth in anticipation. Cold River is fighting, and killing him will earn generous rewards. System message. Please note you must hold out for at least 20 minutes before returning to the city. Zhang Han's gaze sharpened as he looked ahead. 20 minutes, it seems the system doesn't want me to escape easily. As he finished speaking, an incoming attack already appeared before him. Zhang Han leaned back, dodging the attack, easily unleashing 2 attacks. HMPH, the defending guardian shouted at this moment. "Surround him. Today, if we can kill Cold River, both the attacking and defending sides will receive rewards." Zhang Han responded with an excited and sinister expression. "So that's it. To deal with me, you even went so far as to plant an ace on the defending side." System message. Due to the number of adventurers besieging you exceeding 3,000, toughness increased, HP increased by 50. System message. Due to the number of adventurers besieging you exceeding 5,000, toughness greatly increased, final HP increased by 100. System message. Due to the number of adventurers besieging you exceeding 8,000, toughness greatly increased, final HP increased by 100. Shadow Dominator, Cold River, level 28, silver tier boss. Zhang Han exclaimed inwardly, 140,000 HP. It seems the system increases the boss's HP based on the number of players. Everyone rushed forward, attacking Zhang Han in unison. Kill. Zhang Han calmly wielded his sharp sword. HP minus 11,475, minus 22,584. System message. Congratulations on killing a light faction adventurer, you have gained 1 point. The people behind were panicking, not daring to advance. This damage, damn it, Cold River really became a boss. The top 10 players on the leveling leaderboard have already posted his attribute interface, over 1300 attack power. Is this something a level 20 player should have? Zhang Han was still furiously swinging his sword. System message. Congratulations on killing a light faction adventurer, you have gained 1 point. System message. Congratulations on killing a light faction adventurer. You have gained 2 points. System message. Congratulations on killing a light faction adventurer. You have gained 13 points. The leader rushed over with his sword shouting, Cold River. A massive blade swung out. Zhang Han dodged sideways but still lost 5,000 HP. A triumphant smile appeared on his face as he said, Cold River, do you remember me? Zhang Han calmly replied, I remember, the fool from the beginner village. The man raised his sword again, loudly saying, Cold River. Back then you told me you were alone, no other adventurers. But then adventurers swarmed into the beginner village and a set of beginner equipment sold for 1,000 gold coins. Today I will take your head to make up for my losses, Zhang Han calmly replied. The contract made back then was only for 2 gold coins. If you need it, I'll pay you back now. If you keep pushing and I accidentally kill you, then your debt is repaid in death. I advise you to be sensible. Take the money and leave. At this moment, the space became chaotic again, and everyone's HP continued to decrease. A defending guardian said in a panic, 2 points of damage, this can't even penetrate his defense. How much defense does he have? At this moment, Zhang Han's HP had already dropped by almost a third. He just sneered, thinking, still want to fight? Don't blame me for being impolite. The enraged Cairo, filled with fury, charged over, shouting, You're at death's door, still talking tough. The system immediately notified that Cairo had activated his advanced swordsmanship skill. Zhang Han also fearlessly met him, swinging his sword to block Cairo's blade. Both sides fiercely exchanged blows and HP numbers continuously popped up. Seeing this, the surrounding players watching were scared into a cold sweat, muttering, This is entirely a one-on-one battle, we can't even get involved. In terms of HP, Cold River is definitely inferior to Cairo. Isn't this just asking for death? 2 minutes later, Zhang Han's HP was critically low. He reached out and used a skill. System message. You have used the skill Undead Grasp, putting Raging Soldier Cairo into a controlled state for 1 second. Zhang Han seized the opportunity to rush forward, continuously slashing at Cairo. Seeing that he still had a lot of HP, Cairo triumphantly swung his sword. Is that all you've got? Die! Zhang Han ignored him, swinging his sword to kill a nearby minion. The info panel displayed, You have attacked a besieging adventurer, gaining 1 point and 2,340 experience points. The next second, the system notified that Zhang Han had leveled up to level 29. His HP instantly refilled, and a bright smile appeared on his face as he stared at Cairo. Realizing he had been tricked, Cairo gritted his teeth and shouted, As expected, you're still as cunning as ever. Zhang Han smiled broadly, mocking him. You're still the Cairo I know. Still as foolish. Cairo, blinded by rage, swung his sword at Zhang Han's abdomen, shouting, Die! But before he could land a hit, Zhang Han used a skill. System message. You have used the skill Evil Stomp, dealing 13,547 damage to Raging Soldier Cairo, successfully interrupted the skill and caused a suppression effect, rendering him immobile for 1 second. Utilizing this brief opportunity, Zhang Han continuously slashed with his sword. Cairo was hit multiple times by Zhang Han's continuous slashes, recoiling a few steps. After the control ended, Zhang Han leaped backward, preparing for defense. Zhang Han took out a potion, thinking, Just in case, I'll speed up my HP recovery first. Zhang Han quickly drank the potion in his hand. System message. You have used a HP recovery potion, restoring 1,000 HP per second for 10 seconds. After breaking free from control, Cairo was furious, consumed by rage. Bastard, today you must pay the price for what you've done. System message. Raging Soldier Cairo has used the skill Fury. Attack power increased by 20, attack speed increased by 25, lasting 1 minute. Seeing this notification, Zhang Han frowned, thinking, Fury, a great buff skill. But Zhang Han turned around and shouted, Bone soldiers, protect me! The fighting skeletons received the command and immediately retreated, concentrating in one spot. Players discussed in disbelief, You can play like this? Today really blew my mind. The bone soldiers surrounded Zhang Han, protecting him tightly. System notification. Bone soldiers have activated the Iron Bulwark Group skill. Defense increased by 100. Zhang Han laughed triumphantly. If you choose to participate in this siege war, I don't believe you can escape unscathed. Looking at Cairo's furious but helpless expression, Zhang Han provoked him further. Once your buff wears off, I'll take care of you. Cairo gritted his teeth, but powerless could only weakly shout, You! Zhang Han poked his head out and mocked, Or are you saying you think your 1-minute fury can break through my bone soldier guard? If not, your fury is just impotent rage. Cairo turned to look at the surrounding players who were watching, shouting, All adventurers retreat. Too many people would only increase his HP and toughness, but the players weren't as obedient as the bone soldiers. They held their own opinions and exchanged thoughts. Should we run? If Zhang Han encounters trouble, we'll seize the opportunity to take his head. Zhang Han's head is worth a fortune. What would happen if we got it? Seeing this group only discussing and no one willing to retreat, Cairo urgently shouted, You? Zhang Han smiled, reminding him, 30 seconds, your fury only has 30 seconds left. Realizing time was running out, Cairo bravely charged forward at them skeleton knights. Get out of my way! Cairo charged directly at the skeleton soldiers, trying to create an opening, but due to their sheer numbers they were inexhaustible. Zhang Han stood still, watching Cairo frantically slash. He smiled and reminded him, 20 seconds. Cairo chopped even harder, clearing a layer of skeleton soldiers with each swing. Cairo gripped his sword tightly, and Zhang Han reminded him again, 10 seconds. Cairo finally cleared out most of the skeleton soldiers. He charged over, shouting, "You talk too much," Zhang Han calmly told him, 1 second. Before Cairo could even make a move, Zhang Han used a skill, stomping hard on his head, making him fall to the ground and kiss the dirt. A system notification popped up. You have used Evil Stomp to deal 14,786 damage to Raging Soldier Cairo, successfully interrupting his skill and causing a suppression effect, rendering him immobile for 1 second. Taking advantage of the 1 second Cairo was immobilized on the ground, Zhang Han quickly unleashed continuous slashes, rapidly reducing Cairo's HP. Cairo's health bar had now severely dropped, with only a tiny sliver remaining. Zhang Han stomped on his face, and at the brink of death he pleaded in terror, "Zhang Han, big brother, let me go. Our debt is settled." Zhang Han ignored him, finishing Cairo off with a single sword strike. A system notification popped up. System prompt: congratulations on slaying Raging Soldier Cairo, the third wave siege boss, gaining an additional 500 points. Congratulations on slaying level 35 silver tier boss Raging Soldier Cairo, gained reputation 2,000, experience points 300,000. Seeing this notification, players exclaimed, "My goodness, a level 35 boss actually lost. No one on our side is as strong as him." After Cairo's death, countless glowing pieces of equipment appeared on the ground. Everyone's eyes were red with envy, but they reluctantly withdrew the thought, "Who dares to snatch it? If we do, he'll kill our entire faction." Zhang Han also didn't dare to delay, rapidly calculating in his mind, Cairo's equipment. "I'll put it away for now and check it later. I can still last for 13 minutes. Perfect, Zhang Han said, rushing towards the surrounding crowd with his sword, just in time to get some more experience points from you guys. With that thought, he once again frantically charged into the player swarm, slashing wildly. The necromancer looked down from high above, smiling. "I believe that after I revive you will be a renowned powerhouse on the Sky Eternal continent." As he spoke, he looked into the distance and couldn't help but frown in confusion. Brandy, you're truly persistent." 4 minutes later, Zhang Han was still frantically slashing on the battlefield. Players fled in all directions, feeling that they couldn't kill him and were merely giving him experience points. "Forget it, I give up." As they ran, they saw someone standing still and couldn't help but curiously remind him, "Brother, don't leave. You'll just be an experience piñata if you go." The person stuck his sword into the ground, a confident look on his face. "I didn't expect that with so many people I would still stand out in the end. Zhang Han, your head is mine for the taking." When the man appeared, clad in armor with golden hair, Zhang Han had already noticed him from afar. He secretly observed this person, wondering if he was a top player. Through the information panel, Zhang Han also understood his situation. Chu Feng Wutong, Blaze Flame Swordsman, level 25, HP 2070, attack 705 to 752, defense 353 to 377, skills: Flame Slash, Fire Dragon Dance, Blaze God's Protection, Rage of Blaze Flame. Zhang Han's eyes gradually grew cold as he secretly assessed the man before him. A Blaze Flame Swordsman is actually a hidden profession. Zhang Han asked him, "You already have a hidden profession. Why do you still need to provoke me?" Chu Feng Wutong drew his sword and pointed it directly at Zhang Han. "There are rumors that if you possess one hidden profession and choose to abandon other hidden professions, the game rewards will be replaced with other equivalent rewards." Zhang Han suddenly understood. "So that's how it is." Chu Feng Wutong suddenly erupted in a full-body rage as if engulfed in raging flames, clearly displaying his ambition. "Furthermore, I'm very interested in your strength, and sulfur monosulfide rank talent is truly enviable." System notification: Chu Feng Wutong used the skill Rage of Blaze Flame, increasing all attributes by 50 for 20 minutes at the cost of having his level reduced by 10 after the skill ends. Zhang Han thought, this skill is great. Although the cost is high, its burst power is indeed very strong. He's already bet everything wanting to kill me here. While Zhang Han was still calculating, Chu Feng Wutong had already swung his sword, charging at Zhang Han like a pillar of fire. He shouted, "Take this!" With just one sword strike, Zhang Han lost a significant amount of HP. System notification: you were attacked by Chu Feng Wutong's Flame Slash, losing 10,578 HP. The surrounding people were overjoyed to see someone who could contend with Zhang Han. Too cool, an expert has appeared. As expected, the East District is full of experts, not just him. We just need to deal with the last person. Chu Feng Wutong, who had just dealt a fatal blow to Zhang Han, was still fantasizing about easily defeating him, when unexpectedly Zhang Han leapt into the air and calmly told him, "It's my turn." Zhang Han used Evil Stomp, and Chu Feng Wutong was brutally stomped to the ground by Zhang Han's foot. A system notification immediately popped up. You have used Evil Stomp to deal 8,537 damage, rendering him immobile for 2 seconds. Chu Feng Wutong was pinned firmly to the ground, gnashing his teeth. He also saw the notification and calculated suppression for 2 seconds. He quickly used a defensive skill. System notification: Chu Feng Wutong has used the skill Blaze God's Protection, increasing defense by 30 for 5 seconds. Zhang Han seized the opportunity to use the skill Frenzied Slaying. In an instant, Chu Feng Wutong had been slashed hundreds of times. The sound of metal clashing sparked countless dazzling fire. Chu Feng Wutong's HP bar rapidly dropped after Zhang Han's barrage of slashes, leaving only a tiny bit. He probably couldn't withstand it any longer. He was terrified, his face pale, only now realizing he had provoked the wrong person. He quickly got up and fled. But how could Zhang Han easily let him go? He immediately used a control skill, preventing him from taking another step. System notification. You have used Undead Grasp, rendering the opponent immobile for 1 second. Chu Feng Wutong was controlled, unable to move his entire body. He gnashed his teeth in anger. Again, why so many control skills? Suddenly he screamed, Tian Yu Shiwa, aren't you going to help me? I really can't take it anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, the golden light shot through the crowd, flying directly towards Chu Feng Wutong. This light not only removed his control status but also instantly refilled his HP, and his body's strength quickly recovered. A woman appeared, letting out a cold snort. An information panel popped up. Tian Yu Shiwa, Holy Mage Profession. She raised the staff in her hand and angrily shouted, I thought you could fight alone. Do you know Holy Healing has a 7-day cooldown? Zhang Han looked at the appearing woman, thinking another hidden profession. Chu Feng Wutong quickly turned to the surrounding people and said, Mages on the battlefield, all support me. I will fight him to the end. As for who can kill him, it's all up to luck, the surrounding players whispered. How could we let you snatch it? At least we can't let Zhang Han return to the city alive. Let's trust him this once and fight until his last drop of blood. Chu Feng Wutong immediately regained his confidence after his HP was refilled. He drew his sword and pointed it directly at Zhang Han. Let's go again. I have over a dozen mages supporting me. Zhang Han, if you have the guts, kill me. Zhang Han smiled, looking at him without a trace of fear. You're wrong. If you have the guts, kill my 140,000 HP in 2 minutes. Seeing Zhang Han's arrogant attitude, he became furious, deciding to tear Zhang Han to shreds. Seeing Zhang Han turn and run, he pursued him closely with his sword. If you're a man, fight me honorably. The necromancer looked down from high above, seeing Zhang Han's actions, and praised. Well done, don't be impulsive. Just wait until his buff effect ends and the opponent will become a lamb to the slaughter. 2 minutes later, Chu Feng Wutong was out of breath from chasing Zhang Han. He stood still, panting and gripping his sword as a system notification popped up. Chu Feng Wutong Blaze Flame Swordsman level 25 has dropped to level 15. Only after realizing Chu Feng Wutong's level had dropped did Zhang Han begin to counterattack. He swung his sword, sweeping at Chu Feng Wutong, repelling him with one strike. A system notification popped up. Attacked adventurer Chu Feng Wutong gained 10 points. Zhang Han then turned his sword and slashed at mage Tian Yu Shiwa, sending her flying. The system again prompted. Attacked adventurer Tian Yu Shiwa gained 8 points. After collecting enough points, Zhang Han also leveled up. A golden light enveloped him, and the system prompted. Your level has been increased to level 30, Zhang Han sighed. Blaze Flame Swordsman, Holy Mage, the East District truly has too many experts. Suddenly, a yellow notification panel popped up, delivering shocking news. System notification, please note. The Ice Legion, led by level 50 gold tier boss Ice Mage Jennifer, will begin the 4th wave of siege in 1 minute. Immediately, another yellow notification panel popped up. System notification, please note. The Flame Legion, led by level 80 dark gold tier boss Flame Mage Brandy, will begin the 5th wave of siege in 1 minute. All players were shocked by this news, stunned for a long time. How can there be an 80 level 1? This is already beyond the player's level. Is this a place for a level 10 kid like me? Idiot, it's already been made clear. Next is plot progression. Adventure activities are basically over. I mean, how can an 80 level dark gold boss appear? The necromancer hurriedly shouted a warning. Zhang Han, come back quickly. The upcoming battle is not one you can participate in. Someone checked the siege leaderboard and Zhang Han was ranked first with 1199 points. Second place was Unconscious Sleep with 1029 points. Third place was Flower of Love with 776 points. 4th place was Dragon War in the Wild, and 5th place was Fishing Master. That person thought to himself, it seems the upcoming battle will be very special. Zhang Han also took the opportunity to run back. He thought, I've gathered enough points, safety first. I'll return to the city and look for a chance to strike. Zhang Han was engrossed in his frantic escape when suddenly someone blocked his path. That person even laughed triumphantly. Haha, you've appeared at just the right time. You are unconscious sleep. He stood there with his hands on his hips looking at Zhang Han. Everything is within my expectations. For players to kill you with conventional methods now is simply harder than ascending to heaven. Zhang Han saw the person who appeared and thought, unconscious sleep, the guy ranked 2nd on the leaderboard. He immediately threatened loudly, if you don't want to lose levels, get out of my way. That person smiled, what's the rush? Then unconscious sleep suddenly pulled out a forbidden spell scroll from his pocket. Can you still be arrogant now? Seeing what he pulled out, Zhang Han's pupils constricted and cold sweat streamed down his face. He thought a forbidden spell scroll. Unconscious sleep laughed maniacally as he tore the forbidden spell scroll. Zhang Han, what if you're strong? Can you withstand the terrifying power of a forbidden spell scroll? The system issued a red warning. System notification. Player unconscious sleep has used the forbidden spell scroll 9 Heavens Divine Thunder, dealing 2 million fixed damage to all units within a 500 by 500 radius centered on himself. In the sky, dark clouds gathered, forming a circle. Countless bolts of lightning struck down from the center, and a thunderstorm descended upon the earth, illuminating the entire sky. Countless players, unable to escape in time, were instantly struck by the lightning storm and logged off. Screams erupted one after another. Zhang Han was also not spared. His entire body was scorched black and the ground beneath his feet cracked open. After the forbidden spell scroll was torn, thousands of lightning bolts struck Zhang Han. Smoke and dust filled the air, causing a massive explosion. Unconscious Sleep laughed maniacally. "My apologies, the unique hidden profession is mine now." Before he could finish laughing, a cold voice rang out, "Is that so?" The smoke gradually dissipated, and then Unconscious Sleep clearly saw the people inside. It was Zhang Han and the necromancer. The two stood there unharmed, looking at him with cold eyes. The necromancer angrily shouted, "You attacked many adventurers who were protecting Undercity. I cannot pretend not to see this." Seeing this scene, Unconscious Sleep stammered in disbelief. How is this possible?" He was deeply confused. That was a forbidden spell scroll, used specifically to kill Zhang Han to obtain the unique hidden profession, but he was stopped by an NPC, and how could an NPC participate in battles between adventurers? The necromancer disdained to waste any more words with him, directly swung his staff and shouted, "Die!" Unconscious Sleep's head instantly exploded, dying with eyes wide open. Zhang Han watched Unconscious Sleep being instantly dealt with by his master. He poked his head out and asked, "Master, even if I was immobilized, the moon shard could have saved my life." He turned around and said with a smile, "It's fine, I will eventually die anyway. The moon shard is very precious, don't waste it casually, lest it be unavailable when you need it most." The two were chatting happily when suddenly a voice rang out, "Tisk tisk tisk." Both Zhang Han and the necromancer's expressions changed. A golden light appeared, and the newcomers were none other than Flame Mage Brandy and Ice Mage Jennifer. Brandy led the way, his eyes blazing with murderous intent, mocking as he walked. Such deep master-disciple affection, truly touching. His eyes shot out monstrous killing intent as he looked at the two, gritting his teeth and saying, "Old grudges and new, today I will make you pay for all of them." His eyes burned with hatred, and a system interface immediately appeared beside him but revealed no information other than his name. Before Zhang Han were two forces determined to fight to the death. Undead Knight Kant also appeared on horseback, standing beside the necromancer. Seeing Kant's attitude, Zhang Han thought, "It turns out the dark faction is more loyal and righteous than the light faction." He gripped his longsword tightly and with determined eyes said to the necromancer, "Master, Jennifer is mine." Then he turned to Kant and said, "Kant." The necromancer immediately turned and shouted, "Get into the city and find a safe place to hide. Wait for the evacuation opportunity. Listen to me this time." A system quest panel popped up. "Do you want to accept the temporary avoidance quest?" Zhang Han's face was grim, no one could sway him. "No, master, this guy is always targeting us. If I leave, he'll keep pestering us in the future. It's better if we join forces and kill him." Hearing this, the necromancer turned and looked at him, saying nothing. Finally he sighed and whispered, "Go. Since you want to fight, how can I, your master, stand by and do nothing? Jennifer is yours. Brandy is mine." Ice Mage Jennifer gnashed her teeth in anger, shrieking, "This kid is too arrogant, Brandy. This kid is mine. You go kill Daniel." Brandy quickly responded, "All right." Ice Mage Jennifer immediately ordered the soldiers behind her, "Ice Legion, turn these evildoers into dust." The Light Faction's siege unit, the Ice Legion, activated its area of effect skill, Wind and Rainstorm. A barrage of ice bullets continuously rained down, sending players scattering. Zhang Han saw countless ice bullets shooting towards the ground, their power too terrifying, scaring him into running away, shouting as he ran, "Damn it, these minions are all level 40. A hit means instant death." A few players in the distance were also scared and quickly retreated. "Mom, my mom is calling me home for dinner. I'm leaving," the necromancer ordered. "Everyone follow me back into the city to hide and take advantageous positions." Hearing the command, the defending soldiers quickly ran into the city and the city gates slowly began to close. Brandy chased after them, his eyes filled with fierce intent, ordering Jennifer, "Trying to run, chase them." Jennifer, holding a shield and spear, rushed forward like lightning. "Okay." Just as the city gates were about to close, both of them quickly ran inside. What greeted them was a rain of arrows from all directions and the shouts of the defending soldiers. "They're in, brothers. Close the gate and kill them all with arrows." Seeing countless arrows flying towards them, the two paid no attention. Several arrows struck them as if hitting an iron wall, leaving them completely unharmed. Brandy stood quietly, a look of disdain on his face. The defending soldiers, witnessing this, cried out in alarm. "No way, not even a scratch. A level 80 boss is one thing, but they can resist even a level 50 attack." Just then the necromancer appeared behind Brandy, casting a skill attempting to control him. Brandy quickly sensed the danger behind him. He bared his teeth with a sinister smile. "HMPH, petty tricks." He turned and swung his staff, shooting out a flame shield, successfully blocking the necromancer's attack. Brandy scoffed, "Is that all you've got?" Meanwhile, Ice Mage Jennifer was confronting Undead Knight Kant and Zhang Han. Zhang Han instructed, "You attack head-on, I'll provide support." Kant immediately agreed, "No problem." As soon as he finished speaking, Kant on horseback confronted Jennifer. System notification, Undead Knight Kant uses the skill Charge. Movement speed 35 and knocks back the first enemy unit contacted. Last 10 seconds. Jennifer used her staff to create an extremely sturdy ice wall to block Kant's attack. Kant on horseback crashed violently into the ice wall. Taking this opportunity, Zhang Han followed closely. Thanks to Kant's violent impact, Zhang Han easily kicked through the ice wall and stomped on her face, but she easily blocked it with one hand. System prompt, "Your skill Evil Stomp has been blocked," dealing 1 point of damage to the enemy. Zhang Han panicked, thinking, a level 50 gold tier boss can block Evil Stomp with just a hand. She gently pushed Zhang Han's foot away, mocking, Evil Stomp is strong but you're too weak. Undead Knight can't charge forward again. Old hag, your opponent is me. In her eyes the Undead Knight was merely an insignificant ant. She casually waved her hand, sending out 2 streaks of ice that fiercely struck the warhorse's legs, causing it to fall. She coldly snapped, get lost. Witnessing this, Zhang Han thought in alarm. Level 40 gold tier boss Kant is no match at all. A mere level 50 ice mage is already so terrifying. This time I'm probably really going to die. Jennifer's eyes filled with killing intent, manipulating a cold stream of ice in her hand. You and Kant are truly laughable. I didn't expect you to really overestimate yourselves. Kant, though battered, still stubbornly stood up to face her. Old hag, we haven't decided the victor yet. Jennifer, seeing Kant's unyielding attitude, gnashed her teeth in anger, cursing under her breath, damn it. She waved her hand, creating 3 sharp ice shards. Undead Knight Kant's body was pierced with several holes by the 3 ice shards and his limbs were broken. In just 2 moves, Jennifer rendered Kant incapacitated, leaving him collapsed on the ground. She continued to wave her hand and shouted, since you wish to die so much, then I shall grant your wish. But just then, Zhang Han rushed from afar, attempting to kick her in the face. She instinctively reached out to block, her eyes filled with rage. Can an insect's attack affect me? This time she failed to block and was kicked in the face by Zhang Han, losing over 140,000 HP. Zhang Han was completely enraged at this point, his eyes flashing with purple light, gritting his teeth and cursing, old hag, what are you playing at? Zhang Han stomped on the ice mage's face, the ground beneath his feet shattered, his eyes turned purple and his expression was cold and merciless. 1 minute ago, Zhang Han was sent flying by the ice mage and stood up awkwardly. Zhang Han looked at the scene before him, thinking helplessly, too useless. Master, Kant stood up again and again to save me. Zhang Han gnashed his teeth in regret. Because I implicated them, we'll all die here. Won't we? I'm not reconciled. My character has only 1 life. If I die here, I'll lose everything. For me, this is a life or death battle that I must fight to the end. Thinking this, he took out a shimmering purple stone. Item information immediately popped up. A rank violet lightning stone. Description: a magic gem that can temporarily stimulate human potential. If your potential is high enough, your power will naturally surge, but if your potential is insufficient, the degree of enhancement will be limited. Effect: enhances strength based on potential. Duration: 1 minute. Uses 2-3. Note: potential is influenced by many factors. The system will comprehensively evaluate based on growth star rating, profession, attributes, and skills. Zhang Han immediately used the A-rank Violet Lightning Stone without hesitation, the number of uses becoming 3-3. His whole body was instantly enveloped in purple light, and a powerful force enveloped Zhang Han's entire body, making him incredibly powerful. System reminder: you have used a rank item Violet Lightning Stone, activating your inner potential. All attributes increased by 1000. Lasting 1 minute. Witnessing Zhang Han suppress a level 50 boss with absolute power, everyone who saw it was stunned. This damage is truly unbelievable. What item did Zhang Han get to become so powerful? The ice mage was violently stomped to the ground by Zhang Han, gritting her teeth and questioning herself. How is this possible? Just now he was clearly as weak as an insect. Zhang Han silently brandished his longsword, his face cold like a reaper. System reminder: you have used the skill Evil Stomp, dealing 141,869 damage to Ice Mage Jennifer, and inflicted a suppression effect, putting her into a frozen state. Last 10 seconds. Zhang Han then continuously slashed dozens of times, taking away hundreds of thousands of her HP. Kant stood by, secretly praising, this kid is truly unexpected. Just then Zhang Han shouted, Kant. Kant immediately understood Zhang Han's meaning. He threw a spear which pierced the ice mage's body, costing her half of her health. The spear nailed her firmly to the ground and she screamed in defiance, Brandy, quickly come help me. Brandy was currently engaged in battle with the necromancer. He turned his head and saw Jennifer being beaten to a pulp, infuriating him. He hadn't expected things to turn out this way. What? That weakling just now could push a level 50 boss to this point. He pointed his staff at Zhang Han, shouting, get out of my way. As the pillar of fire shot out, Zhang Han quickly retreated to dodge. Jennifer took the opportunity to break free from the suppression. System reminder: due to the opponent abandoning suppression, the control status has been lifted. Jennifer quickly stood up, intending to escape. She secretly rejoiced. Saved. She was running but suddenly stopped. System reminder: you have used Undead Grasp, binding the opponent in a restrained state, unable to move for 1 second. Zhang Han used the Undead Grasp skill to pull her over, using her as a human shield, and didn't forget to shout mockingly, Brandy, help me hunt this demon god. It was only when the pillar of fire shot out that she widened her eyes in terror, but it was too late. No, the damage dealt by Brandy almost completely depleted her health. She was in agonizing pain, screaming continuously. She had just a sliver of health left. Zhang Han casually delivered the final blow, finishing her off. Die. After the Ice Mage's death, a series of notifications popped up. Congratulations on attacking level 50 gold tier boss Ice Mage Jennifer, gaining a 3rd level experience reward and 2,500 reputation points. Congratulations on slaying gold tier boss Ice Mage Jennifer. As the first player to kill a gold tier boss, you receive an additional 5,000 reputation points, 30 free attribute points, and the rare skill Eye of Observation. Zhang Han also leveled up as a result. A golden light flashed. System notification: your level has reached 33. System reminder: do you wish to announce your glorious achievement to all adventurers in the Sky Eternal continent? Note: after announcing to the entire server you will gain 10,000 reputation points. Zhang Han immediately agreed without hesitation, and the message was instantly sent to the entire server. System reminder: congratulations to East District player Cold River for being the first player to slay a gold tier boss hereby announced. Players on the battlefield ignored this announcement and instead turned to ask him, "Cold River, how much money did you use just now to buy that item?" Just now he was being violently beaten by an NPC and now he's turned around and killed a boss. What kind of item is so powerful? I wonder what equipment a level 50 boss drops. I'm so envious. Zhang Han reached out and picked up the dropped equipment, thinking, I'll put the boss's equipment away for now and check it after the siege battle. This scene enraged Brandy, his eyes bloodshot. He shouted, "You deserve to die!" His entire body was engulfed in endless flames, which swirled around him like a whirlwind. System reminder: Flame Mage Brandy has used the skill Flame Armor, forming a protective shield around himself, whose strength is equivalent to 25 of his own HP, capable of resisting all physical attacks. Zhang Han drew his sword and charged forward, thinking, while the Violet Lightning Stone still has time, I'll quickly attack. System reminder: Violet Lightning Stone, effect remaining 17 seconds. He charged forward and continuously slashed at Kant's armor, but the result was completely ineffective. The flame shield was almost unharmed. Zhang Han panicked, questioning himself, how is this possible? An attack with the Violet Lightning Stone effect didn't cause him any damage, the necromancer warned. Retreat, you are not his match. Zhang Han, seeing his master's face looking unwell, asked, Master, are you alright? The necromancer's face was pale, cold sweat streaming down. He quickly pulled out a potion and drank it. His body began to recover strength and his HP gradually regenerated. He forced a smile and said, I can still barely hold on. Inside the protective shield, Brandy roared furiously, Today, none of you will leave alive. The armor shattered, and flames spread in all directions. A system notification popped up. System reminder: Flame Mage Brandy has used the skill Sea of Flames, dealing 10 of his own attack damage per second to all enemy units within a 100 by 100 range, and reducing movement speed by 10, lasting 2 minutes. Flames engulfed the defending soldiers and the skeleton soldiers. Everyone was submerged in the sea of fire, screams rising one after another. Kant was also in a sorry state, his entire body burning with raging flames. Zhang Han's HP also continuously decreased. Surrounded by flames, he helplessly resisted, his heart full of bitterness. Damage is based on 10 of one's own attack. Brandy's attack power is probably around 15,850. Just then, a system reminder: Violet Lightning Stone effect has disappeared. Zhang Han quickly took out a life potion. He thought, this attack power is too high. Even with the Violet Lightning Stone, which increased all attributes tenfold, it's still not enough. What's more, the Violet Lightning Stone has already entered cooldown. The necromancer rushed forward to block him, shouting, Leave this to me, you and Kant. Get out of the sea of flames. Zhang Han gritted his teeth in response. You stay here and look for an opportunity. Seeing he refused to leave, the necromancer called out helplessly. Brandy heard their conversation and roared angrily, Putting on a master-disciple act in front of me again, don't you think that's a bit arrogant? He created a powerful pillar of fire and shot it directly at Zhang Han. You bastard, you've messed with me time and again. Today I'm sending you to hell. As Brandy's pillar of fire was about to strike Zhang Han, Kant rushed out again, forcefully pushing Zhang Han away. He used his own body to block the attack for Zhang Han. This single blow cost him 871.8 HP. Kant immediately fell. Zhang Han cried out. Before dissipating, Kant unwillingly reminded him, Kid, you're destined to shine in the eternal world, you shouldn't fall here. Zhang Han felt a sense of powerlessness seeing Kant sacrifice himself for him. At such a critical juncture there was no time for sadness. The necromancer quickly stepped forward, forcefully pushed Zhang Han away and shouted, Hurry! With that he picked up Zhang Han and rushed out of Brandy's sea of flames. After confirming Zhang Han was in a safe area, he prepared to return and fight Brandy to the death. Zhang Han took out a moon shard and asked, Master, can you use this? The necromancer sighed and replied, Necromancers no longer belong to the realm of the living. Just then Brandy pointed his staff at them and laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha, I'd like to see how far you can run. A fiery demon face immediately enlarged and shot towards the master and disciple standing there. The necromancer quickly cast a skill to block, and because of the overwhelming power of both sides the ground shattered and cracks spread. Zhang Han lost his footing, was thrown backward by the shock, and seeing the master and disciple exhausted from blocking, the old man smiled triumphantly. Perhaps if you hadn't been hit by the forbidden spell you could have fought me a little longer, but now just wait for death. The necromancer was severely wounded by now. He raised a hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, coughing violently. Shut up, cough, cough. In the distance, Zhang Han gritted his teeth, thinking unwillingly. Is there really no other way? Let's see what items are left in my inventory. Zhang Han quickly jumped up to check his inventory, and suddenly his eyes lit up. What Zhang Han found was a book, a skill book. This was the reward obtained from killing the level 50 gold tier boss earlier. The system displayed the information. S-rank Eye of Observation. Description: an extremely intelligent reconnaissance method that can check an opponent's strengths and weaknesses and even has a certain chance to see their specific weakness. Effect: can detect basic information about creatures or items no more than 50 levels higher than oneself. After reading the skill information, Zhang Han commented, No more than 50 levels higher than myself. This thing is infinitely better than basic reconnaissance. Learn. System notification, congratulations, you have learned the skill, Eye of Observation. Zhang Han immediately used Eye of Observation on Brandy. Purple light immediately flashed in his eyes. Brandy, whose information was unknown last time, was now immediately displayed. Flame Mage Brandy, Dark Gold Tier, Level 80, HP 10 million, Attack 15,500 to 16,200, Defense 11,500 to 12,100. Skills: Flame, Blaze Flame, Cyclone, Flame Shield, Sea of Flames. Description: an elderly Spirit Tier mage whose cultivation has fallen to Dark Gold Tier. As Brandy's lifespan was nearing its end, he sought methods to prolong his life. He eventually set his sights on the Necromancer, whom the Light Faction's Holy Temple pursued at all costs. Through the holy baptism of the Light Faction's Holy Temple, he obtained a method to extend his life. Zhang Han evaluated the old man's various stats. His attributes were incredibly exaggerated, especially his HP, which was a staggering 10 million. System notification: through Eye of Observation you have seen the opponent's weakness. Zhang Han asked in surprise. Weakness? The system notified again. Weakness: poor stamina due to old age and physical decline. Zhang Han thought poor stamina is a weakness. Zhang Han quickly informed the Necromancer. Master, don't engage him head-on, this guy has poor stamina. Wear him down. The Necromancer was somewhat surprised by Zhang Han's reminder. A war of attrition? He suddenly understood and shouted, all bone soldiers in the city, charge at him. Upon receiving the order, the bone soldiers immediately rushed towards Brandy, heedless of their lives, but Brandy paid them no mind, casually deploying a flame shield for defense. When the bone soldiers got close, he waved his staff and roared, get lost, you bunch of trash. All the bone soldiers were engulfed in flames and burned to ashes. The old man laughed loudly as he swept away the bone soldiers. My stamina is poor, you beast, are you trying to make me laugh myself to death? Even if I'm old and my stamina isn't great, I'm not something mere bone soldiers can kill. The bone soldiers desperately charged forward, but in the blink of an eye they were all burned to ashes. The Necromancer also understood the gravity of the situation and said nervously, Disciple, you were right, his weakness is indeed poor stamina, but relying solely on these bone soldiers to exhaust him is still wishful thinking. He stepped forward, confronting Brandy, his tone firm and clear. As long as I live, our attacks will not cease. Zhang Han suddenly realized Master wants to sacrifice himself. He shouted to stop him. As long as we're alive, we have a chance. If you die, we're guaranteed to lose. The Necromancer's gaze dimmed. There was never a chance before. Under Sati, the Light Faction, those people are sure to win. Zhang Han wondered, what does that mean? Is there another wave of attacks? Brandy was enraged, pointed his staff at the two and roared, that's right, just die obediently. A fireball immediately flew towards the Master and Disciple like a giant hand trying to crush them. The Necromancer gripped his staff tightly and sighed. All right, my mission ends here for now, but Brandy hates you so much that if he's let go, it will be a huge problem for you. He truly must be killed. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge barrier erupted from the Necromancer's scepter, shattering Brandy's skill. Seeing this scene, Zhang Han roared in disbelief inwardly. Master was gasping for breath just now, but now he's like a completely different person. He couldn't help but shout, Master, you? In the sky above the battlefield, a vortex suddenly appeared. From the vortex, a pitch-black lightning bolt struck directly at the Necromancer's location. The Necromancer stood there proudly, welcoming the lightning bolt. A powerful force surged within him, his aura growing stronger and stronger. System notification. Necromancer Daniel has received unknown support. All attributes increased by 10,000 for 10 seconds, all attributes boosted by 100 times. After the magnificent transformation, the Necromancer was like a changed man, his entire body emitting countless desolate green lights. He eerily confirmed, Brandy, today you are dead. The old man cried out in surprise. What is this? Daniel turned to Zhang Han, not stingy with his praise. You've truly worked hard. He also subtly said to Zhang Han, no need to be sad, I told you, if you live long enough in the future, we will meet again, and then you will know who I am. Now, Daniel mercilessly shot his power at the old man, causing him to widen his eyes and cry out, no! The system immediately sent a notification. System notification. Due to unknown reasons, Necromancer Daniel's all attributes reduced by 10,000. Zhang Han grew worried about Daniel. Master, but he simply urged quickly, hurry or it'll be too late. From the top of the tower a figure flashed like lightning. He struggled to steady himself and landed. He clapped his hands, provoking Zhang Han, the fatal blow that killed the Flame Mage. No matter how many times I see it, it's still shocking, the system reported simultaneously. System notification. Please note, due to the death of Flame Mage Brandy, the hidden boss quest Holy Knight Herbeck has been triggered. Herbeck closely observed Zhang Han's demeanor and condition. Hidden boss quest. Eye of Observation. He also became more wary of Zhang Han's strength because of it. Even using Eye of Observation, it was still a question. How terrifying is this guy's strength? A cunning thought arose in Herbeck's mind. A Dark Swordsman and a Necromancer. It looks like I'm about to get rich. Daniel, resisting with all his might nearby, tried to dissuade him. Everyone knows what your Light Faction's Holy Temple wants to do with the Necromancer's remains. You'll surely invite trouble in the future. But Herbeck stubbornly refused to listen. You don't need to worry about this. He decisively took out his sharp weapon. He pointed it directly at Zhang Han, then said provocatively, You're a loyal and righteous young man, but unfortunately you chose the wrong faction. Leave your last words before you die. This is my final act of mercy. The tip of the weapon approached his face, leaving him somewhat at a loss after hearing his threat. Zhang Han gritted his teeth. Damn it, is there really no way? Herbeck no longer hesitated for a second and immediately unleashed a ruthless move. If you have no last words, then die at this critical moment. Herbeck's weapon was immediately blocked. Daniel rushed over just in time, coming to the rescue. Smoke and dust filled the entire space, accompanied by Daniel's fierce killing intent. The terrifying power emanating from Daniel shocked Herbeck. An ordinary undead swordsman cannot achieve your level of strength. Who were you before? Not only that, Daniel also skillfully led Zhang Han out of danger. Subsequently, the two successfully escaped under Herbeck's furious gaze. Daniel let out a sigh of relief and released an aura shooting towards Herbeck. He thought to himself, "My disciple, I believe that when we meet again, your name will already shake the eternal world." Daniel threw a strange object at Herbeck. He curiously picked up the purple stone. The city gates began to open slowly. Several soldiers lined up neatly, respectfully reporting to Lord Herbeck. He arrogantly and loudly commanded his knights, "Intensify the pursuit of the Dark Swordsman. Dead or alive, I want to see his head," everyone shouted in unison. Yes, the system also issued a notification simultaneously. System notification. Undercity has been attacked by the Light faction. System notification. The city defense successfully repelled 5 waves of attacks from the Light faction, and reward points are doubled. A few people hiding behind the city gates whispered, "Did you record it?" Yeah, but this storyline was truly dramatic. Cold River not only didn't die, but his rewards also increased. We've seen the whole plot. If we stay any longer, we'll be killed and lose levels, so let's retreat. Important things first, he pressed the publish button. Wait, I'll upload the video first. Today's views are definitely going to skyrocket. Daniel moved at an extremely fast speed, darting through the branches. In the ghost swamp, Selen had already led Zhang Han a long distance, explaining why he brought him there. Daniel mentioned in his letter that he hoped I could save your life at a critical moment, so I've been ambushing in Undercity waiting for the right time to act. Zhang Han was surprised by Selen's decision and asked, "Why didn't you save Daniel as well?" Selen's mood was heavy and inexpressible. He explained, "Daniel has already invoked the celestial phenomenon. That's the necromancer's ultimate move. After using it, he becomes immobile. He has already entered a death countdown." Zhang Han looked puzzled. Selen, facing the difficulties they encountered, his expression became incredibly solemn. "The necromancer is crucial to the Light faction's holy temple. If I had taken both of them, Herbeck would surely launch a pursuit at that point. Not only would I be unable to save you, but I myself would also be implicated. How could I have handled that? But just now in Undercity there were other powerful individuals hidden in the shadows." Zhang Han was still shocked by what was happening. Other powerful individuals? It seems Master Daniel's identity is truly unfathomable. Selen solemnly assigned Zhang Han a training mission. "From today onwards I am your new master. Your performance in Undercity was excellent, and I greatly admire it, but if you want me to accept you as my disciple, you must pass a trial." System notification. "Do you accept the quest, seek the treasure?" Zhang Han, with great determination, also shouted with full vigor, "Yes," although the fall of Undercity was regrettable. Daniel had said more than once that as long as he lived long enough, we would meet again in the future. What needed to be done now was to become stronger, to explore and understand the full scope of the Sky Eternal Continent and his master's true identity. Next, the system also mentioned important quest information. System notification. "You have accepted the quest, seek the treasure. Difficulty B, seek the treasure. Difficulty B description. Necro Swordsman Selen has hidden a mysterious treasure at the edge of the map. Please dig it out. Quest reward. Become Selen's disciple. Failure penalty 10 gold coins." He also felt somewhat worried before starting the challenge. "If the failure penalty is 10 gold coins, it seems this quest won't be as simple as it appears." Selen transformed into a wisp of smoke, full of confidence in him. "Go on, I know this kind of task isn't difficult for you. Go quickly and come back soon." The system provided all necessary parameters and information. System notification. "Your main quest, Defend Undercity, has ultimately been judged as a failure. Based on your personal contribution, you will receive rewards. Experience points 1 million rare dark gold tier equipment breeze ring." System notification. "Congratulations on completing the quest, Stirring Up Trouble. You will receive 500,000 experience points, gold tier equipment, black scale bracers, and the title Shadow Dominator. You will also receive some additional bonuses." System notification. "Congratulations, you have become the top scorer on the city defense scoreboard. You will receive 1,500,000 experience points, join the Dark faction, and change your profession to the hidden profession Necro Swordsman." System notification. "Since you have already joined the Dark faction and possess the unique hidden profession Dark Swordsman, you may choose to change your reward or change your profession. Note, according to the system's judgment, the Dark Swordsman's rarity is higher than the Necro Swordsman's. Please choose carefully." Zhang Han was also invigorated by this. Although the city defense failed, the rewards were indeed generous. "Your level has been upgraded to level 36. But before he could act, another astonishing notification surprised him. System alert. Please note, East District adventurer Cold River has betrayed the Light faction and appeared in Undercity. This has drawn significant attention from the Light faction. Kill him, and I will acquire an extremely rare item and change profession to a unique hidden profession. You will also gain an additional S-rank rare skill. Zhang Han blurted out. Upon receiving the news, this party was also ecstatic, and their leader immediately ordered, "Excellent Cold River. You may have dodged the first blow, but you won't dodge the 15th. With so many rewards, I'd like to see how long you can hide." The entire team prepare to hunt down Cold River. A reward of 100,000 will be given to anyone who reveals Cold River's location. Zhang Han checked the system again, and this time he couldn't help but be surprised. He had thought that by dealing with Brandy no one would bother him again. But then another holy night appeared, and this bounty was enough to drive players mad. Zhang Han gritted his teeth in anger, swearing, "Herbeck, next time we meet I will kill you." He opened his inventory and carefully checked the equipped items. Let's review the power boost these rewards and equipment brought. The parameters and levels of these items were thoroughly updated by the system. First, Kairo's Warrior's Boots, Silver Tier, Defense 30 to 35, HP 2500, Effect, Movement Speed 1.2, Level Requirement 35. Description: the defense of Sky Sea Town is exceptional, possessing relatively excellent defensive capabilities. Warrior's Ring, Silver Tier, Attack 30 to 40, HP 2000, Level Requirement 35. Description: a ring that only the generals of Sky Sea Town can possess, symbolizing status and power. There was also a special item Zhang Han might acquire in an upcoming quest. Warrior's Sword, Silver Tier, Attack 120 to 140, Effect, Attack Power 15, Attack Speed 15, Level Requirement 35. Description: an extremely sharp weapon cherished by Cairo as a treasure. After reviewing them, Zhang Han was very satisfied with these special conditions. They were all good items that could greatly enhance Cairo's strength. You can rest in peace. After careful consideration, Zhang Han selected some useful items. The boots could be changed promptly. Although the Warrior's Sword and Warrior's Ring weren't as good as his current ones, they were still usable. He also wisely selected some skills just in case. Next, let's look at the city defense rewards. Among them, a striking item caught Zhang Han's attention. Breeze Ring, Dark Gold Tier, Attack 160 to 180, HP 1500, Effect, Attack Power 30, Special Skill, Breeze Ward, Level Requirement 30. Description: a precious ring inlaid with a wind crystal. A powerful mage spent considerable effort enchanting it, bestowing upon it a magical skill that can be activated almost permanently. The system also simultaneously informed him of its function and power. Breeze Ward, S rank, summons wind elements to reduce 20 of the damage from your next incoming attack. Cooldown 5 minutes. Zhang Han couldn't help but be surprised by this precious item. Exceptional, this is absolutely the best equipment. Its attack power alone is comparable to the Cold Cloud Sword in my hand, and it comes with a skill. He immediately equipped this higher grade item without hesitation. It's time to replace the Undead Ring. Next were the bracers. Zhang Han chose a sturdy and powerful pair of bracers for himself. Excellent. They're much better than my current bracers. Black Scale Bracers, Gold Tier, Defense 50 to 60, HP 3000, Effect, HP 20, Level Requirement 30. Description: forged from the scales of a black scale monster with extreme toughness and comfort. Finally, after completing his self-upgrades, Zhang Han truly felt his confidence multiply. After the equipment update, my strength will greatly increase again. The system simultaneously provided some familiar and important tips. System alert: due to completing the Stirring Up Trouble quest, the HP provided by the title has also increased. Shadow Dominator, Cold River. Silver Tier Boss, Level 36, HP 162,432, Attack 2020 to 2,143, Defense 440 to 494, Reputation 39,000, Luck 1. Description: an evil adventurer who has gradually fallen into the abyss. Cold River is cunning and has repeatedly framed Undercity Lord Daniel, even attempting to lead brave and righteous adventurers into darkness. Ultimately, everything went against his wishes, and he survived this battle with the help of the Necro Swordsman. Whether he will choose to change his mind and his way of life remains unknown. Shadow Dominator, final HP increased by 200. Zhang Han was stunned by this shocking number. So much HP and attack power reaching 2000, it's truly unbelievable. He carefully cross-referenced this information. It seemed some system information was still undetermined. The system presented a suggestion for him to choose. Do you wish to accept the hidden profession and become a full-time Necro Swordsman? But Zhang Han very rationally refused. How could he give up upgrading? Dark Swordsman is incredibly abnormal. In response to his sudden choice, the system also issued a specific warning. System alert: you have chosen to abandon the hidden profession Necro Swordsman. Upon system confirmation, the reward can be replaced with skills, equipment, or items of equivalent rarity. Please select the type you desire. Note: regardless of the category chosen, the acquired reward can be used by yourself. Zhang Han was somewhat satisfied with this. The game is quite user-friendly in this regard. He shouted, "Skills!" Zhang Han's eyes lit up as if a ray of hope had shone upon him. His interest was piqued. Equipment will be updated sooner or later and will eventually be phased out, but skills will not. Moreover, since Necro Swordsman is also a hidden profession, the strength of the exchange skills would definitely not be low. Within moments, information about his achievements was also explained. System alert: congratulations on becoming the top scorer on the City Defense scoreboard, receiving rewards. 1,500,000 experience points, S-rank skill, War Domain, S-rank. Description: a warrior who has experienced countless battles. He is brave, murderous, and his strength far surpasses ordinary people. He is always the core of the battlefield. He instills fear in enemies and inspires allied forces. Effect: centered on oneself within a 50-meter radius, enemy unit attack power is reduced and allied unit including oneself attack power is increased. The magnitude of reduction or increase is determined by the distance between the parties. Duration 3 minutes, cooldown 5 minutes, profession requirement, melee. Zhang Han became even more excited, thinking, excellent, not only does it enhance myself but it also weakens enemies. Learn skill. The volcanic group before him began to erupt. Zhang Han silently opened the map. He was full of confidence and determination for the upcoming challenge. Ready to depart, it was time to begin the quest. Zhang Han walked in with firm steps, without hesitation. As soon as he entered, the system mentioned his current location. System alert: you have entered the lava mountain range map. After Zhang Han knew where the target was, he was somewhat confused. A map showed the treasure at the mountain peak, which looked very dangerous. While he was still standing motionless, a monster suddenly appeared behind him. Seizing the opportunity to attack, it intended to swing its iron fist at Zhang Han, but he dodged in time. Zhang Han seized the opportunity to dodge to the side. The monster lost its balance and punched empty air. Seizing this opportunity, Zhang Han also discovered its unusual characteristics. Eye of observation: the system also told him some information about the monster. Lava rock monster, common monster, level 38, HP 220,000, attack 500 to 550, defense 700 to 800, skill, petrify. Description: stone monsters living near lava mountain, with a violent temperament preferring high-temperature environments. However, due to more dangerous creatures on the mountain, they can only live at its foot. He didn't pay any mind to its mediocre abilities. As a level 38 monster, the lava rock monster's defense was far stronger than its attack, posing little threat. Zhang Han suddenly had a bold idea. He could use these small monsters to test the power of War Domain. The system continuously issued urgent warnings to him. System alert: you have used the skill War Domain, increasing your own attack power, and the lava rock monster's attack power is reduced by 20. Lasts 3 minutes. Thanks to the strong support of the ability, Zhang Han was able to confidently engage the monster in combat. Lava rock monster, LV 38, HP 2 phone. The monster was also confused by the astonishing change in his strength. Zhang Han wielded his sword, pointing it at the monster as a threat. The monster immediately switched to defense. System reported its current status. System alert: after the lava rock monster used the skill Petrify, its attack power was reduced by 20, and its defense increased by 30, lasting 2 minutes. Zhang Han, however, very confidently and continuously taunted it. My stony friend, have you never heard, no matter how thick the armor, it will be smashed to smithereens? Isn't this just waiting to be beaten? As expected, he defeated the monster without too much effort. 1 minute later, the system alerted, congratulations on defeating the lava rock monster. Gained 2,500 experience points. Just killing one made him somewhat worried. It's not bad for accumulating experience points. Unfortunately, I now need 1.2 million experience points to level up, which means I'd need to kill 480 of them. It's too much of a time waster. I'll continue forward. Zhang Han continued to climb upwards along the indicated path, and the temperature grew steadily higher. Upon reaching his destination, the scene before him astonished him. On the high rocky cliffs, a group of fire apes were making a racket. When they saw a stranger like Zhang Han, one of the fire apes roared, looking at him ferociously. Beaked fire ape, common monster, level 40, HP 280,000, attack phone, defense 420 to 460, skills, taunt, rock throw. Description: a peculiar ape that thrives in high-temperature environments. They are agile, fierce, and enjoy taunting enemies. They are among the most detestable creatures on the Sky Eternal continent. Zhang Han still stared blankly at it, already having a premonition that provoking enemies would also lead to them taunting him. That fire ape began to signal to the other fire apes, inviting them all to look at him. Everyone, come look, someone's here. They swarmed over, numerous in number, and not only that, they also ridiculed him. This person is too ugly, really too ugly, and his name is also strange. The other detestable monkeys taunted Zhang Han with sarcastic and biting remarks. Look at how frail he is. How did he get here? Shouldn't he be hiding behind those rock monsters? Enraged to the point of madness, he cursed at these monkeys. Stinking monkeys! Zhang Han furiously leapt to where the fire apes were standing. He roared like thunder, vowing to take their lives for the insult. Today all of you must die here. Zhang Han attacked the ape pack fiercely, without fear. System alert: you have used the skill War Domain, increasing your own attack power by 20 and reducing beaked fire ape attack power by 16, lasting 3 minutes. The apes also roared furiously with fierce screams. They vied to throw rocks at Zhang Han, but this was nothing to him. He loudly rebuked them. This kind of attack is ineffective. Zhang Han retaliated against the apes with deadly sword strikes. Although the apes were numerous, they suffered a crushing defeat. Zhang Han scanned them with cold eyes, threatening, "Shorty, I'm giving you a chance to correct your mistake. Do you want it?" The ape king, pinned under Zhang Han's soul, also pleaded in fear. Yes, 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 my lord. Spare my life." He immediately ordered it. "Take me to your companions." "All right." Zhang Han was very satisfied after getting its confirmation. "Excellent, lead the way then." The human and the apes followed the fire ape's instructions together. A sudden system alert forced Zhang Han to pay attention. System alert: please note, as the number of players with talents across the entire server has exceeded 10,000, the Chosen One's talent leaderboard has been activated. Subsequently, a leaderboard containing different ranks appeared. Talent rank leaderboard 1. Overlord Sulfur Monosulfide rank 2, Warlord S rank 3, Tragic S rank 4, Plunder S rank 5, Benevolence S rank 6, Wind and Cloud A rank. After reviewing it, Zhang Han felt very proud of his special ability. Only I am Sulfur Monosulfide rank on the entire leaderboard. This feeling is truly exhilarating. The Fire Apes had also set out. They had more groups than before, and a proud ape summoned the entire ape pack to come over. Brothers, hurry! Zhang Han could no longer remain calm. He charged forward like a storm, watching him smash them to pieces and send them sprawling in 2 minutes. Zhang Han fiercely demanded that they continue leading the way. Keep going. At the next stronghold, cracks began to appear in the mountains. Another even larger ape was rushing down at an extremely fast speed. It yelled, "Who's killing my beaked fire ape tribe?" Then it leapt down, revealing its large feet with sharp claws. That was the overlord of those apes, the giant ape. Its massive body was ferociously imposing. The system introduced it. Beaked Fire Ape King, Gold Tier Boss, Level 42, HP 2 million, Attack Phone, Defense 800 to 950, Skills, Stone Throw, Mocking Supremacy Fist. Description: every 3 years the Beaked Fire Apes hold a mocking contest. The one with the strongest mocking ability becomes the leader of the Beaked Fire Ape tribe. From then on it gained control of the Fire Apes and indulged in the embrace of beautiful female apes. Zhang Han widened his eyes and observed the giant ape in surprise. A Gold Tier Boss. In terms of attack, I've indeed stabilized somewhat, but my defensive capabilities and HP still can't compare to it. Jennifer was killed in Undercity because the Violet Lightning Stone increased all attributes by tenfold, but I can't use the Violet Lightning Stone to deal with this beaked fire ape. That would be a waste of resources. The other apes also followed, complaining to the great ape, "My lord, this guy is dealing with us." Zhang Han was infuriated by its complaining and gave that monkey a sword slash. "Shut up!" The great ape saw its subordinate being bullied and roared in anger. "How dare you!" It charged forward fiercely, almost taking out Zhang Han. Zhang Han had also calculated its attack path in advance, deciding to try a tentative strike first. If it didn't work, he would adopt a kiting tactic to escape. The giant ape slammed downwards with all its might, causing the ground to shake. Zhang Han seized the opportunity and kicked it accurately in the head. System prompt: you have used Evil Stomp, dealing 16,570 damage suppression for 0.5 seconds. He was fearless and showed no mercy to the monster, instead mocking it. Gold Tier Boss, a piece of cake. The giant ape glanced at him coldly, disdainfully, saying, "Is that all you've got?" System prompt: please note, Beaked Fire Ape King used the special skill Mocking Supremacy. Using verbal attacks, your attack power is reduced by 5. You can also gain buffs or debuffs by retaliating. Zhang Han paused to think for a moment, hesitating before choosing to continue dealing with the monster. Is the power of eloquence that specific? In that case, Zhang Han raised his sword high, also showing a contemptuous attitude towards the monster. "You are powerful, you are very powerful. I believe that under your protection the beaked fire apes will definitely be safe, won't they?" The giant ape's eyes turned bloodshot with rage. System prompt: you used a verbal attack, reducing Beaked Fire Ape King's defense by 10. Zhang Han, however, was very proud and confident, believing he could easily deal with it. That hit a nerve, defense broken. He made successive moves, directly targeting the monster while it was distracted. For the monster, these moves were nothing. It said arrogantly, "Are you tickling me? Such weak strength, your kidney chi must be insufficient." Precisely because the giant ape counterattacked, the system had no choice but to lower Zhang Han's attributes. System prompt: Beaked Fire Ape King used the Mocking Supremacy skill, using a verbal attack, reducing your attack power by 10. Upon hearing this prompt, he stood frozen. "My goodness, which eye of yours?" System saw his provocation affect me. To provoke it, Zhang Han used every possible method to humiliate it, making it fly into a rage. "You look like a demon, so you must not have any female apes to confide in, right?" With its dignity touched, the giant ape was indeed furious. "You," system prompt: you used a verbal attack, reducing Beaked Fire Ape King's defense by 20, attack power by 10 and attack speed by 10. Both sides confronted each other. At this moment the atmosphere became exceptionally tense and oppressive. As the monster's fist was about to land, Zhang Han immediately became wary. "Too fast, can't dodge. Breeze Ward, you have used the Breeze Ward equipment." Next, incoming damage reduced by 20. He himself also unleashed a powerful force, awakening his inner energy to fight the monster. But for Zhang Han, no matter how arrogant the giant ape was, it couldn't make him weak. 30,000 damage is still within range. This outward display of power is truly ugly. "Go home and drink milk, tiger." The two fought with weapons and exchanged barbs. "You talk like a duck. I can't understand what you're saying at all. I said you look so hardy even dogs would shake their heads." "You dog, resorting to insults when you can't argue. A beast is a beast." But Zhang Han had an advantage over that foolish beast, leaving it only able to howl helplessly. System prompt: due to your continuous verbal attacks, Beaked Fire Ape King has been completely defense broken. Taking 300 more damage, he was even more aggressive, launching continuous attacks. Just like that, it was defense broken. I haven't even tried hard yet. Zhang Han jumped up and delivered a decisive blow to the giant ape. "Die." System prompt: congratulations on successfully slaying the Gold Tier Boss, Level 42 Beaked Fire Ape King. Gained experience points 1 million, reputation 20. System prompt: due to your triumph over Beaked Fire Ape King's provocation, you have obtained the hidden title King of Mockery. The old king is dead. The new king ascends. Therefore Zhang Han awakened a new ability, King of Mockery. When possessing this title, your words will increase the damage taken by opponents by 10 but may also enrage opponents, increasing their attack power by 10. After some thought he also felt it was somewhat useful to him. Although this title wasn't too bad, it was extremely insulting. Now I still use Shadow Dominator to increase my HP. After successfully defeating the giant ape, Zhang Han also quickly leveled up. System prompt: your level has been upgraded to 37. Let's see what treasures the gold tier boss dropped. By completing the monster slaying quest, Zhang Han obtained very useful spoils. Blaze Flame Helmet, gold tier, defense 80 to 100 HP 2500 effect, defense 20, level requirement 40. Description: a helmet with astonishing defensive power made from precious blaze flame crystals. Genuine ones are hard to find. Blaze Flame Dagger, gold tier, attack 250 to 280. Effect: attack power 25, attack speed 30. Negative effect: reduces 20 HP per second, level requirement 40. Description: a dagger forged with special flames. It can cut through iron like mud and deals immense damage. Its only drawback is its extremely hot exterior, making it prone to self-injury. He sat down, picked up these items, and carefully checked their functions and durability. Good stuff. The helmet's level requirement is still a bit high. As for the dagger, its attributes are very suitable for the cold cloud sword in my hand. Unfortunately for the Dark Swordsman profession, sword rewards are relatively high, so it's best to wait until sword-type weapons appear before replacing it. Zhang Han continued his journey, walking forward, continuing upwards to find the quest marker. He ran faster and faster, going higher and higher. System prompt: please note, due to high temperature, 10 HP is consumed per second. Despite encountering many difficulties, Zhang Han was very persistent in overcoming the hardships. The higher he went, the hotter the mountain became. Fortunately, my HP recovers 0.5 per second. When he reached his destination, he cheered happily. Found it, he decisively pulled a wooden stick from the dry ground. Rough silver tier wooden stick, attack 1 to 1, level requirement 1. Description: ultimately, only women longing for love would choose it. Zhang Han realized there was nothing special about this wooden stick and felt a bit disappointed. This is it. This is the treasure. I thought I'd get something valuable, but Selen just wanted to set me up with a quest and end it with a wooden stick. He could only return to the starting point in frustration. Alright, time to go back and turn in the quest. He hadn't walked many steps when Zhang Han's body underwent an unusual transformation. He quickly noticed this strangeness and became more vigilant. What's wrong? Is the Dark Swordsman's potential awakening again? System prompt: you sense an aura of the same origin as you. 500 meters ahead, Zhang Han began to have other suspicions about the location of the same origin. Could the treasure be somewhere else? He followed the system's instructions. 505 meters ahead, his steps quickened. 493 meters ahead, Zhang Han only stopped when the system prompt indicated nearing the destination. 1 meter ahead, he looked around this desolate place and then reached a conclusion. There's nothing around here. Is it underground? Without further ado, he immediately used his sword to dig vigorously into the soil, the sword tip plunging deep into the barren earth. After some effort digging, Zhang Han also achieved results. Got it, he activated and opened a bottomless tunnel. The system explained in more detail. System prompt: you have discovered the hidden map, God Suppression Tower. God Suppression Tower. Description: countless years ago, perhaps due to its special material, this structure has maintained its original appearance despite the erosion of countless ages. It is said to be a place where countless top powerhouses and mysterious evil monsters fought to the death. Standing before the deep pit, even the bravest would hesitate. Although the description depicts it as a place where strong individuals fought, it might not be safe. With heroic blood, Zhang Han fearlessly leapt down. But I am just a player, even if I only have one life. But if playing a game means being afraid of adventure, I probably won't get very far. He landed feet first, successfully. As soon as he arrived, the scene before Zhang Han stunned him. He widened his eyes in surprise. Breeze Ward. Before he could react, Zhang Han had already experienced his first tribulation. He struggled to steady himself, resisting the storm. System prompt: you have triggered the restriction left by the demon god of flames on the ground. Due to the restriction's wear over countless ages, its power has weakened, causing you only 157,891 damage. He still managed to get through the ordeal, but his stamina consumption was considerable. If he hadn't used Breeze Ward, his life would have been lost long ago. Fortunately, I possess the power of death, so I'll recover HP first. Zhang Han was even more cautious about the danger that could strike at any moment. After some time, Breeze Ward's cooldown was also ready. He had to act carefully. He stood steady, watching the movements around him. Then came another wave of impact, making him waver a bit. Demon God of Flames, I am your grandfather, Breeze Ward. Zhang Han gritted his teeth, tenaciously overcoming the immediate difficulties. System prompt: you have triggered the restriction left by the demon god of flames on the ground. Due to the restriction's wear over countless ages, its power has weakened, causing you only 157,891 damage. After the storm, he also learned a lesson. It seemed the aura of the same origin that attracted him here originated from this place. Zhang Han cautiously walked forward. 5 minutes later, after careful investigation, he truly felt relieved. Good, it seems the restrictions are not everywhere. Suddenly, Zhang Han exclaimed. Oh, damn it. System prompt: you have triggered the restriction left by the demon god of flames on the ground. Due to the restrictions wear over countless ages, its power has weakened, causing you only 157,891 damage. Time passed, and half an hour later he finally breathed a sigh of relief, having finally arrived. Zhang Han was about to walk forward but was blocked by an invisible barrier. He reached out to touch it, only to find it was a transparent wall. What's going on? It seems there's an invisible wall. Zhang Han tried to break it with his sword, but the result was not optimistic. The strange phenomenon puzzled him. Can't get in. Is there some mechanism? Suddenly a light shone from above his head, startling him. It was the moon shard. When the moon shard landed on the wall, it opened a passage, exciting Zhang Han. It seems I can pass through. He gently touched the moon shard with his hand and speculated. Could this aura wall have been set up by the owner of the moon shard, which is why it reacted? As he walked into the passage, the marks on the wall gave Zhang Han an idea. These sword marks. It seems an unimaginable war once took place here. He slowly walked down along the direction of the stairs. Upon reaching his destination, Zhang Han was surprised to see a figure sitting there. It was a withered corpse, only a pitiful hunched skeleton remaining. Soul controller, deceased. Description: once one of the 10 omnipotent demon gods, he died silently in a mysterious battle in the soul suppression tower unknown to all. Witnessing this horrifying scene before him, Zhang Han couldn't help but feel a chill. Even the 10 demon gods died here. What kind of divine power exists here? As he approached the mummified corpse, Zhang Han also felt a bit disappointed. What a pity. None of the equipment on you can be picked up. He looked at the flowing spiritual energy, guessing. It seems the aura of the same origin will continue to develop. Zhang Han followed the purple aura down the stairs. He widened his eyes, too surprised to speak. The terrifying sight before him was piles of gruesome skeletons. Zhang Han still bravely walked in, surveying the cold space. The accelerating horror before him left him no time to recover. Zhang Han also realized the danger, that he could perish like them at any moment. So many masters have perished here. It seems the God Suppression Tower is no simple place. He quickly left there to explore elsewhere. 4th floor. The purple spiritual energy began to become chaotic and violent. It was because of this abnormality that Zhang Han also noticed in time. System prompt: you are attacked by sword intent, losing 800 HP per second. That aura might be here. He looked ahead and saw another phenomenon. Oh, there seems to be something there. From another imposing knight's corpse a special light consistently emanated. It was Dark Swordsman locked. In a deceased state, it introduced one of the 10 great ancient demon gods, whose fame was renowned throughout the world, possessing world-destroying capabilities. Yet he ultimately fell here, turning to ash, dust to dust. Zhang Han approached for a closer look and came to a new conclusion. It seemed the previous Dark Swordsman had long died here, and the aura emanating from this armor had drawn him to this spot. A bold thought suddenly struck him. Am I about to get a god-tier armor for free? Zhang Han's hand suddenly moved on its own, reaching forward. He blurted out, Brother Luo Yi, rest now. I will ensure the Dark Swordsman's legacy flourishes. Zhang Han was taken aback. Oh really? He glanced to the side, then asked distractedly. Who? The light emanating from the deceased knight's corpse grew stronger, as if sensing an unusual change, making Zhang Han freeze like death. Instantly, from a soulless husk it transformed into a speaking entity. I am the lingering soul of Luo Yi, the next successor of the Dark Swordsman. It is you who will make it flourish. Zhang Han's face darkened, and he argued. I was just saying it casually. The knight, unconcerned, didn't bother to argue. I am already dead. I don't care what you say. He ascended into the air, spiritual energy scattering. This armor fought alongside me on countless battlefields. I cannot simply hand it over to you, unless you can defeat me in my prime. System notification. Do you wish to accept the Phantom Challenge quest? Zhang Han had already anticipated this. Just as I thought, this stingy system would never let me get something easily. Agree. The knight began to unleash a storm of attacks. Dark Swordsman Luo Yi, Gold Tier Boss, Level 37 HP 1,300,000 Attack Phone, Defense 510 to 650, Skills, Blade of Darkness, Death Force Swordsmanship, Dark Reincarnation. Description: although Luo Yi is experienced and broad-minded, he wouldn't mind what you said. However, the younger Luo Yi would be very bothered. Zhang Han stopped him. Wait a moment. He was very confused by his skills. Dark Reincarnation is a skill Dark Swordsman can only use at level 50, yet you can use it at level 37, the knight simply replied. I don't know that. I am merely a lingering soul. Many things were blurry when I was alive, but I remember you quite clearly. The two began to engage in battle, an evenly matched fight. Battle Zone System Notification. You have used the skill War Domain, increasing your own attack power by 20 and reducing Dark Swordsman Luo Yi's attack power by 10, lasting 3 minutes. The knight was also surprised by Zhang Han's exceptional abilities. Your move is also very powerful. I wonder how you learned it, he boasted with extreme confidence. I am exceptionally talented. I comprehended it myself. But the knight scoffed at Zhang Han's words. Comprehended it yourself? Do you think I'd believe that? He suddenly delivered a kick. Through Zhang Han's response, he also obtained a specific number. System notification. You have used Evil Stomp, dealing 26,546 damage to Dark Swordsman Luo Yi and inflicting a stun. The knight also counterattacked without showing weakness. Undead Slash. He extended his hand to use a skill. Undead Grasp. Both sides engaged in a fierce battle. Frenzied Slaying. The knight boastfully flaunted his capabilities with extreme arrogance. Your equipment is mediocre and your passive skill only adds damage to attack, yet you managed to reach over 2,000 attack. My talent must be quite formidable, mustn't it? Zhang Han shouted unflinchingly. Very formidable. My mission is to revive the Dark Swordsman, the knight scoffed at him. Revive? Shameless. He began to suppress with spiritual energy. The probing attacks were over. It's time to increase the difficulty for you. The knight released spiritual energy in all directions. Zhang Han also noticed his change. What's going on? His aura is completely different from before. The knight continuously swung out several sword auras, forming a very powerful defensive stance. Zhang Han was confused by his sudden increase in strength. Damn it, no time to dodge, Breeze Ward. Before Zhang Han could even react, he had already expended a significant amount of stamina. He quickly replenished his energy to be prepared. Too fierce. If it weren't for Breeze Ward and War Domain's damage reduction, my HP would have been halved long ago. System notification. You have used a healing potion, restoring 50,000 HP over 10 seconds. The knight, still in the air, continued to utter irritating words. How's that? The path of the Dark Swordsman is 10,000 times harder than this. He summoned spiritual energy, preparing for a large-scale attack. Ready. He intensified his power, his eyes filled with murderous intent, spiritual energy surging through his entire body, eager for battle. System notification. Dark Swordsman Luo Yi has used Dark Reincarnation. All attributes increased by 50 for 5 minutes. After use, level reduced by 10. Zhang Han panicked, gritting his teeth. 59, I can't be rash. Dark Swordsman Luo Yi, Gold Tier Boss level 37, was already fighting aggressively on the other side. His attack power was 2145-2265. His defense was 765 to 975. He quickly rushed to attack, giving Zhang Han no room for error. He moved so fast that Zhang Han had no idea of his movements behind him. By the time he noticed, Luo Yi had already swung a sword and his HP plummeted. He took 43,869 damage simultaneously. Zhang Han's eyes widened in shock. A single move had reduced his HP by 1/3. Currently he was Shadow Dominator, Cold River, Silver Tier Boss level 37, attack 2020 to 2143, defense only 440 to 494. Initial description: he is an evil adventurer, gradually falling into the abyss. Cold River is cunning, constantly slandering Daniel. Undercity Lord, even attempting to lead the good and brave adventurers into darkness. Ultimately, everything went against his wishes, and he survived this battle with the help of the Necro Swordsman. Whether he will choose to change his mind and his way of life remains unknown. No good. Before Zhang Han could recover, Luo Yi launched a second wave of attacks. Zhang Han instinctively retreated, but at his current speed there was no time to dodge. However, before the sword's damage could reach him, Zhang Han had skillfully leapt off the ground. Not only that, but he also accelerated his counterattack, striking Luo Yi from above, catching him off guard. System notification. You have used Evil Stomp. Movement speed increased by 200, lasting 2 seconds, dealing 16,548 damage to Dark Swordsman Luo Yi and suppressing him for 1 second. Zhang Han not only relied on physical attacks but also chose to combine them with Undead Slash. System notification. You have used Undead Slash, dealing 8,963 damage, reducing the opponent's movement speed by 15 for 2 seconds. However, Luo Yi would not simply stand there and take damage. He had already begun to counterattack with his sword. This time, Zhang Han was again lucky to dodge nimbly. He thought, that move worked, he's moving slower. To allow his spiritual energy to recover quickly after dealing physical damage, Zhang Han chose Undead Grasp as his third offensive move. As expected, Luo Yi's movements were bound, and he stood there taking Zhang Han's subsequent sword strikes. Luo Yi's skeletal soul stood high above, clearly observing his entire combat process, and commented like a master, excellent, knowing how to use skills to reduce an opponent's speed. But Luo Yi wasn't controlled for long. A single sword strike quickly broke free. Zhang Han also knew he had to retreat wisely. The Phantom skills were all recorded on the information panel, meaning there would be no more unpredictable skills. As long as he didn't make a mistake, it was best to retreat before the control ended. Luo Yi's sword damage suddenly doubled, even tripled. Zhang Han could only turn and run, cursing over his shoulder as he fled. Damn it, your skills can be used like that too? He aimed for a nearby stone pillar, intending to use it to block an attack and hide for a moment. Zhang Han rushed straight for the stone pillar. The moment the surge of power rushed over, he ducked in time, dodging a fatal attack. Zhang Han trembled all over, cold sweat streaming down, his heart pounding with tension. Too dangerous. If I had been hit by that, I would probably have died. The system also issued a new notification at this moment. Evil Stomp cooldown remaining 5 seconds. Luo Yi still continued to leap forward and attack, fiercely swinging his sword down at Zhang Han's head. As the sword in his hand swung, Zhang Han timely used Breeze Ward, enduring some of Luo Yi's attacks. Although it didn't deal much damage, his HP rapidly dropped to 1/3. Luo Yi's skeletal soul observed him, finding it somewhat amusing. What a pity. How will you respond next time? Zhang Han immediately retreated after Luo Yi's sword strike. He moved anxiously. This is terrible. One of his moves almost instantly killed me, but my Evil Stomp cooldown is ready. By the time Luo Yi's sword swung out again, Zhang Han had already recovered his senses in time, quickly leapt up and dodged. Zhang Han once again suppressed him, pinning him down and stomping on him. System notification. You have used Evil Stomp. Movement speed increased by 200, lasting 2 seconds, dealing 17,652 damage to Dark Swordsman Luo Yi and suppressing him for 1 second. Next, Zhang Han once again used Undead Slash to counterattack. Luo Yi was instantly repelled, but he swiftly counterattacked, his sword blade once again grazing Zhang Han's body. Zhang Han used Undead Grasp again, attempting to restrain his enraged body. While he was still controlled, Zhang Han followed up with Frenzied Slaying, but the effect of Undead Grasp was very brief. He quickly broke free from the restraints. Zhang Han also knew what he had to do. The control was about to end and he had to quickly distance himself. Meanwhile, Luo Yi's HP was now less than 1/3. His current attack was unfavorable for Zhang Han. System notification. Due to repeated resistance against Dark Swordsman Luo Yi's control skills, the control effect has been shortened by 80. Zhang Han was shocked. There's that kind of counter-control I can't escape, he frowned. No matter how careful I am, mistakes happen. Even if the moon shard could save my life, the challenge would already be over. Before he could even react, he was hit by another of Luo Yi's sword strikes, losing 23,679 HP with just one blow. Just as Zhang Han thought he had gone to another world, his body still had sensation, from one surprise to another. Zhang Han was astonished. What's going on? I'm still alive, and I have 1/5 of my HP left. At this moment, the system also issued a notification. System notification. Dark Swordsman Luo Yi's Dark Reincarnation skill buff has ended, level reduced by 10. Dark Swordsman Luo Yi's level has decreased from 37 to 27. Zhang Han immediately understood. So that was it. His level had dropped by 10, and his attack power was insufficient to kill him. Precisely because of this, Zhang Han dared to engage Luo Yi in close combat without any reservations, not being at a disadvantage or in a weaker position at all. He provoked, still so arrogant after dropping 10 levels, aren't you going to wait for your cooldown? Then he himself furiously attacked the opponent. Luo Yi continuously took over 23,000 damage. Then his body was repeatedly hit, constantly taking damage, unable to reverse the situation. When his HP was almost depleted, Zhang Han leapt up and delivered a decisive blow. Just as his sword fell, Luo Yi's terrifying sword immediately shattered. Zhang Han completely gained the upper hand, successfully conquering the challenge. System notification. Congratulations on slaying the Phantom of Dark Swordsman Luo Yi, gaining 1 million experience points. System notification. Congratulations on completing the Phantom Challenge quest. You may now go to Dark Swordsman Luo Yi to claim your reward. System notification. Your level has reached 38. Luo Yi's skeletal soul stood outside observing and was very satisfied with his performance. Excellent, both brave and resourceful. Zhang Han stood in the spiritual energy flow, declaring, I have completed the quest. Luo Yi affirmed, don't worry, I will keep my promise. Immediately after, the system voice sounded again. System notification. Congratulations on completing the Phantom Challenge quest, gaining 500,000 experience points and gold tier dark battle armor. It was forged by me using a dragon's inverse scale and countless precious ores. If it is stained with enough blood from living creatures, it will grow increasingly powerful. However, if it is not stained with blood for a long time, it will gradually weaken, and it can grow. Upon hearing this, Zhang Han's eyes lit up and he exclaimed, it truly is a divine artifact. Zhang Han looked at the system announcement board, overjoyed. Too powerful, he thought. The defense and HP increase are arguably the best among gold tier equipment, and it even comes with a skill. Most importantly, it can grow. His surprise was not unwarranted. The armor was too versatile. Dark battle armor, gold tier, growable. HP 20,000. Effect. Defense increased by 30, additional effect. HP increased by 20, special skill. Might of the 8 directions, level requirement 35, class exclusive, Dark Swordsman. Special effects, indestructible, non-droppable. If stained with enough blood from living creatures, it will grow increasingly powerful, but if not stained with blood for a long time, it will gradually weaken. Zhang Han was filled with confidence. This meant that the Dark Battle Armor's ultimate tier was not limited to gold. The description also stated that it was a demonic armor that grows with the Dark Swordsman. Its potential is unimaginably high, and he believed this armor's skill would not disappoint him. The screen continued to display the description of Might of the 8 Directions S rank. Unleashes the Dragon Soul power hidden within the Dark Battle Armor, dealing 100 of the user's attack damage to all enemy units within a 100-meter radius, while reducing their movement speed by 20 and attack speed by 20 for 3 seconds. Cooldown 5 minutes. An illustration simulating the armor's operation mechanism was also included. Zhang Han looked at the screen, too excited to notice Luo Yi still there. Damn it. A super wide area group attack that also reduces all enemies' movement speed and attack speed. Too powerful. Luo Yi asked with a smile. Satisfied? He immediately answered loudly. Satisfied, very satisfied. This armor is too powerful. If I were to describe it with an idiom, I'd only need 4 words. Luo Yi listened and asked, which 4 words? At this moment, Zhang Han also happened to put on this powerful armor. He patted the armor and declared, tailor-made. Luo Yi just felt helpless upon hearing this. It's tailor-made for you, so what am I? He pretended to scratch his head, changing the subject to ease the awkwardness. Since the Dark Battle Armor has found its next owner, then I. His figure quickly vanished from the spot before he could finish his sentence. Zhang Han hastily called out, wait, Luo Yi. Luo Yi turned his head impatiently and asked, is there anything else? Unexpectedly, Zhang Han pointed to the crimson sword in his phantom hand and asked, can I take this sword? Luo Yi was somewhat speechless and reluctantly explained, this sword is, after all, inferior to the Dark Battle Armor. After countless years of wear and tear, its original power is no longer present. If you wish to use it, I have no objection. He then pointed to the jade pendant necklace shimmering with a verdant glow and said, but you must give this jade pendant to a girl. As soon as Luo Yi finished speaking, a system prompt appeared. System notification. Side quest, return the Jade Pendant, activated. Do you accept? Zhang Han was momentarily stunned. A side quest. Zhang Han immediately fell into thought. So far, the only important quest I've undertaken is the main quest, Defend Undercity. All other quests I've done are ordinary daily or so-called side quests. Most of them are related to expanding or supplementing the main quest's background story, but they are not mandatory to complete. The system reminded him again, you have received an S-rank quest, return the Jade Pendant. Description. Although swordsman Luo Yi has passed away, there are still some things he cannot forget. Quest requirement, please return the Jade Pendant to its former owner. Quest reward. Luo Yi's saber. Zhang Han had another question. Who is the owner of this Jade Pendant? I don't know. Luo Yi seemed a bit shy and reluctant to discuss it. When he mentioned it, he stammered, I only had a brief romantic encounter with her and I don't even know her name. Zhang Han found this hard to believe. With your strength, you couldn't even find out her information? He replied that she used a special method to hide it, providing only false information. At this point he remembered something and immediately said, right, this method is very rare and she also uses a sword, so she's likely from the Sword Pavilion. Zhang Han continued to ask, where is the Sword Pavilion? Luo Yi began to recount. As I recall, to avoid the power struggles of the princes, the Sword Pavilion chose to seclude itself in Qingfeng Town, the farthest small town from the major cities. The system appeared again at this moment. You have obtained information regarding the side quest. The owner of the Jade Pendant is in Qingfeng Town. Zhang Han smiled with satisfaction after reading it. Excellent. So important quest information can be obtained through dialogue, but at this moment, he thought of another problem that needed consideration. However, if I join the dark faction and enter a light faction town, how can I avoid exposing my identity? He had calculated a few seconds ago that his bounty was now in the hundreds of millions and the various rewards were not limited to players. Luo Yi seemed to have anticipated this question. He reassured him, it's all right. He raised his hand, activating his magic power and imparting a strange mystical energy to him. He declared, I will teach you a method to conceal your aura. The system appeared again asking, do you wish to accept the skill imparted by Luo Yi? Zhang Han unhesitatingly agreed loudly. Yes. Immediately, the system's voice rang in his ears. System notification, congratulations, you have acquired the special skill, Aura Concealment Technique. The screen displayed its brief description. Aura Concealment Technique, A rank. Description, hiding one's aura is a fundamental training for powerful individuals. Effect, hides the opponent's title and name. Detects self-information, requires level 20 or higher. Cooldown 3 days. Zhang Han immediately thought, wow, this skill is too powerful. Aside from top experts, I'm now over 10 levels higher than ordinary players. With the help of Aura Concealment Technique, players will find it difficult to detect my information, and I can openly enter third-tier towns. At this moment, Luo Yi's phantom was already largely blurred. Seeing this, he urged, the residual soul's energy is almost depleted. Do you have any more questions? Zhang Han then took out a golden moon shard floating in the air and asked, do you know the origin of this item? As soon as he saw the moon shard, he broke out in a sweat from excitement, his words becoming disjointed. This is, he pressed. Where did you get it? Zhang Han answered honestly. A mysterious person gave it to me. Luo Yi was very skeptical. Gave it to you, he began to speculate as his phantom gradually lost its limbs. It seems you are already connected to that person. Zhang Han felt confused and flustered at this moment. Oh no, he's disappearing, so he urgently asked. Who are you talking about? Luo Yi stammered. The God Suppression Tower is filled with the remains of countless beings, and the source of this mysterious monster is precisely what caused top experts, including myself, to fall here. However, his figure had dissipated so much that only his mouth remained of his face. He only managed to utter half a sentence. This moon shard comes from, and then completely vanished. Zhang Han stared in shock at the golden moon shard before him, lost in thought. Daniel, you were so powerful before. Just 1 second later, his gaze became entirely different, sharp and unfathomable. No wonder when I asked him how the previous Dark Swordsman fell, he prevaricated and refused to tell me. It turns out Luo Yi was killed by him. But even after killing the previous Dark Swordsman, why does he not harbor any hatred towards me, instead diligently nurturing me? After pondering for a long time, Zhang Han finally let out a long sigh of relief. Phew, I'll find the answer to this question later. He walked to Luo Yi's phantom, determined to complete the side quest first. Zhang Han carefully picked up the jade pendant and bowed respectfully. Senior, I apologize. As soon as the jade pendant left his body, Luo Yi's phantom turned to dust, leaving only the crimson sword standing before Zhang Han. Bloodthirsty Blade, Spirit Tier, attack approximately 650 to 750. Effect, attack power 40, attack speed 50. Additional effect, lifesteal attack 15, special skill, Blood Drink. Minimum level requirement 35. Description, Dark Swordsman Luo Yi's cherished sword. Unfortunately, after tens of thousands of years of wear and tear, its power is only 1,000th of its former glory. If the quest to return the Jade Pendant is not completed within 3 days, it will be temporarily unusable, and the restriction will only be lifted upon quest completion. Zhang Han was determined, ignoring all the detrimental effects of the uncompleted quest, and gripped the sword tightly in his hand. Blood Drink, A rank. Drinking fresh blood will make the bloodthirsty blade more powerful. Each kill accumulates 1 attack power up to 20 stacks, lasting until the combat state ends. Zhang Han raised the sword high, feeling the special aura brought by this extraordinary treasured sword, his heart exceptionally excited. It was indeed not simple. He took the sword in his hand, playing with it and marveling. This trip to the lava mountain range was truly a windfall. Just then, in the silent night-shrouded space with only Zhang Han present, a strange sound echoed. Zhang Han with sharp ears heard faint whispers. Is it human or ghost? He turned his head towards the source of the sound. Give it to me. A beam of green light erupted in the corner, quickly drawing Zhang Han's attention. It came from below. There were still living creatures on the 5th floor. Before he could leave, they seemed to come alive, lunging at the young man. His face turned somewhat pale, facing them directly. Their aura was too powerful. This place was not safe to stay. Of the 36 strategies, fleeing is the best. I'll retreat first. The area below is definitely not somewhere I can explore now. Getting the dark battle armor and bloodthirsty blade is already a huge gain. Half an hour later, Zhang Han climbed out of a basement to the surface. He drew a red X at the spot where he had escaped, then blocked the exit with stones, marked it, and looked around. Suddenly a chill ran up his spine. He was startled and hurriedly turned around. What was that? Eye of observation. It was just a coincidence. Before him was a monster with a gaping maw, a lava giant python. Level 45, HP 320,000, attack phone, defense 600 to 650. Skills: Serpent's Kiss, Venomous Entanglement, Mountain Overlord. Description: the overlord of the lava mountain range. Although few in number, their attack power is extremely strong, making them daunting. Zhang Han stood before it, unafraid. Hey, so this is the overlord of the lava mountain range. He showed a confident, victorious smile. My stats completely overpower it, as his skills already far exceed the opponent's. Shadow Dominator, Cold River, Silver Tier Boss. Level 38, HP 272,172, attack 37854,100. Defense 41,500, luck 1. As Cold River's strength continues to grow, he has gradually entered the sight of powerful individuals. The lava giant python silently slammed into his location. Zhang Han had at some unknown point leaped onto its head, kicking it. He quickly turned and swung his sword at the python's neck. A single frenzied slaying strike, incredibly powerful. He finished his move, standing proudly. System notification: lava giant python slain. After only eliminating the weakest one, Zhang Han sneered proudly. Oh ho, is there nothing in this world that can threaten me? Suddenly an alarm sounded across the entire map. Excellent, it's 2 a.m. I stayed up all night for the God Suppression Tower trip. I'll go to sleep after this quest. Zhang Han happily ran back, holding something in his hand. Master, I'm back. A soft, low voice came from the hazy mist. It seems you have completed your mission. Just then, a man with flowing long hair and a slightly purple complexion walked out, smiling. System notification: congratulations on completing the Seek the Treasure quest. You have gained 800,000 experience points. System notification: please note Swordsman Selen has become your new master. He glanced over, surprised. Oh, it seems you gained quite a lot from the lava mountain range trip. It seemed he had indeed discerned his level. You have already reached level 39, and the aura you emit is truly extraordinary, Selen praised genuinely. This is for the best. I originally intended to scatter those wooden blocks everywhere for you to pick up. Now that you've grown, it saves me from running around. Upon hearing this, Zhang Han felt a secret embarrassment. Still picking up wooden blocks? Where do you find such strange wooden blocks? Putting that aside, he sincerely reported. Master, I've accepted a quest. What quest? He took out a uniquely shaped jade pendant necklace. Someone told me to return the jade pendant to a girl. Selen's eyes widened. This is a jade pendant from the Sword Pavilion. Zhang Han forced himself to remain calm. It's all right. I thought it was just a normal probing. I didn't expect Selen to actually have information. What do you know? He put on a profound act. I was once a disciple of the Sword Pavilion, so naturally I know the origin of the jade pendant. Zhang Han was somewhat surprised to hear this. Once? Was his master referring to when he was alive? He didn't expect Selen to have a connection with the Sword Pavilion. He reached out and touched the jade pendant. Every female disciple of the Sword Pavilion, from elders to novices, carried a jade pendant. He held the jade pendant in his hand, explaining the unwritten rule there. If a girl liked a man, she would give him her jade pendant as a declaration, which was considered a tacit rule of the Sword Pavilion. It dawned on him. So that was it, he vaguely realized. So the woman who had feelings for Luo Yi ultimately chose to give the jade pendant to Luo Yi. Was she also expressing her feelings? However, Selen's gaze turned cold. The jade pendant in your hand is not simple. Her identity in the Sword Pavilion is probably terrifyingly high. Zhang Han felt this matter seemed very tricky. Then will I be in danger if I give her the jade pendant? Nevertheless, he placed the jade pendant back into Zhang Han's hand, neither opposing nor agreeing. Perhaps this was fate. He also inspected the sword Zhang Han brought back. The sword in your hand also comes from the Sword Pavilion and also needs to be returned. You'll go with me tomorrow, he agreed without hesitation. Yes. After reminding him of this matter, Selen immediately retreated into the mist and disappeared. You should rest well. It seems your trip to the lava mountain range has exhausted you. Zhang Han also needed rest. Time to sleep. The next day at noon the sun reached its highest point. He started the game eternal as usual. In the blink of an eye he stepped into the mysterious world that would eventually appear. Selen had been waiting for a long time. If you're ready, let's go. The two passed through the eerie forest and arrived at a desolate land. Zhang Han couldn't help but ask curiously, Master, why do you think I suddenly appear and disappear? He He gave an unexpected explanation with interest. Adventurers from another world merely return to their own space. This is a very interesting method, presumably a privilege granted to you by the god of space-time. He was somewhat dazed, pondering the words, God of Space-Time. Was this explained in the game's lore? Suddenly, a system notification. You have entered the Tianguang city map. Zhang Han then collected himself and observed. Isn't that a city you can see after passing through 2 narrow mountain ranges? Isn't this the occupied Undercity? I only heard about this recently. There are many light faction soldiers here now. Selin asked about their current destination. We need to go to Qingfeng town and we must pass through the teleportation array within Undercity. He then asked, do you have a way to conceal your aura? Zhang Han nodded without hesitation, affirming, yes. So he demonstrated his ability to his new master. It's time to try the aura concealment technique taught by Luo Yi. I'm currently wanted by the light faction. It would be great if I could change my appearance. System notification. Aura concealment technique skill has been used. Please choose a pen name for yourself and enter a virtual value. He repeated its words in a daze. Pen name. I accidentally chose a cult's name. System notification. Name selection successful. Oh, system notification. Your ID Cold River has been changed to pen name, effective immediately, lasting 24 hours. Selin couldn't help but burst out laughing, no longer able to maintain his composure. Pen name, what a great name, combined with your aura concealment technique skill, it's simply a perfect combination. Let's go, those soldiers are just ordinary level 50 soldiers. They definitely won't be able to discern your true identity. Zhang Han's shiny bald head was thus displayed before everyone. Passers-by all turned their heads, not because of his handsomeness, but because of that bald head. What's wrong with this guy? He came out looking like he had a fried egg on his head, and he just casually picked a name. Pen name's equipment looks so good. Zhang Han remained silent. I feel like I've been tricked by Luo Yi. Just like that, they passed through the teleportation array. Upon arriving at Qingfeng town, the mage's quoted price made him reluctantly pull out a bag of money. A total of 60 gold coins. Ancient incantations were softly chanted. The teleportation array lit up and the two disappeared simultaneously. As soon as they landed, a system notification sounded in their ears. You have entered the Qingfeng town map. Qingfeng town, a third-tier town, although not far from the influence range of the nearby dark faction, it has never been invaded because the Sword Pavilion hermits reside here. Zhang Han's expression was grave. Could the secluded world be the unreleased Sword Pavilion map? Selin looked around, then said, it's inconvenient to travel during the day. We'll depart at night. Zhang Han didn't complain as he already understood the reason. Since the Sword Pavilion is secluded, they certainly wouldn't enter easily. They just needed to follow Selin's arrangements. He continued to instruct, during the day you can go shopping, try not to attract attention. Is there anywhere you'd like to go? Zhang Han replied honestly, I consumed a lot of potions when I went to the Lava Mountain Range earlier, so I want to buy more. So the first destination was decided. I'll take you to the alchemy shop here. The shopkeeper rubbed his hands and greeted them. Hello, what kind of medicine do you need? Zhang Han pointed at the potion shelf, putting on an arrogant display of wealth. Bring out your best recovery potions. 236 gold coins, 56 silver coins, 3 copper coins. After killing Jennifer and the Fire Ape King, these 2 gold-tier bosses, I now have 236 gold coins. I can't afford just any medicine. He pointed at a bottle on the shelf. How about this one? That item was holy water. Description: a potion made from a large amount of diluted holy spring water and a fairy's secret recipe. It has enormous restorative effects. Please note that your strength is insufficient to control the potion's powerful effects. Effect: restores 1 HP per second, lasting 10 seconds. Cooldown 180 seconds. Level requirement 120. Price 50,000 gold coins. This completely extinguished his arrogant demeanor. 50,000? Although the potion was said to have powerful effects, converting 50,000 gold coins into real-world currency made the price astronomical. He could only clear his throat and quickly change his tune. Just give me the ordinary ones then. What he finally got was a recovery potion. Description: currently the most popular potion among adventurers. Effect: restores 500 HP per second for 10 seconds after consumption. Price 50 silver coins. Healing potion. Description: a potion that can treat injuries and illnesses. Effect: restores 100 HP per second for 10 seconds after consumption. Price 1 gold coin. Zhang Han walked out of the alchemy shop feeling disappointed. Selin patted his shoulder, laughing gleefully as he watched Zhang Han's distressed expression. Don't underestimate Qingfeng town. Although it's just a third-tier town, it's full of hidden masters, and it's not uncommon for there to be mythical potions in the shops. Suddenly a piercing scream echoed from the alley. Oh, a beast is actually doing such immoral things in broad daylight. Zhang Han followed the scream and saw such a sight. Isn't this asking me to play the hero? Even so, he had no reason to play the hero. Perhaps both were NPCs. If they were players, acting would incur a great penalty. Just then a system notification appeared. Congratulations, you have triggered the hidden fun quest Arrogance in the Wind. Do you accept? Zhang Han no longer hesitated. Accept? A resolute shout containing unknown excitement. Stop. System notification. You have accepted the quest Arrogance in the Wind. Arrogance in the Wind. Difficulty C. Description: you witnessed a local thug harassing a young woman. You decided to hide your identity while instilling fear in the thug, preventing him from easily committing evil. Quest requirement: gain enough arrogance points during the confrontation with the thug to complete the quest. Method of gaining arrogance points. Evoke fear and panic in the thug and simultaneously evoke inferiority and admiration in the woman. Zhang Han generously revealed his face and interjected, "How dare you harass an ordinary woman in broad daylight?" The scoundrel pointed at Zhang Han's face and laughed loudly. A bald man trying to play the hero. So Zhang Han was reminded by the system. Your appearance was insulted by the opponent. Arrogance points reduced by 5. Zhang Han put on his most terrifying expression and said sternly, "What are a few points anyway?" System notification. Your expression made the opponent feel fear. Arrogance points increased by 1. The scoundrel roared, "How dare you ruin my business? Do you know who I am?" Zhang Han instead pointed at himself. "Then do you know who I am?" He looked at Zhang Han's name and replied, "Pen name." Zhang Han showed a cold smile. "That's right, you can only see pen name because you're not worthy of knowing my true name. Let me use my eye of observation to see who you are." As soon as he looked, he exclaimed, "Oh, it's the notorious Bei Fu. Dark Gold Tier Boss, level 50 HP 1,500,000 Attack 15300 15500 Defense 10000 10500 Skills, Idle Swordsmanship, Breeze Protection, Wind Dragon, Gale Sword Art. Description: the son of Qingfeng Town's mayor. He was once a disciple of the Sword Pavilion but was expelled for harassing female disciples. He does nothing all day, only enjoying doing disreputable things." This information struck Zhang Han like a bolt from the blue. Dark Gold Tier. This guy is actually Dark Gold Tier. His attributes are almost the same as level 80 Brandy. What kind of dungeon difficulty is this? System notifications continued to display the opponent's status. System notification. Bei Fu suspects your true identity. Arrogance points increased by 5. He took a defensive stance, his hand on his sword hilt. "Whoever you are, if you're capable, let me see your strength." Hearing this, Zhang Han merely sneered, reaching out to point at the person behind him. "Show off, you're too weak, not worthy of seeing my strength, Selen. Help me drive him away." Selen actually played along, exuding a threatening aura. "Didn't you hear my young master? Get lost, my young master doesn't tolerate people bullying the innocent." The two once again faced each other. A strange thought arose in Bei Fu's mind. Could this young master be a prominent figure who has hidden his name and appearance? Otherwise, how could a mere subordinate exude such a powerful aura? He immediately tucked his tail and ran. "You wait. It's not over. I'm going to call for backup." Just like that, Zhang Han completed the quest. System notification. Notorious Bei Fu's hatred for you increased by 1,000. Arrogance points increased by 30. Zhang Han cheerfully turned to Selen and gave him a thumbs up. Selen's face was grim. He ignored him. Another sound rang out. System notification. The young woman has developed admiration for you. Arrogance points increased by 20. Zhang Han had no reason to stay. "Miss, I have other matters to attend to. Farewell." His display of arrogance was complete. He had to leave quickly. Otherwise, if the opponent called for backup, it would cause big trouble. The victim's face flushed crimson, and she hurriedly said, "Young master, please tell me your true name." Zhang Han pointed to a name without hesitation. "My name is Daniel." System notification. You have completed the fun quest Arrogance in the Wind, gaining a total of 51 arrogance points, converted to 510,000 experience points. Afterwards he said excitedly, "I want to go to the auction house to sell some unnecessary equipment." Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye night fell. 8 p.m. The entire town fell silent. Most households had already turned off their lights and gone to sleep, but it was time for the two to act. "Let's go." "All right." The two used their lightness skill, leaped over the city wall and landed silently, hearing only a system notification. System notification. Please note you have entered the Sword Pavilion map. Zhang Han strolled through the night looking at the uniquely designed buildings. Is this the Sword Pavilion? I didn't expect Qingfeng Town to have Chinese-style architecture, and there's content about the Sword Pavilion on the forums. If someone sneaks into the Sword Pavilion, once discovered they will be immediately killed by high-level NPCs, and their level will drop by 5, a very severe penalty. He asked curiously, "Where should we go?" Selen continuously observed his surroundings vigilantly. "You go to the hidden Sword Pavilion in the east. I believe the entity there can answer your questions. As for me, I'll go to the sword forging pool to return this sword." Zhang Han's expression changed slightly. "Separate ways? That person you mentioned, who is it?" "Someone known as the Sword God," he reassured. "Don't be nervous. Although I've never met this Sword God, a swordsman should be open-minded, knowing the purpose of your visit. He will definitely not make things difficult for you." Hearing this, Zhang Han felt a chill. "He won't make things difficult for me. This is an S-rank quest. Would he really let me pass so easily?" But he couldn't show weakness either. "All right, you be careful too." Selen left a sentence, then stepped onto a rooftop and departed silently. "Don't worry, I always get my revenge. I won't die." Zhang Han was left behind, his fragile heart pounding. He had to be careful. Once an NPC discovered him, he would be killed. He furtively hid, observed, and moved through several buildings. A few minutes later, Zhang Han finally arrived at the hidden Sword Pavilion. A trace of doubt and curiosity arose in his heart. "The Sword God is in here. I wonder if I'll be instantly killed upon entering." He took a deep breath, pushed the door open and walked in. "If it's the Sword God, they've probably already discovered me. Entering openly is the right way." Suddenly his disguise vanished. System notification. There is a powerful individual whose strength surpasses yours nearby. Your aura concealment technique is temporarily ineffective within this range. The smoke dissipated, revealing the resplendent building adorned with dragon carvings. Only one woman was seated inside, her name vaguely appearing in Zhang Han's mind, Sword God. The woman looked at the intruder, a surprised expression in her eyes. "How is it you?" Zhang Han's face couldn't hide his shock. No way, the sword god is actually a woman? This is truly too mysterious. How does she know me? I remember the first time I heard the title sword god was when asking during the talent trial. Daniel replied that the sword god possessed sulfur monosulfide rank sword heart talent. He couldn't help but ask, "You know me?" The sword god closed her book and replied, "Of course. Back in Undercity, if Selen had killed Herbeck, the next person to appear would have been me." Only then did he recall Selen's warning. There were other powerful individuals hidden in Undercity. Zhang Han suddenly understood. Could the Light Faction's Holy Temple have some connection with the Necromancer, sending Holy Knight Herbeck and Selen to help because the Light Mage revived him? If the Sword Pavilion had a connection with Selen, then it seemed quite reasonable for the Sword God to step in to clean house. In other words, the hidden powerful individual Selen spoke of was her. Zhang Han focused even more intently on the Sword God. Since she was the Sword God, she must have some peerless ancient texts in her hands. Upon closer inspection, the book in her hand was actually titled, "My Arrogant Sword God Falls in Love with Me." Sensing Zhang Han's gaze, the sword god hugged the book tightly. "You like this book too? Wait until I finish reading it." Zhang Han quickly shook his head. No, I didn't expect the sword god to also enjoy reading domineering CEO novels." Zhang Han could only state his true purpose. "I came here this time mainly to ask if you know the owner of this jade pendant." The sword god exclaimed in surprise. "This is..." After recognizing the item, she hurriedly ran over. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at the jade pendant. Reason quickly returned, and the sword god angrily demanded, "Where did you get this jade pendant?" Zhang Han answered truthfully, "The previous Dark Swordsman gave it to me." Hearing this, she was overjoyed and almost shouted at him, "He's still alive!" Then she shook her head, denying, "No, if he weren't dead you couldn't have become the Dark Swordsman." Zhang Han also understood the meaning of her words because Dark Swordsman is a unique hidden profession. In the eternal world, such professions only appear after the predecessor has passed away, so he solemnly recounted, "I've seen him. He still has a wisp of his remnant soul." Only then did he shake his hand, wanting to quietly leave. "If you know the origin of the jade pendant, please help me deliver it to her. I won't trouble you further. Farewell." Immediately after, a sharp sword blade was pointed at Zhang Han's neck. The sword god gave him no chance to leave. "Since you've come all this way, you might as well leave something behind, right?" Zhang Han secretly broke into a cold sweat. As expected, an S-rank side quest wouldn't let me off easy, but if it's about defeating the sword god, why is the difficulty S-rank? It should at least be sulfur monosulfide rank or even SSS rank to kill a demon god, right? His voice unconsciously trembled slightly. "Besides this humble life, I won't say more about anything else you want to keep." The sword god narrowed her eyes with renewed interest. "Is that so?" She pointed her sword at his lower body. "I'm afraid the price you'll have to pay today will be extremely high. You can't let yourself become a eunuch." Zhang Han quickly proposed a condition. "Wait, how about this? Let's make a deal. If I survive one of your sword strikes, you'll let me leave the sword pavilion safely," she replied indifferently. "Although I am also from the Light Faction, if I were to just watch you enter here and leave safely, I'm afraid the higher-ups in the main city would have grounds for accountability." This truly panicked him. "I'm here to return the jade pendant, with no ill intent. Aren't you afraid of damaging your sword heart by killing me?" The sword god immediately squawked like a goose. "Sword heart damage? What's that, a heart?" Zhang Han's face instantly stiffened. "Sword heart, that's something indefinable, an unexplainable will." A sneer emerged from the other person's mouth. It turned out she was just teasing him. "What a joke. As you said, if you're here to return the jade pendant, I really shouldn't kill you." Before he could celebrate, the sword god interrupted him, but she playfully grinned. "Once the news of your safe departure spreads, the sword pavilion will undoubtedly face blame, therefore I will battle you with my silver tier strength. If you win, you leave the sword pavilion. If you lose, you leave this world." The system chimed in to join the fun. "System alert. You have changed the Return the Jade Pendant side quest to Challenge the Sword God. Challenge the Sword God difficulty S description. How can a mere sword god contend with you? Quest requirement: defeat the silver tier sword god Dongfang Yixin." Zhang Han's eyes sparkled. Fighting at the same tier, interesting. Only a fool wouldn't agree. "Alright," the other party snapped her fingers. "Let's change location." Suddenly, the two were teleported to an unknown dimly lit place. The sword god entered a state of high alert. Sword god Dongfang Yixin, silver tier, level 39, HP 230,000, attack 2500-2820, defense phone, skills, sword counter, peerless blade, ghost sealing, sword art, sword chi in all directions, forbidden, myriad swords return to 1. Description: the contemporary sword god. The true master of the sword pavilion. She is young, but her true age is unknown. She is one of the top figures in the Light Faction. Even royalty treats her with courtesy, not daring to easily offend her. Zhang Han briefly glanced at his opponent's information. Forbidden. Myriad swords returned to 1, but the skill had a forbidden prefix, meaning it was a forbidden spell level ultimate move, absolutely powerful. Dongfang Yixin's eyes were no longer playful. "Let's finish this quickly." She immediately flew towards him with her sword. System alert. Sword god Dongfang Yixin. Use the sword flight skill. Attack speed 50, attack range 200 meters, cooldown 0. Zhang Han's expression was somewhat distorted. Her first skill cast was so reliable. He extended his hand using his unique skill, Undead Grasp. System alert. You used Undead Grasp, rendering the Demonbane blade unable to act for 0.35 seconds. Zhang Han raised a leg, stepping on the sword. Evil Stomp. Dongfang Yixin blinked, not overly surprised. "I've seen these moves of yours in Undercity. Didn't expect you to use them again now." She crooked her finger and the sword that was under his foot moved. The moment he saw the sword obediently returned to her hand, Zhang Han knew he was in trouble. Immediately after, Dongfang Yixin rushed towards him, but this was already part of his plan. Good ward domain, system alert. You have used the ward domain skill, increasing your attack by 20. Sword God Dongfang Yixin's attack is reduced by 10 for 3 minutes. A sword pierced through his chest, minus 16,475 Cold River 2 phone. It seemed Dongfang Yixin didn't expect her opponent to be so reckless. Zhang Han's mouth curled into a triumphant smile, grabbing the sword. Got her. Then he didn't hesitate to pull out the sword, continuously slashing at the person in front of him, minus 2,864, minus 35,781. When Sword God Dongfang Yixin's HP dropped to phone 230000, she calmly dodged. She pulled out her sword, backing away to create distance. Her expression was quite puzzled. You would take such a risk? Zhang Han didn't answer, instead casting another skill. Might of the 8 directions. Might of the 8 directions. Dongfang Yixin hadn't yet figured out what was happening. A massive python bared its fangs and lunged at her, dealing minus 36,714 damage and also reflecting damage to the user. System alert. You have used the Might of the 8 Directions skill, dealing 36,714 damage to Sword God Dongfang Yixin and reducing her movement speed by 20 for 3 seconds. Zhang Han didn't stay still. While her speed was reduced, he continued his attack. Despite this, Dongfang Yixin quickly reacted and blocked with her sword. System alert. Sword God Dongfang Yixin has used the sword counter skill, damage reduction 80 based on distance attributes. A small scratch grazed her fair cheek. Minus 17,431, she leapt a long distance, then recalled the sword that had just been knocked away. The moment she grasped the sword, a golden light emanated. Dongfang Yixin swung her sword down without hesitation. Damn it, Breeze Ward. Zhang Han only had time to raise his protective aura, but still took the damage directly. Minus 43,200 Cold River 2 phone. Her eyes widened slightly. She took one of his hits but only suffered this much damage. I'm afraid he's already surpassed Silver Tier, so Dongfang Yixin suddenly spoke. That's enough, indeed. As Selen said, the sword god's heart was pure, and she honestly admitted, if we're talking about Silver Tier strength without using forbidden spells, I have to admit I'm not as good as you. Your talent is very overbearing. Immediately after, a surge of power swept over. System alert. Congratulations on completing the Challenge the Sword God quest. You have gained 12 million experience points, and you have reached level 40. System alert. Your strength has reached a new level, achieving Gold Tier Quasi-Boss status. Your title has changed. System alert. Your title Shadow Dominator has been upgraded to Shadow Lord and its attributes have changed. Zhang Han was completely dumbfounded. He didn't expect it to be so easy. It was over before it even began. Her HP was still high and she hadn't even used her skills. Dongfang Yixin answered frankly. You came to return the Jade Pendant. I had no intention of taking your life, it was just a formality. The so-called rules restricted others' actions, forcing me to say things against my will. Saying things against her will, his eyes were still dull and confused. The mechanism is too bizarre. What exactly are the game rules in the eyes of these NPCs? They can arbitrarily judge and complain. She turned around. You may leave, she even kindly reminded him. After leaving here, the prelude to chaos will also begin. The keyword fell into Zhang Han's ears, prelude to chaos. He couldn't help but ask, what does that mean? Dongfang Yixin extended her hand towards him as she spoke. The grudges between the two factions have long existed and cannot be resolved. A few days ago, the Light faction recaptured Undercity, proving they are ready. Your coming here to return the Jade Pendant is perhaps fate playing a joke. The mist grew thicker, and he struggled to shout, unsure if she could clarify. But in the blink of an eye he was pushed out of the hidden sword pavilion. Zhang Han dejectedly returned to their original meeting point. Selen had been waiting for a long time. Have you returned the Jade Pendant? He replied dejectedly. I feel a bit strange in my heart. Is it an illusion? Master's mental state seems much better. He chuckled softly, making a decision. Then let's go back. 2 hours later, they returned to the Ghost Swamp. Selen stood solemnly before him again, saying sincerely, Cold River, I need to thank you. This confused him further. Thank me, his expression was serious. After returning the sword, I am no longer a disciple of the Sword Pavilion, and I can join the Dark faction without any psychological burden. This sentence caught him off guard again. This guy hadn't even joined yet. I thought Selen was originally a member of the Dark faction. Selen looked down at the dark aura in his palm. Joining the Dark faction requires proving that one possesses a dark heart. As a disciple of the Sword Pavilion, I once swore an oath never to harm humans. Now I am unfettered, and it's time to settle old scores. Just as Zhang Han watched in stunned silence, a blue virtual screen flashed. System alert. Eternal first-hand news. The War of Light and Darkness has officially begun. This also happened to all players on the server. Is this going to activate a full server large-scale event? For Zhang Han, this was too unfamiliar, because his Return the Jade Pendant quest had triggered the storyline of Selen returning the treasured sword. He decided to join the Dark faction. If that was the case, the prelude to chaos the sword god spoke of was caused by him. He was still thinking. System alert. Please note, the Undead Legion, commanded by level 190 Immortal Tier boss Undead Swordsman Selen, is preparing to attack Seaheart City, the #1 main city in the Mideast district, in 3 days. All other bosses are also urging. System alert. Please note, The Vampire Legion, commanded by level 185 Immortal Tier boss Cold Moon Catherine, is preparing to attack Vermilion Bird City, the #1 main city in the East District, in 3 days. System alert, please note. The Sinister Legion, commanded by level 90 Immortal Tier boss Sinister Punisher Solomon, is preparing to attack Thunder City, the #1 main city in the Cherry Blossom District, in 3 days. He was overwhelmed by a pile of constantly popping up screens. Too much information surrounded him. It seems I should assist Master in attacking Seaheart City. No sooner had he spoken than the system gave him an unexpected surprise. System alert, please note. The Dark Legion, commanded by level 40 Gold Tier boss Dark Lord Cold River, is preparing to attack Icesnow Town, a 3rd-tier town in the Romantic District, in 3 days. Other players were thrown into chaos upon seeing this. What, Cold River? He's already a Gold Tier boss. Quickly notify our Alliance brothers. System alert. As a member of the Dark Faction, you have received an S-rank main quest, Siege City. Siege difficulty S description. Darkness is silently reviving. Only by contributing enough territory to the demon god can you prove your worth. Quest requirement. You will participate as the 5th wave siege boss attacking Icesnow Town, a 3rd-tier town in the Romantic District. Quest reward. Qualification to enter the demon god's treasury. Failure penalty, death. A slight smile played on his lips. Now I'm Gold Tier and I can command a boss in a city siege. System alert, please note. The Fury Legion, commanded by level 40 Gold Tier boss Furious Khan, is preparing to attack Ghost Town, a 3rd-tier town in the Cherry Blossom District, in 3 days. Selen, standing nearby, spoke again to encourage him. It seems you haven't felt fear yet. Very good, I hope you return victorious. He bid him farewell. Master, you too. Now only Zhang Han was left. He smiled evilly. Players of Icesnow Town, it's time to let everyone see the power of Gold Tier. He began to sort out his equipment one by one. Since he had reached level 40, he would equip the items first, as the information had completely changed. Shadow Dominator Cold River, Silver Tier, level 40, HP 354,000, Attack 4285, 5127, Defense 870 to 924, Reputation 41,500, Luck 1. Description. As Cold River's strength continues to grow, he has gradually entered the sight of powerful individuals, and the newly acquired title, Shadow Lord, ultimately increased his value by 250. Zhang Han happily thought, with so much progress, I can definitely enter the top 100 on the Dark Faction's combat power leaderboard. Contrary to his wishes, a cruel reality unfolded before his eyes. 8,450th place, Shadow Dominator, Cold River. Zhang Han couldn't help but shout, 8,450th place, your Dark Faction is actually that powerful? Forget it, shut down and sleep. The next day, early in the morning, he received a call from Wang Kai. Brother, this is great, you've become the siege boss for the event. Zhang Han proudly assented. You can connect to the server and check out other servers. He cautiously added, be sure to be careful, I specifically checked the Romantic District forums. It was already in an uproar there. It's estimated that a large number of players will flock to Icesnow City, wanting to kill you. His expression also considered this matter. Well, be careful. Then Zhang Han logged into the game to check. Those players recoiled as soon as they saw him. It's Cold River, what bad luck, how did we run into him here? Retreat quickly, another fearless fellow appeared. Wait, he seemed to be the commander of this team, drawing his sword with a clang. Since the Undercity battle, we've made hunting Cold River a special training exercise. We've constantly studied videos of him and understood his skills. Now Cold River is right in front of us and generous rewards await us. Are we going to give up and run? The team members immediately gained confidence. Brother is right. Our alliance's strength is also top-notch. With our training tactics, we can definitely catch Cold River. Kai Jiu also rushed over. He liked to use crowd control skills to stop him. Hunter full attack, Muin, support me, I'll block his attacks. Their momentum was fierce. Kill! They originally thought their plan of outnumbering him would succeed, but unexpectedly, with a gentle swing of his sword, one person was logged off. The team's assassin, the one who had just logged off, shouted, Brother, we were wiped out by one sword before we even started. Assassin, damn it, Zhang Han chuckled in midair. Sorry, in the face of absolute strength, any tactics are futile. That counterattack was already a good deal for you. System message. Your Gold Tier Blazeflame Dagger has been sold on the Qingfeng Town Auction House, earning 2,147 gold coins. System message. Your Silver Tier Breeze Boots have been sold on the Qingfeng Town Auction House, earning 112 gold coins. 2,147 gold coins. Who could have that many gold coins? The system panel popped up again. System message. Gold coin exchange has been enabled. The current exchange rate for gold coins to real currency is 1 to 193. It dawned on him. So that's how it is. Now Mr. Krypton is going to start showing his strength. Let's exchange some gold coins first. System message. You have successfully exchanged 530,000 in real currency. Zhang Han had no reason to stay any longer. Next he would go level up by grinding monsters to prepare for the siege battle. He arrived at a barren land. System message. You have entered the Wasted Deadlands map. A feline creature was snarling, an elite dark demon panther level 50, HP 650,000. Attack 2650-2800. Defense phone skills. Claw strike, tear, bloodthirsty attack. Description. One of the top predators of the Wasted Deadlands, possessing terrifying speed and attack power. After being infected by evil spirits, it became even more bloodthirsty and murderous. Seeing these attributes, Zhang Han couldn't help but sigh. The elite monster's attributes are much higher than the level 45 lava giant python. Even so, he had nothing to fear, but its attributes will still be crushed by me, becoming my experience points. He continued to grind experience, until a day later, your level has been increased to 41. Suddenly a system message, please note, the difficulty of your main quest, Siege City, has changed. Zhang Han was startled. The difficulty had changed. He quickly opened the quest panel to check. Siege City, difficulty SS, description. Darkness is silently reviving. Only by contributing enough territory to the demon god can you prove your worth. Quest requirement, you will participate as the 5th wave siege boss attacking Isesnow Town, a 3rd-tier town in the Romantic District. Quest reward, qualification to enter the demon god's treasury. Failure penalty, death. Difficulty increased from S rank to sulfur monosulfide rank. What does this mean? Was my quest difficulty too low? The system wants to help me challenge my limits. Long Tengwanli called brother, this is a rumor. Players in the Romantic District don't know what happened, causing the level 60 Dark Gold tier boss guarding Isesnow Town to be enraged. This immediately piqued his interest. Dark Gold tier boss, great. As long as there's no existence beyond current strength that can resist, the consequences will be beyond everyone's control. They will become fish on a chopping board, to be slaughtered at will. Zhang Han decided to go there. Okay, thanks, no problem, good luck, don't die at the hands of those scoundrels. Just then a system message sounded. System message, your master, Necro-Swordsman Selen, has led the Dark Legion to wait in the Ghost Swamp. Please proceed there quickly. Zhang Han was excited and ready to depart. Let me see what level the players in the Romantic District have reached. In another part of the Dark Forest, the army was deployed awaiting orders. Observe the Necro-Swordsman's attributes. Level, HP, attack, defense, skills, description. A hint of surprise flashed across his face. It was all question marks. Eye of observation can detect information about creatures up to 50 levels higher than oneself. How high are the levels of these Necro-Swordsmen? Selen immediately noticed his confusion. Their strength when they were alive was not as great as mine, nor did they have the good fortune to regain their sanity and become true Necro-Swordsmen like me. Then he pointed out, by the way, that is your Dark Legion. Those guys who died long ago are senselessly roaring. Looking at his endlessly roaring Dark Legion, Zhang Han's face darkened. System message details. Water Imp, elite monster, level 45, HP 550,000, attack 2150-2350, defense phone, skills, critical strike, great club smash, savage charge. Description. Water monsters born in waters rich in demonic energy with low intelligence, but they are still cannon fodder in the Dark faction, difficult to become valuable resources. He turned to Selen and asked, Master, can you give me some more Necro-Swordsmen? Selen shrugged and replied, do you think that's possible? Zhang Han asked back in confusion, are the rules not allowed? After a long silence he narrowed his eyes and asked in a low voice, then are there any life-saving items? Selen took out an item and replied, yes, but you're attacking a 3rd-tier town, you probably won't need it. That thing is an S-rank demon god summoning scroll. Description. Activated at a critical moment and you can summon a god-tier expert. You can even summon a demon god with world-destroying power. Effect ensures that the magic circle in the void will not be interrupted for 1 minute, providing a chance to attract the attention of a god-tier expert and directly draw them to the battlefield. Zhang Han took it and exclaimed, wow, what a great item. With this I can attack a 1st-tier main city. Selen quickly warned, unless the situation is irreversible, do not easily summon these colossal evil beings. If you summon them and fail to pique their interest, you will bring about your own demise. I heard someone once summoned the great demon god Ego on a whim and was devoured the next second. Hearing this, he broke out in a cold sweat and promised, don't worry, I definitely won't misuse it. He thought to himself, it seems this thing is not just a life-saving scroll. If used incorrectly, it could also be a death warrant. Pushing his luck, Zhang Han reached out and asked, then Master, do you have any safer items for me? Selen angrily growled, don't push your luck, Daniel isn't here. Are you going to bully me alone again? He covered his mouth with his hand, coughing to hide his embarrassment, and said, if you're ready, let's go. He replied weakly and disappointed, all right. Then the two walked towards the neatly arranged undead armor wielding weapons for 25 years. Zhang Han turned his head and curiously asked, Master, what do you think of the Dark faction? Selen calmly replied, a rebellious force seeking to overthrow those in power. Hearing this, he exclaimed in surprise, it doesn't represent evil, undead, demonic infection, the 10 great demon gods in my subjective impression. This should be a symbol of evil. He grew angry at his overly simplistic thinking and immediately reprimanded him loudly. How can good and evil be so easily distinguished? Zhang Han, you must remember, history is written by the victors. If the Dark faction defeats the Light faction, then we will begin to establish our power. Even the light must become darkness. Zhang Han could only remain silent after hearing this. Selen clenched his fists and continued, I have seen noble undead and I have also seen the most despicable rulers of the Light faction. Of course, I am not asserting that the Dark faction is on the side of justice. I am only trying to legitimize the extreme actions of the Dark faction. But among the 10 great demon gods there are also several demon gods with human bloodlines. It's just that according to the Light faction, they betrayed humanity. He looked at his solemn expression and thought, the information in this conversation is too vast. Perhaps the next few days are for the main quest. Subsequently, Selen led Zhang Han and the Dark Legion forward, and when they arrived at a vast green grassland, he surveyed his surroundings and then announced, here. The system also prompted, you have entered the youthful grasslands map. He looked at the endless grassland with mountains undulating in the distance and asked in confusion, "Here?" Selin didn't answer but instead walked to the front, fumbling around, and then touched a certain spot, and a golden light suddenly shone like a domino effect. The golden light grew larger and larger like a huge golden wall. He took out a scroll and explained, "This barrier divides the Sky Eternal continent into several parts. If your strength is insufficient, then open the scroll and tear it in half." Purple light surrounded him, and he continued, "It cannot be crossed." A huge gap then appeared in the golden wall before him. Selin turned to Zhang Han and urged, "Let's go cross this barrier and we can reach the human dynasties." He walked while observing his surroundings. System message, "Please note you have entered the romantic district beyond the sphere of influence of other national forces. Death penalty doubled." Zhang Han smiled and asked himself, "Death penalty doubled? I'll just be deleted if I die, so what effect does that have on me?" He seemed to recall something and suddenly turned his head, kindly saying, "You're not familiar with this place. I'll take you to a spot near Isisnow town." He bowed his head and replied, "Thank you, master." Selin led Zhang Han to a snow-covered place. He pointed to the residential area in the pine forest and announced, "This is the town you need to attack, Isisnow town." System message, "You have entered the Wind and Snow Mountains map." He looked around and then made up his mind, "Good, I will definitely conquer it." His body stood tall in the cold wind but his voice was full of confidence. "Tremble, you rookies of Isisnow town." Seeing his appearance, he encouraged him, "It's good that you're confident. I wish you victory, and may you join me in the Demon God's treasury to seek treasures." Zhang Han was surprised, repeating the keyword, Demon God's treasury. He feigned curiosity and asked, "Master, what's in the Demon God's treasury?" Selin recounted what he knew. The treasury contains treasures collected by the Demon God, including equipment, skills, extremely rare items, and even proofs of hidden profession change. You can choose what you want to take, but only one item. His eyes flashed with surprise, thinking, even proofs of hidden profession change are there. Even if I don't need it, I could sell it for millions or tens of millions, not to mention other precious treasures. Having made up his mind, Zhang Han waved goodbye. "Master, if you have other matters I won't keep you. We'll meet at the treasury gate." Seeing his eagerness, he felt speechless. He led the Dark Legion to an open flat piece of land, then ordered them to set up camp. "If the enemy attacks, send someone to notify me immediately." Everyone responded in unison, "Yes." Zhang Han looked at the forest ahead and said, "There's still time. I'll go level up in a few nearby places first." He then ventured alone into the Wind and Snow Mountains. Hearing rustling sounds ahead, Zhang Han saw a huge animal figure and exclaimed, "Oh!" The red-eyed white bear also saw him and immediately roared in threat. System provides information. Wind and Snow Bear Monster, Elite Tier. Level 55, HP 800,000, Attack 32003480, Defense Phone Skills, Bite, Paralytic Claws, Savage Charge. Description: bear-like creatures on the outskirts of the Wind and Snow Mountains. They prefer cold weather, are extremely fierce, and many unwary adventurers who enter the Wind and Snow Mountains are devoured by them. Zhang Han gripped his longsword and assessed it. Very fierce. It's a level 55 elite monster, surpassing the Dark Demon Panther in all aspects. Speaking of which, most level 50 characters usually undergo their second advancement. So is that why its attributes are so high? The Wind and Snow Bear monster suddenly let out an "ah" and charged forward on the snow. He also showed no fear, quickly rushing towards it. The Wind and Snow Bear monster revealed a ferocious expression and extended its claws, attempting to use its paralytic claws skill, not letting it succeed. Zhang Han stomped hard, leaping onto its head and cast Evil Stomp, causing it to miss. He then drew his sword, continuously slashing at the opponent, frenzied slaying. Finally, he unleashed his ultimate move, Might of the Eight Directions. A defiant roar echoed and its massive body fell onto the snowy ground. System message: congratulations on defeating the Wind and Snow Bear monster, gaining 14,000 experience points. Seeing the round, flat snowball appear on the snowy ground and the system message: Snowball Art, B rank. Description: snowballs can not only be used for snowball fights but also to kill people. Effect: after use, continuously summons 10 snowballs to attack enemies within 5 seconds, each snowball dealing 30 damage. Learning requirement. Mage, Zhang Han exclaimed in surprise. So, killing small monsters can also drop skills. Suddenly, a system sound rang out. System message: please note your Dark Legion has been attacked by adventurers. Please return quickly for support. Seeing this, he couldn't help but mock, "Oh, can't wait that long?" Here, adventurers were attacking the Dark Legion, and the surrounding tents were also affected by the battle. A person in armor swung his sword at a water imp. As he turned his head, he suddenly saw a figure. That person, clad in neat armor, swung his sword, sweeping through his body. Watching his figure dissipate, his teammates recognized him in surprise and blurted out, "Cold River." Zhang Han heard the voice, glanced over, and thought, mimicking the Romantic District's language, it's automatically translated to my own. Interesting. Everyone jointly cast skills to attack him, but he just stood there, completely unharmed. The person holding the staff saw his attacks inflict damage like mosquito bites and asked in confusion, "Is the damage only in 2 digits? How much defense does he have?" The person next to him was also curious. Although he's classified as a dark faction boss by the game system, he's essentially still a player, right? Zhang Han's eyes glinted with red, killing intent. He grinned, shouting, "Hello everyone, foreign friends." With a thunderous boom, enemies within the area were instantly evaporated. System notification: You have used the skill Might of the Eight Directions, dealing 100 of your attack damage to enemies within a 100-meter radius, and reducing their attack speed by 20 and movement speed by 20 for 3 seconds. 2 players lucky enough to hide behind a tree and escape whispered in horror, "My god, he's a melee class. How can he have such an exaggerated area of effect skill? Good thing we hid far enough away." He carried his sword and looked around thinking, why are there so few people? His eyes and armor suddenly gleamed. Zhang Han dodged a surprise attack. His assailant was the Ghost King Assassin Shadow Demon, level 34, HP 56,710, attack phone defense 553 to 589, skills, Shadow Walk, Fatal Stealth, Shadow Kill, Decisive First Strike. Seeing his agile reaction, the Ghost King frowned and commented, as expected, an expert. Adventurers discussed amongst themselves, "It's the Ghost King, he actually lost." A person nearby still held on to hope. "There's still a chance, he hasn't used his true strength yet." Zhang Han looked at the opponent's moves, thinking this guy must be a high-level player in this area. He gripped his sword tightly, staring at the Ghost King, but in a blink the Ghost King vanished. The Ghost King suddenly appeared before him, brandishing his blade, and Zhang Han's HP immediately dropped by 4,310 points. As soon as he attacked, he vanished again, striking his side with another blade, and his HP immediately dropped by 3,654 points. Adventurers cheered excitedly. Amazing. Although the Ghost King's attack power isn't as high as Cold River's, his speed is comparable. Cold River is completely suppressed. Interesting. Healers support the Ghost King. If we can get Cold River, everyone gets a share. Seeing the Ghost King swing his blade at Zhang Han again, the crowd shouted excitedly, "Ghost King, you are our god." Although hit, he merely smiled, thinking, "That's right, just like that." Seeing the flashing screens of the crowd before him, Zhang Han understood that someone on the opposite side was definitely live streaming. Players of the whole world watch closely. One-shotting this little imp in front of me is too boring. I want to endlessly amplify the hope in their eyes. The crowd grew more excited, their cheers rising higher and higher. Just as the climax was reached, he suddenly thrust his sword through the Ghost King's chest. The Ghost King let out a cry of surprise. "Ah, this was the trap Zhang Han had set." Extinguishing all hope, he spoke, his tone chillingly cold. "Oh, my apologies." My hand slipped. System notification. You have slain the Ghost King, gaining 16,356 experience points. The crowd felt like they had fallen from the clouds to the bottom of a valley, their bodies turning cold. The Ghost King's figure dissipated into nothingness, and a golden light emanated from Zhang Han. System notification. You have leveled up to level 42. Everyone turned and fled in panic, screams of terror erupting one after another. "Monster, it's impossible to beat him. Can an Easterner gain levels by killing players too? What's the point of fighting? Run," with the matter settled. He turned and instructed, "No one should launch a sneak attack these 2 days, but remain vigilant. I'm going to delve deeper inside to level up." The water imp immediately nodded and replied, "Yes." 2 days later, Zhang Han was in the military camp. System notification. You have accepted the Sulfur Monosulfide rank main quest Siege City, which has officially begun. This was followed by 2 consecutive notifications. System notification. Please note that your Dark Legion must attack in at least 5 waves, one by one. Otherwise, all creatures in the Legion will have their attributes reduced by 20 until the siege battle ends. System notification. Please issue the attack order at 10 a.m. sharp. Otherwise, all creatures in the Legion will have their attributes reduced by 20. Seeing this, he understood and mumbled to himself, "It seems that to limit me from leading the Dark Legion in a simultaneous attack and to ensure the event starts on time, the system has set strict restrictions. I just wonder if the Sulfur Monosulfide rank quest difficulty will bring forth beings of Herbeck and Sellen's caliber?" Subsequently, the system issued 5 consecutive notifications. System notification. The Dark Faction Siege Battle for Seaheart City has officially begun. System notification. The Dark Faction Siege Battle for Vermilion Bird City has officially begun. System notification. The Dark Faction Siege Battle for Thunder City has officially begun. System notification. The Dark Faction Siege Battle for High Rock City has officially begun. System notification. The Dark Faction Siege Battle for Isisnow Town has officially begun. Seeing the system notification, you can now launch an attack. Zhang Han ordered warriors of the first wave, prepare to attack. A level 20 bronze tier skeleton boss stepped forward and said, "My lord, I will lead the first wave of attack." After gaining Zhang Han's approval, it led its team to attack Seaheart City. Simultaneously, a system notification appeared. Please note the Dark Legion, commanded by Bronze Tier Boss Gutchard level 20, has launched its first wave of attack. The soldiers of Seaheart City, fully armed, said disdainfully, "Just level 20 trash, brothers, let's go." Soon after, seeing the system notification that Gutchard's Dark Legion had been defeated, he couldn't help but sigh. So fast, it seems the levels over there are definitely higher than 20. Zhang Han raised his hand, signaling to begin the second attack. A Dark Legion quickly charged forward. System notification. Please note the Dark Legion, commanded by Bronze Tier Boss Seth level 25, has launched its second wave of attack. Enemy soldiers fought while reminding each other, "These undead's levels have increased, don't be careless." As soon as this wave ended, he raised his hand and pointed forward, ordering third wave. The battle between the two sides grew fiercer, and the soldiers shouted, tired and angry, "How many more waves are there? I can't hold on much longer." "These damned undead." Zhang Han raised his hand, about to say fourth wave, when the system sent a reminder. System notification: you need to wait 5 minutes before launching the fourth wave of attack, otherwise the attributes of the fourth wave's creatures will be reduced by 20. Seeing this, he couldn't help but laugh to himself. This is too honest. The system is really considerate. After 3 consecutive waves of attacks, it's time to give players a chance to rest and prepare. Right. Suddenly the screen lit up, showing Long Tengwanli's image. He urged, players in the Romantic District have started live streaming, and video websites in the East District are also streaming simultaneously. Now millions of people are watching your performance. Don't let the East District lose face. Zhang Han guaranteed. It's at its climax right now. I won't disappoint the East District. 5 minutes later, a Dark Legion charged forward again. System notification: please note the Dark Legion commanded by Silver Tier Boss Blood Mansion level 40 has launched its fourth attack. Soldiers resisted and shouted in surprise. The soldiers in the fourth wave are already level 40. We can't beat them. The battle ahead feels so hopeless. They fled in panic, shouting loudly, we can't beat them. Scatter. This is no longer something a level 30 warrior like me can handle. At this moment, a girl holding a bow and arrow appeared. She drew her bow and arrow, saying sternly, facing a group of undead, we cannot retreat. Attack. The arrow whizzed out, piercing the head of a water imp. Zhang Han squinted, assessing such high damage. Too bad the distance is too far. I can't tell if it's a player or an NPC. Seeing reinforcements, the soldiers quickly shouted, city guards are deployed. Brothers, charge. 20 minutes later, the system notified that the Blood Mansion Legion was about to be defeated. System reminder: please note the Water Imps commanded by Gold Tier Boss Dark Lord Cold River level 43 will launch the fifth wave of attack. Zhang Han gripped his sword eagerly, saying, after waiting so long, it's finally my turn to enter the fray. With that, he led the charge, shouting, all troops advance and fight the enemy with me. Upon seeing him, the soldiers turned and fled. Cold River, he's here. I watched the video from 2 days ago. Whoever's capable, go ahead. I'm running first. Phoenix gritted her teeth, cursing angrily, damn traitor. I don't know what methods he used to demoralize our army. With that, she pointed forward and ordered generals, don't worry. The opponent is just a gold tier boss. Everyone doesn't need to attack at once. Don't let him gain strength. Keep his health normal. Everyone seemed to be re-energized, shouting in unison. Right, we also have gold tier bosses here. And more than one. What are we afraid of him for? Phoenix encouraged the soldiers. The weakest in combat power retreat to the back. Listen to my command. After killing Zhang Han, everyone will be rewarded with 10,000 and everyone will get a share. The golden-haired man Hallow, a level 35 Swiftwind swordsman, brandished his blade, confidently saying, Cold River, your head is mine for the taking. Before he finished speaking, he was fiercely stomped on the face by the opponent, who disdainfully said, you a mere evil stomp. He was kicked offline. System report: you have slain Hallow, gaining 16,531 experience points. Feeling the time was ripe, he shouted, Battle Zone. System reminder: you use the skill War Domain, increasing your attack power by 20. Within a 50-meter radius, allied units including yourself attack power increased by 15 and enemy units attack power decreased by 25. Last 3 minutes, the Water Imps, boosted by the buff, became even more excited, picking up their weapons and charging at the soldiers with shouts. Zhang Han swung his sword like cleaving melons, terrifying the crowd into screaming. His skills are too overpowered, not just him. Even his legion has grown stronger. System reminder: you have slain Adventurer Ia, gaining 1247 experience points. He swept his sword at the man again, and another person went offline. System reminder: you have slain Adventurer Zod, gaining 1358 experience points. The golden-haired uncle commented with sweat on his brow. It seems he's both a weapon and a life-stealer. The man in the cross hat said seriously, not only can he life-steal, I used a special reconnaissance technique and found that his attack power is constantly increasing. My goodness, he's like a demon god. Zhang Han, in the eyes of the crowd, was like a god of slaughter. System notification: your weapon, Bloodthirsty Blade, has accumulated 20 stacks of lifesteal passive. Attack power has increased by 20. Dark Dominator Cold River Gold Tier Boss level 43, HP 489,600, Attack 48505534, Defense Phone, Reputation 41,500, Luck 1. Description: as Cold River's strength continues to grow, he has gradually entered the sight of powerful individuals. Amidst the fierce battle, a loud roar suddenly came. Get out of my way! A man on horseback wielding a spear charged over, shouting, traitor, die! He was Lant, Blade of Ice, is now a level 50 gold tier boss, HP 2.8 million, Attack 2850-3120, Defense Phone. Skills: Ice is now Spearblade, Fury of the Snowstorm, Ice Seal Armor, Frigid Domain. Description: the son of Ice is now Town's mayor. He is also the second in command of Ice is now Town. He is highly sought after by countless girls for his handsome looks and extremely high talent. With boundless future prospects, Zhang Han quickly cried out in his mind, not good, Breeze Ward? Instantly his body was enveloped in the blue light of ice and snow. Lant fiercely swung his long spear and his HP immediately dropped by 50,700 points. System reminder: you were attacked by Lant, Blade of Ice is now Spearblade, losing 50,700 HP. Attack speed reduced by 20. Movement speed reduced by 15, lasting 5 seconds. Watching his HP drop significantly, Zhang Han gritted his teeth, angrily thinking his attack speed is also good. This guy is quite strong, and the more he thought, the angrier he got. He's also a gold tier boss, yet he can ride a horse. A soldier excitedly said, great, our gold tier boss is on the field. Lance shouted loudly. Today we must make Cold River die in our romantic district. This wolf will demoralize the East District. Zhang Han pursed his lips, secretly cursing. I'm still on foot, damn it, this guy must die. He seemed to understand Zhang Han's thoughts, asking provocatively. Oh, what are you looking at? Don't you have a mount, unless you're a big shot who walked from the eastern continent to our Ices Now town? His whole body radiated purple light. As he used his skill, he said in a deep voice, Good taunt, but you picked the wrong target. He instantly transformed into a purple dragon, opened its mouth and roared, startling Lance mount into a panicked gallop. System reminder, you have used the skill Might of the 8 Directions. Deals 100 of your attack damage to enemies within a 100-meter radius. Attack speed reduced by 20, movement speed reduced by 20, lasting 3 seconds. He gripped the reins tightly and snorted coldly. Lant urged his mount forward, shouting, Petty tricks, just a few small tricks. Zhang Han extended his arm and a purple light shot towards the opponent. He said coldly, More than enough to deal with you. System reminder, you have used Undead Grasp, immobilizing the target's mount for 2 seconds as the horse froze in place. Zhang Han ordered Lant to dismount. Lant froze as his opponent shouted, Ice Seal Armor. He violently raised his leg and kicked at Lant. System notification, your evil stomp dealt 25,694 damage to Lant, Blade of Ices Now, but the enemy's mount had high tenacity, preventing suppression. Zhang Han thought in surprise, that mount can even give him tenacity. This guy is really tough to deal with. He narrowed his eyes and whispered, Never mind. Zhang Han looked into the distance and ordered, Water imps, surround him. He crossed his arms and sneered, In this surrounded situation, your spear charge will likely be unable to gain an advantage. Zhang Han pointed at Lant and ordered, I originally intended to let you leave with some dignity, but I've changed my mind. Water imps attack him, especially that handsome face of his. Lant gripped the reins tightly and challenged, What, you despicable Easterners, dare you fight me fairly? The water imps ignored him, rushing forward with their weapons. Lant swung his long spear, saying with disgust, Get lost, you lowly undead, winning by numbers, truly bullying with superior strength. Lant could only lie there, helplessly shouting, Wait a minute? Seeing him beaten black and blue, a pot-bellied water implemented, What a pity. I quite like handsome guys. System report. Ices Now town defending boss Lant, Blade of Ices Now, has been defeated. System reminder, congratulations on defeating level 50 gold tier boss Lant, Blade of Ices Now, with the help of the water imps. You gained 500,000 experience points, 1,000 reputation, and have leveled up to 44. He speculated, It seems that since I didn't get the solo kill, the rewards were significantly reduced. Phoenix cried out tearfully, Damn it, he actually used despicable methods to kill my dear brother. She raised her hand and signaled, Quickly, follow me to the battlefield. I will kill him with my own hands to avenge my brother. Taro reminded. Calm down, Phoenix. According to the rules, we can only enter the battlefield after ease inside the city. Outside the city gates, the fearful shouts of soldiers echoed. Cold River is coming to kill us. System reminder, please note. The Ices Now elite force led by level 50 gold tier boss Phoenix, Wind and Snow Guardian, and level 60 dark gold tier boss Taro, Wrath of the Cold Wind, will serve as the defenders for the 5th wave of attack. Zhang Han's body stiffened. He asked himself, 2 bosses and one is dark gold tier? Zhang Han looked at the ant-like enemies before him. After 5 waves of siege battles, both sides had suffered heavy casualties, but now they had gathered elite guards, elite players, a gold tier boss and an unfathomable dark gold tier boss. He let out a long sigh, pondering. Although he had faced 2 bosses simultaneously in the Undercity battle before, he was fortunate to have Daniel and Kant then. He gripped the longsword tightly, raised it high, and realized he was now alone. Zhang Han shouted, Daniel, Kant, watch me. Cold River's legendary battle begins here. Phoenix shot out a flaming arrow, disdainfully saying, You're about to die, yet you still dare to boast. The arrow grazed his cheek, drawing blood and reducing his HP by 22,341. She knocked 3 more arrows, cursing, Damn traitor, today I will take your dog head and sacrifice it to my brother who died on the battlefield. Phoenix, Wind and Snow Guardian, gold tier boss, level 50 HP, 2,800,000, attack 3,03150, defense phone. Skills, armor-piercing arrow, blinding arrow, frigid domain, tracking arrow. Description, the daughter of Ices Now town's mayor, the supreme ruler of Ices Now town, possessing breathtaking beauty and exquisite archery skills. Countless men fall for her. As Phoenix ordered the arrows to be fired, they rained down on Zhang Han's army. He swung his sword, parrying the arrow rain. Nevertheless, many of his water imps behind him suffered casualties. Zhang Han gritted his teeth, worried. The firepower is too concentrated. If this continues, my side will be annihilated before we even engage in combat. He accelerated, secretly determined to rush to the front and attract their attention. Zhang Han dashed up the steps at maximum speed. A soldier stirred. So fast, he's coming up, be careful. He wanted to use Evil Stomp. Zhang Han smiled slightly, whispering, Wrong. Then he transformed into a massive purple dragon. System reminder, you have used the skill Might of the 8 Directions, dealing 100 of your attack damage to enemies within a 100-meter radius, while reducing their attack speed by 20 and movement speed by 20 for 3 seconds. After 3 seconds, Zhang Han reverted to his original form. He swung his sword, sweeping the nearest enemy, who cried out in pain. Ah! Suddenly, 3 arrows shot rapidly from behind. 3 arrows pierced directly into his body, reducing his HP by 132,123. Zhang Han quickly used his HP recovery skill. System reminder, you have used a healing potion, restoring 1,000 HP per second for 10 seconds. He cursed under his breath. Damn it, if it were one-on-one, I'm confident I could kill her, but there are too many players harassing me. and a dark gold tier boss hasn't even appeared yet. I can't risk going all out. He looked behind him and saw his troops were about to arrive, secretly relieved. Fortunately, my water imps are almost here. They can buy me some time and I can take advantage of the chaos to eliminate other players. With this thought, Zhang Han ordered, "Water imps, eliminate all enemies here." A loud yes was his reply. Both sides engaged in fierce combat. After using his skill, the system reminded, "You have used the skill War Domain, increasing your attack power by 20. Within a 50-meter radius, all allied units' attack power increased by 15. And enemy units' attack power decreased by 25, lasting 3 seconds. An arrow shot towards Zhang Han but instead pierced the head of a nearby soldier who cried out, "Ah!" Phoenix cursed furiously, "You despicable wretch!" She pierced the water imp's neck with an arrow, instantly taking it offline. Phoenix, regaining her composure, said to the soldiers, "Eliminate these lowly undead, Cold River. He can't escape." He ignored her words, continuing to attack straight ahead. Suddenly the Ghost King appeared behind him, swinging his twin blades at Zhang Han's back. System reminder, you have been precisely hit in a vital point by the Ghost King, losing 4,356 HP and are stunned. Lasting 0.35 seconds, he glanced behind him and saw the Ghost King charging menacingly. He cursed under his breath. "The Ghost King, him again?" The Ghost King swiftly stabbed Zhang Han's spine like a piece of grit, reducing his HP by 12,634. He quickly turned around but saw only empty space behind him. The Ghost King had used his skill Shadow Stealth. Zhang Han swung his sword, felling one person, then quickly ran off, letting out a mocking hiss as he fled. The crowd watching the livestream outside discussed animatedly. Cold River actually encountered the Ghost King and ended up fleeing in a panic. "I think his water imps are almost all dead. He's definitely going to fail." Just now Cold River was boasting so arrogantly. "I thought he had some amazing moves, what a joke. Instead of dying at the hands of his own countrymen, he had to come to the romantic district to seek death. Ha ha ha, trash." He heard someone say this, gritting his teeth in anger. "His HP is already below half. How can he win against 2 full health bosses?" In another place, people watched the screen intently. The old man sighed softly. "What a pity. What a pity." A group of black-clad subordinates quickly consoled him. "Don't be too sad, sir. Our East District has many talented individuals. Although he's brilliant, there are many experts no less skilled than him. This spot should be eliminated. As the saying goes, the tallest tree catches the most wind. This person became too famous and eternal from the very beginning. If he had maintained a humble and low-key attitude, his future achievements would have been much greater than they are now," he said unhurriedly. "Just watch." He looked at the young man before him and voiced his thoughts. "Perhaps he can create a miracle." As Zhang Han swung his sword, the system notified, "You have slain an elite guard, gaining 20,000 experience points." Upon seeing the notification, "Your water imps have been eliminated," he sighed and asked, "How many are left?" No sooner had he spoken than an arrow struck his back, reducing his HP by 56,424. Seeing Zhang Han's HP down to about a tenth, a soldier urgently shouted, "He's here, his HP is almost gone." Phoenix knocked an arrow, coldly saying, "Traitor, go to hell with my brother." She drew her bow and said in a deep voice, "Repent." However, the soldiers in front of Phoenix blocked her, preventing her from aiming. She furiously berated, "All troops move aside. I will kill him with my own hands and offer his head as a sacrifice to my brother's spirit." The crowd ignored Phoenix, swinging their swords and shouting, "First kill is mine. Die by my sword. Get out of the way. First kill is mine." She angrily saw the soldiers disobeying orders, shot an arrow, hitting a soldier in the head, and said with disgust, "Damn it." Sure enough, he showed a triumphant smile. "Don't underestimate the ambition of these players." Then Zhang Han leapt up, stepping on the heads of one enemy after another as he rushed forward. System notification. You have used Evil Stomp, movement speed 200. Lasting 2 seconds, dealing 31,265 damage to the target, and inflicting a 2-second suppression effect. Seeing him jump nearby, someone shouted, "He's gone to the 2nd floor, chase him." As they chased, they saw a group of people rushing out of a room, crying out in panic, "Ah, help!" As soon as they entered the room, Zhang Han broke through the window and leapt out. Everyone angrily shouted, "Where is he? Where did he go?" He escaped smoothly, hearing angry searching sounds behind him. "He's not in this room either. Let's check the 3rd floor." The soldiers searched frantically. "No one in the room. We've searched everywhere." On this side, he ran through the window to another house. After searching for a long time and finding no one, they stopped to discuss. The brown-haired youth asked in confusion, "Unless he escaped," the person next to him retorted, "Impossible. If he escapes, the system will inflict very severe penalties." Phoenix violently punched the wall, angrily ordering, "Search for him. Search every room, even if we have to turn the whole town upside down. Find him." Seeing her like this, the bullet comments on the livestream screen kept scrolling. "Cold River is scared and running away. Ha 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 ha, let him show off. The boss isn't even hurt. Why wouldn't he run? He's really disgraced the East District. Ha 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 ha, idle, keep it up, I support you. Those upstairs, keep it up, tell me your location, I'm coming to kill you right now." 20 minutes later, loud inquiries were heard again in the street. "Has this room been searched?" "Yes, he's not here." The Ghost King, observing his surroundings, muttered, "This damned Cold River can just disappear into thin air." Suddenly someone shouted, "A brave adventurer." The person who appeared was a man in a hood, revealing a round face. His HP bar showed him as ordinary citizen Bob. The old man anxiously said, "A ferocious Easterner ran into my room. It's terrifying. Can you help me drive him out?" He eagerly asked, "Really? Quick, lead the way." Bob immediately replied, "Okay. Okay, follow me." The Ghost King was led by the old man into a dead end. He looked around, asking suspiciously, "No sound here," who answered. Only a sword from behind pierced his chest. He cried out in surprise, "How did this sword?" System notification. You have been attacked by ordinary citizen Bob, losing 47,416 HP. The Ghost King glanced behind him, muttering, "This sneak attacker thief." System notification. You have been slain. Zhang Han smiled. They didn't know his aura concealment technique could change his name and appearance. Moreover, he had already disengaged from combat and fully recovered his HP. Now it was time for assassination. He walked beside a person using his appearance and with just one sword strike eliminated the opponent. System reminder. You have been slain by ordinary citizen Bob. In this way, guerrilla tactics were flexibly employed, eliminating enemies one by one. A voice boomed over the loudspeaker, reminding everyone, "Attention everyone, someone named Ordinary Citizen Bob is Cold River in disguise." "Aha, he's here." Zhang Han, acting as Ordinary Citizen Bob, saw the soldiers pointing their swords at him and feigned innocence. "What does Cold River, whom you're looking for, have to do with me, good old Bob?" a soldier shouted. "Shut up, the players you killed have already told us. Reveal yourself, Cold River." He furiously threw off his cloak and sneered, "It doesn't matter anyway. When I fight the boss, you little guys are just a nuisance." With a flash of sword light, system notifications continuously popped up. "You have slain Nicholas, you have slain Mike." Someone was surprised to find and asked himself, how did he get full health again? Only cold notifications answered him. "You have slain Eileen." Phoenix rushed over from a distance, drawing her bow and shouting, "Cold River?" Swish! Zhang Han stared intently at the three arrows whistling through the air. He swung his sword to block and metal clashed, emitting a crisp sound. Zhang Han said coldly, "Anyone who blocks my path will be eliminated. Now it's your turn." Angered by his mockery, she shot an arrow, furiously saying, "You!" He gripped his longsword, swiftly rushing forward. Zhang Han used the skill Evil Stomp, fiercely kicking Phoenix in the chest. System reminder. You have used Evil Stomp, dealing 26,589 damage to the target, stunning it for 1 second. Then he furiously swung his sword, unleashing frenzied slaying. Zhang Han looked down at her from above and said, "After all, you're just an archer, suited for long-range combat. Being caught in close combat like this, do you still think you can win?" Her eyes widened and fear appeared on her face, seeing him raise his sword to strike. Phoenix quickly shouted, "Taro, why aren't you helping me? Or are you just going to watch me die?" No sooner had she spoken than an ice ball flew from a distance, startling Zhang Han. He quickly jumped, dodging the fatal blow. Taro slowly spoke, "My dear Phoenix, how could I bear to watch you die? It's just that this kid is too cunning and I've been secretly waiting for him to play his last card. But since you want me to help you, it means you're willing to marry me." Beside him was system information. Taro, Wrath of the Cold Wind, Dark Gold Tier, level 60, HP 6,000,000, Attack 9500-10200, Defense 5500-6100, Skills, Ice Cone, Ice Sweep, Self-Ice Seal, Despairing Chill. Description: this was originally Gold Tier expert Taro, an incredibly powerful, greedy and lecherous man. In order to become strong enough to conquer Phoenix, he used every means to forcefully break through and upgrade to Dark Gold Tier, but he was disfigured by the potion's flames and his strength gradually weakened. Phoenix frowned at Taro and coldly commanded, "Kill him." He looked down from above and said, "As you wish, my beautiful bride. Thank you for coming, for bringing me Phoenix, and for these generous rewards. Give up struggling, I will grant you a quick death." Zhang Han looked at the information panel, a cold sweat breaking out. He thought, his attributes are too high. My attack limit is only over 4,000, while this Taro's defense alone reaches 6,000. I can't even break through his defense. But looking at the description, his attributes might not be as strong as they appear on the surface. He used provocation. "Taro, although you're Dark Gold Tier, in my opinion, you're truly a guy with no ambition." Taro laughed loudly, replying, "Oh, consider that your last words." Zhang Han chuckled softly, saying, for instance, as he pointed his sword at Phoenix with a knowing look, "You've paid such a high price all for her. She must be very important to you, right?" He quickly raised his hand to unleash a killer move, cursing, "Damn it, this cunning brat." Zhang Han dodged swiftly and the attack hit Phoenix directly. He thought with satisfaction. As expected, he fell for it. She took a hit, and her HP immediately dropped by 1,024,435 points. Taro anxiously shouted, "Phoenix!" Phoenix's entire body stiffened, frozen in ice. She realized with surprise that this was the skill, Frigid Domain. He chuckled lightly. "Taro, thanks for the help," Phoenix anxiously shouted. Taro, are you trying to kill me?" A glint flashed in his eyes and he whispered, "Sorry, Phoenix, but his little trick should end now." Taro cast the skill Ice Sweep and countless sharp ice shards flew out. Zhang Han's HP dropped by 34,800 points. System notification: Taro has used the skill Ice Sweep, dealing 200 damage to enemies within a 200-meter radius, lasting 20 seconds. He ignored the damage he was taking and still charged straight towards the opponent. A black arrow suddenly whistled past him, and with a bang the arrow exploded. Black smoke permeated the air and Phoenix's voice echoed in his ear. "Still trying to run? Dream on." System notification: you have been hit by Phoenix's blinding arrow. HP reduced by 43,257, blinded, and movement speed reduced by 20, lasting 5 seconds. The crowd in the distance discussed animatedly. "He's almost dead. Luckily we've hidden until now. Quick, let's make our move. What if we can snatch the kill?" Zhang Han stopped, a series of damage numbers constantly assailing him like stings. A smile played on his lips as he thought, I didn't expect a group of opportunists, just in time. I still need a little experience to level up. When he used the skill Might of the Eight Directions, a giant purple dragon appeared and nearby players were immediately logged off. Zhang Han smiled as he watched his HP bar. System notification. You have leveled up to 44. Phoenix's tone held surprise. What? Taro also said in a deep voice. HMPH. As expected, he still had a trick up his sleeve, but even if you level up to 44 with full health, can you still fight me? He clenched his fists, purple lightning appearing on them, and provocatively smiled. How would I know without trying? The lightning gradually spread over his entire body, even his eyes. Phoenix quickly shouted, Frigid Domain. System notification. Phoenix Wind and Snow Guardian has cast the skill Frigid Domain, absorbing a percentage of HP as damage. Zhang Han swung his sword at her chest. Her HP dropped by 126,800 points. Phoenix looked at the opening in her chest in surprise, thinking, what? A single blow can break through my Frigid Domain defense? Seeing the opponent about to charge again, she asked herself in bewilderment, what exactly happened here? He was filled with energy. System notification. You have used a rank item Violet Lightning Stone. Your inner potential has reached its peak. All attributes increased by 1,000, lasting 1 minute, remaining time 56 seconds. Another sword strike came and Phoenix's HP dropped by 403,987 points. She felt death approaching, crying out in panic. Save me! He brandished his weapon, roaring at Zhang Han. Damn you, get away from her. Ice arrows hit his body, but the damage was negligible. Taro broke out in a cold sweat, thinking my ice cone spell only deals 3-digit damage to him. What did he do? Zhang Han took the opportunity to swing his sword at Phoenix again, blood splattering her face, and she cried for mercy. No, don't kill me. Phoenix's answer was a mighty kick that broke through all defenses, he said coldly. Spare you, so you can keep using vicious skills like Blinding Arrow against me. Then the system notified, congratulations, you have successfully slain level 50 gold tier boss Phoenix, Wind and Snow Guardian, gaining 2,200,000 experience points and 2,800 reputation. Taro cried out in disbelief. Phoenix, he pondered. My previous attack power couldn't even break his defense, but now he can take out a gold tier boss in just a few hits. Zhang Han sneered, your turn now, little mage. With that, he stomped his foot, using the force to rush towards him. Zhang Han fiercely swung his sword at him, reducing his HP by 364,171 points. Another horizontal slash across his face and the mask shattered, revealing an old ugly face. Taro screamed in horror. Ah, he disdainfully commented. Oh, so that's what's behind the mask. Looks like the price of dark gold tier is quite severe. Seeing Zhang Han about to charge, he quickly shouted, Despairing Chill. System notification. Taro, Wrath of the Cold Wind, has used the skill Despairing Chill. HP has been reduced by 576 points. Attack speed reduced by 25. Movement speed reduced by 20, lasting 5 seconds. Taro gritted his teeth, secretly guessing. Only that much damage. It seems he used some powerful trick. I can't directly confront him, he shouted again. Self-ice seal. Instantly, Taro's entire body was enveloped in a thick layer of ice. System prompt. Taro, Wrath of the Cold Wind, has used the skill Self-ice seal, increasing defense by 100 and restoring 200,000 HP per second, lasting 20 seconds, during which he cannot move. As he recovered HP, he proudly said, Such a sudden burst of strong damage, you must have used some powerful trick, right? But how long can such powerful strength last? He confidently replied. Don't worry, it'll last until I kill you. System notification. Violet Lightning Stone, remaining duration 26 seconds. Time was running out. Zhang Han continuously swung his sword at Taro. He stood in the ice watching his HP decrease rapidly. Zhang Han frowned, racing against time. The time was up and the ice covering Taro's body shattered. He stared with wide, fearful eyes, thinking, bad news unless his duration is even longer than I thought. The feeling of death grew closer and closer. Taro quickly turned and fled. Zhang Han raised his hand and shot out a puff of black smoke, whispering, trying to run. System notification. You have used Undead Grasp, rendering the target immobile for 2 seconds. He raised his sword. At this moment, the Violet Lightning Stone had 1 second remaining. With a fierce slash, the opponent immediately lost 435,621 HP. System notification. Congratulations on slaying level 60 Dark Gold tier boss Taro, Wrath of the Cold Wind, gaining 4,500,000 experience points and 600 reputation. The notification screen then lit up again. System prompt. Congratulations on defeating Dark Gold tier boss Taro, Wrath of the Cold Wind. As the first player in the game to defeat a Dark Gold tier boss, you will receive additional rewards, 8,000 reputation points, 30 free attribute points, and the rare item Divine Spring Orb. Zhang Han let out a long sigh of relief, softly saying, it's over. Simultaneously, system notification. Violet Lightning Stone duration has ended. Suddenly applause rang out. The person wearing a red cloak praised. Excellent, he calmly said, spinning his weapon. To turn the tide by oneself, such ability is admirable and praiseworthy. System prompt. Please note, due to the death of Taro, Wrath of the Cold Wind, and the hidden boss quest Holy Knight Herbeck, the storyline will be activated. Zhang Han recognized the other party and exclaimed, it's you. The cloak fluttered in the snow. Herbeck walked and said, that's right, it's me. Last time the traitor Selen saved you, which is why you're here to die today. He gritted his teeth, struggling to stay clear-headed, rationally analyzing. Kant and Daniel are both NPCs. I shouldn't blame myself for their deaths. Zhang Han remembered Daniel's words at the time. You've truly worked hard. No need to be sad, I told you. If you live long enough in the future, we will meet again, and then you will know who I am. Kid, you're destined to shine in the eternal world. You shouldn't fall here. he mumbled, suddenly regaining clarity. Zhang Han loudly demanded, "What did you do to Daniel after we left last time?" He coldly said, "Well, although Daniel used a forbidden spell against heaven, he was destined to die. But if an enemy city lord dares to oppose us, he will naturally be punished. Even if his body dies, his soul will be tormented." Upon hearing this, his heart sank, his mind went blank, his eyes wide and bloodshot. Feeling his whole body burning with anger, Zhang Han indignantly and loudly questioned, "Do you even deserve to call yourselves the Light Faction?" The armor on his body suddenly shimmered with light. System notification. Stimulated by your anger and the blood of the powerful individuals around you, your dark battle armor has upgraded to dark gold tier and its attributes have greatly increased. He jumped up, swinging his sword and shouting, "Kill?" Herbeck's eyes gleamed and he sneered. An ant trying to shake a tree. With a loud crash, residual tremors spread outside Ice's Now town. He brandished the long spear in his hand. Zhang Han's HP dropped by 9,965,421 points and he was sent flying. Zhang Han landed on the ground, groaning. His sword also fell. System notification. Due to the effect of the moon shard, you have avoided this fatal damage. Herbeck licked his lips, scoffing. "Oh, I didn't expect you to have such a life-saving trick." Well, the judgment ended before it even began. How uninteresting. He raised the long spear in his hand, which emitted a yellow light, and shouted, "Charge!" System notification. Holy Knight Herbeck has used the skill Charge. This weapon can not only deal damage but also continuously inflict 100 holy fire damage to enemies. He trembling took out the scroll and raised it. Herbeck saw that thing, a cold sweat breaking out. He worriedly asked himself, "Demon God summoning, how does he have something like that?" He nervously tried to stop him. "Wait, you don't know what kind of danger the thing in your hand will bring." Zhang Han tore the scroll in half, crazily saying, "So what? I'm going to die anyway. I don't mind dragging someone else down to avenge Daniel." System notification. You have used the Demon God summoning scroll. Some Demon God tier experts have been summoned and will personally participate in the battle. Herbeck murmured, "Some." After a moment of silence, he burst into loud laughter, finding it increasingly amusing the more he thought about it. Herbeck sneered, "Fool, do you think a great demon god would pay attention to a summons from such a small town?" He couldn't help but kindly advise, "All resistance is futile, just accept your death." No sooner had he finished speaking than a horizontal crack suddenly appeared in space like an electrocardiogram. The crack grew larger and larger and even the surrounding space became blurred. From the crack a foot slowly stepped out, followed by a figure pushing aside the endless dark space and emerging. System notification. Please note, Luray, the evil curse weaver, one of the 10 great demon gods of the Dark Faction, has arrived at Ice's Now town. Uninvolved citizens, please evacuate as quickly as possible or bear the consequences. The town residents also received the system notification and cried out in an uproar, "My God, what is that? Run, Ice's Now town is doomed. God save us, what did I just see?" Jeffrey had already fainted. His heart pounding like a drum, he muttered uneasily. "The pressure is too great." Even Herbeck was sweating profusely. For some reason, just a glance at him gave off an endless sense of darkness. Loray's cold voice rang out, "Foolish holy power." Then he raised his four-fingered hand, shooting out streams of red energy mixed with lightning. He cried out in terror, "Holy light protection!" Instantly, his whole body was enveloped in dazzling golden light. System notification. Holy Knight Herbeck has used holy light protection, making himself immune to 99 of damage for 5 seconds, and teleporting to the nearest Light Faction main city. With a loud boom, 99,564,231 HP was deducted. Teleportation time remaining 4 seconds. Herbeck could barely believe his eyes, thinking, "How is this possible? I already used 99 damage immunity and it almost killed me anyway." With 3 seconds left on the teleportation, he shouted, "Blood Oath!" His HP instantly recovered. System notification. Holy Knight Herbeck has set the forbidden spell Blood Oath, immediately increasing HP by 1000. Because Blood Oath is a forbidden spell of the Light Faction, Holy Knight Herbeck received a 50 penalty. With 2 seconds left on the teleportation, he yelled with a grim face, "You brat, you'd better pray you die here. If I find you still alive, I will kill you at any cost." Zhang Han watched Herbeck gradually disappear and taunted, "Coward, you don't need to kill me. I'll come find you myself. Go home and wash up for me." Subsequently, the space fell silent. He looked up at Luray, who was suspended in midair, sweat trickling down his cheeks, thinking nervously, "It's over, now it's just me facing him. I have to be careful or I won't escape death." He broke the silence, asking coldly, "You, a mere Dark Swordsman, why did you summon me?" Zhang Han tried to remain calm as he replied, "Demon God, it was Herbeck of the Light Faction, but he fled cowardly because your power was too great." Upon hearing this, Luray stretched out his hand and said in a deep voice, "HMPH to disturb me for a mere small fry. In that case, you and this town shall be buried with me." He already knew how terrifying his power was, and hastily reached out to stop him. "Wait, since you are a demon god, you should have anticipated the current situation, right? You can't vent all your anger on me alone." Luray heard this, and his tone became somewhat impatient. "I came here because I felt fluctuations of an enemy's power but found nothing." Zhang Han secretly guessed in his heart, could the enemy's power fluctuations be from the moon shard? Daniel did give it to me as a quest item at first. If there's an enemy that can attract the demon god's attention, it can only be Daniel. He took out the moon shard and asked, "Are the power fluctuations you speak of from this?" Is the enemy you mentioned the necromancer? Daniel, this is what my mentor Daniel gave me before his demise, and I am his most outstanding student. He sensed it for a moment and quickly replied, I see, it indeed has his aura. Zhang Han was secretly pleased. It worked when I mentioned Daniel. Perhaps he'll spare me for Daniel's sake. Suddenly Luray burst into laughter, interrupting him. But Daniel did know me, but now we are mortal enemies. He opened his mouth, revealing countless sharp fangs, and said excitedly, not being able to eliminate him with my own hands is the greatest regret of my life, but killing his most favored disciple isn't bad either. He hurriedly shouted, no, wait, he cried out in his heart. Just how many enemies did Mentor Daniel make out there? Luray released deadly red light, also sending a scorching red energy orb, and declared coldly to a dead man, your words are meaningless. Your death was sealed the moment you tore that scroll. Luray threw the red energy orb and shouted, die. Zhang Han's eyes were filled only with that fiercely flashing red light. He sighed in his heart, it's over. He wants the whole town to be buried with him. There's not even a chance to escape. Suddenly a hand holding a sword was handed to Zhang Han, saying, take this. He was caught off guard, jumped back in fright, and cried out, ah? Seeing Yixun, Zhang Han asked in confusion, sword god. You. Before he could finish, the energy orb had already exploded. Sending Zhang Han flying far away, he landed on his backside, groaning in pain. Ah, it hurts. Looking at the scene before him, Zhang Han whispered in disbelief. No way, the whole town exploded. Glancing around and finding no trace of Luray, he looked up at the sky and asked, oh, that crack seems to have disappeared. Sword god, are you all right? The only response Zhang Han received was deathly silence. He anxiously searched everywhere but didn't notice she was right behind him. As soon as he turned around, he saw Yixun tightly clutching her left arm. Zhang Han asked anxiously, sword god, are you okay? In this situation, she was still able to extend 2 fingers and say with a smile, I'm fine, now you owe me 2 favors. He heard this and asked in confusion, oh, why 2 favors? Yixun explained. First, when Luray wanted to kill you, I stopped him. Isn't that saving your life? Second, I originally belonged to the Light faction and am your enemy. I should have killed you, but I didn't. Isn't that also saving your life? Zhang Han replied, oh, I understand, thank you. Then he gripped her shoulders tightly and asked concernedly, how are your injuries? Do you need me to take you for treatment? She playfully winked and extended her index finger, indicating, I'm fine, don't forget, I'm the powerful sword god. Zhang Han pointed to where Luray had just appeared and asked, I saw that crack disappear, did you win? Yixun looked there and replied hesitantly, yes, he's returned to the darkness too. At this point he said with some worry, now that I've angered him this time, will he come to bother me in the future? She smiled and comforted him, don't worry about that. To a demon god, your existence is like a tiny bug. Think about it, would you constantly remember the bad things a bug did to you? Zhang Han hung his head and said, thank you for the explanation, but that's a bit hurtful. Yixun heard this, covered her mouth and said shyly, ah, I'm sorry. With that she bid farewell, not forgetting to remind him, since the matter is resolved, I'll take my leave, don't forget those 2 favors. He nodded and replied, okay, I'll repay you if I get the chance. Yixun shouted. Sword flight. A sword quickly flew from a distance. She stomped hard on the ground, using the force to leap up, and Yixun stood firmly on the sword, departing. Zhang Han watched her receding figure and murmured, sword flight is truly beautiful. His entire body suddenly shimmered with a familiar golden light. System notification. Congratulations on completing the sulfur monosulfide rank main quest, Siege City. You will receive 4 million experience points. You are eligible to enter the demon god's treasury. System notification. Due to Ice's Now town being destroyed, you cannot choose to occupy it. It will automatically default to destruction and you will receive 1 million experience points and a rare treasure map. You have leveled up to 48. System notification. Please note, the Dark Legion led by Dark Lord Cold River has furiously attacked Ice's Now town, a 3rd-tier town in the Romantic District. He let out a long sigh and said, it's finally over, time to go back. I'll check the rewards for this siege as I walk. He slowly took one step after another through the snow. A continuous dinging sound echoed. System notification. Please note the Vampire Legion commanded by Vampire Lord Catherine has occupied Vermilion Bird City, the #1 main city in the East District. System notification. Please note the Sinister Legion commanded by Sinister Punisher Solomon has occupied Thunder City, the #1 main city in the Cherry Blossom District. Zhang Han thought with concern, why hasn't there been any news about Selin's siege? His siege difficulty is almost the highest. I hope everything is safe. He opened his inventory and muttered, but I can't do anything now. I'll check the loot first. He recalled the impatient, cursing golden-haired archer and muttered to himself, first up are Phoenix's items. The first item was a gold-tier azure bow, attack 300 to 330. Effect, attack power 20, attack speed 35, special skill, Wind and Snow Guard, level requirement 48. Description, the exclusive weapon of the Wind and Snow Guardian. It possesses astonishing destructive power and immense might, requiring enormous cost to commission its crafting besides its powerful strength. Its design is also exceptionally exquisite and beautiful. The second item was a Snow Knight Cloak, HP 10,000, effect, defense 20, tenacity 20, level requirement 45, description. A cloak symbolizing an outstanding leader of Ice's Now town. If you wear it, your overall aura will be even more powerful. The third item was an Amen's rank blinding arrow. Description. Shoots an arrow into the enemy's eyes. Even if it misses, the arrow's poison will affect the opponent's vision. Effect: hits the enemy, dealing 150 damage and reduces their HP by 50. Cooldown 5 minutes. Profession requirement. Archer. Zhang Han stroked his chin, thinking with satisfaction, all good stuff. I didn't expect the cloak and other unnecessary equipment to sell for hundreds of thousands, he recalled. Next his lant, and a skill book. Items included a gold tier Ice is Now bracelet. Defense 100 to 120, HP 5000. Effect: HP 30, level requirement 46. Description: a bracelet made of ice crystals with extremely strong defense. Next was a rank Ice Seal armor. Description: activates the power of ice and snow to form an armor. The blue cold air within the body can resist enemy attacks. Effect: defense increased by 30 for 2 minutes, cooldown 10 minutes. No profession requirement. Zhang Han decided to learn Ice Seal armor first. System notification: congratulations, you have learned a rank skill Ice Seal armor. Upon system notification, your A-rank skill Ice Seal armor has been restricted by the evil power of the Dark Swordsman and transformed into a rank Black Flame armor. He asked himself in confusion, Black Flame armor? System notification: A-rank Black Flame armor. Description: activates the hidden black flames within the body to cover the entire body, enhancing defensive capabilities and slightly increasing resistance to attacks. Effect: defense increased by 30 for 2 minutes. Additional effect: tenacity 10, cooldown 10 minutes. Zhang Han said excitedly, excellent, the unique hidden profession is indeed extraordinary. It can even enhance existing skills. He then thought of the masked old man. Finally, let's see what Taro dropped. A dark gold tier boss's treasures definitely won't be bad. First was a gold tier wind spirit shoes. Defense 70 to 90, HP 5000. Effect: movement speed 20, level requirement 48. Description: made by a master tailor. Shoes enchanted by a wind mage, ultra thin, breathable and very lightweight. Second was an A- rank blaze flame potion. Description: a potion made from precious materials extracted from magma infused with other ingredients. After consumption, it can stimulate human potential. Effect: attribute points 10. Side effect: there is a greater than 20 chance that the primordial flame will cause a rejection reaction, deducting 10. Third was a dark gold tier cold wind robe. Defense 280 to 330, HP 20,000. Effect: defense 30. Additional effect: ice element resistance 20. Special skill: self ice seal. Level requirement 55. Profession requirement: mage summoner. Description: this seemingly thin robe possesses super strong cold resistance. Its material is very special. Ordinary swords can hardly pierce it, which will surely worry many mages. Finally, a dark gold tier inferno demon helmet. Defense 200 to 230, HP 12,000. Effect: defense 35, level requirement 58. Description: the helmet's shape is formed by the fusion of the Inferno Demon's hard hot surface rock with a large amount of precious ores, giving it a dominant appearance. It is one of the best dark gold tier sets. Equipment effects unknown, he said regretfully. Aside from the potion, I can't use any of this, especially this Inferno Demon helmet. It's actually equipment. Zhang Han kept operating on the screen, muttering, too bad this helmet's level is too high. I have to replace all the equipment I can wear. On the other side, Yixun flew through the wind and snow on her sword when a voice suddenly sounded. Why would this generation's sword god save a nameless dark swordsman? She replied indifferently. None of your business, Lorray said with disgust. HMPH, unless every generation of sword gods has an unclear relationship with those dark swordsmen. All right, you may leave. Seeing him depart, she shouted, wait, we haven't decided the victor yet, Lorray said calmly. Your strength is not enough to contend with me. When I was human, the sword god once showed me kindness, which is why I'm letting you go, he reminded her without turning his head. Next time, if you dare to block my path again, I will annihilate the sword pavilion. Yixun stood rooted, watching him, then turned and left. Frowning, she secretly vowed in her heart, Lorray, how dare you underestimate me? Just you wait, next time I see you I will personally kill you. Zhang Han looked at the snow night cloak on him and burst out laughing with satisfaction. Heh, wearing this cloak definitely makes me look a lot cooler. Looking at all the equipment parts displayed on the system panel, he happily upgraded his dark battle armor to a higher tier, and his strength also ascended to a new level. The dark gold tier dark battle armor increased defense from 230 to 250 to 500 to 550, HP from 20,000 to 50,000, defense effect from 30 to 50, HP regeneration effect from 20 to 30, with the special skill Might of the Eight Directions, level requirement 45, class exclusive to Dark Swordsman, special effects indestructible and non-droppable. At this moment, Zhang Han suddenly remembered that's right, when he defeated that old woman in Undercity, some rewards dropped, but because his level wasn't high enough then he hadn't checked them. His finger pointed at the ice crystal stone, and he murmured, this ice crystal stone is also good. It can increase my elemental resistance. As for the staff, I can only sell it. B-rank ice crystal stone. Description: a precious crystal condensed on the snow mountain peak. When attached to a weapon or ring, it can increase ice elemental damage. When attached to defensive equipment, it can increase ice elemental defense. System prompt: you have attached the ice crystal stone to the wind spirit shoes. Wind spirit shoes gain an additional effect of ice elemental defense 10. Zhang Han spread his palm, golden light flickering, and said with determination, finally, let's see what rewards I got for killing the dark gold boss this time. The first kill boss reward definitely won't be bad. It was a golden orange polygonal orb. Specific information. Orb of Divine Blessing Level 5. Description. A precious orb only obtainable by those who become patrons of the gods. It contains astonishing power that even strong individuals covet. Effect. After use you can choose to fuse 2 skills you possess into one, making yourself stronger, excluding talents. Seeing this, he couldn't help but exclaim, as expected of the reward for the first kill of a Dark Gold boss, the effect of this Orb of Divine Blessing is truly excellent. 2 skills can be combined into one, making oneself stronger. Perhaps 2 S-rank skills can even merge into an sulfur monosulfide rank skill. At this moment the system prompted. The Undead Legion led by Necro Swordsman Selen has attacked Seaheart City, the main city in the Mideast district. This surprised Zhang Han, making his mouth hang open. Oh, there's news about Selen. He should know more. I'll go meet up with him first. With that he clenched his fists, looking resolute. Finally, let's look at these powerful attributes. Subsequently, the system panel popped up with a prompt. Shadow Lord, Cold River, Gold Tier Boss, Level 48, HP 655,200, Attack 40414383, Defense 23312583, Reputation 69300. Luck 1. Description. As Cold River's strength continues to grow, he has begun to attract the attention of some powerful individuals. In this severe cold weather, Zhang Han couldn't help but cough a few times. Cough cough, Selen should change his opinion of me now that he sees I've grown stronger. He arrived at the Ghost Swamp and saw the person he had been longing to see, happily raising his hand and shouting, "Mentor, I'm back." Selen heard Zhang Han's voice and smiled, praising, "Cold River, you truly didn't disappoint me. I didn't expect that the evil demon god Lorei could actually come to Ice's Now town through that scroll's summon." Zhang Han gave a thumbs up, smiling in agreement. Fortunately, it was a close call. He thought to himself that the news of the demon god's arrival in Ice's Now town definitely couldn't be hidden from the game announcement, but no one would know about the sword god's rescue. Selen walked over, asking, somewhat puzzled, "The demon god didn't make things difficult for you?" He shrugged and shook his head, saying, "No, I had some things to do, so I left first. He destroyed Ice's Now town and then disappeared." Hearing him say this, Selen sighed apologetically. "It was my oversight. I shouldn't have given you such a dangerous item." Zhang Han, somewhat embarrassed, thought of the sword god's rescue and decided it was better to say less, not wanting her to get into trouble for helping him. So he deliberated and said, "The situation also exceeded my imagination. Mentor doesn't need to worry." Zhang Han changed the subject and asked, "Mentor, do you know about the Orb of Divine Blessing?" Hearing him ask, Selen replied with some surprise, "Orb of Divine Blessing?" After thinking for a moment, he explained, "That's a very rare item. It seems you've gained quite a lot from this trip, haven't you? It can fuse 2 skills into one more powerful skill, and there's a chance to upgrade the skill level. The lower the level, the greater the possibility of upgrading. If 2 S-rank skills merge, the possibility of upgrading the level will be very small." Zhang Han listened, stroked his chin and exclaimed, "I see." He began to plan his skill fusion in his mind. Once he reached the demon god's treasury, he could use the Orb of Divine Blessing to fuse skills. Seeing Zhang Han lost in thought, Selen walked over and patted his shoulder, reminding him, "By the way, you should rest first. The upcoming siege battle will be very tiring. Once you're well rested, I'll take you to the demon god's treasury." He listened, his face turning ashen, and replied mechanically, "Okay, thank you, Mentor." Zhang Han felt a bit worried he hadn't said what he should have. He was already exhausted from defeating Taro, and then Herbeck appeared, pushing him to his limits. The next day, Zhang Han eagerly walked over and saw Selen already waiting there. He saw Zhang Han and asked, "Are you ready?" Zhang Han landed and nodded. Selen said with satisfaction, "Then let's go." The two then set off. After walking for a while, Zhang Han suddenly asked from behind, "Mentor, when can I learn to ride a horse?" Hearing Zhang Han's question, Selen gave him a cunning look. "Riding a horse soon." His eyes widened and he thought in confusion, soon, could it be the second advancement? An hour later, the two arrived before a massive city and stopped. System prompt, "You have entered a dangerous map. Mist City, Mist City. Super Main City Introduction. Although the traces of the 10 great demon gods are hard to find, Mist City is where they gather, and it is also the location of the demon god's treasury. If anyone can conquer this city, that person will surely become a legendary figure in the Sky Eternal continent." At this moment, a group of people in the distance were frantically rushing over. Zhang Han heard the commotion and immediately turned to look behind him. They quickly sped past Zhang Han. As they ran, they excitedly shouted, "Demon god's treasury, here we come." Zhang Han turned to Selen in surprise and asked, "Who are these people?" He replied calmly, "They are like us, bosses who successfully attacked the main cities of the Light faction. Only city lords who win this siege battle can enter the demon god's treasury." He paused, then turned and explained, "The treasury has 5 floors storing equipment, potions, skills, items, and special tools respectively. No fighting or looting will occur inside, so you can choose with peace of mind, but never go to the 6th floor. The 6th floor's prison holds many terrifying powerhouses who could stir up storms. With your current strength, if you go there, you will surely die." Half an hour later, at the treasury entrance, they were slowly walking toward the cave mouth to collect their spoils. Zhang Han stood aside, glancing at the green giant in front of him, thinking, "Can this green giant kid enter the treasury?" Selen seemed to read his mind and turned to reassure him. "Don't worry, once you pass through this door, this big guy will shrink to normal size. Because the selection time is limited, we must split up to choose items later." Hearing his words, Zhang Han felt somewhat relieved and nodded. With that, Zhang Han quickly entered the treasury. As soon as he poked his head in, his eyes widened in surprise. Looking ahead, inside was a city with ancient architectural style. The system suddenly reminded, Please note you have entered the demon god's treasury. You have 10 minutes to choose the treasure you want, but only one item, otherwise you will be hunted by the treasury guards. Zhang Han walked inside, observing the monsters everywhere as he went, thinking, I can only choose one item in 10 minutes and equipment is not what I need right now, so I shouldn't go to the equipment area. So he went to the potion area on the second floor. He pondered, thinking that potions are one-time use items so their value might not be high. He glanced at a potion box which contained a large bottle of fairy spring water, immortal tear. Description: a mysterious substance condensed from the sacred spring of elves, an unparalleled potion that can heal the wounded. It was extremely precious during the era of elven reclusion. Effect: permanently increases HP by 100,000. Additional effect: restores 5 HP per second lasting 15 seconds. Restriction: after each use the permanent HP increase effect will be reduced. The small bottle was a greater strength potion, immortal tear. Description: an extremely rare top-tier potion among dwarves. Only core members of the tribe can use it. Effect: permanently increases basic attack power by 1,000. Restriction: only effective once. Faced with the astonishing effects of these potions, Zhang Han couldn't help but exclaim, my goodness, a top-tier potion can actually permanently increase attack power. Although the greater strength potion can only be used once, there's no level restriction. It can be used now. This will unconditionally increase your attack power to a level currently unattainable by players. He covered his mouth, regulating his breathing, reminding himself, calm down, calm down. Then he continued to ponder. 2,000 attack power is certainly precious in the early game, but only in the early game. Simply put, it's precious enough but not unique. Thinking this, Zhang Han went directly to the third floor, the skill area. As he walked, he thought that in the skill area he might find some powerful skills that could be combined with the Orb of Divine Blessing. As soon as he arrived, Zhang Han was met with rows of skill scrolls. He stood there gazing and stroking his chin in contemplation. Blade Storm, A rank effect. Increases user's attack speed by 300 for 20 seconds, cooldown 2 minutes, requires Knight, Swordsman, etc. Next was Offensive Defensive Stance. A rank increases blockability, blocking 90 of physical damage but reduces attack power by 50, cooldown, can last until offline, requires Knight, etc. Swordsman. After observing for a while, Zhang Han commented that they were all good skills but not good enough. His gaze suddenly caught something, and he widened his eyes in surprise, exclaiming. In front of Zhang Han was an S-rank skill book, Dragon's Breath Slash. Description: gathers the power of ancient giant dragons to unleash a powerful slash that destroys everything. Effect: deals 150 of user's attack damage to enemies and inflicts a tearing effect. Deals 25 damage per second, lasting 5 seconds, cooldown 5 minutes, requires Knight, Swordsman, etc. Looking at this series of terrifying information, he widened his eyes in awe, exclaiming, this damage is outrageously strong. Subsequently, Zhang Han picked up Dragon's Breath Slash to study it, pondering for a moment, thinking, there are 4 minutes left. Maybe I should take another look around. If there's really no better option, I'll choose this skill book. Then he moved to the treasure area on the 4th floor. Zhang Han continued to observe the treasures around him. Class Change Certificate, Blaze Flame Swordsman, Hidden Class, Class Change Certificate. Black and White Summoner, Hidden Class, Class Change Certificate. Soul Reaper, Hidden Class. After watching for a while, he also guessed what this floor was for. It seemed this floor stored professions and mysterious scrolls. However, these professions were not as good as his Dark Swordsman. He glanced at the green giant next to him who was holding 2 scrolls, agonizingly hesitating. Alright, which one should I choose? Taking a closer look at the items in the other person's hand, Zhang Han's eyes widened in surprise, exclaiming, my goodness, he actually has a scroll in his hand. Fei Qi was holding an item. System prompt, S-rank replication scroll. Description: the scroll contains a special power that can create perfect items. Effect: 100 replicates items below S rank, 50 replicates sulfur monosulfide rank items. Seeing this, Zhang Han smiled and thought, replication scroll, this is what he wanted. With this, couldn't he get another Orb of Divine Blessing? Calm down, he'd better persuade him to choose the mysterious profession on his left hand. He began to psychologically manipulate Fei Qi. Brother, what are you thinking? People of our level are, to put it bluntly, like ants in dust. True powerhouses can crush us with a wave of their hand. Didn't you come to the demon god's treasury to choose this scroll because you didn't want to use a mysterious profession to improve your strength? Fei Qi listened to Zhang Han and hesitated. This, after thinking for a moment, Fei Qi nodded and said, you're right, but if this scroll is used well, it's no worse than a mysterious profession, he replied. You're right for a strong person. Scroll is a good item, but for people like us we might die before even getting to use it. Fei Qi fell silent, his eyes gleaming as he glanced at the hidden profession, Blood Warrior, in his hand. After a moment of thought he sighed, you're right, my current profession is just an ordinary warrior, and it's not worth replicating any rare items. A hidden profession is the best choice for me right now. Then Fei Qi returned the replication scroll to its original place. Zhang Han watched him leave, thinking, even though I had ulterior motives, what he said was indeed true. After all, with my current status as a gold tier boss, it's hard to get rare items. He stepped forward, picked up the replication scroll, and smiled with satisfaction. With this scroll he could get 2 Orbs of Divine Blessing, which would increase his chances of getting Sulfur Monosulfide rank skills. If he was lucky enough, he might even get 2 Sulfur Monosulfide rank skills. After getting what he wanted, Zhang Han quickly left. Now I'll put this skill book back. Just then a system notification chimed. Please note you have 10 seconds left in the Demon God's treasury. As he watched the crowd ahead, a hand suddenly tapped Zhang Han's shoulder from behind. It was Fei Qi who stepped forward and said, "Brother, thanks for the reminder just now." Zhang Han's earlier advice wasn't out of pure goodwill, as the item was something he wanted for himself. He smiled. "You're welcome." Fei Qi extended his hand in a friendly gesture and said, "Let's be friends, I'm Fei Qi." Zhang Han didn't mind making more friends, so he shook hands. Cold River. Fei Qi patted his chest, laughing. "If you ever have any difficulties in the future, you can find me in Seaheart City. I'll have your back." System notification. Berserker Fei Qi. Gold tier boss, level 55, HP 4 million, attack 36503800, defense 22002350. Skills. Innate divine strength, berserk combo, blood boil. Description: a traitor who hates the Light faction, successfully attacked the third-tier town of Seaheart City, gaining eligibility to enter the Demon God's treasury. Zhang Han smiled and replied, "Thank you." He was also somewhat surprised. I didn't expect him to be a gold-tier boss as well, not much weaker than Phoenix or Lant. No wonder he was able to attack a town. After finishing his business, he walked out of the treasury entrance. As soon as he emerged, Selen stepped forward and asked, "How were your gains?" Zhang Han smiled proudly. "Not bad." Selen raised an eyebrow and said, "That's excellent. Let's head back. Your strength isn't quite enough yet. It's too dangerous to stay here." An hour later in the Ghost Swamp, Selen stood with his hands behind his back and said solemnly, "I have a mission for you. It seems a bit difficult. Are you interested?" Zhang Han loved challenges, so he readily agreed. "No problem." Seeing this, Selen said, "Good, your mention of learning to ride a horse made me quite interested. Speaking of which, I, your master, have become the Lord of Seaheart City, and I indeed need a suitable leader for mounted troops." Zhang Han excitedly asked, "Lord City Master, how may this disciple be of service to you?" Zhang Han thought to himself, "I now understand the content of the Light and Dark War expansion. In the Dark faction territories, besides Undercity and Mist City, there are no other cities, this time after attacking various cities in the Sky Eternal continent. We directly occupied most of the Light faction's territory, the grasslands." Selen said calmly, "Don't call me Lord City Master anymore, I'm not used to it." Zhang Han then changed his address. "Mentor, what is the mission you spoke of?" he replied. "The Purple Flame Bamboo Forest near Cloud Beast City. I've heard there's a secret realm there, and inside the secret realm is a very rare beast. Go find it and tell me its exact location." Then a system notification chimed. "Do you wish to accept the Seek the Secret Realm quest, a rank difficulty?" Zhang Han saw this, didn't refuse, and agreed. "Yes." System notification. Seek the Secret Realm, a rank difficulty. Description: a secret realm is called a secret realm because it is not easily found by just anyone. Quest requirement: find the secret realm. Quest reward: a rare skill book. Seeing his agreement, Selen nodded with satisfaction and disappeared before Zhang Han. "Excellent, go." Then he quickly headed towards Cloud Beast City. Zhang Han held the scroll and thought, before reaching Cloud Beast City I should first replicate an orb of divine blessing. As soon as the scroll opened, a system notification chimed. "You have used a replication scroll. Please take out the item you wish to replicate within 10 seconds, otherwise it will be considered a relinquishment." Zhang Han took out the golden orb of divine blessing from his storage bag. Light bloomed, dazzling like fireworks. System notification. Replication successful. "You have obtained an orb of divine blessing." He held two in his hand and smiled happily. "Now I have 2 orbs of divine blessing. Should I gamble?" System notification. "Do you wish to use the item orb of divine blessing?" Zhang Han pursed his lips. "What's there to be afraid of if I'm going to gamble? I'll bet big." As soon as he spoke, he decisively crushed one of the orbs of divine blessing in his hand. System notification. "Please select the skills you wish to fuse." Zhang Han loudly declared, "War Domain and Evil Stomp." He thought to himself, "When it comes to S-rank skills I can currently use, these are basically the only 2. System reminder. Do you wish to fuse S-rank War Domain and Evil Stomp? Note: the chance of obtaining an sulfur monosulfide rank skill after fusion is very low. It will most likely enhance a rare S-rank skill. He was somewhat puzzled. Low chance. If it fails, 2 S-rank skills will become 1. But he still agreed yes. The 2 cards for Evil Stomp and War Domain appeared before Zhang Han. He looked at the 2 glowing cards, silently praying, please let it be Sulfur Monosulfide rank." System notification. "Congratulations, you have successfully fused S-rank skills War Domain and Evil Stomp, obtaining Sulfur Monosulfide rank skill War Stomp. Luck increased by 1. Zhang Han roared in his mind. "Sulfur Monosulfide rank, it's really Sulfur Monosulfide rank." "It worked," he burst out laughing. "System, I love you." System notification. SS rank skill War Stomp. Effect: gathers power in the legs, stomping fiercely towards the enemy. After activation, movement speed increases by 300 and attack speed increases by 200 for 3 seconds. Jump height increased. This attack deals 200 damage, is a guaranteed critical hit, and creates a powerful suppression effect. Additional effect: creates a powerful shockwave centered on the point of impact, dealing 120 damage to all enemies within a 100 by 100 range and reducing the attack power of all allied units within the range. Lasts 1 minute. Cooldown 1 minute. Zhang Han was ecstatic. Is this in Sulfur Monosulfide rank skill? Holy crap, it's insanely powerful. Compared to the original Evil Stomp, both movement speed and attack speed increased significantly. Plus the duration was extended by 1 second. The disarm effect was removed, damage was doubled, and critical hit was 100. After celebrating, he immediately set off. "Heh, awesome, let's hit the road quickly. Perhaps it'll be there once I cross this mountain." Half an hour later, as soon as he stepped into this area, a system notification chimed. "You have entered the Cloud Beast City map. Cloud Beast City, a second-tier town. Description: one of the most famous pet and mount cities in the Sky Eternal continent. It is a frequent haunt for summoners and knights, loved by residents and adventurers alike. Zhang Han charged all the way into the depths of the forest. System notification: you have entered the Purple Flame Bamboo Forest map. He laughed. It seems this map isn't a place for main players to explore either. Suddenly a voice sounded behind Zhang Han. You're too eager. Zhang Han glanced behind him but saw no one. Are there others? Then from behind a tree 2 snakes appeared, coupling. The male snake pressed the female snake against the tree trunk and said, with such beautiful scenery it's only right to do something we enjoy. They were serpent folk minions. The system described them as descendants of the serpent god and humans, but due to excessive breeding their bloodline was diluted, making them exceptionally weak. They usually disliked labor, or rather enjoyed doing embarrassing things. Zhang Han stepped forward and loudly scolded, in broad daylight you two are utterly shameless. Seeing their good time disturbed, it cursed in anger. Who the hell are you? Zhang Han assumed a charging attack stance and laughed. The spectator of this battle. He used the newly fused skill, descending from the sky, War Stomp. With one stomp, Zhang Han reduced its HP by 91,791 points. System notification: you have used the skill War Stomp, dealing 91,791 damage to the target, suppressing it for 2.2 seconds, and increasing your attack power by 20. All enemies within a 100 by 100 range have their attack power reduced by 18 and take 120 damage. Seeing that he had dealt with it, a smile played on his lips. The combination of 2 S-rank skills is indeed too powerful. Zhang Han ignored the remaining snake, turned and left to scout ahead. After walking a short distance, a group of giant pythons blocked his path. Zhang Han quickly stopped. Oh, the giant python raised its head, staring at him. System notification: Purple Flame Venomous Serpent. Level 55, HP 200,000, Attack 3650-3800, Defense Phone. Skill: Swift Travel, Venomous Kiss. Description: one of the extremely dangerous creatures in the Purple Flame Bamboo Forest. Their numbers are extremely vast and their fangs contain deadly venom which ordinary people dare not approach. He was not afraid. Instead, his heart surged with joy, asking himself, many in number, more experience. System notification: your title has changed from Shadow Dominator to King of Taunts. Your verbal effects will make the opponent's attack power decrease or increase by 10 and also increase your aggro with the opponent. Zhang Han then turned and fled, luring them to chase him, provoking, come on you foolish snakes. They were all enraged, hissing behind him. After walking a bit, he saw 2 more snakes coupling. Zhang Han scoffed, in broad daylight you dare to do such things, how disgusting. I saw everything. The male snake hissed in anger, its good time disturbed. 10 minutes later they were trailing densely behind him. He activated his power to run faster, glancing behind him thinking, there must be hundreds of purple flame venomous serpents behind me by now. Just then a system notification chimed. You have used the skill Black Flame Armor. Defense increased by 30, tenacity increased by 10, lasting 2 minutes. Zhang Han leapt directly, then turned and kicked. He used War Stomp and they were caught off guard and took the attack. Zhang Han felt it wasn't enough, so he kicked a few more times. System notification: you have used the skill War Stomp, dealing 99,791 damage to Purple Flame Venomous Serpent, suppressing it for 2.2 seconds. Your attack power increased by 20. All enemies within a 100 by 100 range have their attack power reduced by 18 and take 120 damage. His eyes gleamed as he asked himself, still not enough. Zhang Han gathered all his strength for the final blow. Might of the 8 directions. System notifications continuously popped up. You have slain Purple Flame Venomous Serpent, gaining 22,000 experience points after slaughtering them. He felt extremely exhilarated and said, these 2 area of effect skills are too awesome. His whole body shimmered with a familiar golden light. System notification: you have leveled up to level 49. System notification: you have leveled up to level 50. Seeing the system notification, congratulations on reaching level 50. Please go to your mentor to receive your advancement quest. Zhang Han smiled proudly. As expected, I'll get a second advancement quest once I reach level 50, he thought to himself. I remember a prediction on the forums that just like the first advancement, the top 10 ranked players would receive extremely generous rewards. But before that, I still need to find the secret realm Selen mentioned. Zhang Han then opened the system and contacted Long Tangwanli, asking, brother, what's the current highest player level? Long Tangwanli retorted, are the people in the East District convinced? Zhang Han shook his head and replied, they're all convinced. Long Tangwanli continued, then I'll ask my brothers for you. Zhang Han nodded and smiled, okay, thanks for the trouble, brother. Long Tangwanli also laughed, no, you're the big boss. If you have any equipment, just prioritize our Dragon Clan guild members. Price is not an issue. Zhang Han seemed to remember something, opened his item list and said, speaking of which, I have a few pieces of equipment in my backpack. I'll send them for you to see. Seeing Zhang Han's equipment, Long Tangwanli's face darkened, cursing, holy crap, even this kid's unused equipment is several levels higher than mine. These items can't even be bought at the auction house. The bald guy next to him saw Long Tangwanli silent and twitching, so he asked, brother, what's wrong? Long Tangwanli snapped out of it, shook his head. Nothing, just chatted with a boss for a while. The bald guy's face twitched as he asked, boss, are you talking about Cold River? The response was, that's right. Zhang Han, not receiving a reply, asked, do you want them? If not, I'll sell them at the auction house. Long Tangwanli quickly said, yes. Currently, the best price for equipment at the auction house is 2,000 gold coins. Your equipment is high level and has good stats. How about I give you 2,500 gold coins? Zhang Han nodded in agreement. Okay, except for that robe. Long Tangwanli also noticed it and discussed. As for that cold wind robe, it's a top-tier item that even comes with a skill, but there's no market price for it. I'll offer 15,000 gold coins. What do you think? Zhang Han seized the opportunity to raise the price. 1,000 gold coins more. Hearing this price, he exclaimed, "That's too expensive, brother. My family isn't a bank." He began to coax him. "If you can get it for 18,000 gold coins, I can also sell you a top-tier archer's ultimate arrow. Will you take 20,000? After thinking for a while, Long Tangwanli agreed, making the deal. He thought to himself that the price of the equipment wasn't the most important thing. What mattered was being able to maintain contact with him. This way, he could get first-hand information and help the guild stay ahead. Zhang Han said, "Same as before, transfer the money directly and I'll send you my location." Then Zhang Han opened his messages to check the current exchange rate for gold coins. The system showed that 1 gold coin was equivalent to 154 real-world currency, which he assessed as a bit depreciated. That made sense. After all, with players having so many gold coins, the value was bound to drop. With everything settled, the system notified him. "Your bank account has received 685,000. Seeing this, Zhang Han was very happy. This was the first time he had so much money, and it could help his parents improve their lives. He said that if he had desperately tried to make money from the start, he might have gotten his first pot of gold, but he would have lost subsequent income. If he continued to play, he would gain much more than this. Zhang Han clenched his hands, but making money was not his primary goal, of course. Experiencing the plot and the battles between players and bosses was the most meaningful part of this game. Long Tangwanli reported the news he had just received from his end. "A foreign friend told me that highest level player currently is a level 44 mage in the Ameri district." Zhang Han nodded and replied, "All right, thank you," he thought to himself. Level 44 is strong, only 6 levels lower than me, but his leveling efficiency is definitely not as good as mine. Then he turned and looked towards the depths of the forest. "I must first deal with these purple flame venomous serpents and then complete Selen's quest." An hour later, Zhang Han used the Might of the 8 Directions skill to eliminate countless purple flame venomous serpents, successfully leveling up. System notification, your level has reached 53. A golden light of leveling up emanated from his entire body, he said with satisfaction. The monster density here and my skill combination really make leveling efficient. Suddenly a system notification. You eliminated a purple flame venomous serpent in one move, enraging the purple flame venomous serpent king. Hearing this, Zhang Han's eyes widened in surprise and he cried out in his heart, "Oh no, a boss is coming." The serpent king received the message and roared furiously, "Who slaughtered my people?" System notification. Purple flame venomous serpent king, boss tier, level 68, HP 7.5 million. Attack 11,500 to 12,000, defense 5,000 to 5,350. Skills, Swift Charge, Venomous Serpent's Kiss, Toxic Mist, Serpent Body Power. Description: descendants with relatively pure serpent god bloodline came here to breed, hoping to receive the serpent god's blessing. Zhang Han frowned anxiously, thinking the difference between this dark gold tier and Taro is so huge, and the violet lightning stone has already been used up. My attacks can't even penetrate its defense, plus the level suppression. I can't kill it at all. It furiously swung its long spear, attacking Zhang Han, and contemptuously said, "Foolish primate, I will sacrifice you to the father of all snakes, our great serpent body." Zhang Han stood there, waving his hand and smiling. "Sorry, this young master has some matters to attend to. Serpent body, let's meet again next time." The serpent king ignored his words, smashing down with its spear, but the person had already disappeared, leaving only the words "goodbye" echoing in its ears. Zhang Han opened his gaming helmet outside and let out a long sigh of relief. Good thing this game is currently in a non-combat state. Before it could harm me, I was able to retreat and save my life. And I've already achieved the first kill of a dark gold boss. I'm not in a hurry to kill this boss again. I'll go back to the game after it leaves. He glanced, thinking it was a good time to go out and eat something and exercise a bit. Zhang Han then went out jogging while calling his parents to check on them. "Mom, how have you and Dad been doing lately? I just transferred some money to you. Did you receive it?" His mother immediately replied, "Yes, Xiaohan, where did you get so much money? Your mother is very well and your father had heat stroke at work a couple of days ago." I said, "Haven't you started working already? The benefits are quite good and you've recently received some project bonuses. Shouldn't you two consider resting? You work so hard." Zhang Han's mother smiled and said, "How would we live if we retired? The weather seems very hot lately. Don't get heat stroke outside and come home to visit when you have time to rest." Zhang Han nodded. "Okay, I know, Mom. I'll hang up now. Talk to you next time." After running for a while, sweating and out of breath, he said, "Time to go home and do quests." Then Zhang Han logged into the game again, returning to where he last encountered the Serpent King. He looked around and didn't see it, muttering, "It seems the Serpent King has left, but where do I find the quest-related secret realm?" Zhang Han's gaze fell on a nearby tree and he said, "Oh, this tree is suspicious. Secret realms are usually located on a large tree or on some object large enough for one person to pass through, and going through it leads to the destination." He looked at the tree trunk and thought, "Eye of observation, system notification, camphor tree, description. I don't understand why you're studying an ordinary camphor tree." Zhang Han silently stared at the camphor tree. After a while he impatiently muttered, "What's going on?" Glancing again, he saw another snake nearby. Zhang Han said, "Oh." The snake recognized him, turned in fear, trying to run, thinking, "It's him. He's the one who's been savagely slaughtering our serpent kin here. Quickly, report to the Serpent King." Zhang Han shouted again, "Stop!" Zhang Han drew his sword and threatened, "See the longsword in my hand. Even if you run 40 meters, I can still kill you. Just answer my questions obediently, and I'll spare your life." It knelt on the ground in fear, begging, "Sir, please tell me what you wish." Zhang Han seized the opportunity to ask, "There's a secret realm here where many powerful individuals go to find a rare beast. Do you know about it?" Fearing Zhang Han would kill it, it pointed to the side and replied, "Yes, if you go 500 meters from here there are 3 large trees. The middle one is the entrance to the secret realm." Zhang Han issued a satisfied command, "Very good, from now on count from 1 to 10,000. And don't look back during that time." "Understood." It trembled and said, "Understood, understood." Then it stammered and began to count. 1, 2, 3, 4. Seeing it obey, Zhang Han also turned and ran, muttering to himself as he ran, "If I kill it now, I'm afraid I'll alarm the Serpent King. To prevent it from reporting to the Serpent King, I can only resort to this." He stopped at the spot it indicated to search. 3 big trees, this is the place. Suddenly, a system notification, "Congratulations, you have successfully found the entrance to the secret realm." Then the system notified again, "Your quest, seek the secret realm, has been completed. Please go to your mentor to claim your reward." Zhang Han walked to the front, placed his hand on the big tree and whispered, "I didn't expect it to really be inside a tree." A light emanated from where he placed his hand. System notification, "Your current strength is insufficient to enter the secret realm." He thought, "All right, the quest is done anyway, so it doesn't matter if I can't enter." Then he turned and left, muttering to himself, "If I hadn't asked a snake minion midway, who knows how long it would have taken to find this tree." Indeed, in this game, communication can provide a lot of information. 2 hours later in the Ghost Swamp, he met Selen again. Selen said, "I didn't expect you to find the secret realm entrance in 1 day. Zhang Han grinned proudly, but his tone was humble. "It was all thanks to my strength." Selen also smiled and replied, "All right, I can see that." System notification, "You have completed the A-rank quest, seek the secret realm, gaining 2.5 million experience points and a rare skill book." Zhang Han looked at the skill book and exclaimed in disbelief, "Away, for a search-type quest, Selen actually gave me a rare skill book. Shadow Pursuer, passive S-rank description. A creature skilled in riding, able to maximize the advantages of its mount, making its performance and capabilities surpass the norm. Effect, riding skill effects enhanced when mounted. Mount tenacity additionally increased by 20, movement speed increased by 20, level requirement 50, no profession requirement." He shouted in his heart with immense joy, "It's a riding skill, I finally have one." This meant that as long as he had a satisfactory mount, he could ride a horse across the sky eternal continent. Selen raised an eyebrow and asked, "How is it?" "Satisfied," Zhang Han excitedly shouted. "Satisfied, very satisfied, thank you, mentor." He waved his hand and said faintly, "Don't mention it." Selen returned to the main topic, stating the purpose of his visit. "Today your mentor has officially joined the Dark Faction and become the Lord of Seaheart City. As City Lord, I bear the heavy responsibility of defending the city and cannot stay away for long." Zhang Han asked in confusion. "You mean?" He took out 2 items from his embrace and said, "Take these 2 books. When your Dark Swordsman potential bursts forth again, you can open this book to summon me. You can learn more new skills from me." System notification, "Undead Sense A-rank description, a special restriction sealed within the body. Once released, it will cause the enchanter to sense it. Effect, after use, immortal tier boss Undead Swordsman Selen level 193 will quickly come to meet you." Zhang Han took the 2 books and examined them carefully. Selen added, "Also, if you encounter some serious threat, an enemy you cannot contend with, you can also summon me for help. However, if I start from Seaheart City, if the distance is too far, even if I rush with all my might, it might take some time." Zhang Han was speechless with joy when he heard this. "Okay, thank you, mentor." Selen replied with his hands behind his back, "These 2 books are compensation for your next strength increase, not going through me for quests rather than an unconditional gift." Zhang Han nodded. "Okay, I understand." A gleam flashed in Selen's eyes. "Then let me ask you." He walked towards Zhang Han frowning and asked seriously, "Dark Swordsman Zhang Han, do you regret joining the Dark Faction?" He immediately answered without hesitation, "No regrets." Zhang Han also knew in his heart that this might be the answer for his second advancement. Selen patted Zhang Han's shoulder and asked, "Do you dare to use this sword to fight against the Light Faction?" He shouted loudly. "I dare," he said with satisfaction. "Very good. Then I, Undead Swordsman Selen, officially acknowledge that adventurer Zhang Han possesses the qualifications and strength to advance his profession and become a Dark Swordsman." Zhang Han asked curiously, "Didn't you say I needed to complete a profession advancement quest?" He shook his head. "Didn't I say before, seek the secret realm?" Suddenly, a black light enveloped his entire body, even spreading to his face. Zhang Han's entire body seemed to mutate, with purple lightning coursing through him. He suddenly felt a terrifying power surging within his body. System notification, "Congratulations on completing your profession advancement, transforming into a growth-type elite." Purple energy emanated from Zhang Han's body, his eyes flashing. System notification, Dark Swordsman description, the most powerful mysterious creature among the undead. Countless historical records indicate that Dark Swordsmen have caused harm to the world. The most sinister and evil powers are hidden within their bodies. They are indifferent, tyrannical, arrogant, addicted to evil, and possess unparalleled potential. Zhang Han looked at the star ratings for HP, attack, defense, and speed in disbelief. What growth type elite? All attributes doubled. System notification. Congratulations on being the first player to complete a profession advancement. Rewards: 20 free attribute points, 5,000 reputation, reinforced giant god's orb A rank. Zhang Han looked at the powerful energy radiating from his body and couldn't help but exclaim with satisfaction. As expected, being the first to advance yields generous rewards. Selen, standing nearby, suddenly reminded him, now that you've entered a new stage, you can learn new skills. He stroked his chin, pondered for a moment, then nodded and replied, okay. Zhang Han began to calculate in his mind that it seemed he could only learn 2 skills now. The first was Evil Spirit, passive B rank description. As an undead creature, it inherently possesses terrifying evil energy. Effect: attack power increased by 20, level requirement 50, profession requirement undead, price 40 gold coins. The second was Bone Break Strike, A rank description. Most creatures have bones, and forcibly breaking their bones will greatly affect their movement and attacks. Effect: deals 150 damage to a single enemy, with a chance to trigger continuous bone-breaking effects lasting 30 seconds. Bone breaking points are deducted based on the broken bone part. Cooldown 1 minute, level requirement 50, price 60 gold coins. After thinking for a while, Zhang Han felt a bit regretful. The price was indeed a bit expensive, but these were all powerful skills. How could a Dark Swordsman's exclusive skills be bad? Just as he was thinking, a system notification popped up. You have learned Evil Spirit, you have learned Bone Break Strike. His expression suddenly turned serious as he said, speaking of which, you were originally the mayor of Ice's town. Selen walked beside Zhang Han with his hands behind his back, having heard that the demon god Luray had been too heavy-handed and destroyed the entire town. He nodded and replied, indeed. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, his tone somewhat firm. As your master, I still advise you to find a suitable town as your regular resting place. Gathering a force can help you avoid many unnecessary troubles. Hearing Selen's earnest advice, he pursed his lips and said firmly, quickly assuring him, don't worry. Your disciple knows what to do. After hearing Zhang Han's determination, he turned and left with satisfaction, leaving him with a remark, it's good that you understand. Now that you've learned this skill, it's time for me to go guard Seaheart City. Zhang Han waved and said farewell. All right, master, travel safely. His expression slowly returned to normal, his gaze still fixed on Selen's receding back. He muttered to himself, it seems there's no need to come to this swamp anymore. Let's first check the rewards for the second advancement. Zhang Han looked at the yellow orb in his hand and said, reinforced orb. A rank. Description. This orb can make equipment stronger and is extremely rare. Effect: you can choose one piece of equipment to strengthen. Note: reinforcement has levels. Please use with caution. Restriction: effective only on equipment below Earth tier. He thought in surprise, it can even strengthen equipment up to Earth tier. Using it now might yield the highest benefit. As he pondered, the system suddenly prompted, system notification, do you wish to use the reinforced orb? Zhang Han clutched the reinforced orb in his hand and said, yes. System notification. Please select a piece of equipment to strengthen. Zhang Han chose the Bloodthirsty Blade. System notification, you have strengthened your weapon. Bloodthirsty Blade attributes increased. He held the sword and examined it. The sword's information was displayed by the system. Bloodthirsty Blade, Spirit tier. Attack increased from 650 to 750 to phone. Effect: attack power 40 increased to 50. Effect: attack speed 50 increased to 60. Additional effect: lifesteal 15. Special skill: advanced bloodlust. Level requirement 48. Description: Dark Swordsman Luo Yi's personal sword. After years of grinding, it has long been blunted, its power only 1,000th of its peak, but it remains a rare weapon. Faced with the Bloodthirsty Blade's power and attributes, he exclaimed with satisfaction, too cool. The base attack cap of 1300 was almost double what it was before, and all the percentages had also increased to some extent. Furthermore, the attached skill had also been strengthened. The system prompted again, Advanced Bloodlust passive A rank. Effect: Bloodlust strengthens the Bloodthirsty Blade. Each kill stacks attack power by 1 up to 30 stacks, lasting until the end of combat. Zhang Han brandished the Bloodthirsty Blade and said, Advanced Bloodlust stack count has increased by 10, which is equivalent to an extra 10 attack power for melee. He rested the sword on his shoulder, pointing at the system panel with his finger and muttered, first the second advancement, and now my weapon has been strengthened. My attributes must be terrifying now. The system displayed information. Shadow Lord, Cold River, Gold Tier Boss, Level 53, HP 817,600, Attack 7106-7799, Defense 2940-3192, Reputation 74,300, Luck 2. Description: known by adventurers as the Son of Eternity, he possesses things beyond ordinary people's reach. With his talent and potential, no one knows how far he can go. Zhang Han was stunned, exclaiming in disbelief. A total increase of 7,000 attack power, more than double that of a Gold Tier boss of the same level. The second advancement to Growth Type Elite brought such a huge boost, it seems promotion to Dark Gold Tier boss is just around the corner. everything was ready, and Zhang Han confidently moved, thinking it was time to stretch his muscles and go back to the depths of the purple flame bamboo forest to find the Serpent King. In the depths of the purple flame bamboo forest he plunged the bloodthirsty blade into the ground and stood before the Serpent King, provoking it. Zhang Han's expression looked quite annoying as he loudly shouted, "You pathetic little bug, your young master, specifically rushed here in my busy schedule to take your dog head." System notification. The purple flame venomous Serpent King has received your insult, attack power reduced by 10. Hearing this insult, it immediately turned and charged furiously with its long spear, cursing, "You monkey who only knows how to run, how dare you come here to die again?" System prompt. Your title has changed from King of Taunts to Shadow Dominator. Effect. Your HP is increased by 40. As its spear was about to strike, Zhang Han instantly teleported away, and the spear plunged directly into the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Suddenly he appeared above its head, stomping directly on its forehead with the skill War Stomp. System prompt. You have used the skill War Stomp, dealing 107,700 damage to the purple flame venomous Serpent King, suppressing it for 0.75 seconds and increasing your own attack power by 20. All enemy units within a 100 by 100 range have their attack power reduced by 22 and take 120 damage. Zhang Han charged down, slashing its abdomen twice with the bloodthirsty blade. Using the skill Frenzied Slaying, the Serpent King's eyes widened and it roared in disbelief. What happened? Last time you couldn't even break my defense, and now you can deal such massive damage to me. Seeing it still in a daze, he seized the opportunity to rush forward and use the skill Undead Grasp. The bloodthirsty blade pierced the Serpent King's body, and simultaneously he unleashed Bonebreak Strike. As the skill was cast, the system prompted, "You have used the skill Bonebreak Strike, dealing 56,534 damage to the purple flame venomous Serpent King. Due to the effect of Bonebreak Strike, the purple flame venomous Serpent King's speed will be reduced by 30. Zhang Han withdrew his sword and retreated. It furiously brandished its long spear and charged at him, coldly snorting, "HMPH, it seems your strength has improved, but in front of me, these are just monkey tricks." Immediately after, the Serpent King spat out a stream of green poisonous mist named Toxic Mist. System prompt. The purple flame venomous Serpent King has used Toxic Mist. All units within the poisonous mist range lose 5 HP per second, lasting 1 minute. After being poisoned, Zhang Han's body had difficulty moving. His strength also gradually weakened. He estimated that the poison damage was too high. If he did nothing, he would die in 20 seconds. Looking at its blood-red eyes, he gritted his teeth and thought. Because he was faster than it, its physical attacks generally posed no threat to him. He had to rely on the bloodthirsty blade's lifesteal to recover. Suddenly, its head and bloodshot eyes appeared behind Zhang Han. System prompt. You were attacked by the venomous Serpent King, losing 132,470 HP, your attack power reduced by 15 and attack speed reduced by 25, lasting 1 minute. He gritted his teeth and muttered, "I can't lose like this, I need to find a way out quickly. No, as long as I'm within the poisonous mist, not only will I lose HP, but my vision will also be affected. I should leave the battlefield first." Seeing Zhang Han's intention to flee, the Serpent King flicked its tongue and pointed at him, saying, "Trying to run, my children? Come and feast on your prey." Suddenly, countless snakes emerged from who knows where and swarmed towards Zhang Han. He let out a confused cry, looking at the surging snake crowd, and couldn't help but feel joy in his heart. "Isn't this just giving me free blood?" Suddenly his power surged, and he grinned, thanking, "Serpent King, thank you. Might of the 8 Directions." System notifications continuously popped up. You have used the skill Might of the 8 Directions, dealing 200,000 damage to the purple flame venomous serpent. Due to the lifesteal effect of the bloodthirsty blade, you have recovered 30,000 HP. Zhang Han smiled, looking at his full HP bar, secretly thinking, with my current attack power, a single heavy blow is enough to instantly kill these venomous snakes. He provocatively said, "Come on, let's keep fighting." Hearing Zhang Han's provocation, the Serpent King roared furiously, "You despicable human." It raised its long spear, injecting power into it, and said, "Great Serpent Bati, please grant strength to your loyal follower. I am willing to sacrifice everything to you." System notification. The purple flame venomous Serpent King has activated the skill Serpent Body Power. At the cost of being unable to use skills, its attack power increased by 100, speed increased by 50, and lifesteal increased by 50, lasting until the end of combat. He remained fearless in his heart, coldly sneering, laughable. If it didn't use this skill, it could still threaten me with its poisonous mist. Serpent Body Power sounds terrifying, but I have War Stomp, giving me a greater speed advantage. As long as I use the slow effects of Undead Slash and Bonebreak Strike, it won't even be able to touch me. The two charged towards each other like a whirlwind. The Serpent King brandished its long spear and rushed at him, raising a cloud of dust. Zhang Han seized the opportunity to step on it, injecting power into his leg, and used the skill War Stomp. He thought to himself, the rest is just trash time. 30 minutes later, he was still casting Frenzied Slaying. Subsequently, Zhang Han gathered all his strength into one blow, slashing at the Serpent King and shouting, "Undead Slash." After being hit, its power and HP sharply decreased, completely depleted. It roared in disbelief. How is this possible? Its body gradually dissipated. System notification. Congratulations on slaying the level 68 Dark Gold tier boss Purple Flame Venomous Serpent King. You have gained 20 million experience points and 28,000 reputation points. A familiar golden light flickered, and your level has been increased to 56. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sighed with relief. It's finally over. Let's check the Dark Gold tier boss equipment. System prompt: congratulations, your reputation has reached 100,000. The World Martial Arts event has been activated. On seeing this, Zhang Han's eyes widened and he exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, World Martial Arts!" Subsequently, the system prompted, as the first player on the entire server to reach 100,000 reputation, you will receive an additional reward. Sulfur monosulfide rank dual contract. Zhang Han opened the system to check, asking in confusion, dual contract. The system panel displayed the dual contract information. SS rank. Description: once the contract is established, special requirements for both parties to sign: a fight to the death, the loser will lose everything. The winner will gain everything. The two parties to the contract must engage in a fair one-on-one duel at an agreed time and place. No external interference. The winner will acquire everything, including profession, equipment, items, wealth, etc. Uses 1-1. After reading this information, he pondered a bit. This could be considered a life and death battle, and the price paid by the loser could only be described as miserable. If properly prepared, this scroll would be immensely useful. However, the Dark Swordsman is by no means the only top-tier hidden profession, which would slightly diminish the value of this scroll. Zhang Han decided to put this scroll aside for now. Perhaps he could sell it for a good price later. Next, he would deal with the spoils of war. Holding a dagger, the system prompted. Venomous Fang, Dark Gold tier, level requirement 65. He looked at the sword in his hand and thought, it seems the equipment dropped by the Serpent King requires level 65 to use. I'll put it in my backpack for now. System prompt: the Adventurer exclusive event World Martial Arts registration is now open. You can go to light faction towns of tier 3 or higher to register. We hope adventurers will actively participate and compete for first place. Seeing this, he laughed. Perfect, I can safely enter a light faction town using my aura concealment technique. I should go to the nearest tier 3 town. Midway, Zhang Han heard counting sounds nearby. 9,995, 9,996. He let out a soft "oh" in confusion. He recognized the other party and asked himself, why is this kid still here? Has he been counting ever since I left? Ball was still crawling and counting, not yet noticing someone ahead. 9,997, 9,998. Zhang Han looked at him and thought, this kid is so honest, it makes him a little cute. Ball finally looked up, saw him, and excitedly said, 910, hurry back and report to Lord Serpent King. Zhang Han coolly delivered some bad news. Your Serpent King has already died by my hand. Since you're so true to your word, I'll spare your life. What are your plans for the future? Ball's eyes widened in confusion. Everything is at your command, my lord. He nodded with satisfaction. Very good, I see you're very honest. Would you like to follow me? He bowed his head and replied, yes. Zhang Han said, all right, get up quickly. Do you have a name? The serpent folk scratched his head and introduced himself. My humble name is Ball. Hearing this name, he inwardly exclaimed, Ball. System, are you serious? Outwardly, he said, Ball, right? Very good, you'll stay here and wait for the right moment. Once I conquer a town, I'll have an important mission for you then. Ball was surprised to hear Zhang Han say he didn't have a town and asked, my lord, you are so powerful and you don't have a town yet. No way? Zhang Han's face darkened and he thought, are you genuinely honest or just pretending? Zhang Han chuckled cunningly, pointing at Ball and saying, good question. Precisely because I am so powerful, I accidentally destroyed them all when conquering cities and territories. Don't worry, once I'm firmly established as a city lord, I'll make you a general, and all the beautiful serpent folk in the world will be yours to enjoy. Hearing this, Ball covered her face, blushing, and said, oh, I'm a female snake. Zhang Han's mouth twitched slightly. He hadn't realized she was female. He then revised the position. Then a female general is also fine. Zhang Han turned and waved goodbye, instructing, it's getting late, I should go. After the Serpent King's death, more and more adventurers are coming here to explore. Be careful to hide yourself and I'll come back for you after I've captured a town. Ball nodded and replied, understood. As he stepped into an area, the system prompted, you have entered a new map, White Crane Town. Zhang Han pondered for a moment and said, before entering the town I should disguise myself with the aura concealment technique. The system reminded, aura concealment technique has been used. Please choose a pseudonym for yourself and fill in different parameters. A purple light emanated from his head. He shouted, don't use that casual fake name again, the system prompted. You have used a fake ID again. The system's AI has chosen a more humanized pseudonym for you. Zhang Han exclaimed, oh my god, not again. System, are you sure this is AI and not stupidity? Sporting a bald look, he walked into the town, looking around and muttering to himself, where do I sign up? Seeing a group of people gathered in front of a red gem, Zhang Han guessed, oh, those adventurers are all gathered by that gem. That might be the registration spot. He walked over to take a closer look. A person saw Zhang Han's appearance and let out an ambiguous "oh." System prompt: World Martial Arts. East District Introduction. A special competition exclusively for adventurers. Winners will receive reputation and rewards. Rules: the system randomly matches participants as opponents. Those who lose 10 consecutive matches will be eliminated. Winners will continue to advance until the top 10 are decided. Note, unless the number of participants is very low, the same adventurer will not be matched consecutively for 5 matches. First place reward: S rank rare item or skill X1, spirit tier equipment X2. Second place, S rank item or skill X1, spirit tier equipment X1. Third place, A rank item X1, spirit tier equipment X1. Fourth place, item grades range from common to celestial tier. Zhang Han thought, celestial tier and earth tier haven't even appeared yet. At the current level, spirit tier equipment is the top tier item. He walked forward and reached out to touch the gem. The first place reward is so generous, it seems he must go all out, the system reminded. Do you wish to register for the World Martial Arts? Note: once registered, if you fail to log in and participate within the specified time, you will be automatically eliminated and penalized with 2 levels. Zhang Han quickly agreed. The system prompted, you have successfully registered for the World Martial Arts. The competition will begin in 3 days at 10 a.m. During this period, please wait patiently. A person nearby walked up and said disdainfully, a mere level 18 shrimp wants to participate in the World Martial Arts? How reckless. The system prompted, Hand of Thunder, level 37 Chi Master, special profession. He turned and laughed. Haha, you'd better pray you don't get matched with me or I'll show you what it's like to wish you were dead. The man angrily stuck out his pinky finger and snorted coldly, HMPH, a small fry like you, I can cleave you into 8 pieces with just 1 finger. Zhang Han ignored him, turned and left, letting the Chi Master shout behind him. Too bad I can't use force in town, otherwise I'd kill you back to the newbie village. He thought to himself, forget it, it's not worth exposing my identity just to kill him. It's better to leave here quickly. Suddenly he heard a noisy commotion and people were constantly soliciting, friends passing by, don't miss this high-level potion clearance sale. Come quickly everyone, look at this B-rank skill book I just learned. Treasure maps are for sale. If you want to hunt for treasure, come and take a look. He thought, with gold coin exchange enabled, some players have already started doing business. Zhang Han vaguely heard, mounts, ultra-rare mounts. He was surprised and asked, ultra-rare mounts? Seeing Zhang Han approach, the seller introduced, my friend, come and take a look. Ultra-rare mounts. The system prompted, mount stone can be used to summon the mount sealed within or to summon a mount. Zhang Han held the stone and looked at it, beads of sweat forming on his head, thinking, ultra-rare mount. The system prompted, Little Donkey, adult stage, bronze tier effect, movement speed 20 description. Although it doesn't run fast, it has a gentle and hardworking nature. Adventurers riding it don't need to rush, good things are yet to come. The man squinted and replied, isn't it? NPCs aren't willing to sell mounts to players yet. My friends and I put in a lot of effort to catch this donkey. Don't just look at its attributes. My shop is the only one selling mounts right now. Zhang Han looked at the seller and asked, all right, how much? The man held up 1 finger and replied, 1,000 gold coins. Zhang Han shook his head, dissatisfied with the price. Too expensive. That's 150,000 in real currency. Your mount is indeed very rare now, but riding skills require level 50 to learn. When everyone's levels are high, there will be better mounts on the market. I'll offer a fair price, 100 gold coins. If not, then forget it. Hearing this price, the seller's jaw dropped. 100 gold coins, brother, you're cutting too deep. 300, no lower than that. Seeing he wouldn't agree, Zhang Han turned to leave directly, feigning regret. Too bad, your donkey isn't worth much. The seller quickly called out to him, wait. He reluctantly agreed, friend, you're a true haggler, alright, 100 gold coins, it's a deal. He thought to himself, though I didn't lose money, I didn't profit either. Just as he said, the longer it takes, the less it's worth. Zhang Han picked up the stone, smiling as he summoned it. Hee hee, come out my little donkey. The stone glowed and the little donkey appeared, making a hee-haw sound that surprised the surrounding people. Zhang Han contentedly swung his leg over the donkey back. He gripped the reins, grinning triumphantly. Finally, I'm on a mount. The system prompted, you have mounted a creature. The passive skill Shadow Pursuer is active, increasing movement speed by 40. Zhang Han excitedly kicked the donkey belly and shouted, giddy up. The little donkey responded by galloping off, weaving through the crowd. It ran too fast, and Zhang Han exclaimed, am I running this fast? Get out of the way, get out of the way. But after adapting for a while, Zhang Han burst out laughing again. Haha, off to Skycia town. 2 hours later, Zhang Han arrived at his destination on the donkey. The system prompted, you have entered Dark Faction territory. After walking a bit further, the system prompted, you have entered a new map, Skycia town. He looked at the town before him and muttered to himself, is this Fei Chi's territory? Zhang Han remembered Fei Chi, thinking, my mentor wants me to find a town for daily rest. I might as well go find Fei Chi, whom I met in the demon god's treasury a few days ago. He entered the city. The joyous shouts of people echoed through the streets. Freshly baked bread, fish just caught outside the city. Come and see, everyone. Seeing this scene, he smiled and thought, I didn't expect a town just conquered by the Dark Faction to establish such order, and the original residents haven't been expelled. This kid Fei Chi, though outwardly rough, manages this town quite well. Zhang Han put away the donkey and slowly walked through the city gates, looking around, thinking this must also be the mayor's residence. The guard saw Zhang Han and spoke, apologies, the mayor's mansion is off limits to idlers. He cut straight to the point, I've come to join your Skycia town, please inform the mayor. A guard instructed, please wait here for a moment, I'll go inform the mayor. Zhang Han nodded and replied, all right. He approached the guard and asked again, were you formerly soldiers of the Light Faction? Why are you so loyal to Fei Chi? The man replied, because the previous mayor was a greedy and vicious fellow. After Lord Fei Chi arrived, Skycia town was gradually rectified. We willingly submitted to him. As long as life is good in the future, what difference does it make to us whether it's the Dark Faction or the Light Faction? Shortly after, a rapid sound of footsteps approached. It was Fei Ji who happily said, brother, I didn't expect us to meet again so soon. Zhang Han replied, the town I attacked was accidentally destroyed by me, and I had nowhere to settle, so I came to seek refuge with you. You don't mind, do you? Fei Ji smiled and shook his head. No problem, no need to be so polite, in fact you've come at just the right time. System prompt, Skycia town mayor berserker Fei Chi, hot-blooded general, rare profession. He widened his eyes in surprise, thinking about what he had just said. You've come at just the right time, unless it's for a quest, Fei Qi continued. In my opinion, you're more suitable for the position of Skycia Town Mayor than I am. Why don't I just give you this position? The system prompted. Do you wish to accept Berserker Fei Qi's commission and become the mayor of Skycia Town? Zhang Han was stunned, thinking, is Fei Qi not as generous as he appears but actually afraid that I will seize his town? So he tried a tactic of feigned disinterest based on his understanding of the Three Kingdoms and water margin. This was absolutely impossible. Thinking this, he shook his head and refused. No, he asked in confusion. You don't agree, brother. I genuinely want to hand this town over to you, and Skycia Town has already been rectified by me. You just need to maintain it as I have. He still spoke firmly. No, Zhang Han said seriously. Brother Fei Qi, I truly support you, and I have no intention of usurping your position if you continue to force me to give up the position. Then I can only leave. Fei Qi stammered a bit upon hearing this. He then interrupted. Brother, is there a reason why you want me to be the mayor, or do you have some unspoken difficulty? Zhang Han thought to himself, does he have some quest to assign? But he's already a gold-tier boss, so it might be a main quest. He sighed and replied, let's talk inside the mansion. Inside the house, Fei Qi sat on a chair and Zhang Han stood opposite him asking, Brother Fei Qi, what is it? Can you tell me now? He remembered his tribe and replied, all right, our tribe was originally just a small village located on the edge of the Light faction's territory. Because the Light Holy See kept forcing us, they captured all the young and strong men from our tribe to build fortifications, thinking of his tribe and him and his guards. So we rose up in resistance, drove out the officials at the time, but ended up facing even stronger oppression. Fei Qi spoke with increasing agitation, his eyes bloodshot. The Light Holy Sea's army was pressing down, determined to annihilate our village. My 8-year-old sister was also taken by those people, and I don't know where she went. I was fortunate to survive the massacre. Later I joined the Dark faction, but I never gave up searching for my sister. He continued, it wasn't until recently, when I attacked Skycia Town, that I learned about my sister from the previous mayor. Zhang Han understood and said, so you want to hand this town over to me so you can go to the camp to rescue your sister? Fei Qi nodded. Yes, this matter is also related to you. Zhang Han asked in confusion, how so? He spread his hands and said, Brother Cold River, I have long heard of your deeds. You were once a member of the Light faction, but because of your involvement with the residents here, you fell into difficulties, accumulated huge debts, and finally turned to the necromancer Daniel. In the Battle of Undercity, your mentor Daniel fell, and all 9 necromancers died. The Light Holy See eventually gathered these deceased mages and turned them into gems. He opened his mouth in surprise and asked, Mentor Daniel? He thought to himself, I didn't expect to hear about Mentor from him. He had originally thought his quest was just a side quest. Fei Qi explained, I heard that the necromancers were formed by the scattered power of an adventurer who called himself an peerless expert after his death. A total of 9 of them. If you collect the gems they turned into after death, you will have a chance to break the rules and allow higher dimensional beings to descend upon the Sky Eternal continent. He revealed the Holy Sea's purpose. The Light Holy Sea's purpose in collecting the gems is to bring one of the deities they worship down to the mortal world. Zhang Han thought in surprise, adventurer, could Daniel be part of an adventurer's power? According to Luray, the battle of the town suppressing tower might not have been against Daniel but against the adventurer's true body. He spoke. Thinking this, he curiously asked, what does breaking the rules mean? Fei Qi shook his head and replied, I don't know the specifics. My information also came from the mayor who used to run rampant in Skycia Town and has already been killed by me. He clenched his fists angrily saying, because the essence of adventurer power is evil, the Light Holy See wants to summon a deity. So they plan to use 100 virgins with light elements and extremely high affinity as sacrifices to purify the evil roots within those gems. Fei Qi furiously roared. They preach love and justice, while on the other hand they force those girls into the Temple of Light as sacrifices. My sister is only 8 years old, how could those beasts do such a thing? Looking at Fei Qi's anger, Zhang Han thought, it seems he knew he would go to his death, which is why he decided to entrust Skycia Town to me. He frowned and asked, do you think doing this will save your sister? Infiltrating the Light Holy See is practically suicide. At this moment, Fei Qi only wanted to save his sister and didn't want to think about anything else. I know I might die, but if I don't go to save her, how can I be worthy of being her brother? I have a special teleportation method that can directly teleport me to my sister's side. As long as I defeat the guards around her, I can rescue her. System message, congratulations on activating a hidden quest, rescue mission difficulty SS. Do you wish to accept? He frowned and thought. The quest difficulty has reached sulfur monosulfide rank. Will the difficulty of this quest change based on my actions during the quest? It seems the danger level of this quest is extraordinary. However, Zhang Han showed a slight smile, but he wasn't someone to let a loyal person sacrifice themselves in vain. He spoke. Since that's the case, Brother Fei Qi, he pointed at the other party, confidently saying, I will help you. He jumped up in surprise and retorted, you agree to accept the position of mayor? Zhang Han shook his head. No, I agree to go with you to rescue your sister. Fei Qi was overjoyed, tears welling up in his eyes, and he choked out, in the demon god's treasury I truly didn't misjudge you. System message, you have received a secret main quest, rescue mission difficulty SS, description, those who hinder the descent of a god will be judged, we hope you understand the consequences of becoming an enemy of the light holy sea, quest requirement, rescue berserker Fei Chi's sister Lily, failure penalty none, seeing this he thought. Although there was no failure penalty, this quest was essentially a dead end, so whether there was a penalty or not didn't matter at all. Zhang Han asked, when do we act, he replied, anytime, no later than 5 days. On the night 5 days from now they will begin sacrificing 100 maidens to summon a god. I cannot stand by and do nothing. Zhang Han nodded, okay, I'll prepare. Fei Chi was even happier than before, beaming, okay brother Zhang Han, just say whatever you need, all the city's resources are at your disposal, he suggested. Can I have a leisurely position in Skycia town, besides the mayor, he agreed without hesitation. A leisurely position is fine. System notification, you have been appointed as the official bard of Skycia town. Zhang Han's mouth twitched a few times. A bard is indeed quite leisurely, he asked. By the way, are there any good leveling spots nearby, something with a higher difficulty? Fei Ji stroked his chin, thought for a moment, and replied, 2 hours north of the city is the Blazeflame mountain range, but the Blazeflame demons there are very strong. Brother, you need to be careful when leveling. Hearing the words Blazeflame demon, he thought, Blazeflame demon, could this be where Blazeflame equipment drops? Zhang Han walked to the shop and said to the owner, boss, give me 100 mount stones. The owner nodded. Coming right up, that'll be 3 gold coins in total. Because the chances of capturing mounts in the eternal world are too low, and the rarer the species the greater the difficulty. Mount stones are not rare items and can be sold by ordinary merchants. Holding a bag of mount stones, he thought, carrying more mount stones might allow me to capture more powerful mounts during my adventures. Then he set off for the Blazeflame mountain range. Zhang Han rode his donkey to the destination. System message, you have entered the Blazeflame mountain range map. A monster roared. The system displayed its details. Blazeflame Demon, Elite Tier, Level 70, HP 1,500,000, Attack 6600-6800, Defense 3800-4000, Skills, Unbound Flames, Tough Body, Flaming Fists. Description, monsters born from volcanic lava extremely powerful after being infected by demonic energy. Their temperament became extremely violent and they prefer high-temperature environments, so they often appear near mountain ranges. He held the glowing Mount Stone thinking, elite monsters also have many core appended to their names, which might mean their attributes are much higher than ordinary elite monsters. Zhang Han frowned and guessed, it seems raising venomous snakes in the Purple Flame Deep Forest was too easy. It's a pity I almost killed all the venomous snakes there. Zhang Han said with some difficulty, these attributes are a bit strong, it's hard to gather monsters. A voice suddenly came from behind. Exactly, I think so too. He turned back, looking behind him in confusion. Jia saw that the person who turned around was Zhang Han, angrily frowned and then shouted, you little thief, it's you again. System notification, Water Qilin Jia Immortal Tier Boss, Level 20, HP 5 million, Attack 6500-6800, Defense 3500-3800, Skills, Water Breath, Icy Tide, Divine Shield, Ice Storm, Thunder, Earth, Raging Tides, Forbidden. Ocean Domain. Description, an extremely rare creature found in the vast oceans. Ordinary people are unlikely to ever see one in their lifetime. It is an auspicious beast, naturally possessing perfect control over water elements. In its infancy, it already possesses overlord-level strength. Upon reaching adulthood, it will have the chance to step into the divine realm and become a top-tier powerhouse on the Sky Eternal continent. Zhang Han also recognized her, secretly thinking, she's the immortal tier boss from the talent trial. I did some unspeakable things to her back then, I hope she doesn't remember. Cleared his throat. Excuse me, miss, have you mistaken me for someone else? Jia remembered him spitting on her face before and angrily said, how could I mistake you? The name Cold River is etched into my soul. I'd recognize you even if you turned to ashes. Seeing her about to act, Zhang Han quickly stopped her. Wait, a chunk of ice had already appeared in Jia's hand and she impatiently asked, what's wrong, any last words? Zhang Han then made a request, if you want to fight, fine, do you dare to have a fair duel with me? He thought, last time in the trial there was a voice guiding her. If that person hadn't intervened, would I have been the first to kill an immortal tier boss? Jia was angry at being underestimated and quickly agreed. What's there to be afraid of? Let's fight to the death. Zhang Han asked again, if you lose you can't call for teammates, right? She frowned and retorted, of course not. Suddenly, a golden light shone down from the sky and a voice echoed, Jia, don't be naughty. Zhang Han's heart sank and he cursed under his breath, damn it. I knew that if I had really started fighting just now, I might already be a corpse. Jia glanced at him and snorted, HMPH, you're lucky. I'm here to fight Blazeflame demons, you get back and wait for me to wash your neck, he grinned, crossing his arms. That won't do, I'm here to fight Blazeflame demons too. How about this, we'll see who kills more. The loser has to agree to one condition from the winner. She scoffed and agreed. Alright, what condition? Zhang Han pretended to think, then replied, okay, how about we bet S-rank items? Hearing him say that, Jia was startled. Huh, you have S-rank items on you? She immediately turned and pointed at Zhang Han, shouting, Daddy, he has S-rank items on him. Why don't we kill him and take them? He twitched his mouth. Can't you have some backbone? Your daddy is an upright gentleman. How could he do such a despicable thing as murder and robbery? He's a Qilin, an auspicious beast after all. Jia stuck out her tongue. None of your business, he then said. Do you dare to bet just one word? She angrily put her hands on her hips, confidently saying, come on, what's there to be afraid of? System notification. You have received a betting quest, difficulty A rank, betting quest, difficulty A rank. Description. You are truly audacious, daring to bet in front of water Kilin Jiajia's two fathers and on who kills more blaze flame demons. 2 hours, quest reward unknown, he smiled triumphantly. Then the bet begins, Jiajia scoffed. You'd better open your inventory and show me your S-rank item. It will belong to me soon. System notification. 2-hour countdown begins. Jiajia then turned and flew away. System notification. Jiajia is not interested in Cold River. She arrived in front of a blaze flame demon condensing a water ball in her hand. Jiajia threw the water ball, which turned jagged, and shot towards it. The blaze flame demon was hit but unharmed, its HP only slightly reduced, he exclaimed in surprise. As expected of an immortal tier boss, it can deal such damage at only level 20. It seems her water attribute attacks can counter blaze flame demons. Another blaze flame demon behind was clenching its fist, ready to attack him. Zhang Han's lips moved slightly. I'll start too. As the fist struck, he flew up, causing it to miss. After landing, Zhang Han slashed at them, provoking. Come and hit me, you foolish rockheads. They gathered behind Zhang Han, chasing and shouting at him. Jiajia stood in the distance, frowning and muttering, surrounded. His strength might not be enough to contend with so many blaze flame demons. On the other side, he flew up, attacking from above. Zhang Han's foot landed directly on the blaze flame demon's face. System notification. You have used the skill War Stomp, dealing 1524 damage to the blaze flame demon, suppressing it for 1.5 seconds, and increasing your attack power. Within a 100 by 100 range, enemy attack power is reduced by 13 and they take 120 damage. They attacked with their fists, roaring in anger. 4 rocky arms attacked him simultaneously. Zhang Han agilely dodged, and their fists directly hit their companions' faces, the system continuously notified. Blaze Flame Demon was attacked by the Blaze Flame Demon's flaming fists, losing 57,911 HP and burning for 1,000 damage per second, lasting 10 seconds. He fought hard, thinking, these Blaze Flame Demons are indeed troublesome, it will take a lot of time to burn them to death. She stood by, dumbfounded, exclaiming, my goodness, an adventurer's skill is actually this powerful? Jiajia gritted her teeth. Damn it, my current level limits me from using area of effect skills. Damn it, if this continues, I'll lose. Half an hour later, the system continuously notified, congratulations on slaying the elite Blaze Flame Demon, gaining 35,000 experience points. Jiajia 12, Cold River 34. Zhang Han looked at Jiajia, growing more excited with each kill, thinking, this little one is good. Even killing one by one, she managed to kill 12, as expected of an immortal tier boss. Even at level 20, she shouldn't be underestimated. Suddenly his gaze fell on her. Wait a minute, Zhang Han was planning something again. It seems a Qilin can also be considered a mount. Jiajia was exhausted from fighting, so she retreated to the back, letting out a sigh of relief. Phew, seeing this, Zhang Han also kindly threw something. Hey, catch this, it's a stamina potion. She caught the potion with her hand. HMPH, it seems this kid has some humanity after all. This isn't a potion, it's a binding stone. System message, binding failed. Jiajia angrily glared. What are you trying to do? He smiled awkwardly. Oops, my bad, wrong item, she thought. This kid actually wants to turn me into a mount, wants to bind me, how outrageous. Half an hour later, he cut off the Blaze Flame Demon's head. System notification, Jiajia 78, Cold River 124. After slaying the Blaze Flame Demon, equipment appeared. Zhang Han spoke, equipment has dropped. System notification, Blaze Flame Gauntlets, Dark Gold Tier, HP 230 to 250. Effect, 1200 HP plus 40. Level requirement 60. Description. Gauntlets formed by fusing the Blaze Flame Demon's hot surface rock with a large amount of precious ores with a dominant appearance. It is one of the best Dark Gold tier sets. Equipment effects unknown, he thought. Indeed, it's an item dropped from the Blaze Flame set. These attributes are much better than my Snow Knight gauntlets. 2 hours ended. System notification, betting quest has ended. Congratulations on your victory. Zhang Han smiled triumphantly. Hey, looks like I won. I wonder what treasures the little Qilin has in her hands. He walked up to Jiajia, reached out with a mischievous smile. Hand it over. Us rank item. She pouted, turned her face away, and whined, no item. Only my life. Jia Yi's voice rang out again. Jier, you are becoming increasingly disrespectful. Water Qilin Jia Yi God tier. He appeared, stroked Jier's head. You agreed to the bet yourself, and now at the last moment you want to go back on your word. You're ruining the Water Qilin's reputation. She impatiently snorted. Seeing Jia Yi's level, he thought in surprise, God tier, this might be the highest level NPC I've encountered. Everything else is question marks except his name. He looked at him and said, Little one, this is our second meeting, isn't it? Zhang Han pondered. It was indeed the second time. Last time in the talent trial he made it very clear, and he even regretted that he had chosen the wrong faction. On the surface he nodded. Yes, Jia Yi commented. You're growing very fast, faster than I expected. He scratched his head awkwardly. Thank you for the compliment. He took something out of his embrace. I always keep my word and accept defeat. Take this. Jiajia saw what Jia Yi took out and quickly tried to stop him. Dad, this is too. She was cut off by her father before she could finish. Jiajia angrily pouted and turned her face away, refusing to speak. Zhang Han accepted the item, happily replying, thank you. System notification, Qilin's blessing, S rank. Description. Qilin are auspicious beasts that bring good fortune, and their blessings can bestow countless benefits upon other living beings. Effect: permanently increases base HP by 50,000, permanently increases base attack by 500, permanently increases base defense by 400, permanently increases movement speed by 10. Luck 1. Additional effects unknown, status unusable. He stared at the Qilin's blessing, thinking to himself that the effects of this scroll were simply extraordinary. The increase to various base attributes was too high, enough to drive all players crazy, but why was it unusable? Seeing Zhang Han remain silent, Jia Yi asked, "Do you know why I'm giving you this scroll?" He sincerely wanted to know, so he said, "Please enlighten me, senior." Jia Yi explained, "First, to forge a good connection. I'm very optimistic about your future. Consider it an early investment," Jia Yi continued. "Second, our Water Qilin clan is itself a symbol of auspiciousness, naturally possessing the power to attract good luck and repel misfortune. You, young man, have an extremely strong ominous aura about you. There will definitely be many unlucky things happening to you soon, so be careful." Zhang Han was stunned, thinking, is he an NPC? How can he predict a player's future? How do I use it? Jia Yi shook his head. "Don't think about how to use it. You'll understand naturally when the time comes." Subsequently, his eyes sparkled as he stroked his chin, looking at Zhang Han. "Speaking of which, it seems you wanted to turn my daughter into a mount?" Zhang Han laughed awkwardly. "I was just kidding, just trying to liven things up. I knew you were nearby." Jia Yi said bluntly, "You're not yet qualified to ride a Water Qilin. Summon your mount." He looked at Jia Yi in confusion, thinking, he wants me to summon my mount. Is he planning to give me some benefit? Subsequently, Zhang Han summoned his mount, the donkey. Seeing it appear, Jia couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Peeved, your mount is actually a donkey?" Zhang Han was annoyed at being mocked. "You just wait, right now it's just a little donkey, but later it might be you," Jia Yi said indifferently. Oh well, I'll give you some benefits before I leave." He stretched out his hand, condensed a light blue aura, and then shot it at the donkey, which trembled in pain. It bared its teeth, looking quite uncomfortable. System notification: your mount, little donkey, has gained Water Qilin bloodline, and its potential has transformed. System notification: your mount has mutated, its potential skyrocketing. Successfully evolved into a dark gold tier boss blue scale beast. A layer of shiny blue scales appeared on its back. System notification: blue scale beast, adult stage, mount class dark gold tier boss, level 50, movement speed 120, attack 30, HP 50. Effect: tenacity additionally increased by 30, special skill, flat ground. Description: an ordinary donkey through a fortuitous encounter merged with Water Qilin bloodline, transforming into a special creature with astonishing speed and the donkey perseverance. Extremely precious. Zhang Han's heart bloomed with joy when he saw this. The speed was more than 6 times that of the original donkey, and its attributes had also increased. Perhaps riding this thing into battle could even boost attack and health. Jia was unhappy. "Dad, using your bloodline to boost that donkey potential is too wasteful," Jia Yi said indifferently. "You adventurers are from another world. I can't just give you benefits for no reason. How about this? Consider it your reward for killing 1,000 blaze flame demons. What do you say?" He smiled and nodded. "Good, much obliged." System notification: you have accepted the quest Slay Blaze Flame Demons, difficulty B rank. Description: if you slay blaze flame demons, you will gain a precious dark gold tier mount. With such benefits, please fight for me. Quest requirement: eliminate the blaze flame demon group. Current progress 0-1000. Quest reward: permanent right to use the dark gold tier mount blue scale beast. Zhang Han was stunned looking at the system notification. Your mount blue scale beast loyalty has increased to 100 points. Zhang Han analyzed. Mounts also have a concept of loyalty. I've read guides online that say the minimum is 60 points. Both mounts and pets can run away. Above 80 points, you can freely control your mount, and they will never betray you. As for 100 points, that's very difficult to achieve. If nothing unexpected happens, they will follow you to death. Jia Yi left and bid farewell. The war between light and dark is inevitable. I look forward to your performance. Jia pointed at him defiantly and threatened, "You just wait, next time I'll make you cry." He grinned. "My mount, strive to become stronger. In the future, carry me through wind and waves." Zhang Han looked at the remaining blaze flame demon group. "Alright, now I need to deal with all these blaze flame demons." 2 days later, 9:30, system notification, quest progress 965 1000. Your level has reached 60. Looking at the equipment on the system panel, I've managed to collect some blaze flame equipment over the past 2 days, just a little short of completing the quest. System message: blaze flame boots, dark gold tier. Defense 180, HP 10,000. Effect: movement speed 35, level requirement 59. Description: effect unknown. He looked at the system reminder in surprise. Please note, the first round of the World Martial Arts Elimination Tournament you are participating in the East District will begin at 10 a.m. sharp. Do you wish to travel to the competition venue in advance? Note: once the event officially begins, you can choose to teleport to the competition venue immediately or forfeit the match. Zhang Han clicked on the system panel to check. His level was also sufficient. He'd equipped the Blaze Flame gear first to see how it performs after equipping. System notification: Blaze Flame 2-piece set, HP 20. Blaze Flame 3-piece set, attack power 20, defense power 20. Dark Lord Cold River Gold Tier Boss level 60, HP 145,600, attack 94771038, defense 51155512. Reputation 102300, luck 2. Description: when the judgment of light descends, the evil Dark Swordsman shall surely suffer. He smiled proudly. Whoa, my attack power has broken 10,000, although it's said that collecting the 5-piece set grants a skill called Blaze Flame Possession, which increases all attributes by 10 for 1 minute with a 1-hour cooldown. And its power isn't bad. Unfortunately, it can't be used with a weapon or armor, nor can it compare to the Bloodthirsty Blade and Dark Battle Armor, so it's not worth replacing. This will have to do. Subsequently, Zhang Han quickly charged towards the Blaze Flame demons, attacking to swiftly complete the Blaze Flame quest 20 minutes later. System notification: Blaze Flame Slaying quest completed. You have gained permanent right to use the blue scale beast. Several Blaze Flame demon heads rolled to the ground and Zhang Han smiled triumphantly. Excellent, now to teleport to the competition venue. He then galloped away like a whirlwind, vanishing in the blink of an eye. As soon as he appeared, the system reminded, you have been randomly teleported to World Martial Arts Battleground 5130 East District Sector. It is estimated that each battleground will have over 1,000 participants, and the top 10 players will advance to the next round. System notification: due to your previous use of a pseudonym for registration, the system will default to you participating with your current appearance. You can cancel your aura concealment technique at any time. He stood there with his level 18 pseudonym, HP 2000. Looking at his current appearance, he resembled a monk. Alright, I'll hide my identity for now and observe the strength of the East District players. The crowd ahead was discussing animatedly. This kid is so strong, he actually got grouped with him. On the arena, the match was almost over. System notification: Chi Master wins. Zhang Han looked at the person in the arena, a cold smile playing on his lips. This kid looks like I'll have to teach him a lesson. The person next to him frowned and commented, it's the Chi Master, looks like this will be a tough fight. He turned and asked the person, oh, do you know him? The person replied, he's been quite famous recently. Next to him was an information panel. Hunt Captain, level 43 warrior. He stroked his chin and said, I've seen his videos on the forums. Because his profession is quite unique, he can gain defense without armor, and he can improve his cultivation by attacking other players, so there are often videos of him attacking players in the wild. Just then, someone walked over and shouted, brother, the hunting competition is about to start, let's go watch the battle. The Hunt Captain nodded. Alright, Zhang Han recalled, I think I've seen them somewhere before, and suddenly received a system notification. Your match is about to begin, please prepare. Subsequently, the system notification: you will be teleported to the arena in 3 seconds. He stretched his joint, smiling. Interesting, looks like I'll be encountering quite a few old enemies in this competition. Zhang Han's opponent was a muscular man who, upon seeing Zhang Han, exclaimed in surprise, oh, this person is Lone Wolf Barbarian, level 34. He excitedly said, just got on stage and already lucky. First match is a noob. Then he charged forward, attacking with his battle axe and taunted, sorry, this match I win. The battle axe struck Zhang Han directly in the face, but his HP only dropped by 1 point. He was stunned and asked in confusion, what? My attack power is so strong, yet it only dealt 1 damage to you. How did you do it? Zhang Han took the opportunity to punch Lone Wolf, reducing his HP by 43,780 points. System notification: pseudonym wins. Zhang Han clenched his fist, smiling. One-shot kill. How about that? The audience in front of the TV must be stunned, right? On the other side of the arena, people were discussing in surprise. My god, that's so cool. Go, our warrior's pride. Zhang Han heard this, glanced and wondered, are there other experts? The person wearing the black mask angrily said, damn it, the opponent's defense points are too high. Big brother might not be able to hold on much longer. The Hunt Captain was beaten with only 30,971 HP remaining. Breathing heavily, his opponent was Mobile Fortress, level 40 Shield Knight, special profession. Mobile Fortress spoke, Hunt Captain is just an ordinary warrior profession, you're already very strong. But you can't break through my armor, so surrender obediently. The Hunt Captain's sword was replaced with another weapon. System notification: Hunt Captain has used the skill Weapon Master. Warriors having experienced 100 battles can freely switch weapons according to the battlefield environment. This is a bone-shattering. All attacks come with 40 armor-piercing effect. He taunted, how about it? A tank class like you is beyond salvation. No matter how much HP you have, you're just a living target. With that, the Hunt Captain charged directly to attack. Struck his shield, his strength constantly decreasing, and then delivered a fatal blow. System notification: Hunt Captain wins. Zhang Han stood there thinking, a warrior's growth is only 3 stars, a shield knight might be 4 stars. It seems this game isn't just about quantity determining strength. Hand of Thunder crossed his arms and smiled. Looks like this kid is the strongest opponent in this competition. Suddenly he raised an eyebrow, looking to the side, and let out an oh. System notification: Hand of Thunder, level 41 Chi Master, special profession. Then Hand of Thunder walked over. I didn't expect you to actually be in my group. It's surprising that a small fry like you made it through the first round. Did you pay someone to surrender? He secretly thought, this kid talks too much. System notification: Group Stage, second round is about to begin. Please prepare. He smiled proudly. Heh, second round you'll be facing me. I'll show you what absolute power is. Subsequently, the system teleported him to the arena. Next, Zhang Han's opponent was V50 Mage, level 35. He said hello to save time. Let's finish this quickly. Zhang Han didn't say much. Alright, then he defeated the opponent with 1 move. System notification: Pseudonym wins. He looked to the other side thinking everyone's attention has been drawn over there again, and this time there are twice as many people below the arena. Cheers erupted. Go hunt, Captain. Teach that guy who sneak attacked outside the city a lesson for me. Hand of Thunder kicked the hunt captain. He blocked the attack with his sword, clenched his fist, and smiled proudly. How about it? Your warrior's proud weapon master skill can't be used now, can it? Hand of Thunder punched down, reducing his strength by 13,901 points. Seeing the fist right in front of him, the hunt captain gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it, I thought I had a sure win and could compete with Cold River, but I didn't expect to be eliminated in this group stage. He punched his opponent in the face. System notification, Hand of Thunder wins. Zhang Han watched, thinking what a pity if he were using a special profession. His results would be better. System notification, group stage, third round is about to begin. Please prepare. Immediately, he was teleported in front of Hand of Thunder. He scoffed, "Hey, so it's you, kid. I don't know how you made it through the first 2 rounds, but your good luck ends here." The crowd below the arena discussed animatedly. The opponent is only level 18, and although we can't tell their profession, Hand of Thunder is sure to win this match. Another person sighed. What a shame, we won't get to see Hand of Thunder get taught a lesson. Everyone disperse. Hand of Thunder held up 3 fingers and mocked. How about this to avoid people saying I'm bullying a newcomer? I'll let you have 3 moves. Zhang Han's veins bulged with anger. Before he could reply, a foot appeared on Hand of Thunder's head. Zhang Han stomped Hand of Thunder's head directly into the ground. He shouted, "Isn't moving around enough?" His HP bar was left with only a sliver. Hand of Thunder lay sprawled on the ground, eyes wide, gnashing his teeth in disbelief. What, 1 move took 2/3 of my HP? Can an 18-level player do that? Zhang Han threw a punch and the crowd exclaimed, "What kind of newcomer is this, so strong that leg is too powerful?" The bald man next to him, wearing armor, excitedly raised his hand. "I thought he was a noob, but it turns out he's a god." The black-haired man tightly clenched his fists. Unless his profession is hidden, it can't be seen unless it's the only hidden profession. Seeing this, the onlookers outside collectively shouted, "Go big brother Baldy, get revenge for us." He heard the crowd shout, staring at Zhang Han, and silently wondered, who exactly is this kid? Hand of Thunder gritted his teeth and snorted, condensing an energy orb in his hand. "HMPH, you might have some strength, but can you withstand this move of mine?" System notification. Hand of Thunder has cast the skill Crack Wave, which will deal massive damage to enemies in 5 seconds. He infused all his power into the energy orb and pushed it towards the opponent. Die! Zhang Han remained standing watching the Crack Wave approach him, but the damage was only 2 digits. Hand of Thunder's eyes were bloodshot, and his mouth hung open, looking in disbelief as his strongest attack only dealt 79 damage. This, before he could get a second chance, Zhang Han rushed forward and punched Hand of Thunder, sending him spinning and reducing his HP by 45,901 points. He muttered, "Too weak." System notification, Pseudonym wins. Subsequently, system notifications kept ringing. System notification, congratulations, you have successfully advanced to the 2nd round of the World Martial Arts. The 2nd round will begin tomorrow at 10 a.m. Please prepare. You may leave the arena at any time. As soon as the system notification ended, Zhang Han's power surged. Time was pressing, the mission important.